Our main character's name is Lin Mia. He was born a prodigy in the art of cultivation. The sect master of the Qian Yuan sect even named him the head senior brother. But when he saw his fellow sect members in peril, he just turned a blind eye. Everyone reviled him, calling him an absolute dog. But what they didn't know was that he had to suffer now to prosper later, because he possessed a system that was a real piece of work. The system would give him missions. The more shameless the mission, the higher the reward. But to get his hands on the good stuff, he was forced to act against his own morals. My good brothers and sisters, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. Our story begins in a forest. A group of people is surrounded by some big, burly thugs. The thugs were smirking, their faces full of greed. On the other side, a young lady was talking tough. We're all out here for training. Golden Light Sect, you're taking this bullying too far. Acting like this. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from our Qian Yuan sect? The guy from the Golden Light sect didn't give a damn. We're robbers. Are we supposed to be reasonable? Heavenly treasures belong to those strong enough to take them. Running into us during your training is just your bad luck. Brothers, get them. As he finished speaking, the men from the Golden Light sect immediately attacked. The scene shifts to some strange dude strolling through the forest. He was muttering to himself as he walked. This training trial is too dangerous. I'll just try to avoid everyone else. He barely finished his sentence when he took one step and ran right into the Golden Light sect in the middle of their business. He looked at the group in front of him, his mouth twitching. While he was stunned, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Mission selection announced. Mission 1. Rescue the trapped disciples of the Qian Yuan sect. Defeat the bullies. Reward. Low-grade pill. Mission 2. Kneel and beg for a truce. Ask the bullies to spare the Qian Yuan sect disciples. Reward. Mid-grade pill. Mission 3. Pretend you didn't see anything. Silently leave the scene. Reward. High-grade pill. RMC could only shake his head in frustration. This system is really trying to kill me. 1 year ago, I awakened this god-tier selection system. But after it bonded with me, a problem emerged. Normally, the harder the mission, the juicier the reward. But this one turned into, the easier the mission, the juicier the reward. In order to get the high-grade rewards, I'm forced to make decisions that go against my conscience. When the Qian Yuan sect disciples saw our MC approaching, they shouted with joy. Look, we're saved. It's the head senior brother of our Qian Yuan sect. Senior brother Lin Mia. With senior brother Lin Mia here, let's see if the Golden Light sect still dares to act so arrogantly. Head senior brother, go wreck him. The Golden Light sect guys got a little nervous when they heard that. What? The head senior brother? And the top-ranking one at that? If he's really the head senior brother. I'm afraid we're no match for him. Everyone, be ready to retreat at any moment. The young lady on the other side was getting more and more excited. Head senior brother Lin Mia. Hurry and save us. Show the Golden Light sect what you're made of. Before she could finish, she saw our MC turn tail and run. He probably just needed a quick bathroom break. The disciples quickly called out to him. Head senior brother, you're going the wrong way. We're over here. Our MC coughed a few times and came up with some excuses. What head senior brother? Where's his senior brother? How old is this senior brother? Is his family loaded or something? You've got the wrong person. This humble one is Ku Yuan. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future. With that, our MC immediately bolted. Seeing this, everyone was left completely speechless. The disciples and the young lady were beyond furious. Lin Mia, are you even a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect anymore? I've never met someone so shameless. Acting like this. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect master? Hearing their useless chatter couldn't stop our MC from going for mission 3. My dear senior brothers and junior sisters, I'm sorry. The Golden Light sect will, at most, just rob you. They won't endanger your lives. But if I intervene, the real loss would be the high-grade pill. The young lady added more fuel to the fire. The rumors about the head senior brother being a good-for-nothing, that he's never actually fought, and only became the head brother through connections. I originally thought those were just rumors. I can't believe they're true. The Golden Light sect guy grinned widely when he heard that. The head senior brother has never fought before, so he's trash, if that's the case. Now that you've seen us, you think you can just leave? It's not that easy. Brothers, get him. Stop him. As he finished, the Golden Light Sect members charged forward frantically. And just like that, our MC was surrounded. Inwardly, our MC was screaming, "There goes my high-grade pill." That was on the inside. But on the outside, he respectfully clasped his hands. Fellow cultivators, in this mortal world, why must we resort to fighting and killing? Let's show a little compassion. We might cross paths again in the future. We're all travelers on the same road. Could you give me, your head senior brother, some face? Then he bowed a full 160 degrees with textbook perfect form. I beg you, big brothers, spare our lives. Please. Looks like I can only settle for the mid-grade pill now. The Golden Light Sect guys stared at each other in confusion for a moment. Then the whole group burst out laughing. A coward like you. The Sect master of the Qian Yuan sect must be fucking blind to let you become the head senior brother. The Qian Yuan sect disciples burned with shame hearing this. As cultivators, our hearts seek the righteous path. How can one be as cowardly and weak as you? If I don't die today, I will definitely report the truth to the Sect master when I return, and have your position as head brother stripped from you. And let the 3,000 disciples of Qian Yuan curse your name for eternity. Even if we are no match for them, we would rather fight to the death than suffer this humiliation. Head brother, you have brought so much shame upon our sect. The heavens are truly blind. Why does the sect have such a disgrace? If you're going to blame someone, blame yourselves for getting stuck with this head brother. Brothers, kill them all. The young lady immediately entered a combat stance. Her hands channeled spiritual energy. She yelled to everyone, "Be careful. Don't let your guard down." On the other side, our MC, having the worst luck, muttered to himself, "The mid-grade pill is also out of reach now. In that case, don't blame me for getting rough." Our MC raised his hand and shouted, "Lightning, come." And just like that, lightning actually came. His entire aura changed in an instant. His body crackled with electricity as he struck an insanely cool pose. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm strike. Instantly, a lightning dragon shot out, just as the young lady was cornered by a Golden Light Sect member. That guy was instantly fried to a crisp. The young lady was completely bewildered. What just happened? It seems like the head senior brother made a move? No way. Just a moment ago, the head senior brother was so weak. Wasn't he just a piece of trash? How could he suddenly become so strong? Looking at how badass our MC was, the Golden Light Sect members nearly pissed their pants. One of them stammered, "Who in the world are you?" "I already told you. I'm the head senior brother of the Qian Yuan sect." "Who else? Are your ears clogged or something?" The Golden Light Sect guy was sweating bullets. His mind started analyzing the situation like a detective. That last move had incredible power. The attack force must have reached 10 million newtons. This person's cultivation level has probably reached the heaven-shaking realm. I'm no match for him at all. Immediately after, he dropped his weapon and begged for peace. "My friend, I think what you said earlier made a lot of sense. In this mortal world, why must we resort to fighting and killing? Why don't we?" Before he could finish his bullshit, he was sent flying to the next life by our MC's punch. "You ruined my high-grade pill, and you think I'd let you go?" And so, they got a beating they'd never forget from our MC. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the bullies of the Golden Light Sect. Mission 1 completed. Reward: low-grade pill. Looking at the lame-ass pill in his hand, our MC's face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Well, it's better than nothing. He had a pop in his mouth and cry his eyes out. A low-grade pill is still a pill. Down the hatch. He turned to the other side and saw the Qian Yuan sect disciples running over to celebrate. "Head senior brother, your strength is clearly so immense. Why did you pretend to let them push you around at first? We almost mistook you for some useless idiot, senior brother." The man strikes a pose and starts spouting some wise-sounding nonsense. A true master's heart must be vast enough to embrace all things. One does not need to knock others down to show their own greatness. He's practically glowing with main character energy. The disciples are all crying their eyes out, as expected of our head disciple. So that was his profound understanding. What is that light shining behind the head disciple? It's so bright. They look at him like he's a living saint. Bowing, prostrating, the whole 9 yards. Eldest brother is truly magnificent. All these years, just to get the system rewards. I had to act like a coward everywhere I went, letting everyone point and whisper behind my back. I can't believe my luck today. Becoming the great senior brother everyone worships. This feels pretty damn good. This feeling of being trusted by others. It's not half bad. He raises a hand to his mouth. All right, about what happened today. I hope that after all of you return to the sect, the disciples immediately get the hint. Eldest brother is truly a master of the subtle arts. We understand what you mean. Do good deeds in secret and remain humble. We get it, right? You got to keep your true power hidden. But, completely contrary to their expectations, he says, you must spread the word far and wide. Make sure everyone knows. Book the influencers. Run ads for me. Showcase my greatness. Better yet, report it to the sect master. Post a notice in the sect for 3 days. Oh, and the guys in the kitchen, don't forget them. A few days ago, I heard them talking smack about me behind my back. You need to set their ears straight. Hearing his demands, the disciples are completely dumbfounded. I've had it rough lately. Everyone thinks I'm a total pushover. They keep forcing me to choose the low-tier rewards. I got chewed out for so long just for trying to get the high-tier rewards before. My reputation is in the gutter. No matter what I do, I'm stuck with the crappy rewards. Starting today, this old master is rebranding. It's time to officially restore the authority of the head disciple. You got that, my darlings? Got it, boss. You got it. Excellent. Now hurry back to the sect. With that, he turns and heads off. At the same time, a horse-drawn carriage soars through the clouds in the sky. Inside the carriage is a total knockout. She peeks through the curtain, looking down below. So that's the head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect, the one who's supposed to marry into our sect? He looks pretty ordinary to me. The scene shifts to a spot in the forest. The guy from the Jingguang sect who got sent flying has just woken up. Instead of the main character getting a flashback to power up, this guy starts reminiscing about his past. Because my family was poor. Ever since I was a child, I, Sule, have wanted to stand above all others. To join the Jingguang sect. I endured incredible hardship. After arriving at the Jingguang sect, he collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, the bald-headed master of the Jingguang sect was looking down at him. He looked at his own head, which was just as bald. Whoa, that head is blindingly bright. I must accept him. To become stronger, I strictly followed the Jingguang sect's way of life, committing evil deeds everywhere. Neither wind nor rain could stop me. Even my senior brothers were in awe of me. Sule, you're a true professional. Finally, through my own efforts, I grew hair and became one of the elites. But now, he's been defeated here. What a disgrace. Why was I defeated by some insignificant Qian Yuan sect disciple? I refuse to accept this. I, Sule, am the #1 prodigy in this region. Lin Mia, you just wait. I will defeat you. Immediately, he runs toward a cave. The sect master once said, the strongest body cultivation technique of the Jingguang sect is inside the 100 Demons cave. As soon as he enters the cave, he's met by a mob of die-hard fans. Sule starts drooling. If I don't die in here, I will personally hunt you down for revenge. The scene shifts to the Qian Yuan sect. Someone is posting notices everywhere. Head disciple Lin Mia. For the disciples of the Qian Yuan sect, he disregarded all danger and fought back against the tyrannical Jingguang sect. Is this for real? You sure this is accurate? That coward Lin Mia, he dared to fight the Jingguang sect? I don't believe it. After all this time, we all know what kind of person he is. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall behind the Qian Yuan sect's mountain, the man walks in to check on things. Master, you were looking for me? Suddenly, a fat old man rushes forward and gives him a huge, heartfelt hug. After all these years, you finally decided to make a move. This is the first time you've ever fought someone. Since I joined the Qian Yuan sect. Out of sheer excitement, I've come a few times already. The main character's face is completely blank. For years, just to get the system rewards, I've been cultivating diligently. I never once raised my hand against another person. It made a lot of people in the Qian Yuan sect lose hope in me. But Master, on the other hand, never gave up on me. The old master is so happy he lights 3 incense sticks to honor the ancestors. To our predecessors, our Qian Yuan sect's head disciple, Lin Mia, is no coward. It's been 10 years. Our sect finally has a worthy successor. My dear disciple, that year, when that person brought you to the Qian Yuan sect, the first time your master saw you, I saw that you were brimming with innate, celestial energy from head to toe. I knew you were a prodigy of cultivation. That's why I made you the head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect, even though he recalls a memory from long ago. When he went down the mountain to test his strength on a fat bear. He turned around, and the kid was gone. During a match against another disciple, the old sect master cheered until he was hoarse. He counted to 3, and the kid surrendered before the fight even started. Lin Mia's master continues to ramble on, pouring his heart out. Later, everyone said you got the position through connections, but I knew your strength was not weak. He looks at his head disciple with sincere eyes. Now, you've finally seen the light. You're no longer afraid of dying. You're willing to fight others. Lin Mia chews on a blade of grass. He listens as his master starts to go off on a tangent. I'm overjoyed. Today is a day of double happiness. Wait until the Sheng Jiao sect master arrives. And our 2 sects are joined by marriage. Then we'll see who dares to challenge the Qian Yuan sect's position. Hearing about the marriage alliance, he's so shocked he could have coughed up blood. He has to listen to his master recount a story from 20 years ago. We have a marriage agreement with the Sheng Jiao sect. Our sect's head disciple and the Sheng Jiao sect saintess are to be wed. It's our sect. The Sheng Jiao sect is a top-tier sect. And because that person who brought you here back then had a special status, they gave you this gift to our sect. Logically, they should have arrived at the sect 3 days ago. The fact that they're delaying their arrival, I'm afraid they want to observe you in secret. His master continues to drone on. So be on your best behavior these next few days. Lin Mia sees a notification panel. It's the God-tier selection system issuing a new mission. Mission 1, smiley face. Act earnest and proper. Win the affection of the Sheng Jiao sect saintess. Complete the marriage alliance. Reward. Increase cultivation by 1 level. Mission 2, smiley face. Act normal. Do not attract the attention of the Sheng Jiao sect saintess. Let the marriage alliance be postponed. Reward. Increase cultivation by 2 levels. Reading this far, the head disciple can't help but wonder, isn't there a way to cancel this marriage? However, there is also a 3rd mission. Act terribly. Enrage the Sheng Jiao sect saintess. Resolutely destroy this marriage alliance. Reward. Increase cultivation by 3 levels. The words, enrage the Sheng Jiao sect saintess. Resolutely destroy this marriage alliance. Increase cultivation by 3 levels, are immediately seared into the head disciple's memory. His eyes light up as he thinks, destroying the marriage alliance can raise my cultivation by 3 levels. This is a hell of a deal. The more he thinks about it, the more Lin Mia feels that the system's cultivation rewards are usually so stingy. Even though marrying the Sheng Jiao sect saintess would be nice, how can it compare to leveling up 3 times? Besides, he hasn't even met the saintess yet. What if she's uglier than Troll? What then? Finally, he clenches his fist and concludes, yep, leveling up my cultivation is more reliable. It's just a shame that this determined expression in his master's eyes looks like, my dear disciple must be so nervous. Haha, I'll be cheering for you. In the middle of the grand hall, the master clasps his hands behind his back. He informs Lin Mia, I have to go out with the grand elders for a few days. During this time, the sect affairs were handed over to him to manage. The master's actual mission came unexpectedly. Lin Mia haha, before he could even argue. His master squinted his eyes and laid the groundwork. As the head disciple of the sect, you also have to learn how to manage the sect. Since his master had already said so, Lin Mia could only sigh. I understand. Then, the master and disciple bid each other farewell. On the sacred sect side, the old 7th master and his disciple were in discussion. Why isn't the sect master here yet? The sect master's voice came through the communication device. I've arrived. The person who appeared behind the master and disciple had a kind face as he watched them bow. Sect master. After the pleasantries were over, the sect master of the sacred sect asked, how did the investigation go? Is the head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect worthy of our sacred maiden? The old 7th master hurriedly knelt down to report. This humble one has been investigating for 3 days. The situation doesn't look promising. According to him, Lin Mia, the head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect, is a coward. His personality is eccentric and strange. He has no voice whatsoever in the Qianyuan sect. Even his cultivation level is not considered top tier. Most importantly, his voice grew lower and lower. It's rumored that, up until now, he has not cultivated the foundational immortal technique of the Qianyuan sect. Instead, he has been cultivating a low-level immortal technique for many years. This shows his aptitude is too low. This marriage, I implore the sect master to reconsider. Otherwise, it will destroy the legacy of our sacred sect. Lin Mia's master suddenly appeared and retorted, "How can you say he's not worthy when you haven't even met him?" He pointed at the old seventh master and scolded, "You, do not look down on the head disciple of our sect." The old seventh master was no pushover either. He retorted, "I do look down on him. He doesn't even know the Qianyuan sect's 8 desolations Kunlun art of the Qianyuan sect." The master began to argue with the old man. "What did you just say?" The old seventh master sarcastically said Lin Mia didn't even need to participate. He'll die in the 9 nethers. I'm afraid the head disciple of your sect won't last a day. Hearing him belittle his disciple, the master started a brawl. "You rascal!" The old seventh master, unable to win the argument, resorted to violence. "How can your Qianyuan sect be worthy of our sect's sacred maiden?" The sect master of the sacred sect watched the 2 old men fighting and arguing. "I'm not afraid of you even if we fight. Come on." "Who's afraid of who? You old seventh master." He closed his eyes and stopped them. "Enough. The board is set. The pieces are in place. The game can begin." The master achieved his goal and laughed happily. "Huh." The 9 nethers competition quickly began. People from various sects entered the Qianyuan sect. In response to the sacred sect's sect master's words, the master announced, "Then let's begin." While he was trying so hard, his disciple, Lin Mia, was causing trouble back home. His junior sister held a flyer in one hand, reporting to head senior brother. "The flyers have all been distributed. Now everyone in the sect knows about your deeds." Lin Mia nodded. "Very good. After this publicity, my reputation in the sect will probably be better from now on." The flyer in the junior sister's hand was suddenly snatched away. Zhuqiang's shrill voice rang out, "Rescuing a disciple has angered the Golden Light sect." He walked up to Lin Mia and looked at him with contempt. "Oomph, this is truly laughable." The surrounding disciples began to whisper, "Isn't that Zhuqiang, the #1 genius of the sect? What is he doing?" It seems there's a conflict with the head senior brother. Seeing the 2, one in gold and one in green, facing each other, the disciples whispered among themselves. The head senior brother is in trouble this time. After all, the one who should have been the head disciple was senior brother Zhuqiang. If it weren't for Lin Mia's connections, Zhuqiang would have definitely become the head disciple. It's only natural that he hates Lin Mia. The crowd of gossips love this kind of thing the most. There's going to be a good show to watch next. Lin Mia responded coldly. "Do you have a problem with that?" Zhuqiang fanned himself and affirmed, "Of course I have a problem." Then, he approached Lin Mia. Zhuqiang's gold-threaded robes glittered as his sharp words were aimed at him. "Just with someone who relies on connections like you, you want to be the head? You'd be lucky not to wet your pants. Take back your words." He closed his fan and turned to the junior sister, Wang Hehua. "How much did Lin Mia give you guys to do this?" Junior sister Hehua and the senior brothers strongly refuted, "Nothing. We were indeed saved by the head senior brother." Seeing the group of disciples still defending Lin Mia, Zhuqiang had a bad idea. He called out magnanimously, "Everyone, if the head disciple claims to have fought the Golden Light sect, if it's not a lie, I ask the head disciple, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Pointed at directly by Zhuqiang immediately. The system beeped. God-level choice detected. From Zhuqiang's challenge. Lin Mia looked at the options. First, accept the challenge and defeat Zhuqiang. Reward, 1 golden spear pill. Option 2, accept the challenge and fight to a draw. Reward, 1 hemostatic pill. Option 3, refuse the challenge and give Zhuqiang a loving hug. Reward, 1 spirit condensing pill. Lin Mia was clearly attracted by the third option, because its reward was a spirit condensing pill, which was countless times better than the first 2 rewards. He put his hand to his mouth. "I admit, I'm not someone who's blinded by money. I just like to hug." Seeing Lin Mia's radiant smile, Zhuqiang misunderstood. "Oomph, You actually dare to accept? Lin Mia quickly walked over to Zhuqiang. Everyone could see that he had placed his hand on his shoulder. The disciples started to take sides. The head senior brother is about to fight. Go for it. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Lin Mia didn't fight. He directly picked up Zhuqiang and hugged him. Zhuqiang was speechless. The crowd was speechless. Someone blushed and uttered the sentence. Is this the good show you were talking about? Zhuqiang had never been teased to the point of stuttering like this before. He cursed at Lin Mia. What are you saying? He smiled, his face not red, his voice calm, and answered calmly, Zhuqiang. We are all senior and junior brothers. Why must we fight and kill each other? There's no need for a challenge. Are you lacking love? The head disciple will give you a loving hug. He saw him getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to make a move. Scram Lin Mia. The two separated. Zhuqiang's head was steaming. He criticized Lin Mia, saying, You're done for. Today, I will strip you of your title as head disciple. The situation was tense when a disciple rushed over with an urgent report. It's not good, senior brother Zhuqiang. Something big has happened. Outside the mountain gate, there are many cultivators who say they want to destroy our Qianyuan sect. This news once again caused an uproar among all the disciples. What? Who dares to be so arrogant at our Qianyuan sect? Could it be that a high-level sect wants to take over our territory? Could it be that something has happened? Zhuqiang, as the senior brother, quickly reassured the other disciples. Don't panic. Immediately inform the elders. However, Lin Mia, who was beside him, raised his hand to express an opinion. Well, the sect master and the elders have already left the sect. This unpromising opinion made Zhuqiang's heart skip a beat. What? He then ordered, There's no other way. Everyone, gather the mountain gate and prepare to meet the enemy. At this moment, the God-level selection system issued a mission. After reading it, Lin Mia could only sigh. It's this kind of mission again. He had no choice but to shout, Everyone, don't go to meet the enemy. I feel it's safer to run away. Of course, Lin Mia's words made all the disciples look at him with contempt. At a time like this, we finally see Lin Mia's true colors. Don't pay attention to him. Quickly go and meet the enemy. Lin Mia remained silent. He waited for all the disciples of the Qianyuan sect to go off to battle so he could secretly receive his reward. In a cold cave, the corpses of mutated beasts were scattered on the ground. Sule's laughter was sickening. I succeeded. Wavy golden lines spread across his body. This is the golden pattern saintly body. After the slaughter, I have finally mastered it. Lin Mia, Qianyuan sect. I will make you all fall at my feet. You will never be able to hold your heads up again. Sule carried his saber out of the cave. His eyes filled with hatred as he advanced. Feel my terror. The cultivators of the great sects had gathered before a mountain range. They whispered to each other, This is the Qianyuan sect. The one riding the crazy ox even mocked the Qianyuan sect, saying they look a bit weak. Don't let a single one of them go. When all the cultivators of the sect went out to meet the enemy, they were stunned to see the enemy. This is people of the All Things sect. That's a mid-tier sect. Why have they come to our low-tier sect to cause trouble? What do we do now? Are we really going to be wiped out? Someone tries to rally their spirits. Even if we die, we will absolutely not hand over our sect to another. Lin Yi stands off to the side. The familiar beep-beep sound chimes. God-tier selection system mission issued. Danger from the All Things sect. Option 1, smiley face. Lead the disciples to defeat the All Things sect. Reward, 1 low-grade spiritual weapon. Option 2, smiley face. Prevent the Qianyuan sect from being annihilated. Reward, 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon. Option, pet smiley. Lead the disciples to escape. Reward, 1 divine grade spiritual weapon. Once again, Lin Yi is drawn in by the reward for option 3. A divine grade spiritual weapon. He figures that even for a sect, it's incredibly difficult to obtain a single divine grade weapon. The reward for this mission is so generous. Looking at his brothers charging headfirst in a battle, Lin Yi sighs, but it makes sense. The threat of a mid-tier sect. Even if I had the heart to choose option 1, there's basically no chance of winning. And once we fail, the sect master isn't even here. I'm afraid the entire Qianyuan sect will be destroyed. After analyzing the pros and cons, Lin Yi makes his decision. Run. What are we waiting for? He holds his head, thinking it over. It's not that I don't want the divine weapon. It's just that I can't win. And for that very reason, Lin Mia tries to persuade them. Everyone, let's take this chance to leave the sect. We might even be able to save our own lives. They're a mid-tier sect. We have no power to resist them. In the end, Lin Mia raises his voice. As the head disciple, I order everyone to retreat. Unfortunately, no matter how loud he shouts, the disciples continue to charge forward. They even talk back. If we leave, what will happen to the sect? Just watch it get destroyed? That's right. We disciples of the Qian Yuan sect will never flee. Otherwise, what would the other sects think of us? The more they talk, the more fired up they get. Even if we die fighting, we will absolutely not leave. Lin Mia is speechless. He clenches his fists and replies, You guys, but we can't win. And yet, they already had an answer prepared for Lin Mia. They all scold him for being a waste of words. Of course you can't win. We have senior brother Zhuagong to lead the charge. We can definitely hold off the All Things sect. Yeah, the position of head disciple should have belonged to senior brother Zhuagong in the first place. They're already fighting amongst themselves before the enemy has even arrived. Lin Mia looks at the fuming disciples and curses under his breath. At this moment, Zhuagong appears, looking majestic. All right, I'll say a few words. Afraid everyone would misunderstand Lin Mia. Wang Hehe steps up to defend him. Senior brothers, junior brothers. You've misunderstood senior brother Lin Mia. The truth is head disciple's strength is immense. Zhuagong scoffs. Hehe, don't talk nonsense here. He puts on an air of authority and sneers. Everyone knows Lin Mia's strength. Lin Mia, putting the bigger picture first, analyzes the situation for Zhuagong. If the sect is lost, we can take it back. But if people are lost, they can't be saved. Do you really want to see the Qian Yuan sect become a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses? Zhuagong's face turns cold. Enough. As the head disciple, you're always thinking of running away. It's a disgrace to our sect's honor. The two face off, fire and water. Finally, Zhuagong turns to the other disciples and gestures. Lin Mia, I'm not like you. If you want to leave, then go. The Qian Yuan sect has no need for a shameless coward like you. With that, he summons his flying sword and shouts, Everyone, prepare for battle with me. The disciples immediately get ready to follow Zhuagong. Wang Hehe, on the side, is confused. Senior brother Lin Mia, why do we have to run? Can't even you defeat the invaders? Lin Mia replies seriously. There's an incredibly powerful person among them. Even I only have a 50% chance of winning. Once I fail, Hehe is terrified. Then what do we do? She clenches her fists. She looks worriedly at the fired-up disciples. If that's the case, won't our Qian Yuan sect be completely wiped out? Lin Mia looks up at the sky and thinks this is tough. Up in the sky, a figure looks down and complains. This mission the sect master arranged is such a pain. A disciple of the All Things sect, Lin says to his brother beside him. Wang Quan replies, All for the saint's son's sake. Who told the saint's son to fall for the Sheng Jiao sect's saintess? Unfortunately, it's us who have to suffer. The saint's son of the All Things sect reminds the two brothers, shut your mouths. Dao Qingfeng gives the order. It's almost time. We can begin. The master and the others from the Sheng Jiao sect watch the situation unfold. He strokes his beard and remarks, That's quite a grand display. To test my sect's head disciple, they've mobilized such a large force. The old seventh elder glances over and scoffs. Truly ignorant. The wife of the All Things sect's master is from our Shangjiao sect. Finding a few people is a simple matter. These two old men just can't stop bickering. The sect master calmly observes. For now, your disciple's performance is acceptable. The master truly understands Lin Mia. He reminds them, it's too early to draw conclusions. Keep watching. Zhuagong represents the disciples of the Qian Yuan sect and steps forward to face the enemy. Disciples of the All Things sect. I don't know what business you have to come to our sect like this. Can't we talk things over slowly? Why must you do this? Dao Qingfeng looks down from on high. His voice is menacing. Disciples of the Qian Yuan sect. Surrender and join our All Things sect now. And you can keep your lives. Zhuagong, of course, draws his sword and retorts, Impossible. Just waiting for the Qian Yuan sect to refuse. Dao Qingfeng gives the signal. Then we won't be courteous. Zhuagong and his brothers shout in unison. The All Things Sect members charge down, asking scornfully, "What do you have to fight with?" Zhuagong sends the first attacker flying with a single slash. He rallies the morale of the entire sect. "Fight to the death to protect our sect. Charge!" Dao Qingfeng looks at the situation below. He signals to Wang Quan. "Aren't you going to give it a try?" He squints his eyes and smiles. "Then I'll go." He then summons a dark green saber. "My hands were getting itchy anyway. I'm coming to fight you." Wang Quan charges down with his saber to fight Zhuagong head-on. Zhuagong is pushed back by his attack. He counters with the 8 Desolations Qian Yuan palm. Faced with Zhuagong's fighting spirit, Wang Quan finds this interesting. With that, he raises his saber. "Then show me what you've really got." A bolt of lightning follows Wang Quan's movement and shatters Zhuagong's shield. It leaves him heavily wounded. His body is already staggering. Zhuagong sweats and curses. "Damn it, I won't accept this." But as soon as he looks up, he's threatened by the tip of Wang Quan's blade. "Do you accept it now?" Zhuagong looks in fear at the ancient crimson demon behind Wang Quan. "How can this be?" Wang Quan laughs loudly. "Look around you. Ha. As expected, you're all just chickens. I haven't even used my full strength." His brothers are all being suppressed by the All Things Sect. Zhuagong stands up, thinking in disbelief. Why is the Qian Yuan sect's strength so pathetic? A kick to the head from Wang Quan forces him down. "Kneel. Disciples of the Qian Yuan sect are such trash. Do you even deserve to be a sect?" At this moment, Zhuagong is like an animal being tormented. He has realized the Qian Yuan sect is no match at all. They have absolutely no power to resist. Wang Quan raises his staff as a warning. "Kid, surrender now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise," he even smiles sinisterly, "otherwise you'll all be dealt with." Zhuagong hears the pained cries of his Qian Yuan sect brothers. He helplessly replies to Wang Quan, "I surrender." Zhuiqiang's state made Wang Quan laugh out loud in satisfaction. "Huh, weren't you so boastful just now? This is your senior brother. The Qian Yuan sect is indeed trash. Finally scared, huh?" He took advantage of the situation and mockingly asked, "Anyone else want to surrender?" Trembling hands began to rise. "I surrender. I surrender. Me too. I want to make peace. Me too." In an instant, a flash of light appeared. There were still disciples who tried their best to resist. "I will not surrender." This Wang Quan didn't waver. He just glanced over and raised an eyebrow in contempt. "Still want to jump around? You piece of trash? I will kill you." At that moment, Lin Mia was forced to shout, "Stop!" But it was too late. Swords and blades are merciless. They pierced through the disciple who had just charged forward. The morale of the Qian Yuan sect plummeted. Everyone kowtowed and begged for mercy. "We've lost. We've lost. In the end, we still couldn't protect the Qian Yuan sect. Accept your fate. We can't fight them at all." At the Bamboo Peak Pavilion, the old 7th Master, seeing the situation, began to taunt the Master. "They've lost. The entire Qian Yuan sect has lost." Sect Master of the Qian Yuan sect, do you have anything else to say? Sect Master of the Qian Yuan sect, if your sect only has this much strength, I'm afraid it will be eliminated in the future. The Master remained calm and stroked his beard. He smiled leisurely and replied, "No, there's still one person." The old 7th Master was puzzled. "There's still one person? Are you talking about Lin Mia? What can he do alone? Besides, he ran away from the very beginning." Despite his sarcasm, the Master continued to reply cheerfully, "Actually, our Qian Yuan sect has a rule." The old 7th Master didn't know what it was. Down below, the confrontation between Lin Mia and Wang Quan was just beginning. He heard him showing off. As the only one left standing on the scene, "And you spineless coward, kneel down immediately. Surrender." Lin Mia was so angry he was silent. Wang Hahua, covered in bruises, said helplessly, "Head disciple, you were right. We are no match for them. Surrender." Wang Quan pointed his spear at him. "Head disciple, surrender." Lin Mia stood up straight. He looked him in the eye and replied, "Sometimes I really want to run away. Run to a place where no one can find me." He walked past each of his fellow disciples. They called out worriedly, "Head disciple." Lin Mia continued to confide, "Isn't it good to cultivate in peace? The rewards are actually very important." At this point, all the disciples were bewildered. Why is our head disciple still talking about rewards? What rewards? Has the head disciple been so provoked that he's gone mad? Even Wang Quan thought he was just putting on an act. Lin Mia ignored the contemptuous looks from the Wanwu sect. He growled, "But you guys just had to insult my sect. The disciples of my sect. Sometimes even without rewards." Lin Mia clenched his fists. He gathered his internal energy in his chest and declared, "Even if I have to give up my life, I must continue to protect it." Seeing that he was about to risk his life, Wang Hua tried to stop him. "Head senior brother, what are you trying to do? We're no match for them." Lin Mia told her to get out of the way. Hua still called out in fear. "Head senior brother." Lin Mia took his stance, and then immediately charged towards Wang Quan. He saw him about to fly over. He even said Lin Mia was seeking death. "My spear is like a dragon." Golden lightning began to envelop Lin Mia. Wang Quan was on his guard. What kind of technique is this? Until all the spiritual power of his dragon spear was neutralized by the lightning. Only then did he panic. What? No, impossible. Wang Quan's entire body was engulfed in a rain of thunderous lightning. At the end of the move, he was lying on the ground, panting at Lin Mia's feet. The disciples of the Qian Yuan sect were surprised by the counterattack. They cheered loudly. "We won! We won!" Some were even moved to tears. The head disciple defeated someone from the Wanwu sect again. The head disciple is so strong. Even Zhuo Qiong is no match for him. The head disciple has won. But defeating just one Wang Quan was not enough. Because from above, Dao Qingfeng had witnessed everything. He just didn't expect it. The head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect is quite capable. Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Lin, take your men and deal with him." Lin accepted the mission with a yes, and led his troops, shouting as he aimed straight for Lin Mia. "Take care of that kid." Lin Mia felt like a tree that wanted to be still, but the wind would not stop. He said, "Perhaps I have been too quiet these past few years. So quiet that many people have forgotten." The next sentence, Lin Mia announced to the entire Qian Yuan sect. "Many people wonder why I could become the head disciple without going through the sect's competition. And I'm the oldest disciple, and I haven't made any great contributions to the sect." Lin Mia emphasized again. He was rumored to have relied on connections. The sect master's disciple. But you all have forgotten one rule. The rule of the Qian Yuan sect, even the sect master, even the elders. No one can change the rules. And that is, the person who survives leaving the hidden heaven abyss. Defeat the head disciple. Defeat the elders. Defeat the sect master. Lin Mia's words echoed even to where the people watching the battle were standing. The old seventh master was puzzled. Hidden heaven abyss? What's that? The master explained. That is the forbidden land of our sect. He recounted how, when Lin Mia was 13, he wandered into the hidden heaven abyss. According to the sect's rules, he could have directly become an elder or the sect master. And he even requested to take on the responsibility 7 years later. That's why our Qian Yuan sect, after 7 years, suddenly had this head disciple. The old seventh master, after hearing this, felt that it was no big deal. After so many years, hasn't he always been cultivating a low-level immortal technique? Even if he passed through the hidden heaven abyss. Unless a low-level immortal technique can defeat a high-level immortal technique. The master didn't want to waste his breath explaining. He just stroked his beard and smiled. It is indeed so, but just keep watching. Suddenly, a large storm appeared in the sky. It made the cultivators of the Wanwu sect panic. What is that sound? What is that thing? Lin Mia took his stance and summoned the rushing thunder technique. The miscellaneous cultivators following Li and were beaten to the point of screaming for their lives. Even Lin felt a powerful internal force, a golden dragon, rushing towards him. The thunder technique is so strong. He had to change his direction of attack. Switch to defense. Block Lin Mia's rushing thunder technique. Lin was much calmer than Wang Quan. He considered his opponent. This kid has some skills. Then Lin confidently asserted, if this is all he has, it's nothing special. He even saw Lin Mia continue to do the same thing. He became even more triumphant. The kid from the Wang family was too careless. Still planning to use the same move? It's useless against me. What Lin didn't expect was, although it was the same rushing thunder move, it was enough to make him scared when he looked up. The thunder kid struck down in a straight line. However, it was magnified. Lin broke out in a sweat and exclaimed, what kind of immortal technique is this? Even the old man from before was surprised to see a top-tier immortal technique. The old 7th master denied it. No, that's not right. This is the low-level rushing thunder technique. How can this be? The sect master of the Qing Jiao sect also agreed. It's truly unbelievable. He turned to ask Lin Mia's master, can a low-level thunder technique be cultivated to such a powerful state? They all heard him answer, that's right. It is indeed the low-level rushing thunder technique. The master squinted his eyes and proudly recounted, to tell you the truth, this was also a problem of mine when Lin Mia first joined the sect. I had prepared an immortal technique for him. At first, Lin Mia didn't show much. To give him a good foundation, I let him choose his own immortal technique. Among them were top-tier immortal techniques, intermediate-level immortal techniques, and low-level immortal techniques, all prepared for him. At that time, for some reason, he chose the low-level rushing thunder technique. And he even cried loudly. He even said the system, that dog, had tricked him. Although I didn't understand what he was saying, but from that moment on, Lin Mia cultivated day and night. From being unfamiliar, unable to even produce a single spark of lightning with a wave of his hand, to becoming proficient, able to create a small bolt of lightning, until he reached the highest level. Books rained down from the heavens. Then suddenly one day, lightning clouds descended from the sky. The void was shattered. It was like a cataclysm. I rushed to see what was happening, and was stunned to find Lin Mia had cultivated the low-level rushing thunder art into a top-tier magic. This talent is heaven-defying. From that moment on, I prepared many top-tier techniques for him. But every time, he'd tearfully refuse. I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but that still can't hide his genius. Don't worry, I found a good husband for the holy maiden of your sacred light sect. An image of Lin Mia appeared with a great dragon. His aptitude is terrifyingly immense. At the same time, in a distant forest of the Qian Yuan sect, Sule had arrived at his destination. He stopped and looked ahead. So that's the Qian Yuan sect. He was determined. I will personally destroy Lin Mia. But a loud explosion in the sky unexpectedly forced him to look away. Sule wondered, what's going on? The sky's been gloomy for a while now. I forgot to bring an umbrella when I left. What if I get wet and swell up? As he finished, he remembered his main purpose. Forget it. I don't care anymore. I came today for revenge, to make Lin Mia pay. As he drew closer, the last of the leaves were parted. Zule's smile vanished. Seeing the scene of the roaring dragon descending, he asked in fear, what is happening? Then Sule rubbed his eyes. He looked again. Damn, did I see that wrong? The sight of Lin Mia controlling the lightning tribulation confused him. How could it be him? How could he be so strong? The battle between Lin and Lin Mia was about to come to an end. Lin could only stand there, stunned, waiting for death. Is there no other way? Fortunately, just as the rushing thunder palm was about to crush him, a magical hand blocked the attack. The one who saved Lin was, of course, Dao Qingfeng. Lin was moved to tears. Holy Sun, if you hadn't come, I'd be dead. That was terrifying. Dao Qingfeng slowly replied, you're no match for him. Retreat for now. The atmosphere fell silent. On the Qian Yuan sect side, a brother had regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up, looked at the ruins before him, and exclaimed, damn it. He called out worriedly, head senior brother. Taking advantage of the Qian Yuan sect's weakened state, the Myriad Creations sect analyzed the situation. Right now, only Lin Mia of the Qian Yuan sect is still standing. There's no need for the Holy Sun to act. We can take him down together. Let's get him together. With a thunderous roar, the brothers who could still stand all got to their feet. They were determined to protect their head brother. Protect the head brother. Stop them. Even though their swords were broken, they had to block the Myriad Creations sect. But human strength has its limits. They were already heavily injured. The Qian Yuan sect brothers were quickly pushed back down. The Myriad Creations sect even stomped on their ideals. Now, with just you think you can stop us? He saw the person on the ground was still talking, so he leaned in to listen. What? Protect the head brother. He even complained that the voice was too soft. I can't hear anything. But what surprised him was that the other brothers of the Qian Yuan sect were also getting back up, regaining their fighting spirit. They roared in unison. Protect the head brother. Protect the head brother. Protect the head brother. Charge! Lin Mia stood in the middle, looking around in surprise. You guys, the Qian Yuan Sect brothers had formed a protective circle. Fight them to the death. Hold the line. Every one of them was heavily injured. Their swords were no longer intact, but their will had become one. This time, we will fight to the death and not retreat. Let's show them the spirit of our Qian Yuan Sect. Keep moving forward. The group turned back to reassure him. Don't worry, head senior brother. Leave the rest to us. Just focus on your fight with Dao Qingfeng. Lin Mia was moved by his brother's spirit. You guys are really... He couldn't even be moved for 3 seconds before they told him. Even though we're useless, we have to let our head senior brother die with dignity. Next year, we'll burn a lot of incense at your grave. Lin Mia's feelings went from touched to chilled. How do you know I'm going to die? But he could only sigh. Forget it. Let's just see what happens. The system issued a mission with God-tier choices. Mission 1. Defeat Dao Qingfeng. Reward. Soldier Summoning Pill. Mission 2. Fight Dao Qingfeng to a draw. Reward. High-grade pill. Mission 3. Lose to Dao Qingfeng. Reward. 1 ancient divine artifact. Lin Mia was playing the hero this time. He snorted. System, don't underestimate me. He selected Mission 1. Lin Mia told himself, there are some things that are more important than benefits. With a whoosh of wind, Lin Mia truly felt a pang of regret in his heart. My ancient divine artifact, showing off really does come a price. Dao Qingfeng's voice brought him back to reality. He said that, I admit you're very strong, but you're still no match for me. Dao Qingfeng formed a hand seal. Take this. What opened up was a barrage of powerful spears hurtling towards Lin Mia. He disdainfully clenched his fist to fight back. Pathetic tricks. Is that all you've got? His lightning fist successfully blocked one of Dao Qingfeng's blades. But he had another move. He asked Lin Mia, can you block me? Lin Mia was attacked relentlessly. He had to dodge and retreat 3 steps. Dao Qingfeng looked down from above. Seeing Lin Mia on the defensive, he sneered. Such a tiny glimmer of light, and you dare to be so arrogant? Lin Mia was indeed trying to find a way to turn the tables. He lamented, these small swords are really tricky to deal with. A rain of swords descended. Lin Mia dodged, but his other Sect brothers couldn't dodge and were hit, crying out in pain. After the wave of attacks passed, Lin Mia regained his footing. Now it's my turn. He launched himself into the air. He formed a fist and declared, Dao Qingfeng, take my move. The holy son of the myriad creations, Sect, laughed loudly. Then let me see what other tricks you have. Lin Mia, seeing the arrogant attitude of the person before him, knew he was just asking for death. Then I'll grant your wish. One side summoned a great dragon. Suppress him. The other side summoned flying swords and swung them toward its mouth. A blinding light erupted in the sky. The sound of their techniques clashing boomed loudly. All the cultivators witnessing this solo duel had to exclaim, oh my god, since when did the head brother have such strength? Finally, a ring of light was split apart. The sound of thunder still echoed. Lin Mia appeared, unscathed. Seeing him safe, the Qian Yuan Sect brothers cheered. We won. Head senior brother won. In contrast to them, the cultivators of the myriad creations Sect were utterly stunned. How was that possible? Senior brother Dao Qingfeng lost. Lin Mia landed. He felt a little drained. Afterwards, the Qian Yuan Sect brothers quickly noticed something was wrong. Head senior brother is falling. The wretched Sule, witnessing the duel from the side, was just as surprised. He even cursed out loud. Fuck, am I blind? How is this kid's strength so immense? Lin Mia's power made him punch the nearby rock in anger. Impossible. Impossible. It must be fake. The battle wasn't over. The ground of the Qian Yuan Sect trembled. Everyone looked at each other, wondering, what was that sound? What's happening? The people of the myriad creations Sect all knew this was the sign of Dao Qingfeng's appearance. He rose from under the rubble, seething. His terrifying power officially summoned a rain of stones, which fell heavily upon the Qian Yuan Sect members. The situation was chaotic. Dao Qingfeng flew towards Lin Mia. He roared and declared, you've pissed me off. He gathers his power and unleashes Extreme Sword Dao Great Wind. The sky was calm. Suddenly, the trees begin to shake. A great gust of wind sweeps through. The brothers of the Qian Yuan Sect look around nervously. What's happening? The wind is picking up. The terrifying gale, at Dao Qingfeng's command, attacks the entire sect before them. It causes everyone to cry out in pain. What is this? Their bodies are torn apart by the wind, bleeding. They can't see the attack at all. In the end, they are all knocked unconscious. Even as they pass out, they are still worried about their head senior brother. Dao Qingfeng also has a dragon. However, his dragon is formed from wind and flying swords. Under his command, go, great wind. The blue sword dragon charges towards Lin Mia. He hasn't recovered yet. He struggles to his feet, cursing, damn it, not good, as the dragon, carrying a swarm of swords, pierces through him. Lin Mia raises his pale, white hands. What kind of technique is this? Lin Mia's entire body, from top to bottom, is slashed by the flying swords. And yet, he still has a word of praise for Dao Qingfeng. This guy really has some skill. The dragon coils around Lin Mia, lifting him up. After passing through his body, it returns to Dao Qingfeng. His brothers, lying on the ground below, see Lin Mia falling freely from the sky and exclaim, "Oh no! Senior brother! Head senior brother!" Lin Mia's motionless form causes the Qian Yuan sect cultivators to cry out in despair. Damn it! Do we lose? In the end, it was still not enough. The four people on Bamboo Peak have witnessed the entire battle. The sect master of the Sheng, Jiao, sect smiles and comments. The rumors say that when Dao Qingfeng was born, a holy light descended from the heavens. At 6 years old, his sword intent entered the Dao. Now his strength is on par with a sect master. He is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great prodigies. The old 7th elder sees that Lin Mia has no strength left to resist. He takes the opportunity to laugh loudly. It seems the head disciple you spoke of is lost after all. Only the master calmly replies, lost? How could he lose? The reason the master can speak with such confidence is, losing is impossible. He hasn't even used his strongest skill yet. The old 7th elder finds this old man opposite him a bit too much. He can't help but scoff. Does he still have a way out? Even if he does, in this situation, how could he possibly defeat Dao Qingfeng? The master crosses his arms, not bothering to reply to the ignorant old man. He urges the old man to keep watching. The old 7th elder feels insulted. He gives the master a scrutinizing look. Are you cursing me? Watch me tear your mouth apart. The two of them, for the nth time, fall into a brawl. The master even challenges the old man. You just try it. See if I don't break your neck. The young female disciple beside them hurriedly tries to intervene. Seniors, stop fighting. But nothing she says has any effect. She looks worriedly over at the Sheng Jiao sect's sect master. She sees him silently watching the battle below in the Qian Yuan sect. Lin Mia is propping himself up. He staggers and praises Dao Qingfeng for his good swordsmanship. But don't think you're the only one who knows it. As he speaks, Lin Mia raises his hand and makes the same gesture. Dao sword extreme, great wind. Dao Qingfeng is stunned. What? A gust of wind flashes past where he is standing. When he opens his eyes, he sees that there is no one in front of him. He shouts angrily, what? You dare to trick me? Dao Qingfeng looks left and right. Where did you go? He asks. Lin Mia has already moved behind Dao Qingfeng. He sharply senses that something is wrong. Lin Mia's two arms wrap around from the front, locking Dao Qingfeng in place. He even speaks into his ear. Didn't expect that, did you? This old master doesn't know anything. Just bluffing. The cultivators from the All Things sect see this and immediately rush forward, calling Lin Mia shameless. You have no martial virtue. Let our senior brother go. Lin Mia still holds on tightly to Dao Qingfeng. He even has time to argue back with them. This old master has never cared about martial virtue when fighting. I just love seeing the look on your faces when you hate me, but can't do anything about it. Here's a little something for you. This personality of Lin Mia's makes them so angry they curse. Damn it. Have you no shame? Someone even beats their chest in grief. I feel like that golden core is about to be driven mad by him. Dao Qingfeng has been silent all this time. He suddenly looks back and speaks. Even if you hold me, what can you do? You've lost. Lin Mia utters the phrase. Ancient divine weapon. His words successfully make Dao Qingfeng wonder what. He doesn't hear Lin Mia's next answer. He just feels his collar getting a little wet. It turns out Lin Mia is crying his heart out. Do you know how much I gave up to defeat you? Give me back my ancient divine weapon. Lin Mia while holding on tightly to Dao Qingfeng, summons the rushing thunder technique. Dao Qingfeng looks at the golden dragon descending and struggles, cursing. You want to die with me? This time, both the Qianyuan sect and the All Things sect are worried about the safety of their head senior brother. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng. A clap of thunder descends. Rocks and debris fly everywhere. From the outside, it's impossible to see who is standing. The All Things sect members whisper among themselves, "Did we win?" The Qianyuan sect brothers are all calling out the title of their head disciple. Did the head disciple win? The dust settles. Dao Qingfeng is still standing tall, coughing, and Lin Mia is lying flat on the ground. This means the All Things sect celebrates. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng won. Dao Qingfeng smiles at the opponent who had just been clinging to him, now lying motionless at his feet. He remarks, "You are indeed very strong, but I've already told you, you are still no match for me." The All Things sect cultivators take the opportunity to cheer. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng is forever a god. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng is invincible. Lin Mia hasn't given up yet. He grabs Dao Qingfeng's leg. Do you know how precious an ancient divine weapon is? Dao Qingfeng really doesn't know what's wrong with this opponent. He asks, "What on earth are you trying to say?" "Whatever you ask, I'll answer." Lin Mia summons the absolute kill. Great Gate Thunder Technique. Palace of the Nine Thunder Dragons. Dao Qingfeng struggles to move. Finally, he has to tell Lin Mia, "Let me go." "Do you want to die?" With a kick from him, Lin Mia is sent flying, coughing up blood. Dao Qingfeng has been blinded by rage. He growls, "Damn it. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish." With a flick of his hand, Dao Qingfeng summons Extreme Sword Dao Great. Unexpectedly, he is grabbed by the Qianyuan sect brothers. They are helping Lin Mia, head senior brother. Now, he's in a passive position, but Dao Qingfeng deals with these few restraints with a single move. The Qianyuan sect brothers, seeing this, charge forward even more enthusiastically. "We'll stop him even if we die. Don't even think about escaping." Lin Mia summons all of his rushing thunder power. He finally manages to control Dao Qingfeng until he prepares a finishing blow. A force from the sky unexpectedly intervenes. Dao Qingfeng, of course, knows he's been saved. Lin Mia looks up at the sky. A pink-robed figure appears. Zhuagong is also unsure of what this is. Lin Mia as well. He remarks, "My thunder dragon was so easily dispelled by her. It is the sect master of the Sheng Jiao sect." She waves her hand. The chains binding Dao Qingfeng break at her command. She frees him, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, and that Dao Qingfeng now has backup. Zhuagong asks, "Who is it?" Before he gets an answer, Zhuagong is stunned to see Dao Qingfeng bowing. "Greetings, senior." Everyone is wondering, where did this senior come from? Following behind that senior is the master. He flies over, waving his hand as a signal. Everyone stop. Zhuagong is confused. What's going on? The master quickly explains to his disciples. Actually, what happened today was the sect master of the Sheng Jiao sect wanting to test our sect head disciple. Apologies for troubling all of you from the All Things sect. His words directly stun the entire crowd. What? The sect master of the Xiao Yao sect gave the order. The disciples of the Wanwu sect give the prepared medicinal pills to the injured. From fighting to feeding each other medicinal pills, this situation was a bit confusing. But the disciples of the Qianyuan sect, thanks to the medicinal pills, stood up, stretched, and exclaimed, "My wounds have completely healed." "Mine too." Zhuqiang saw his master return and sidled up to him, begging, "Sect master, you see, I'm also injured. I also contributed to the sect. Shouldn't the position of head disciple belong to me?" The master waved his hand and pushed him away. "Get lost." Dao Qingfeng dusted himself off. "Oomph." He turned to Lin Mia and said, "You have a few tricks up your sleeve." Before, it was all a pretense. Lin Mia stood up helplessly, angry but not knowing who to scold. "So you're saying that even if I hadn't stepped in, the sect wouldn't have been overthrown? This is ridiculous. Do you know what price I paid? Give me back my ancient divine weapon." With that, a single punch sent Dao Qingfeng tumbling backward, while the people of the Wanwu sect were worriedly calling out, "Senior brother Qingfeng. Senior brother." Lin Mia had already turned his face away. He heard the system's beeping sound. Congratulations, host Lin Mia, for completing the mission to defeat Dao Qingfeng, one of the 10 great prodigies. System reward: 1 low-grade medicinal pill, the soldier's spirit pill. Looking at the small, ordinary medicinal pill in his hand, Lin Mia's anger subsided, and then flared up again. Dao Qingfeng felt that danger was once again imminent. A second later, Lin Mia rushed forward. "Where's my divine weapon?" fearing that a murder would occur. The disciples of the Qian Yuan sect hurriedly stopped Lin Mia. They tried their best to persuade him. "Head disciple, let it go. Don't stoop to his level. Head senior brother, don't get agitated." Lin Mia was so angry he was sobbing. Woo-woo. His forehead was suddenly flicked. It was his master, reminding Lin Mia. "Good disciple, don't cause any more trouble. There's something else I want to discuss with you." The sect master of the sacred sect appeared. He praised Lin Mia. "You are very outstanding. Starting from today, you are now the fiancé of the sacred maiden of our sacred sect." Lin Mia still hadn't recovered from the shock of almost getting the divine weapon. And now he heard this thunderous news. Oh my God, the sacred sect is a top-tier sect. Some of the brothers couldn't help but admire him. Head senior brother is so lucky. Whoa. For the sake of the sect, I almost lost my life. In the end, I fought in vain. Don't cry anymore. If the head disciple can marry into the sacred sect, we will naturally be taken care of by the sacred sect. The most excited person was probably Zhuqiang. He once again sidled up to the master. He chattered on, "Sect master, Lin Mia is leaving. Will the position of head disciple be vacant? What do you think of me? Actually, I'm not much worse than Lin Mia." The master directly ignored him. He led Lin Mia away. Zhuqiang hurriedly called out, "Sect master, don't go." This news, even the cultivators of the Wanwu sect were surprised. "Senior brother Qingfeng, it seems the person you have your heart set on has been snatched away by someone else." Dao Qingfeng's heart was in turmoil. He dismissed the crowd with a single word. The system then popped up a notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Gained the favor of the sacred sect's sect master. Completed this marriage contract. Reward: 1 level of cultivation." While the system was calculating the reward, Lin Mia shouted, "Wait, I'm not doing it. I want to break off the engagement." His words made the atmosphere freeze for 3 seconds. The disciples of the Wanwu sect pointed at Lin Mia and said with a laugh, "Senior brother Qingfeng, is there something wrong with this guy's head? It seems you have a chance." The sect master of the sacred sect glanced at the master of the Qian Yuan sect. He had, of course, heard Lin Mia's refusal. "If you break off the engagement, the resources that were promised to your sect will also be canceled. And our original promise, have you thought it through? How could the master ever let the sect suffer a loss?" He unleashed the immortal binding rope. Lin Mia was instantly tied up. He shouted, "Master, what are you doing?" The master immediately scolded, "You unfilial disciple. For this marriage, I, your master, I put in a lot of effort and hard work. I have made the greatest sacrifice, and you dare to break off the engagement?" With that, the master turned to the sect master of the sacred sect. He agreed to let them take him away. "The resources that were promised to our sect before, please reconsider. Also, the previous promise will still be kept as it is." Lin Mia saw that his master was crazy about selling him off, but he could do nothing but shout, "Hey, I'm a cultivator. How can I be humiliated like this? Even if the sacred sect's power is great, I will absolutely not be a man who lives off his wife. Even if you take me away, you can't take my heart away. Even if you can take my heart." The disciples of the Qian Yuan sect are of one mind. They will absolutely not agree. It would have been better not to mention the brothers who had gone through life and death with him just now. After he mentioned it, they all agreed, and they even conveniently carried him onto the bridal sedan. Lin Mia cried out helplessly, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" The disciples were now only concerned with, "I wonder when the resources will be distributed. Our sect is so poor. We can't even afford medicinal pills. Just sacrifice a little for us. Senior brother Lin Mia will be handed over to the sacred sect from now on." Even Zhuqiang joined in to push Lin Mia to marry into another family. The sect master just said it. "Lin Mia is leaving. I am the head disciple. Everyone, let's work hard to send Lin Mia to the sacred sect." The sect master of the sacred sect accepted Lin Mia. He said, "That's good too. From now on, He will cultivate in our sacred sect with the status of the head disciple of the Qian Yuan sect. And so, everyone witnessed it. The head disciple was escorted onto the sedan chair, unable to move. As the sedan chair left, his curses could still be heard. Damn it, shameless. What the hell? In broad daylight, they're forcing a good man to be their husband. Is there any justice in this world? His master and the disciples of the Qian Yuan sect squinted their eyes and waved goodbye to Lin Mia. Have a safe trip. Hand him over. The master turned back and said to Dao Qingfeng, the great calamity of heaven and earth is about to begin. Everyone is concerned about this great disaster. Your Wanwu sect should also prepare in advance. Dao Qingfeng bowed and accepted the order. Yes. The disciple returned to inform the sect master. Then he gave the order to retreat. Let's go. At the edge of the forest, Sule watched the streaks of light leaving in the sky. He sighed. The powerful Wanwu sect was defeated. How can this be? Sule recalled the techniques Lin Mia used in the battle earlier. He angrily punched the ground. Why? Why has Lin Mia become so strong? I am Sule, the tiger of the Golden Light sect. I am not resigned. As he roared, I am not resigned. A dark force appeared from behind with a gloomy voice. What a pitiful ant, even if you are not resigned 10,000 times. So what? Sule turned around in shock. What are you? The entity in front of him shot a spear of lightning from its mouth. It sent him tumbling backward. What are you doing? So strong. Who are you? The eyes of the dark entity glowed. He replied, we are the same. We are all pitiful failures. But this time, I will give you a chance to follow me. Let's show those prodigies what it means to pay the price. Sule saw that he couldn't defeat Lin Mia alone. He nodded and sank deeper into evil. I am willing. The sacred maiden of the sacred sect looked at the bound Lin Mia before her. She couldn't help but exclaim, you ugly man. Then the sacred maiden shook her head again. Perhaps I'm not the ugly one. I'm just. Lin Mia was puzzled. Isn't he the one being forced into marriage? Why is she so nervous? I'm not talking about you. He fell silent and made an observation. Besides, you are so beautiful. You probably have a lot of suitors, right? She's definitely not the sacred maiden who's worried about getting married. With this sentence from Lin Mia, the sacred maiden seemed to have a revelation. The system beeped at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Gained the favor of the sacred sect's sect master. Completed this marriage contract. Reward: 1 level of cultivation. The cultivation level was directly infused into his body. However, Lin Mia recognized the person in front of him. Wait a minute. The flying carriage in the sky was suddenly rocked by a powerful force. Immediately after, a gleaming ghost sword pierced through the carriage, shattering its body. Lin Mia was still bound. He fell with the momentum, cursing, damn it. What's going on? The holy maiden grabbed the chain with one hand and steadied her body with the other. She reassured Lin Mia, don't be afraid. I've got you. On this side, the sect master of the Sacred Light sect had noticed the commotion. His voice was tinged with anger as he reprimanded. The tribulation hasn't even begun, and you can't hold back already? Who is it? I'll give you one chance to get out of here. In response to his question, a gloomy voice echoed through the canyon. The tribulation? He laughed loudly. These deceitful lies. Cut the crap. As he finished, he appeared, his eyes a demonic, glowing red. He threatened the Sacred Light sect. Hand over the holy maiden, and I'll let you live. The sect master frowned and warned him. You overestimate yourself. The demonic creature, seeing that negotiation was useless, began to attack with its disgusting tentacles. You ignorant junior, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The sect master determined that. The situation was urgent. He ordered the old man, take them and go first. The old man saw the sect master charge into battle and couldn't stop him in time. He could only stand below, reaching out his hand in worry. Sect master, you. To reassure the old man, so he could save the others. The sect master replied with a burst of immortal energy. What can they do to me? As he finished, he looked on with murderous eyes. Demons and monsters. Get out here. His power erupted, blocking the attack of the tentacles. The old man received his orders. He signaled to the holy maiden. Quick, follow me. The cunning demon saw them flee. He was not short on tentacles. He extended one to block their path. It's not that easy. As he finished, a few of his minions rushed out. They were ordered to chase after the holy maiden. the dense forest below, was convenient for the old man to lead everyone into. He explained, "It's too conspicuous in the sky. On the ground, we can hide." They had to run as fast as they could. But at this moment, Lin Mia noticed a problem. "Wait a minute." He asked the Holy Maiden, what just happened at the very beginning? Seeing the three masked figures flying towards them. Escaping would no longer be easy. The leader with a few strands of green hair spoke, warning the three of them. "Let's see where you can run." The old man stopped. He stood in front of Lin Mia and the Holy Maiden, confronting the other man. "This aura and this strange appearance. You are the demon clan." They immediately showed their anger and attacked. "No, we are the ghosts of the past." Before they could even touch a hair on them, the demon clan member was struck down by the old man's sword. The old man sneered, "What kind of thing is a ghost? Back in the day, my title was the Sorrowful Ghost Sword. I'll just ask, are you scared or not?" Lin Mia and the Holy Maiden on the side applauded in admiration. The leader of the demon clan asked in return, "Is that so?" He used a magical art. In a flash, he appeared again, blocking the path of the three. They were still being pursued. The demon looked at them, blocked, and asked, "Trying to escape? Hand over your lives." They used the same technique as the great demon lord fighting the Sect master. It was the red suction tentacle. The old man saw the tentacles from the demon's fingers flying towards him. He chuckled to himself. Pathetic tricks. He transformed into the Sorrowful Ghost Sword. He slashed forward in a single motion. Although he managed to block most of their attacks, the leader suddenly increased his power. He pushed his internal energy, causing the sound of a sword shattering to ring out. The old man was in a state of shock. He was able to break my soul-slaying blade. He pulled a cylindrical object from his left breast pocket. Then he threw it towards the group of demons. "I'll admit you have some skill, but today I cannot let you stay. This is the Black Tortoise soul-suppressing lock." It immediately created a binding on the entire group of demons. The old man turned to Lin Mia and urged, "Quick, quick! I will control them now. You use this immortal artifact to deal with them." Lin Mia took the immortal artifact. As he prepared to kill, the demon spoke in a disdainful tone, "Kid, you're just a pawn of theirs. Why sell your life for them like this?" Lin Mia retorted, "Your divisive tactics are useless." He looked at him with a sarcastic gaze. "What I say is the truth. The heavenly tribulation is just a game of chess played by those in power. The sect master of the Sacred Light sect is the one playing the pieces, and is also a chess piece herself. For this game of chess, she has painstakingly cultivated the Holy Maiden." At this point, he emphasized, as if to awaken the Holy Maiden. A turning point is needed, and that is the sacrificial priest. 1,005 years ago, the Sacred Light sect and the Qian Yuan sect reached an agreement. You were cultivated by the Qian Yuan sect. Now do you understand why you must marry the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Light sect? Lin Mia asked in disbelief. "Am I that sacrificial priest?" The demon nodded and manipulated. "That's right. They don't need your life. Just to help the Holy Maiden awaken." Lin Mia fell silent, looking at the immortal artifact in his hand. The demon was still preaching. He gave Lin Mia a choice. "If you want to escape the fate of this chess game, joining us now is the only way to break the shackles of this world." The old man was worried when Lin Mia turned to ask him, "Is what he said true?" Lin Mia's face showed a hint of sadness. Impossible. He remembered when he was young. His master would bring back anything delicious. He even urged him, "Come quickly and try the new pill I've refined. It tastes like meat buns. It's useful, and it nourishes yin and yang. You'll need it later." Even when Lin Mia was mischievous enough to tear his clothes, it was his master who painstakingly sewed every stitch, while scolding him. "If you dare to tear your clothes again, I will beat you, but until it's raw. Oh my God, this sewing clothes thing is really hard." When he was injured while concentrating on his cultivation, it was his master who treated his cold and reminded him, "Disciple, in the future, you must combine cultivation with labor. Otherwise, your little life will be in danger." Seeing Lin Mia lost in his memories, the old man, who was struggling to hold back the demons, hurriedly reminded him, "Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. Even though you are the sacrifice, but..." When Lin Mia heard him admit that he was the one, he was stunned and asked again, "So, the sacrifice thing is real?" The old man replied in confusion, This. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You all really hid this from me? The holy maiden didn't know what to do. She called out softly, "Brother Lin Mia." The demons, seeing their chance, pressed on, tempting him, "Come here. Join us. Together, we will shatter this old, broken world. As for you guys, you will all die here today." Lin Mia was the one chosen by the system. He had his own opinions. After considering, he cursed them. "Empty words. I will not betray them because of a single word of yours. But one step back. Even if what you say is true, I will go and ask that old man for clarification, not listen to you guys spouting your mesmerizing words here." The old man, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. On the contrary, the demon clan, seeing they couldn't tempt Lin Mia, continued to throw out sharp words. "Kid, are you really willing to sacrifice your own life to work for others?" Lin Mia clenched the immortal artifact. "Indeed, I am not willing. Indeed, I am very angry." He pointed directly at the villain's side. "Therefore, I have decided to beat you all to death to vent my anger." This reasoning of Lin Mia's left the entire group of demons bewildered. As he finished, he turned and asked the old man, "What should I do?" The old man replied, "Use the immortal artifact." The leader of the demon clan roared in alarm, "Kid, you dare!" Lin Mia got into a stance. He asserted to them, "I'll kill you." The artifact, with great force, shot towards the group of demons. However, this was beyond the old man's expectations. He was horrified. That's not how you use it. The immortal artifact hit the demon's head. With a clang, it bounced off the battle area. Lin Mia looked over, dumbfounded. "Ha!" The old seventh elder, while struggling to hold the binding rope, shouted in anger, "Kid, you don't even know how to use an immortal artifact?" He had the perfect excuse, which was, "The economic situation of our Qianyuan sect is not good. So I've never used one before. My apologies." The demon was getting bonked on the forehead by the immortal artifact. He had no choice but to stand still and listen to the two cultivators in front of him bicker back and forth. Lin Mia said, "How can you blame me? If you had told me how to use it earlier, this wouldn't have happened." The old seventh elder throws his hands up. "I'm really at my wit's end with you." This infuriated the demon. "You people really have absolutely no respect for me." His eyes glowed. A demonic tail sprouted out. "Burst of inner power for me." The old seventh elder realized. The black tortoise soul-suppressing lock. It's been broken. How can this be? The formation is broken. A sudden storm of wind hits, forcing the three of them to struggle to stay upright. The face of that demon is revealed with two purple horns. Kid, since you're so willing to be someone else's dog, then I'll get rid of you first." What rushes forward is the dark aura of the demon race. Lin Mia doesn't know how to defend himself. That demon laughs loudly and asks, "Kid, how does it feel?" Lin Mia frankly praises him. The pressure is indeed very strong. He is severely injured and collapses, coughing up blood. What kind of technique is this? The old seventh elder guesses. Is this guy a dual pupil user from the demon race? The saintess has also recognized him. A dual pupil user. Rumor has it that if you look directly into this type of pupil technique, it can break any magic. Why would a top-tier expert like this from the demon race? That dual pupil user sees that Lin Mia is powerless to fight back. He plans to fly over and take his life. He scolds him for being a foolish and ignorant person. "If you don't want to live, then I will satisfy you." Lin Mia helplessly watches the attack about to land. The old seventh elder, in this critical situation, is forced to use a technique. He summons Thousand-Leaf Flying Flower. A large, peach blossom-colored dragon appears to block the dual pupil user. He scoffs. "Such paltry tricks. Get out of my way." The two sides clash. The dual pupil user only needs to use his inner power to attack the Thousand-Leaf Flying Flower. "Vanish from me." The dragon is immediately sucked into a black hole. He continues his attack. He casually reminds the three of them, "Magic has absolutely no effect on me." Lin Mia no longer surrenders. He trembles and calls out, "Absolute 9 Dragon Thunder." Lightning immediately strikes down. That dual pupil user glances at the sky. He scolds Lin Mia for being a fool, because he had already said, "I already told you magic has no effect on me." Lin Mia looks at the demon standing in the midst of the lightning. He struggles to reason. How can there be such an unbelievable divine ability? How are we supposed to fight this? The dual pupil user's tail whips back and forth. It even absorbs those 9 bolts of lightning. He crosses his arms. He looks down on Lin Mia and says, in the face of absolute power, "This is the end for you who do not know your own limits." With that, he whips his tail down. Lin Mia is hit. He painfully coughs up another large mouthful of blood. He feels that this is not good. A gust of wind flashes by, blocking in front of Lin Mia. Seeing the Saintess standing up to protect him, Lin Mia exclaims, "You are." The dual pupil user, seeing this, doesn't stop and punches forward. He looks down on the woman. "You are seeking death." The old 7th elder reminds him, "Don't underestimate the Saintess." The woman in front of him grabs his hand and says one word. The dual pupil user is sent flying by her move. Then he is slammed to the ground by the Saintess. Seeing him lying flat on the ground, the Saintess commands, "You are not allowed to bully others." With that, she grabs the 2 horns of the demon. He's caught by his weak spot. He panics and shouts, "What are you doing?" Everyone can see clearly. The Saintess uses her bare hands to break his horns. She even casually replies, "Who told you to do bad things?" The dual pupil user now backs away in fear. "Impossible. How do you have such strength?" The Saintess warns him, "Are you only scared now?" She even calls out, "Devouring beast." A mythical beast, a shounen, unseen for 1,000 years, is summoned by the Saintess. It opens its mouth and charges towards the dual pupil user. He is so scared he stutters. "You can control a monster? This is impossible." The 3 of them witness the Saintess's devouring beast. With one powerful strike, the dual pupil user's entire body is shattered. Only his lizard-like tail remains. In the deserted forest, seeing the dual pupil user's tail fall, the Saintess smiles and confirms. This time, he should be completely dead. Lin Mia pulls out the spikes one by one from the demon's earlier attack. He painfully tries to leave. He is stopped by the old 7th elder. "Stop," he points out. "Lin Mia, listen to me. Actually, things are not as you think." Lin Mia is silent. He suddenly criticizes, "You are the Saintess of the Shangjiao sect, aren't you? How dare you lie to me?" The Saintess is surprised by the accusation. She quickly waves her hands. "Brother Lin Mia, I didn't mean to lie to you." The old 7th elder clears his throat as a signal. Then he recounts, "That year, we did have special arrangements for you, but that original plan was abandoned by us long ago." Lin Mia, hearing this, smiles. He puts his hands behind his head and happily accepts the answer. "I knew that old man wouldn't harm me. Do you even need to remind me?" Lin Mia even urges the 2 of them. "Let's go." The Saintess looks behind her worriedly. "I wonder how Master is doing." The old 7th elder quickly replies to her, "The demon's target was you. It's just that this time, they didn't expect that you could already control the devouring beast." As for the Sect Master, she is one of the strongest cultivators in this world. A mere demon cannot threaten her. With that, the old man warns Lin Mia, "And don't even think about going back to your sect. Come back to the Shangjiao sect with us first." Lin Mia, who is happy, suddenly loses his smile. He turns back and asks seriously, "Why is the demon race chasing after her? And what is that devouring beast?" The old 7th elder replies, "I don't know the specifics of this matter either. Only the sect master and your master know. Furthermore, this matter is related to the heavenly tribulation. Since being forced into this marriage." Lin Mia has heard that phrase many times. He asks, "What exactly is it?" The old 7th elder provides a simulation to explain. The heavenly tribulation is a catastrophe. Every 1,000 years, the cultivation world will face it. Only by the entire cultivation world working together can we safely overcome it. Lin Mia, after hearing the explanation, exclaims, "Why does that sound so extraordinary?" The old 7th elder reminds him, "Stop talking nonsense. It's not safe here yet." The 3 of them collect their thoughts. Then they leave together. When they are out of sight, the dual pupil user's tail suddenly twitches. It rolls back and forth. It is gradually filled with a black mist. There is also a hateful voice. The dual pupil user is reborn from his tail. He crawls on the ground. "Damn it, I was almost killed." When he takes form, he is still a newly hatched individual. He weakly and slimily stands up. He exclaims, "Luckily, I have the bone rebirth technique," remembering the Saintess's technique from earlier. He frowns and analyzes. That woman can actually control the devouring beast. This is not what the intelligence said. This matter must be reported to the Great Lord. On the side of the Shung Jiao Sect Master, the situation is not looking good. You're still unsteady on your feet. It seems this is just a break in the middle of the fight. Although you can make me feel fear. With such strength, it's impossible to be unknown in the cultivation world. Who on earth are you? The great demon head answered him. I am the one who will change this rotten world. With that, he used earth and stones to summon the bamboo dragon hidden shadow. The stiff tentacles with sharp fangs once again flew towards the sect master. He summoned the golden body of the law to defend himself. The figure of a true immortal enveloped him. A lotus flower bloomed, beautiful beyond compare. Each lotus petal instantly turned into a weapon. They rushed forward to counter the tentacles. The tentacles were cut off, oozing a disgusting green slime. The sect master calmly asked the great demon head, "Do you always use such common and lowly tricks?" It can be seen that it seems you are able to hide your true fighting style. Seeing that the great demon head did not refute, the sect master silently made a judgment. It seems I've hit the nail on the head. Unless this person is someone I know, even someone very familiar, this has completely surpassed my expectations. To be able to command the demon race. Who on earth is this person? The one who knows about the devouring desolation in the holy maiden's body. Could only be. To avoid arousing his suspicion, he continued to speak. To be able to force me to use this move, you should be proud enough. Now, no matter how much you hide your head and show your tail, reveal your true form to me. The lotus flower from before was like a demon-revealing light. It shone directly on the slimy mess before him. The sect master was surprised to see. It's you. The black-clad figure sighed. This is impossible. This circle of black slime made the author exclaim. It's truly a pity. The readers won't see my face in this chapter. His gloomy voice rang out. But this is not a personal grudge. The sect master's attention was diverted. He didn't realize that a tightly closed eye had appeared behind him. When he turned around, it suddenly opened, along with the voice of that demon head. Then, farewell. That demonic eye stared wide, shining directly on the divine weapon protecting the sect master. A crack appeared. It shattered into pieces. The protective barrier was officially broken. The sect master angrily asked, "Why you? How could it be you? Why would the heavenly palace want to?" She knew it herself. She was about to be destroyed by him. With just one eye, the great demon head, officially for the first time, has destroyed one of the 10 strongest immortals, causing the sect master of the sacred sect to shatter into pieces. The three of them dared not delay. They soon saw the sacred sect. The old 7th master reminded them. We're almost there. But unexpectedly, 2 guard figures appeared in front of them. Not only in front, but immortals had also appeared all around, blocking their path. Stop! Don't move! Lin Mia also stopped. He thought warily, what are they trying to do now? The old 7th master recognized the person in front. He calmly asked, Lu Qing, what is going on? Lu Qing reported, Sect Master, his life jade tablet. Not long ago it shattered. This information reminded Lin Mia of the status of a life jade tablet. Isn't that a treasure that can represent a person's life or death status? The old 7th master asked in fear what? The holy maiden shared his sentiment. She worriedly asked, You're saying her master? How can this be? Lu Qing was blinded by anger. He pointed at the old 7th master and scolded. I was just about to ask you guys. The sect master took the holy maiden to meet this kid from the Qian Yuan sect. But why are you the only ones here now? What on earth happened? When did the sect master separate from you? The old 7th master realized this was an extremely serious situation. He recounted, on our way back here, we were attacked by the demon race. The sect master told us to go first. Could it be that this reason was unacceptable to Lu Qing? Just a small demon race. How could they attack the sect master? They don't have that kind of strength. He quickly came up with a plan. Where was she attacked? Take me there immediately. The old 7th master nodded. I'll take you there right away. With that, he turned to ask the holy maiden, but remembering the sect master's instructions. The old 7th master shook his head. The demon race's target is to capture you. You guys take Lin Mia back to the sacred sect first. The holy maiden fell into silence. Lin Mia looked over and replied, Got it. At this moment, a notification appeared. Lin Mia frowned as he read the news from the system. God-level choice mission issued. The Qian Yuan sect is in grave danger. Host, please make the correct choice. Option 1. Return to the Qianyuan sect now. Reward. 1 ordinary pill. Lin Mia was bewildered. What? The system jumped to option 2. Choose to ignore it. Reward. 1 intermediate grade pill. Seeing Lin Mia's sudden change in state, the old 7th master asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Lin Mia turned back. Inform the sacred sect. Something has happened to the Qianyuan sect. He ignored option 3. He smiled it off. Protect your own life. Reward. A top-grade pill. Seeing Lin Mia fly off alone like that, the old 7th master shouted, "Hey, wait!" The Qianyuan sect was engulfed in smoke and fire. The old 7th master and the holy maiden both decided to return with Lin Mia, standing in the midst of the thick smoke and dust. Even the old man had to exclaim, "How can this be?" The holy maiden looked around. "This is—" Lin Mia asked blankly, "Who did this?" He fell into a state of shock. Just a few moments ago, this place was still joyful and beautiful. How can it be like this now? Lin Mia watched the main hall collapse. He called out hopelessly, "Everyone! Master and the others." The old 7th master examined the surroundings. He warned cautiously, "There are still remnants of the demon race's aura here. It seems that after we left, the Qianyuan sect also couldn't escape disaster." Seeing Lin Mia still crying and not accepting reality, the old 7th master quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop the foolish thing he was about to do. The demon race might still be nearby. We must leave this place now. Lin Mia showed no respect for anyone. He pushed his hand away. In a state of despair and anger, he cursed, "Get lost. I don't believe it. The master must still be alive." The old 7th master had to present the white-faced man before Lin Mia. "Calm down a little. Our sect master died under unclear circumstances. The culprit behind this is definitely an existence beyond our imagination." Lin Mia's tears streamed down his face. All around him was the smell of smoke and explosions. The old 7th master's voice was still echoing, lecturing him. "With your current strength, what can you do? This place—" only made Lin Mia fall deeper into despair. His knees slammed to the ground. He let out a scream of agony. It wasn't until Lin Mia's hands had clawed the ground until they bled. But he calmed down. "Master! Everyone, rest assured." Lin Mia stood up. He wiped away all his tears. His gaze was sharp. "This debt, Lin Mia will get it back." The old 7th master next to him concluded. A sect was destroyed without a sound. Now, without the protection of the sect master, the sacred sect is no longer safe either. Since things have come to this, you must go to the heavenly palace. The 3 of them had no idea. The entire Qianyuan sect was also relocating. Everyone carried luggage on their shoulders. What was the master singing? He rubbed his nose and complained, "Who is cursing me?" Hawa looked at the smoke behind them. She felt lucky that they had retreated in time. Otherwise, we would have all died at the hands of the demon race. Zhuiqian also thought to himself in that direction. "Now I have finally become the head disciple, but the sect is no more." He sadly accepted the truth. "It's all because we are too weak." Another junior sister came over and asked the master, "I wonder how senior brother Lin Mia is doing right now." Someone answered her question. "He's at the Sacred Light sect. He probably isn't in any danger. The important thing for us right now is to hide well and try to avoid this coming catastrophe." "Master, this great catastrophe, it hasn't stopped there." The junior sister was still curious. Why did it happen in the first place? Was it the demon clan? The master closed his eyes and shook his head. His voice was full of helplessness. "It's not just the demon clan. The situation of the heavenly tribulation is very complicated. In the future, you will probably understand as well." Thinking of Lin Mia, he slowly walked on. "Mia, you've never wanted to compete with others, but this time you must be safe." The scene appeared. It was a memory of the Holy Maiden. In the forest managed by the Sacred Light sect, children were playing with each other. They called out, "Holy Maiden, come out and play with us." But that time she always avoided them. "I still have things to do. I'll be going now." In truth, she had nothing to do. She only dared to hide on the side and watch them play. Deep down, she always wondered, if only I were a normal person like them. At that moment, she accidentally caused a stone to fall from the roof tile. The sound attracted the children's attention. They looked up at the roof and wondered, "What was that sound? I wonder who's up there." It might be a stray dog or cat or something. The Holy Maiden chose to hide herself at that time. She told herself with her hands, I can't go out. I will harm other people. Gradually, from childhood to adulthood, she only ever heard their familiar remarks. She's the holy maiden. Her personality is so aloof. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. She doesn't care about anyone. What's so great about her? Isn't she just the holy maiden? The holy maiden was in her room, watching the sky by herself. That little bird over there is so beautiful. Even they were happily playing with her. At that moment, she suddenly thought, as she reached out to touch the little bird, if only I could be as free as it is. The little bird at that time suddenly wanted to fly over and play with the holy maiden. Her eyes blazed. She noticed something was wrong. The holy maiden, in that instant, felt something was not right. She could only exclaim in warning, "Ah, little bird, run away." It was that flick of the holy maiden's hand that unleashed the lowest level of the devouring desolation power. It shot straight towards the little bird to attack. Seeing the energy, she couldn't control harm an innocent creature. The holy maiden was helpless. No. She quickly ran to where the little bird had fallen. She cradled the creature's corpse, innocent in her hands. The holy maiden cried helplessly. Why did it turn out like this? The little bird is dead. Why? At that moment, the sect master witnessed the entire scene. She gently approached from behind and explained to the holy maiden, the nature of the devouring desolation is evil. Only a truly kind heart can suppress the devouring desolation. She sat down to comfort her. The little bird is indeed dead. But at this moment, you are saving thousands upon thousands of lives. The holy maiden's heart was in chaos. She looked up with misty eyes and asked hesitantly, "Is it true? Can I really do it?" At that moment, the sect master smiled and affirmed, "You can do it." The image of the innocent holy maiden at that time was gradually obscured by her maturity. And now, she remembered her master, who sacrificed herself to save her, to protect her. Beside her, Lin Mia was still lost in thought. He made a resolution. From now on, no matter what the situation is, I must do my best to increase my own strength. Speaking of their next destination, Lin Mia asked the old man, "What exactly is the Heavenly Palace? I've only ever heard of it before. Can it really protect us for the time being?" The old man answered with his knowledge. The Heavenly Palace was founded by the strongest cultivators. Its original purpose was to resist the 100-year cycle of the heavenly tribulation. The sect master of the Sacred Light sect was once one of the elders of the Heavenly Palace. Trust me, if it's not safe there, then there's no safe place left in this world. The three of them finally saw a place, called the Heavenly Palace in the clouds, under the main pillar of the entrance. Many cultivators had already gathered. Someone was admiring it with clicks of their tongue. So this is the Heavenly Palace. It's the wordless heavenly steel. Someone was leisurely discussing. I heard it contains thousands upon thousands of martial arts techniques. It encompasses all the phenomena of the heavens and earth. Seeing it today is truly astonishing. The old man, the holy maiden, and Lin Mia had landed. He looked at the crowd around them and wondered, so this is the Heavenly Palace. Why are so many people gathered here? The old man cautiously reminded the two of them, "We've arrived just in time." Every time the heavenly tribulation arrives, the Heavenly Palace reopens its gates to recruit many talented individuals to face the crisis together. Your master, when she encountered the heavenly tribulation last time, was chosen as a disciple by the Heavenly Palace and eventually became one of the elders. Now that you're being pursued by the demon clan, no matter what, you must join the Heavenly Palace. Only this place can protect and teach you. He kept turning to the young girl beside him, emphasizing, "Especially you, holy maiden. The sect master has passed away. There is no one left in the Sacred Light sect who can suppress the devouring desolation in your body. Only in the Heavenly Palace can your safety be guaranteed." The holy maiden had been thinking about the sect master the whole way. She remained silent. Only Lin Mia still had 1,000 questions. He asked, "What exactly is the devouring desolation? Why is it sealed in that little girl's body?" The old man shook his head. "Only the sect master knows about this. We only know that the sect master had a very long-term plan. Perhaps she originally intended to give her spot in the Heavenly Palace to the two of you. But now, I'm afraid you will have to take the test." With that, he instructed the two cultivators. "I am somewhat familiar with the Heavenly Palace. Regarding the sect master's passing, I must go and report it. You two wait here for a moment. Lin Mia saw that the holy maiden was still silent. He patted her on the shoulder. He said calmly, "Don't worry. With our aptitude, we can definitely enter the heavenly palace. When the time comes, we will work hard to cultivate together and avenge my master and yours." A beam of light appeared in the sky, flying towards them. It was accompanied by a not-so-friendly voice. Who is such a big mouth? He's certain he can enter the heavenly palace? A foot slowly landed on the archway. He reminded Lin Mia, the number of spots to enter the heavenly palace each year is limited. Qualified disciples will also be divided into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. Among them, the disciples who can be rated as A tier, there is only one person. Long Tongue Mu, he put his hands on his hips and postured. "Do you know who I am? That is the 4th prince, and only the 4th prince." Huh. With Mu Yi's appearance, the crowd below burst into an uproar. "Is this a member of the Long Tongue royal family? I heard the Long Tongue royal family's swordsmanship is domineering and outstanding. I'm afraid this A-tier disciple spot will really fall into his hands." Lin Mia showed a helpless expression. He thought this guy's show was a bit over the top. "I don't know you, but the system unexpectedly issued a God-tier selection mission. Faced with the provocation of Long Tongue Mu, please make the correct choice, host." Long Tongue Mu, he was still looking down at Lin Mia with a cool expression, but he was busy reading option 1. Forceful counterattack. Display your strength in front of Long Tongue Mu E. Reward: 1 ordinary soldier summoning pill. Option 2, flattery. Shamelessly praise Long Tongue Mu E to gain his favor. The reward is a mid-grade pill. Long Tongue Mu E is the strongest under the heavens. Option 3, advise him to take his medicine and quickly cure his mental illness. Do you have a problem with your performance here? I'm not playing with you. Lin Mia looked at the reward for this option. It was the heavenly dust imperial body. The fellow cultivators on the side saw Mu E walk up to Lin Mia. They discussed amongst themselves. "I wonder which sect disciple that is." He was targeted by Long Tongue Mu E as soon as he arrived. That Mu E was still arrogantly provoking Lin Mia. "Haha, this prince is number 1. I can only look down on you. Everyone sitting here is a chicken." Lin Mia, seeing him talk so much, snapped his fingers. Just as Long Tongue Muji was laughing boisterously, a piece of candy flew into his mouth. He froze in shock. His throat felt constricted. He coughed and gagged a few times. Long Tongue Muji angrily pointed a finger right at Lin Mia's face, demanding, "You, what did you just feed me?" Lin Mia spread his arms wide. He replied magnanimously, "Don't be scared. It's just quick candied." He points to his head. "I'll definitely choose mission 3. Lin Mia continues, "I heard it's very good for the brain. Eat a little more. It'll help with your condition." The saintess beside him innocently asks, "Brother Lin Mia, is that true?" Lin Mia holds out a large bag and replies, "Of course it's true." He pours the contents of the bag out, in front of all the cultivators. He emphasizes to Long Tongue Muji, "These are beans that specifically treat morons." After going this far, of course Lin Mia gets yelled at by Long Tongue Muji. "You insolent fool." He doesn't just yell. He wants to take action. Long Tongue Muji calls his sword attendant. "Qing Shui, come out." Lin Mia might not know what kind of entity Qing Shui is, but the brothers in the cultivation community immediately guess. Could it be? Muji points at Lin Mia and says to the guard who just appeared, "Teach him a lesson for me." That man is of the Long Tongue Imperial clan. Qing Shui, one of the 4 great sword attendants. Just as he is about to draw his sword, a powerful and authoritative voice stops him. "Stop." Lin Mia is still in a defensive stance, standing protectively in front of the saintess. The person who just spoke continues. "The selection to enter the heavenly palace is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves." He is the 6th elder of the heavenly palace. The cultivator brothers were already mentally prepared, but hearing the announcement, "It's about to begin," they're still shocked and worried. Only Long Tongue Muji is angrily huffing. Lin Mia taps the air. He wonders, "Where's my reward? Have I not completed the mission yet?" The 6th elder announces, "Once selected, the heavenly palace will be cut off from the outside world. All participating disciples must be cautious. The test is simple. Pass through the immortal ascension platform. Comprehend the heavenly palace's secret arts on the steel without reservation. That will be considered passing the test. Finally, the grand elders of the heavenly palace will evaluate and select the disciples. The sound of a deep drum echoes. Everyone looks at the long, long flight of stairs before them and knows. This is the moment. It has begun. The brothers from before have now turned it into a race. Everyone of them wants to be, I must be the first. Charge. But after running a few steps, the entire group is stopped by an invisible force. Some cultivators have already fallen to their knees, wondering, what's happening? The sixth elder explains. The Immortal Ascension platform is not as easy as you imagine. Every step you take is a test of your cultivation and your will. Those who rely only on their cultivation, but whose Tao hearts are not firm enough, will only feel that every step is as heavy as Mount Tai. A figure in purple flashes past the crowd. It's Long Tongue Muji. He scoffs at the people behind him. The Tao of this prince is my fate is my own, not for the heavens to decide. Get out of my way, all you useless people. Following him is Lin Mia. When he turns around, the anger from before flares up again. Kid, it's you again. Lin Mia once again throws a bean into his mouth. He watches Long Tongue Muji choke and cough, and says with a laugh, the race. Let this head disciple give you some medicine. Long Tongue Muji angrily throws a punch at Lin Mia. Are you insane? Get lost. Lin Mia doesn't fight back. He just takes the opportunity to throw beans into Long Tongue Muji's mouth. It makes him walk and cough at the same time, looking weary. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Mia manages to slow Long Tongue Muji down. One by one, people pass them, leaving Long Tongue Muji behind, fuming and cursing. Stop right there. Don't you dare pass this prince. Long Tongue Muji dusts off his clothes and gets up. As he walks past Lin Mia, he even warns him, kid, this prince will settle the score with you later. He struggles and charges forward. This prince is number one. As he is about to pass the person in front of him, he laughs triumphantly. I'll be the first to finish. But unfortunately, Lin Mia is always right behind him. He grabs the hem of his robe. His intention is to remind Long Tongue Muji, stop. The mission isn't complete yet. Lin Mia can't let Long Tongue get away. This move makes him shout in frustration. What on earth are you trying to do? Lin Mia has to see it through. He can only remind him, you're sick. You need to take your medicine. Long Tongue raises an arm. He's about to give Lin Mia a palm strike. You're the one who's sick, but as he yells, get lost. Lin Mia successfully dodges. He doesn't fight back. He watches Long Tongue, fuming, continue to walk while warning him. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll cripple you. Since coming to this world, Lin Mia's favorite thing to do is to poke the bear. He takes 2 steps. A kick. The quick kick sends Long Tongue sprawling. At this moment, he is consumed by rage. He forgets his image and curses, bastard. What on earth are you trying to do? Lin Mia approaches from behind. His voice is utterly shameless as he coaxes. Be a good boy. Babies have to take their medicine. He restrains Long Tongue Muji. He is force-fed beans by Lin Mia for a full minute. His mouth is bulging. He cries helplessly. Cough, cough, let me go. The cultivator brothers, upon seeing Lin Mia's teasing, are all extremely surprised. Is this guy crazy? What kind of monster is this? Every step of this Immortal Ascension platform is incredibly difficult, and he still has the energy to fool around. The Saintess leisurely stands to the side. She watches Lin Mia pinning Long Tongue Muji. She can't help but blush and wonder what is brother Lin Mia trying to do? In the observation area, there are 5 elders. One of them is frowning, displeased with Lin Mia's behavior. This is completely undignified. The one who spoke is the 5th elder of the Heavenly Palace. The 6th elder has a different opinion. Have you all not noticed? Long Tongue Muji is moving with ease on the Immortal Ascension platform. It proves his strength is not weak. But this kid is able to suppress him, to the point where Long Tongue Muji has no strength to fight back. His own ability is likely above Long Tongue Muji's. On the resting platform, Long Tongue Muji is tiredly chewing beans. He wails with a muffled voice. Stop stuffing me. I'll take the medicine. Lin Mia stands before him. He is still tossing a bean in his hand and asks, do you know what kind of illness you have? Muji, he really doesn't know what illness he has. Who has he offended? Lin Mia starts to psychologically manipulate him. He points it out to him. Of course it's a mental illness. Your ego is too inflated, delusional. Every day you think, my fate is my own, not for the heavens to decide. Isn't that a mental illness? Longting Muji's mouth is completely full of beans. At this moment, wrong becomes right. He nods like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. I'm sick. Please, let me go. I was wrong before. Rip. With long tongue Muji's admission. The system accepts the result. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Make long tongue Muji realize that he is a lunatic. Host reward. Primordial Celestial Emperor Body. Lin Mia is finally relieved. The Primordial Celestial Emperor Body has now begun to bind 100% with Lin Mia's spirit. He decides to move on because the final mission is complete. First, he must enter the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Long Tongue, behind him, looks up at Lin Mia. He starts to consider, this guy, this prince with my outstanding talent, am suppressed on this immortal ascension platform like an ordinary person. And he is able to suppress me. What is this guy's background? As Lin Mia walks past Long Tongue, he even leaves him with a parting shot. Oh, right. I was just kidding earlier. Don't mind me. Muji is literally about to die from anger. So angry that his face turns beet red. Lin Mia made him so angry he vomited blood. He wasn't done provoking him yet. He continued to advance, seeing the sky ahead. Lin Mia determined, this is the last level. However, just as his right foot was about to step up, his keen senses detected danger. In front of Lin Mia, a sword radiating a scorching aura was stuck in the ground. A deep voice resounded above Lin Mia's head. You are the second person besides me to have reached this place. He hadn't had enough of sticking his sword in the ground, so he challenged Lin Mia. You don't look ordinary either. Cool, me. Fight a few rounds with me. If you want to reach the top, you must have my permission. The cultivator brothers below pointed and asked, who are you? We are all testers. On what basis do we need your recognition? Mu Fan smiled and asked back, on what basis? He jumped down from the holy sword and declared his reason. Everyone who enters the heavenly palace is a genius of their generation. But I only recognize the truly strong. Mu Fan's power was so great that it made the cultivator brothers below unable to stand firm and curse. Damn it. What is this guy's background? Lin Mia was considering what to do next when the system notification sounded. A new mission has been issued. This mission's content is faced with the obstruction of the genius Mu Fan. Host, please make a choice. Option 1. Directly defeat the opponent. Force Mu Fan to withdraw from the summit. Reward. 1 body cleansing pill. Option 2. Use all your strength. Fight to a draw and gain Mu Fan's recognition. Reward. 1 golden marrow pill. Option 3. Assess the situation. Find an opportunity among the crowd. Wait for the right moment to act. Reward. Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill. Thinking of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill, Lin Mia affirmed that this was 100 times more precious than the Golden Marrow Pill. He immediately clicked on the third option. It absolutely cannot be missed. Up above, Mu Fan was urging, come on, let me see your strength. Lin Mia, who was busy selecting his choice, was misunderstood by the cultivator brothers as, this brother is truly fearless, facing Mu Fan without any fear. After making his choice, he was stunned to hear them sending him to the chopping block. That's right, Mu Fan. You're bullying people with your power. We may not be your match. Doesn't mean others aren't your match. The others here was none other than the fearless Lin Mia. The elders looked down from above. Seeing the situation change rapidly, they smiled and discussed with each other. This is interesting. Mu Fan seems to be from the Cloud Sea Mountain Villa. He's considered a top genius right now. For the others who want to reach the top, it won't be that easy. Elder Lu replied. The Heavenly Palace's selection. A gathering of geniuses. Just now, that kid was able to suppress the dragon vine, Mu-E. Perhaps the Cloud Sea Mountain Villa has met its match this time. The elders all agreed. This event will inevitably lead to a peak duel. Lin Mia was still bewildered when a sword stopped in front of him. Mu Fan, holding his holy sword, declared war. Make your move. I yearn for a worthy opponent. Lin Mia was anxiously considering. If this continues, won't I lose the chance for the Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill? He frowned and thought, no, I must think of a way. He saw Long Tongue and Mu-E slowly walking up from behind. Lin Mia smiled. He used his hand to push away that merciless blade. He reminded Mu Fan, don't think that no one can handle you. A familiar purple-robed figure walked over. Mu-E was still panting from exhaustion. when he was pushed forward by a force. Lin Mia announced, "Long Deng Mu, you go." This action made Mu Fan raise a question mark. Mu raised a question mark. He even looked up and down and gave him a string of curses. "The enemy is not you." Lin Mia seriously asked him, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Suddenly provoked, Long Tongue steadied himself and looked up at Mu Fan. He asked, "Scared of what?" Regaining his composure, Long Deng Mu put his hands on his hips and answered magnanimously, "How can I be scared? This prince is invincible under the heavens. Only this prince can be invincible under the heavens." Mu arrogantly declared, "Let's just have a fight." Lin Mia wanted this exact situation. He took out a megaphone and became the leader of the cheerleading squad. "With the Dragon Prince standing up for us. Everyone, let's charge forward together." The cultivators below had been waiting for this day for a long time. They united and shouted as they marched, "That's right. Let's teach this kid a lesson. Let it be arrogant." Watching the crowd gradually walk past him, Lin Mia smiled with satisfaction. "You guys charge ahead first. I will cheer 666 for you all." Lin Mia's attitude was seen by the old 7th Master and the Holy Maiden. The old man was no stranger to this guy. This trick of Lin Mia's. The 5th elder above turned to ask the 6th elder, "Are you sure he's really that strong?" The 6th elder's face darkened as he replied, "Theoretically, perhaps so. Of course, there's also the possibility, after all that was said and done. In the end, he had to give up and admit defeat. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Mu Fan's sword was once again stuck in the ground. This power made the cultivator brothers unable to stand firm. They tumbled backward. Everyone felt that the person in front of them was truly strong. Only Long Deng Mu was unaffected by that power. He even praised Mu Fan. "You've got some skills." With that, Long Deng called out Qing Shui. "I, in my capacity as the Dragon Prince, command you." He pointed at Mu Fan and shouted, "Kill him for me." Qing Shui wasn't allowed to fight Lin Mia earlier, but now he gets to fight Mu Fan. Qing Shui drew his sword. A flood rushed out along the sword's path. "Mu Fan, take this." The tip of the sword was lifted by Mu Fan. He skillfully used his sword to spin a shield in front of him. He even spoke contemptuously of Qing Shui's previous move. Useless skill. The flood was broken. Lin Mia, on the side, was planning to sneak away. He hid to one side. He heard Mu Fan slowly taunting Long Deng Mu. The Long Deng royal family is famous for its swordsmanship. I didn't expect a descendant to rely on a sword attendant. Are you a good-for-nothing yourself? Hearing Mu Fan say that about him, Long Deng Mu gritted his teeth in anger. He ordered, "You're looking for death. Qing Shui, get him for me." Media Unit Fan met the challenge. While fighting, he taunted Qing Shui as a pitiful person. Before he was alive, he was a famous sword cultivator in the entire world. Now, he's just the soul of the Soul Pavilion. You want to fight me with just that? The two auras of water and fire clashed. Mu Fan forcefully slashed down. "Disperse from me." That protective barrier of Qing Shui was quickly engulfed by fire. However, it didn't affect the close-quarters combatant. This made Mu Fan praise. "You do have some skills. Then let me see if you can block this next one." In the midst of the chaos, Lin Mia silently walked past them, but his figure was so large, only a blind person wouldn't have seen him. He was directly glanced at by Mu Fan and Qing Shui. Mu Fan's head was full of question marks. "Where are you going?" Lin Mia smoothed his hair. In this situation, one must smile confidently. "So sorry. Excuse me, everyone. Continue. You shouldn't stop." The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, erupted in a fit of rage. "This kid is fishing in troubled waters. Damn it. Are you playing us? You despicable villain. Get him." Lin Mia had not anticipated this reaction from the cultivator brothers. He looked worriedly at the aggressive crowd. Lin Mia quickly thought of a plan. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look over there. There's a bird that can fly." He successfully tricked the crowd into turning their heads to look at an empty space. Someone realized they had been tricked. Lin Mia was running away, and so the crowd continued to chase after him. They cursed at Lin Mia as they ran. Shameless and despicable. Lin Mia was one step away from the clouds, but a familiar holy sword was pointed straight at his chest. "Stop!" It stabbed into the ground, blocking Lin Mia's path. He angrily cursed at Mu Fan. "Big brother, you. Do I have a grudge with you or something?" Mu Fan disappointedly waved his hand. "I must have been seeing things. A useless thing like you is not worthy to enter the heavenly palace with me. Lin Mia used his old trick. He pointed behind him. Hey, there's a flying bird. He thought he could get past while he was looking away. But he didn't expect that. He was still staring intently at Lin Mia. You think I'll be fooled like them? As the two were in a standoff, suddenly, a flood rushed towards Mufan. He drew his sword to block the blow. He sneered, this guy. 1, 2. All of them are unworthy of entering the heavenly palace. Long Tingmu flew over to attack. Kid, I won't allow anyone to be more arrogant than this prince. Mufan thought this purple robe guy was just asking for a beating. He swung his sword, intending to cut a path down for him, just as the two powerhouses were about to clash in a fiery battle. Lin Mia's voice rang out, all right, everyone stop. Long Tongue and Mufan froze, looking towards Lin Mia. All the fellow cultivators also saw his recent actions. They cursed, damn it, this shameless, petty man. You've been successfully tricked by him. Lin Mia stood nonchalantly with his arms crossed on the highest platform of the heavenly palace gate. Everyone fell silent. The space suddenly became unusually quiet. The old man, with the long beard and hair, with his lazy, squinting eyes, asked, which family's disciple is this kid? How can he be so shameless? Even the sixth elder turned and said, too cunning. He's even lost his courage. He looked at Lin Mia, who was standing with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky, and concluded with his sentence. It seems I was blind before. The system displayed a notification congratulating him on completing the third option of the mission. The reward has been placed in the host's bag. His entire body was immediately pierced by a rainbow-colored stream of power. The system reminded. The host should check in a timely manner. He laughed happily, slapped his chest, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed slightly. He awkwardly looked at the aggressive person in front of him. He was seething, about to give him a beating. That Mufan was trembling with anger, stammering. Wanted to curse, but couldn't think of what to say. You. He silently waited for him to speak. He took another step closer and cursed. You think it's that simple? You think you've won just by reaching the top? The sword in his hand shot out powerful bolts of lightning. He glared at him menacingly. I'll throw you back down. No one around him stopped him. They whispered amongst themselves. The extreme thunder intent of Kwa Dao. I never thought Mufan could even comprehend such a Buddhist technique. One of them said, I think this kid is about to die here. He saw his situation. He tried to make peace, saying, we will all be cultivating in the heavenly palace in the future. Why must we do this? He glanced at him, pretending to be a little weak, and said, it's bad for our harmony. Just then, the system announced, innate desolate body has been bound by 99%. That Mufan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He charged forward with his sword. He didn't hesitate to aim for his neck and slash. You are not worthy to cultivate in the heavenly palace. The slash shook the heavens and the earth. The light was too bright, accompanied by a shout, fall for me. Everyone there could feel the abundant source of power. Everyone exclaimed in alarm, so strong. A small fry, bewildered, asked, is the main character dead? Lightning and storm clouds lingered, refusing to disperse. The system announced, innate true desolate body has been bound 100%. He had successfully bound it. He could now fully utilize the strength of the heavenly dust imperial body. The thunderclouds gradually dispersed, revealing 2 fingers pinching the sword. Lin Mia stood there calmly, towering. He had caught his sword tip with his bare hands. He exclaimed, that was close. Almost didn't make it in time. That Mufan was stunned to see him still unharmed. Not even a scratch on him. He shouted, what? He gripped his hands tightly, preparing to unleash another move. He was sweating profusely and said, impossible. But he didn't give him the chance. His 2 fingers pinched his sword. He said coldly, come back here. He smirked and warned, not coming back? Then he clenched his fist tightly. As fast as lightning, he punched the sword. The sword broke in half instantly. Like hitting a toy. The other guys all exclaimed in astonishment, holy crap. He broke it. The red-haired, long-tongued Mu, seeing this, also said in surprise, what's going on? Is this kid that strong? The other guy's sword was completely destroyed. Now it's not even as good as a normal sword. Lin Mia stood on high. He held out his hand and said to him, although you have lost, your strength is not greater than mine. but you have surpassed the vast majority of others. Next time, don't be so self-righteous, blocking other people's paths. Admit when you're wrong, and argue when you're right. He still refused to admit defeat, his face grim. His whole body seemed to shoot out bolts of angry lightning as he said, I never thought you could force me to use this move. He silently listened to him. Although you are a shameless, petty man. He threw his head back to the sky. He spread his arms and took out a sword even bigger and longer than the last one. He roared, but I acknowledge your strength. The old man with the bristly beard and hair, seeing the sword the other guy took out, said in surprise, 9 heavens mystic thunder. The blue-robed man with the earrings squinted and asked, what is the 9 heavens mystic thunder? The old man replied, to become the master of the cloud, sea mountain manor, one must master the 9 heavens mystic thunder. Thinking of the scene of people dying like crazy, the old man continued, but every year, many disciples die under the 9 heavens mystic thunder while cultivating. And yet now, this Mu Fan can take out such a powerful sword. It seems Mu Fan's talent is beyond ordinary. Lu Zhonglao thought Lin Mia would be defeated by this sword. He said with a hint of mockery, this farce should end. Get that kid out of there. But the person next to him said, I don't think that kid is panicking at all. Lin Mia was now looking at the sword. He was only a little surprised, not worried or scared at all. In fact, that surprise was more like, I thought it would be something special, but it turns out to be just this. He pointed at his sword and frankly criticized, this? You can call this the 9 heavens mystic thunder? Mu Fan was furious when he heard this. His good stuff turned out to be not even as good as someone else's junk. He shouted, what did you say? His eyes shot out fierce bolts of lightning. But he didn't expect that. Now, around Lin Mia, there was an electric dragon coiling. He looked at him calmly and said, look carefully. That Mu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, what? This is... The people below were also all stunned. They fearfully and chaotically said, so big. This kid is that strong. One of them even shouted, oh my God. He's that strong. Why was he so shameless just now? Qing Jiao looked at him, covering her mouth and blushing with admiration as she said, Brother Lin Mia is so amazing. He raised one hand to the sky. Then he swung it forward, creating a source of energy that shot past the other guy's face. He was thrown back and exclaimed, the thunder letter art is that strong? He looked down at his hands helplessly and said, as the head of the cloud, sea mountain manor, I can't even do it. How can you do it? At this point, he didn't understand what he was saying anymore. He feigned ignorance and asked, what cloud sea mountain manor? I've never heard of it. He even theatrically touched his chin and looked at him mockingly. I never thought you were a pitiful person too. You don't even know the rushing thunder art. I'm afraid that whatever mountain manor it is, it's very poor, right? The faces of the people below were as black as the bottom of a pot. They said, speechless, very poor. One of them couldn't help but explain, the Cloud Sea Mountain Manor is the #1 mountain manor in the world. And he dares to say it's very poor? Unless he comes from an even more terrifying force. Mu Fan, hearing him, thought he really came from a rich place. So he clasped his hands and asked seriously, may I know which sect you are from? He answered theatrically, if I say it, I'm afraid it will scare you to death. His eyes sparkled, but he said with pride, this humble one is a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect. Both Mu Fan and the people below looked at him with disbelief. I wonder how long he can hold out. Those guys started whispering and bad-mouthing. Isn't that Qian Yuan sect a small sect? That's right. I heard they're really poor. How did they manage to possess such a profound thunder-controlled Dharma gate? Besides, isn't the rushing thunder technique just a normal low-level cultivation method? How can it be so powerful? Up above, Lin Mia had no idea how pitifully small his sect was in the martial world. He even spread his arms and said, I originally thought our sect was very poor, but I didn't expect you guys to be even poorer and more pathetic. It's because he doesn't know what others have, and he still says they're poorer than him. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to flick his forehead. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. From now on, don't bully others anymore. He said one sentence, stand down. At the same time, he flicked his forehead. Unexpectedly, he flicked so gently that Mu Fan's head almost flew off. His whole body was sent flying downwards in a straight line. The crowd below screamed in terror. That gentle flick was so freaking strong. It's over. He turned and walked away. The guys below looked at him and said, "This guy is even more of a show-off than that long-tongue moo." Lin Mia turned away, trying to hold back his excitement. His hands were clenched, suppressing his joy to the point where tears streamed down his face. My God, I must have been so cool just now. I must have made them submit to me. The old elder Lu now changed his tune, stroking his beard and saying, "See? There. I said it just now." His face shamelessly turned and said, "This kid is unfathomably deep. A truly talented person." The guy standing with him was unconvinced but could do nothing but weakly protest. "Tisich, you didn't say that just now." More and more people were walking up the stairs. On the platform, some were standing, some were sitting. Everyone gathered to listen to the elders speak. All those who passed the first test of will now begin the test of aptitude. That long-tongue moo was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands were on his knees. His eyes were closed, concentrating on listening to the old man. Eliminate distracting thoughts. Gather your mind. Qian Jiao and the other disciples were also sitting seriously. The phantom bell will guide your consciousness. It will take you to meet the divine souls of the past elders of the heavenly palace. Lin Mia also sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I'm sure this kid will definitely gain some benefits from this round. Elder Lu stood above, looking down at him, and continued. A bright future ahead. The old man said, "Let's go down and take a look." The fifth elder agreed. With that, the three of them jumped down to the platform. The sixth elder looked at the giant bell in front of him and said, "Inside the phantom bell are stored the cultivation methods of the powerful experts of past generations of the heavenly palace. What you can comprehend would depend on your own fortune." The phantom bell began to show signs of a reaction. Small green flames appeared around it. It's starting. The kids sitting here, their bodies also began to emit spiritual power. But the spiritual power of that long-tongue moo changed the most. The elder shouted, "Relax your minds." The bell began to shake more and more violently. The phantom bell will resonate with your divine souls. That long-tongue moo let out a small cry, ugh ugh. He had appeared in the secret realm of the heavenly steel. The elders standing around exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Recognizing this place, he bowed his head. "Senior." The old man standing in front of him replied, "Not bad talent. There are 3,000 secret arts. You may choose as you wish." Thousands of books appeared around him. "What path do you wish to follow?" He joyfully and confidently shouted, "I want to cultivate the supreme sword Tao." As soon as he said that, the old men here were at a loss for words, not knowing what to say to the junior. But the old man still replied, "All right," and threw him a book. He picked it up to look. "This is..." And he opened his eyes. He saw that he had returned to reality. It's over. His spiritual power surged violently. He noticed, "I really do have the knowledge of a sword art in my mind." The bell began to shake more and more violently. The sixth elder stood before him with his hand behind his back and asked, "Not bad, to be able to elicit a six-chime ring. The secret art you comprehended will surely make you more outstanding." He frowned and asked back, "6 chimes?" The old man replied, "That's right." He looked at the bell and explained, "The cultivation methods of the heavenly steel are divided into 9 chimes. A 6-chime ring is considered a genius among geniuses." The bell began to emit a stronger and stronger spiritual power. It seems the others are not bad either. The bell began to ring again. 2, 3, 4. Even that long-tongue moo had to turn and look. 5, 6. The elders counted as they looked at the bell in surprise. It was Mu Fan. He had rung the bell a full 7 times. The old man said happily, "This kid Mu Fan is truly extraordinary." 7 chimes. The guy standing behind him replied, "Not bad. In the future, he might become a powerful expert in a region." After that, the others also received books one by one. Everyone was surprised. "This is..." Some guy said happily, "I've obtained a cultivation method." Looking at the kids brimming with spiritual power in front of him, it seems many people have gained something this time. This guy looked over at Lin Mia. He said, "The others have all finished. This guy, on the other hand, is so slow. I'm afraid he has comprehended something very formidable." The sixth elder looked at him and thought, "This kid's talent is very good. In the future, he will definitely not be an ordinary person. Even I have started to become a little curious." His spiritual power finally began to strengthen. He had connected with the bell. An old man's voice rang out. Is it starting? Lin Mia opened his eyes. He saw that he had crossed over to another space. He asked in surprise, where am I? In front of him appeared several old men. They were in order: Immortal Venerable Chong Nu, Immortal Venerable Chong Ching, and Immortal Venerable Chong Shou. He looked at the three old men and asked, these three are... Then he clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, seniors. The old Immortal Venerable Chong Ching looked at him and said, tisk tisk. Another primordial imperial spirit body. The three old men seemed very interested and said, it's been so many years since we've seen such a prodigy. With that, many books appeared around him. The old man said, choose one. These are all supreme cultivation methods. The system appeared. God tier selection, system mission issued. Option 1, smiley face. Believe that your strength is superior. Reward is a low-grade cultivation method. He looked at it and didn't even want to choose. Option 2, smiley face. Believe that your talent is ordinary. Decide. Reward is a mid-grade cultivation method. He heard that and didn't like it either. Finally, option pet smiley. Believe that your talent is foolish. Reward is an emperor-grade cultivation method. He heard that and was so surprised and happy he thought, an emperor-grade cultivation method. He bit his teeth to hold back his excitement. Isn't this a cultivation method that only exists in legends? The old Immortal Venerable Chong Ching continued to ask him, have you thought about it? He touched his chin and said this. Then he put on a shy expression. This disciple's talent is foolish. I have decided to refuse enlightenment. Seeing his answer, all three old men were surprised and shouted, what? The old Immortal Venerable Chong Ching broke out in a sweat and tried to explain to him, are you sure? These are all the strongest classics of all time in the Heavenly Palace. Before he could answer, the old Immortal Venerable Chong Nu crossed his arms, looked at him, and shouted, kid, are you trying to be noble? Do you feel that your talent is ordinary? Do you feel that these classics of ours are not worthy of you? Is that right? He broke out in a sweat and didn't dare to look at the old man as he explained. I didn't say that. But the old Immortal Venerable Chong Nu didn't listen and rushed over to hit him. You pretentious brat. Your mouth still smells of milk. Seeing the old man's punch coming, he also raised his fist to block it. He closed his eyes tightly and shouted, Senior, I really didn't mean it. His fist and the old Immortal Venerable Chong Nu's fist slammed into each other. But unexpectedly, the big old man was sent flying backwards by his punch. He tumbled over. Everyone was shocked. The old Immortal Venerable Chong Ching quickly turned and asked, Immortal Venerable Chong Nu, are you all right? He could only scream in pain, ah. Even Lin Mia was surprised and looked at his hand. The old Immortal Venerable Chong Nu's head was bruised from a punch. He angrily shouted, hateful primordial imperial spirit body. If it weren't for the fact that this old man is now just a divine soul. As the old man hadn't finished speaking, he smiled smugly and provoked the old man. So you're saying, you can't hurt me at all. The old man was angered by his words. He charged straight at him, cursing, bastard, don't get cocky. Again. Lin Mia raised both hands in front of his chest to defend himself. He didn't even bother to fight back. The old man was sent flying. He couldn't even touch him. He watched the old man fall, placed his hand on his chest, and sighed in relief. As expected, it seems that because of the system's reward, the innate imperial spirit body, in this spiritual world, these old ancestors can't hurt me. Old man Chong Nu now had 2 bumps on his head. He jumped up, even angrier. Damn it, how could the Heavenly Palace accept someone who looks down on others like this? His star-like eyes looked at the old man. Just in time. I also have something to ask you. Old man Chong Nu was covered in sweat. He turned to look at the other 2 old men who were spreading out. He shouted, what do you want to do? He shouted at the other 2 old men, hurry up. Let the illusory bell ring. Quickly get him out of here. At this moment in the outside world, the bell was shaking more violently than ever before. Everyone outside was shocked. It's ringing. Is he about to succeed? The 6th elder stroked his beard and said with interest, let me see what you have obtained, to be able to make the bell ring so many times. But unexpectedly, the bell kept ringing without stopping. The young man outside looked at the bell and shouted nervously, what's going on? Why is the illusory bell being abused like this? The 6th elder could no longer remain calm. He said in surprise, as expected of the highest level. This is 90 chimes. After a while in the background, the three old men were finally subdued by him. Old man Chong Nu, who had been beaten the most, was so angry he was crying. His whole body trembled as he pointed at him. You brat, relying on your innate imperial spirit body, you have no martial virtue. I'll remember you. He said that. Not only was he not afraid, but he also raised his fist to threaten the old man back. Still not convinced? In the end, the old man had to give in, raising his hand and asking through gritted teeth, "What on earth do you want?" He clenched his fists and stood opposite the three old men, saying seriously, "Can we talk now? I hope you can tell me now. What exactly is the heaven and earth calamity?" Chongqing looked at him and answered gently, "Young man, what are you asking? What do you want to know?" He frowned and emphasized each sentence. "I want to know everything." He recalled what the masters had said. The vast majority of people don't know much about the heaven and earth calamity, and those who do know are very vague about it. But I know it's definitely not as simple as the demon race causing trouble. He spread his arms and stood before the old men, saying, "Your ancestors founded the heavenly palace. Tell me the real news." Old man Chong Shou looked at him. Only now did the old man speak. "Young man, I can only tell you that the heaven and earth tribulation is the retribution of this world's original sin against us cultivators." Ling Nu crossed his arms and continued. "Before the heavenly palace was built, this world was heading towards destruction. It was us and the first generation sect master who tried to turn the tide. But the old man only said that much. Then the three of them turned and left, even mocking him. What can this brat do even if we tell him? It's just a waste of time. He won't understand until he's experienced it. Let's go." Seeing the old men leave, he was startled. He hurriedly called out after them, "Wait, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly is the heaven and earth calamity? Why does it attract me? What methods have your heavenly palace used for generations to resolve it?" Old man Chong Nu turned back to look at him and replied, "You stinking brat. It seems you see further than other disciples. You also have more doubts. But I can tell you that everything the heavenly palace does is to prolong the existence of our world." Old man Chongqing also turned back and said to him, "I don't know why there's a brat with an innate imperial spirit body like this. You have an incredible talent. Wait until you become an elder of the heavenly palace. Come and ask us then. At that time, you will also have the right to know everything." With that, the old men disappeared. Despite him calling out, "Hey, hey," he helplessly shouted, "Wait." The bell finally stopped. Then it suddenly exploded. Everyone looked up, their jaws dropping. It exploded? Then, three lights representing the three old men from before shot out and disappeared. Lin Mia also woke up. He was panting heavily. Phew, I'm back." Everyone around him looked at him in silence. The atmosphere was really awkward. He also looked at them, confused. The sixth elder stepped forward and asked, "What did you get?" He stumbled and looked at the old man. He stammered, not knowing what to say. I. The fifth elder asked nervously, "Which one? Is it the sect's founding technique?" The old man with the bulging hair said knowingly, "No, that's not right. He must have comprehended the Bodhi myriad manifestations technique of the longevity immortal venerable. It's said to be the strongest of all generations." But the white-haired man clenched his fist and asserted, "The strongest of all generations must be the great evolution art of the palace master." While the three of them were discussing what he had gotten, he turned away in embarrassment. Sweating profusely, he said truthfully, "I didn't comprehend anything." As soon as he said that, the three of them froze. They all turned to look at him in silence. They lost interest in saving him. The sixth elder was so angry he went crazy and wanted to rush towards him. But the other two elders stopped him. The old man shouted and cursed, "I will chop him to death. Didn't comprehend anything. And you broke the illusory bell. You have to pay. You have to pay. You have to create a new illusory bell. How many precious materials will that take?" The other elder, while holding back the sixth elder, said calmly, "Elder, calm down. Why don't we listen to his explanation?" Only then did he calm down a little. He stood there, pointing at him threateningly. "Speak. What on earth happened?" The old man was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. He was sweating as he thought of the scene of the three old men kneeling before him. He thought, "If I say I beat up the old ancestors, I'm afraid it will be awkward." While he was still thinking about what to say, he came up with a plan. He placed his hand on his chest and answered confidently. Actually, it's like this. The old ancestors saw that my talent was outstanding. I'm a rare cultivation prodigy that is seen once in 1,000 years. If they were to teach me their own techniques, they were afraid of wasting time. So the old ancestors decided to let me create my own techniques. All the elders were skeptical. The sixth elder looked at him and asked again, "Create your own?" Another old man said, "This has never happened in tens of millions of years." He sighed, troubled. This. He frowned and stared at him intently. "Are you telling the truth?" He also frowned and looked straight into the old man's eyes. Of course. Seeing him so determined, the old man had to temporarily believe him and said, "Forget it. I'll believe you for now, but you still need to pay for breaking the illusory bell." He heard it as if he had been struck by lightning. He jumped up and shouted. He trembled and looked away. He looked aggrieved. "How much?" "The priceless value of the illusory bell." The old man held out his hand. "At least 100,000 spirit stones." He was so shocked he stuck out his tongue and shouted, 100,000! He looked down at his poor, empty hands in despair and said, "Our Qianyuan sect is very poor. Now we've even lost our mountain gate. I'm afraid we can't afford it." The old man took out his abacus and calculated. "Then you'll have to work for our heavenly palace. You could get 10 spirit stones a month. If we calculate, you have to work for 830 years and 3 months in the heavenly palace." The old man even said shamelessly, "But I am very merciful. I can remove some of the steps for you. Let's just say 830 years. Hearing the huge debt, he felt like he was being crushed to death by money and groaned. "Why is my fate so miserable?" But he immediately resisted fiercely. 830 years. Why don't you just go and rob someone? Besides, on what basis do you say I broke that thing? The old man looked at him coldly and replied, "You were the last one. If you didn't break it, who could it be? Furthermore, you haven't comprehended any cultivation techniques. According to the rules, the heavenly palace originally cannot accept you." He frowned and argued. "The cultivation technique, didn't I already say? It was the ancestors who told me to create my own technique." He was still talking when that long tongue move suddenly cut in. "I say," he sneered at him, "don't tell me you think you can create a technique stronger than an emperor rank technique. That's the art of the heavenly palace ancestors. Even when you're bluffing, you should have a draft first." Provoked, he immediately flew into a rage. Flames of anger billowed. "Today I will show you all." But just then, the system gave him several choices. Option 1. Take out the emperor cultivation technique in front of everyone. This is the choice to defeat the sixth elder and long tongue moo. Option 2. Declare 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Here, he would take out a book and say something to astonish everyone with his talent. Finally, the third option. This was also the option with the highest reward. Vulgar growth. The one who lives to the end is the winner. This option was to do nothing right now. He looked at the choices, his face dark with anger. His whole body trembled as he said, "I certainly can't think of a technique stronger than the heavenly palace ancestors. It's just that." The sixth elder directly cut him off. He turned and left, saying, "Although your talent is extraordinary, but if you can't cultivate our heavenly palace's arts, how can we possibly accept you?" He concluded with a sentence. "Staying in the heavenly palace as a handyman is already the best option. You have to know that. If it were to be a handyman, countless people in the cultivation world would be clamoring to get in." He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Hey, I clearly passed all the tests. On what grounds am I just a handyman? Don't bully people like this." Qing Jiao, at his side, also felt it was unfair for him. That long tongue moo, with his hands on his hips, looked at him and sneered. "Who's to blame for you not being taught a cultivation technique by the elders of the heavenly palace? I say, could it be that they look down on your aptitude as being too poor?" Just then, another elder walked up. "Wait a moment." He clasped his hands and bowed to the sixth elder, saying, "This humble one is an elder of the Sacred Light Sect. I pay my respects to the seniors of the heavenly palace." He clasped his hands and earnestly pleaded, "Elders, I wish to clarify this matter with the heavenly palace master. Lin Mia's Qianyuan sect and our Sacred Light sect have both been attacked by the demon clan. We came to the heavenly palace to seek help." The sixth elder and the others were all surprised and exclaimed, "The demon clan?" The young disciples, thinking of the demons, said, "The demon clan? Isn't that the legendary, innately bloodthirsty race? Could it be that they have appeared again?" Another young disciple also said, "I heard that when the demon clan appears, the world will surely fall into great chaos." The sixth elder stroked his beard, troubled. This, if the demon clan has really appeared, the situation is indeed not very optimistic. The old man clasped his hands and said, "Letting the two of them stay in the heavenly palace was also a prior arrangement of the Sacred Light Sect's sect master." The elder of the Sacred Light sect continued, "Perhaps the sect master had her own considerations. I hope the elders can understand." The sixth elder stroked his beard and said nothing. The fifth elder behind him said, "Although he wasn't taught a cultivation technique, Lin Mia's talent is indeed not bad. Accepting him, on the contrary, is fine." The old man with the golden hair was still talking, but without that. Before he could finish, the sixth elder said loudly, "All right." He looked at the old man and said, "Since it was the sect master's decision, then making an exception this one time is fine." The Sacred Light sect's elder clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, thank you." Time passed. A while later, the crowd gathered and stood still. The ranking is about to begin. They discussed amongst themselves. "I wonder what rank we will be." One of them replied, "You have to know that the ranks are different, and the resources distributed after entering the heavenly palace are also different." That long-tongued Mu arrogantly said loudly, "Is there even a need to say? This prince will definitely be ranked in the A tier." But he didn't expect that. There would be a young disciple who glanced at him with contempt and said, "It seems you couldn't even defeat Mu Fan." Another person pointed at Mu Fan and said, "If we're talking about A tier, the one with the best chance is only Mu Fan." He paused as he said this and glanced over at Lin Mia. Suddenly, the crowd gathered around the golden board. It's announced. The sixth elder stood on high, his hands clasped behind his back. This time's ranking has been decided. In terms of pure strength, the strongest is none other than Lin Mia. Even Mu Fan is only one step below him. The person next to him said, "But he only comes from a small sect with no inheritance, and he hasn't comprehended any high-level cultivation techniques from the heavenly palace. Sooner or later, he will be left behind. If he is ranked in the A tier, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of talk." The sixth elder looked at him and agreed. "That's true, on the other hand." But compared to him, he turned back to look at the other elders. Actually, the situation of the Sacred Light Sect's Holy Maiden is more complicated. The fifth elder replied, "You mean the thing in her body?" The sixth elder's eyes twinkled with a hidden meaning as he said, "This matter. The Sacred Light Sect Master must have already calculated it." He was a little sad. A pity. She died before she could make the arrangements. This is not something that can be resolved by a few ordinary elders like us. The old man with the golden hair asked in surprise, "So what are we supposed to do now?" The sixth elder didn't look at him and said, "Just rank them as D tier." The blue-robed man spoke again. "That's not good, is it? Their talents are not weak. D tier is the lowest rank. The resources are not just a little bit worse." The sixth elder glanced at him and said, "It's fine. Just let her go and teach them." This person was startled and looked at him. "You mean?" Then he calmed down. "That's good too. After all, having her watch over them, on the other hand, can also put others at ease." The old man picked up his brush and wrote. On the golden board, names appeared one by one. The young disciples also cheered. "It's here." Everyone was eagerly anticipating. "Look quick, the list is out. Is this prince in the A tier?" That long-tongued Mu watched intently. He was utterly disappointed. He knelt on the ground. B tier, B tier. This prince is actually B tier." Qing Jiao looked up at the golden board and asked him, "Brother Lin Mia, I wonder what our ranking is." He calmly reassured her, "Don't worry. Our performance, if not A tier, is definitely B tier." He clenched his fist. He thought with strong conviction. With the emperor technique the system gave me, as long as I have enough resources, I can definitely rise up quickly and avenge their master and sect. Qing Jiao pointed and called out, "Brother Lin Mia, that." The young lady looked at him, speechless, and said, "It seems we are D tier." He immediately turned, his face changing. The two of them stared at the golden board for a long time, unable to believe their eyes. He was still feeling down and disappointed when he saw that long tongue moo pointing and scolding. There must be someone behind this. I think you Heavenly Palace people are jealous of this prince's talent. That's why you deliberately underrated me. This prince is not impressed. Qing Jiao looked at him and asked, Brother Lin Mia, what should we do now? How about we go back to the Sacred Light Sect? There, I am a holy maiden. The cultivation resources will definitely be given to us. He clenched his fist with determination. It's okay. With the talent of the two of us. He paused as he said this, his voice choking. Tears welled up in his eyes. He tried to act like he was fine and said, even if we are D-tier, sooner or later we will rise up. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him with trust. Really? He still cheerfully slapped his chest and laughed loudly, affirming with certainty. Of course, everyone was in an uproar. A person's voice rang out, everyone. It was the sixth elder. He looked at everyone seriously and said, the ranking has been decided. The disciples who were ranked low don't need to be discouraged. Lin Mia and Qing Jiao listened silently. Being able to enter the Heavenly Palace to cultivate represents that each and every one of you has limitless potential. Mu Fan and Long Tongue Mu also listened in silence. The disciples who were ranked high also don't need to be arrogant. You have to know that. This is merely the first step for you to enter the Heavenly Palace to cultivate. The old man stood before everyone and said, now, go find your elders and report to them. They will guide your future cultivation. All the disciples clasped their hands and shouted in unison, yes. The towering mountain in front of them is the Heavenly Palace's great music peak. Two people were whispering and bad-mouthing in front of Lin Mia and Qian Jiao. One of them covered his mouth and said, they're the new disciples who want to become Elder Li's disciples. Can they handle it this time? Qian Jiao said worriedly as she climbed the stairs. Elder Li seems to have a not-so-good reputation. But he pointed to himself. He confidently reassured her, don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. She smiled brightly. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. MHM. The two of them stood in front of a house on a mountain. This is the place. Lin Mia clasped his hands and bowed. He said loudly with a bit of nervousness, this humble one is Lin Mia. I have been ordered to enter the great music peak. The door immediately creaked open. A little kid with 2 buns in his hair came out. I can't believe it's been so long. The kid was wearing a golden ring and a red shirt. He looked a lot like Neza. He was holding a wine gourd. He looked at the two of them and said, those old geezers finally sent me 2 disciples. Qian Jiao looked at this kid and saw his fierce and powerful aura. She was stunned and said, this is... Her face suddenly turned pale. She felt that he was very scary. But she didn't expect that. Lin Mia didn't recognize the person in front of him. He flirtatiously went up to him and said, whose kid are you? We're not here to find you. He even gave him a lollipop. Take it and go quickly. I heard Elderly has a bad temper. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Jiao screamed in terror. Brother Lin Mia, don't. He turned to look at her in surprise. But he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by the kid. His whole body erupted with a powerful spiritual energy. He also felt a pain that made his face turn black. His whole body was drenched in a cold sweat. The kid said, this master. He then swiftly threw him. In an instant, he was slammed to the ground. The kid laughed and said, I am Elder Li Tsuehua. With that, he took out his wine gourd and took a big gulp. Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Tsuehua. The vast expanse, With that, he looked at Qian Jiao. He had seen the spiritual power of the monster inside her. He said, little girl, the thing on you is very dangerous. She quickly clasped her hands and bowed, calling out, Senior. Seeing this, he said, not bad. From now on, stay with me. This master will teach you a thing or two. With that, he glanced at Lin Mia lying on the ground. As for you, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. You're just a piece of trash. From now on, all the chores of the great music peak will be handled by you. He lay on the ground and angrily slammed his hand, shouting, Senior, I came to the Heavenly Palace to learn. Not to do chores But the kid glanced at him threateningly. What? Not satisfied? He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at him with contempt. If you're not satisfied, we can have a fight. When you can defeat me, I won't make you do chores anymore. Li Tsuehua cocked his head and looked at him provocatively. Do you have the guts? Just then, The system's God-tier selection appeared again. From Li Suehua's angry challenge. The system presented, Option 1, do not submit. Fight a desperate battle with Li Suehua. The reward is a coffin. His face turned pale. Isn't this the equivalent of certain death? He knew he couldn't defeat him right now. Option 2 is to say, 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hashi. The reward is a mid-grade spiritual spring liquid. Option 3 is to flatter Li Suehua. The reward is a bottle of high-grade spiritual spring liquid. He lay on the ground and said dejectedly, it's time to choose again. He looked at him and thought back to earlier. The sixth elder had told him, this Lin Mia situation is a bit special. He didn't practice the Heavenly Palace's cultivation methods. Elderly, please pay a little more attention. Thinking of this, Li Suehua crossed his arms and looked at him, deliberately sneering and taunting him. I heard you didn't even bother to learn the Heavenly Palace's cultivation methods, but created your own. You've got some nerve. Who do you think you are? You're just a stray dog that has hidden in the Heavenly Palace. He propped himself up on the ground and thought, damn it. He glared at him. Geniuses who come to the Heavenly Palace are all arrogant. His face contorted into a provocative sneer as he looked at him and thought, even an ordinary person would find it hard to swallow this insult. Today, I'll let this master temper your mind. But he didn't expect that. He would directly kneel down. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Elderly is absolutely right. He said obediently, I really do need more training. He was very surprised. His actions were completely different from what he had expected. He pointed at him, disappointed, and tried to provoke him further. Didn't I just call you a piece of trash? He was still stubborn. Without flinching, he knelt, clasped his hands, and shouted, yes, I am trash. He secretly smiled and thought, if everyone thinks I'm trash, that's when I can pretend to be a tiger and eat the pig. He stared at him with wide eyes and asked again, you actually admit that you are a piece of trash? His eyes shone like stars. He even clenched his fist and said proudly, yes, I am trash. I'm very proud of it. His reaction was also unexpected by Li Suehua. He was stunned and thought, what's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head? But seeing him like this, he waved his hand. Forget it. This master has no mood to guide trash. You can cultivate on your own. He clasped his hands and smiled cheerfully, shouting. After he finished speaking, that Li Suehua had also gone into the house and disappeared. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. The reward is a bottle of high-grade spiritual liquid. He picked up the bottle of spiritual medicine and smiled, thinking, as expected, instead of relying on the Heavenly Palace, it's better to rely on the more reliable system. He thought of the scene of his sect being annihilated, the sight of his fellow disciples lying scattered on the ground. He thought angrily, Master. His hand curled into a tight fist. He made a vow. I will definitely avenge you. In the courtyard, everyone was working hard. Some were carrying wood, some were moving stones. They were the people of the Qian Yuan sect. The master's voice shouted, everyone, a little more effort. The fat old master was directing everyone. The new sect will be built in no time. That Zhuagong stood and looked at his master, thinking to himself, Master, now you just want to lead the sect to hide deep in the mountains to avoid conflict and protect yourself. He frowned and thought with admiration, even if I become the head disciple. With such meager resources, he gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and thought, now I'm just being thrown further and further behind by him. He turned and left. His heart was full of ambition as he thought, I can't go on like this. It's useless. This is not good. He turned around sharply. He resolutely left. I need a change. Just then, several people appeared behind him. They asked him, Senior brother Zhuagong, what do you want to do? He looked at them angrily and said, call me head disciple. Seeing this, they scratched their heads and reluctantly called out, T6. What does our head disciple Zhuo want to do? He gave a sinister smile and asked, Master only wants to protect everyone now, but he doesn't want to let go. But doesn't he know that the path of cultivation does not know how to retreat? He officially laid his cards on the table with these three people. He said, sorry, I don't want to stay here anymore. Wasting my time with you all. The disciples, hearing this, immediately questioned him angrily. Senior brother Zhuagong, what do you mean by this? But unexpectedly, without a second word, he directly attacked his comrades. He extended his hand. Green chains also flew out with it. Don't block my way. He tied up everyone present. They exclaimed in surprise, what? They were tied up on the ground by this guy's green chains. They asked angrily, Senior Brother Zhuagong, aren't you afraid of Master's punishment? He raised his hand, his face dark and angry, and said again, call me head disciple. With that, he swiftly struck each of them on the neck. The three of them immediately passed out on the ground. He left. He even raised his hand. He said coldly, goodbye. After a while, the three of them slowly opened their eyes. In front of them was their master. The old man asked, what's wrong? Only then did he fully wake up. One of them was suffering from a headache after fainting. Another one jumped up in a panic and shouted, Master! Senior Brother Zhua must have betrayed the sect. The old man sighed calmly. It seems he had guessed it long ago. Let him go. That child has been competitive since he was young. Forcing him to stay here won't do any good. With that, the old man looked at the three of them. If you want to leave, you can go too. There's nothing left for you here, teacher. He clasped his hands behind his back and left. The three of them behind him loyally shouted, Master, we're not going anywhere. That night, in the desolate, deep forest, that Zhuqiang was walking alone in the forest. He muttered to himself, I've arrived. He swung his hand and affirmed, this is the place. He looked at the empty space in front of him and grunted. His eyes glared at the dark space in front of him, and he said coldly, come out. I've come to find you. There was the sound of movement. A black shadow flashed past him, and a voice said, you're very bold. The demon race member stood opposite Zhuqiang. He said, it has always been our demon race who seeks out outsiders. This is the first time someone has dared to barge into our demon race's territory. He also glared straight at this demon and replied, I want to join you. This green-haired demon race member looked at him with great interest and asked, join? Your Qian Yuan sect was destroyed by our demon race. And you want to join us? Why? He gave a sly smile, his hand outstretched, his fist clenched, and said with determination, because they didn't give me what I wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon race member immediately laughed, as if he had won the lottery. Huh. He seemed to be very interested in this Zhuqiang. He laughed and replied, you're not bad. You have ambition. I like it. But joining my demon race is not that simple. He knew this even before wanting to join. He asked directly, if you want to do something, just say it. Hearing this, the demon race member waved his hand and said to him, follow me. One beautiful sunny morning at the heavenly palace, a group of people were walking and talking. One of them said, ahead is the grand music peak. This time's heavenly palace examination. That Lin Yu is outstanding. Although he was rated as a D grade, he absolutely cannot be underestimated. The freckle-faced man looked at the man named Wang Defa and said, Senior Brother Wang has been a pawn in the heavenly palace for 3 years. Both his strength and cultivation are superior to ordinary people. No matter how arrogant the newcomer is, he will be handled properly by Senior Brother Wang. The buck-toothed man also chimed in with flattery. Well said. But perhaps this Wang Defa was tired of hearing such flattery. He waved his hand and said, act with humility. He recalled what he had heard. He said, the rumors about this time's examination say that this person's performance was extremely outstanding. In his heart, he thought, but he just entered the heavenly palace. He probably still isn't my match. He walked while cowardly calculating. Although I've been in the heavenly palace for 3 years, but my strength has always been in the lower ranks. I can't do anything against someone with strong talent. Now, I might have to save face with the new disciples. Find a sense of existence. What a shameless person. The old bullying the new. Weak and still trying to show off. Thinking he was sure to win, he confidently shouted, let's go. As soon as he set foot on this land, he was extremely arrogant and shouted, who is Lin? But unexpectedly, the scene that greeted him was the image of Lin Mia diligently gardening, planting vegetables, hoeing the ground, and carrying water. He was fertilizing very diligently. He even wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cheerfully, the working people are the most glorious. Seeing him all radiant and panting as he worked hard, one of them couldn't help but ask with concern, what on earth is going on? That Wang Defa angrily shouted again, kid, get over here. This guy is truly a brute. Lin Mia, hearing the call, turned sharply and grunted. He looked at them and asked, who are you? The freckle-faced man pointed at Wang Defa and said, This is the Supreme Senior Brother Wang. He looked at them. and listened to them in silence. I heard that this year there's a new disciple who is extremely arrogant. So I specially came here to have a little spar. Looking at them, you can tell they're up to no good. That one Defa kept making grunting sounds. Umph. His mouth was like a growling dog. He calmly replied, "Why are you looking for me? I'm just a D grade." Just then, the system's beeping sound was heard. The system began to give options. Option 1. Defeat Wangda. Reward, a low-grade pill. Option 2. Refuse the spar. Harmony is precious. Reward, an intermediate-grade pill. Option 3. Bow your head in submission. Reward, a high-grade pill. Looking at the three options, he was so angry he was speechless. He thought, why was it the Qianyuan sect? In order to upgrade my strength, I completely gave up my reputation. It seems that even in the heavenly palace, this damned system doesn't want to let me go. Thinking that, he bit his lip to hold back his impulse. I must endure. He then clasped his hands and bowed before them. Senior Brother Wong. Your junior brother, I've just arrived. My cultivation is not profound. I admit I'm not your match. Please be lenient. Spare me this once. Seeing him like that, they were also surprised their mouths agape. That Wong Defa said blankly, Is this admitting defeat? He thought. The new disciples who come to the heavenly palace are all prodigies and extremely arrogant. Why is this person so submissive? He frowned, troubled. What should I do this time? The elder told me to come here to suppress this person's arrogance, to tell him that there are always mountains higher than mountains. Do not be arrogant and self-satisfied. But why won't he accept the fight? He was at a loss, so he pointed straight at Lin Mia's face and said loudly, Do you know what will happen if you refuse to spar with me? The entire sect will know that you are a coward. You don't even dare to make a move. Next, you will be looked down upon for several years. Hearing him say that, he was calm. This isn't the first time the system has given him this kind of choice. He was also at a loss. He smiled slightly. It's as if I didn't go through those days at the Qianyuan sect. He was already used to this. He didn't care. He even directly crossed his legs and sat on the ground, replying, I've said it. I can't beat you. If you want to fight, then just fight. I guarantee that if you make a move, I'll immediately beg for mercy. I absolutely will not fight back. Seeing him so stubborn and determined, they didn't know what to do. A lackey said, Big brother, this kid won't listen. Another one chimed in. He could be so patient. That Wong Defa couldn't just beat someone up like that. He was at a loss. He angrily cursed. What kind of monster did your sect raise? Aren't you afraid of losing face for your sect? But perhaps he would never have expected. He calmly picked his nose and replied, Sorry, my sect has been destroyed. He helplessly exclaimed, What? Lin Mia frowned and thought seriously. What face? It's all fake. Only by quickly upgrading my strength will I have the power to avenge my master and the others. He didn't care and stuck out his tongue to tease them. No matter what the other guy said, he was still lecturing him. As a disciple of the heavenly palace, do you have any shame left? Seeing that scolding him was useless, he had to turn and leave. Forget it. People like you from small sects who came from outside. It's normal to be lucky enough to come to our heavenly palace and to not have any backbone, he said half-jokingly. Then I wish Senior Brother Wong's sect will become more and more prosperous. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people riding swords flew over and called out in a panic, Senior Brother Wong. It's not good. Everyone looked up. Those guys jumped down from above and landed in front of Wangda. They said urgently and anxiously, News just came in. Your Jioshin sword sect has been destroyed by the demon race. He screamed in terror. What? At this moment, in the courtyard of the heavenly palace, the sixth elder stood above. The people gathered in the courtyard below were starting to whisper. How could this be? A sect was destroyed so silently like that. A knowledgeable-looking person said, I heard this isn't the first time. Before this, the Qianyuan sect was also wiped out by the demon clan. Another person, hearing this, said with some worry, The demon clan, is that terrifying? Just then, Wong Defa arrived. He pushed through the crowd and kept shouting, Get out of my way. He looked at the panicked old man and asked in a terrified flurry, Sixth Elder, my 9 Mystic Sword sect really? The old man's face was a bit helpless. He said with deep sorrow, when the heavenly palace arrived, the demon clan had already escaped. The sect master and elders of the 9 Mystic Sword sect have all met with disaster. There are only a few surviving disciples. The people around immediately got excited. One of them said, with a heavenly palace elder leading the team, no matter how strong the demons are, they can't cause any trouble, right? Another said, that's right. This is a good opportunity for real combat. To train ourselves. Slaying demons is our duty. Count me in. Lin Mia had also arrived at this place. As he was listening to their discussion, the system beeped. It presented him with choices again. Option 1. Call upon the disciples of the heavenly palace to slay demons together. Reward, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Option 2. Join the demon slaying squad. Reward, 1 golden marrow pill. Option 3. Warn everyone of the demon strength. Reward, 1 heaven and earth spirit marrow pill. Looking at the system, he was once again bewildered and speechless. Not again. The system wants to cause trouble for me again. Looking at the group, engrossed in discussion, wanting to fight the demon clan immediately, he thought to himself, at a time like this, going up there to advise everyone to calm down. Isn't that asking for trouble? If I really do that, my reputation as a coward, I really won't be able to get rid of it. He knew that clearly, but thinking about having to increase his strength to get revenge, he clenched his fists and made up his mind. But something like reputation, to me, is fundamentally unimportant. As long as I can increase my strength, even just a little, I should go and do it. Moreover, the demon clan is mysterious. It's hard to predict. Thinking is doing. He took a step forward and said in front of everyone, please wait a moment, everyone. He stood in the middle of the crowd. He looked at the 6th elder and said sonorously, if the demons can easily destroy a sect, this means their strength is extremely powerful. I know the disciples of the heavenly palace are all geniuses, and the elders also have profound cultivation. He clenched his fist and emphasized with a shout, but going out to kill them recklessly, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. He had just finished speaking when that Wang Defa rushed forward to refute him. So what you're saying is, we do nothing? The demon clan is slaughtering everywhere. You want us to stand by and watch? He turned sharply to look at him and replied coolly, right now, you are also being controlled by anger. I have nothing to say to you. And he looked up at the old man above. 6th elder, may I ask if we have any detailed intelligence on how to deal with the demon clan? How many enemies are there? What is their cultivation strength? What magical techniques do they know? The old man was stumped by his questions. Even he didn't know. Our understanding of the demon clan is indeed not much. He saw this. He pointed and shouted, which is to say, we know practically nothing about the enemy. Even a farmer who wants to catch a rabbit has to know its habits to succeed. We know nothing. Are we supposed to just wait for the rabbit to run into a tree? He was in a powerful, imposing mood when a mocking voice suddenly interjected. It was that long-tongued moo. This weirdo chuckled and said, what's there to be afraid of? As I see it, the demon clan hasn't dared to show themselves easily until now. Doesn't this prove that their strength is insufficient? They don't dare to openly appear before our outer sect, do they? He crossed his arms and said very smugly, this kind of hiding their head but showing their tail, I feel there's fundamentally nothing to be afraid of. As long as we can keep them, then we can easily destroy them. Lin Mia looked at him, furious. He thought angrily, this idiot, if he wasn't such an idiot, I would suspect he was a spy sent by the demon clan. He turned to refute him. Hiding their head and showing their tail doesn't mean the demon clan's strength is weak. This just proves that they have a conspiracy that they can't let others know about. Seeing him backing down, that Wangda, F.A., not calm enough, rushed up to cut him off. Enough. If you don't dare to go, then stay in the heavenly palace. You don't have the guts. Doesn't mean that others are as cowardly and weak as you. Stop trying to stir things up here. The others also started to talk about him. This guy, I heard he's from a Qian Yuan sect. Hasn't his sect already been wiped out by the demon clan? They just discussed it right in front of him. It's hard to imagine that there could be such a coward in this world. How did this person get into the heavenly palace? It seems he relied on trickery during the test. No wonder, seeing them talking bad about him. Qin Jiao got angry and shouted, that's not true. The little girl said loudly for them to hear. The demon clan is really strong. Even my master was. But that Wang Defa, once again foolishly stubborn, refused to face the problem. He cut her off. Was only your master harmed? If I were you, I should be avenging your master. What a simple-minded, well-developed fool. He angrily pointed at Lin Mia. He yelled at her. Not hiding in your shell like that guy. Seeing him like that, he said directly, revenge requires strength. Your master has already been harmed. Right now, shouldn't you be focusing on cultivating and improving yourself? That's right. Even his master was killed. He thinks he can fight them. He doesn't even use his brain. He continued to pour a bucket of cold water on his face, saying, or are you hoping to follow in your master's footsteps? He said one sentence that made him purple with rage. He balled his hands in a fist and rushed in front of him, cursing angrily. You bastard! Seeing the few of them arguing back and forth. The sixth elder came down to cut the two of them off. Enough! The old man looked at the two of them and said, anyone who wants to participate in the pursuit and kill can go to the Hall of Merit to register. This is completely voluntary. No one will be forced. Seeing this, Wang Defa let go of Lin Mia's collar and left. Let's go. The demon clan. Sooner or later, I will make them pay for their blood debt with blood. The others also looked at him with dissatisfaction, grumbled in their throats, and then followed that guy. Qing Jiao worriedly walked over and called him, Brother Lin Mia. He immediately turned to comfort her. I'm fine. It's just that. He looked at the sixth elder, who also had his hands clasped behind his back, turn and leave. He thought, why is the heavenly palace so reckless? The sixth elder knelt in the great hall and reported, Palace Master, the matter of destroying the demon clan has been arranged. The vast majority of the disciples are very excited. The person sitting inside replied coldly, that's good too. The elders and the probationary disciples leading the teams should also be arranged quickly. The old man was silent, finding it a bit hard to say. After thinking for a moment, he clasped his hands and bowed his head, expressing, but is this not inappropriate? The demon clan's strength is strong, although the disciples in the palace each have strong talents. But their actual combat experience is still lacking. I'm worried. The palace master looked at him and replied, it is precisely because they lack training that we are sending them down the mountain. Otherwise, how can they bear the upcoming heavenly tribulation? Seeing him so firm, the old man broke out in a sweat. He had to obey and replied, yes. In the room, sunlight shone on him. Lin Mia was sitting on the bed, reading a book. He held the precious book in his hand. He read it very intently. Finally, I have time to cultivate this emperor rank cultivation technique. For it, I have given up so many emperor rank cultivation techniques. But I hope it's worth it. The book seemed to emit a dazzling light of knowledge. He looked at it in astonishment and exclaimed, from the introduction of the technique. This cultivation technique was developed for the innate, true, desolate body. Not only is its power astonishing after cultivation, it's also extremely suitable for me. He was moved to tears. I pray the system finally has some conscience this time. He tucked the book into his chest. Next, I will quietly stay in the heavenly palace. He propped his chin on his hands. His smug face was full of calculation as he said confidently, when I've cultivated this technique enough to sweep through the 6 harmonies and 8 desolations, I'll go down the mountain and deal with those thieves soon. He was still reveling in his own happy thoughts when, suddenly, Li Tsuehua kicked the door in, barging in rudely and yelling, my dear disciple, something big has happened. The heavenly palace wants to descend the mountain to eliminate the demon clan. I heard you have a major grudge with them, so I went ahead and signed you up. He was absolutely furious. Jumping out of bed, he pointed a finger at him and shouted, are you serious? Who gave you the right to sign me up? He had just finished arguing with those guys about this very thing. And he had just decided to stay put and focus on his training. He never expected his master to sign him up without his permission. Li Tsuehua leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, replying nonchalantly, oh, don't you want to get revenge on the demon clan? He looked away. I do, he said, flustered. But this isn't a debt that can be repaid in a day or two. Then he yelled again. Besides, I have a bad feeling about the heavenly palace's arrangements this time. You can beat me to death, but I'm not going. But Li Tsuehua wouldn't have it. He frowned and looked at him, his voice cold. This isn't up for you to decide. So many disciples under the other elders have already registered. It wasn't easy for me to finally get a disciple, only for him to hide away in the heavenly palace. Where would I put my old face then? With that, he made the tyrannical decision himself. Long story short, I've already signed you up. If you don't go, you might just find yourself kicked out of the heavenly palace. He was seething, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to argue further, Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. The system popped up with a choice. Option 1. Piss off Litsuehua. Reward, 1 spirit wood coffin. Feeling backed into a corner, he screamed. Again, and it's giving me a coffin? There's no way I can win against him. Option 2. Resolutely refuse to go. Reward, 1 ordinary spirit pill. Option 3. Accept the arrangement. Reward, breath concealment technique. He stared at the system, his soul wanting to leave his body. What the hell? Sever our master-disciple relationship. And you've already prepared my coffin? Is this a master trying to get his disciple killed? Seeing Li Tsuehua's cruelty firsthand, he could only scratch his head and accept. Fine, I'll go. But can the Heavenly Palace really guarantee the safety of all these disciples? As soon as he said it, he instantly received the system's reward. He looked at his master and calmly analyzed the situation. I heard the sect master of the Sacred Serpent Sect was once an elder of the Heavenly Palace. And in the end, she was wiped out by the demon clan too. Li Tsuehua sighed, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Alas, the Sacred Serpent's sect master. I guess you could call her an old acquaintance of mine. He thought of that old woman. After she left the Heavenly Palace, all these years she poured her heart and soul into the Sacred Serpent Sect, perhaps more so than any of the other elders. She had more drive. But I never expected her to die like that. But he quickly regained his optimism. He held up a finger, assuring him, but don't you worry. The death of the Sacred Serpent's sect master has put the Heavenly Palace on high alert. Since it come to this, I'll let you in on a few truths. He frowned, giving him a meaningful look. You think that you can see the flaws in the Heavenly Palace's plan, but the higher-ups are all idiots? Confused, he broke out in a sweat as he stared at him. What are you trying to say? His master stood before him, arms crossed. I'll just tell you, this time, the Heavenly Palace is using you disciples, and even some of the elders as bait. He turned sharply to leave, adding over his shoulder, every single disciple of the Heavenly Palace, once they mature, is destined to become a powerhouse of the future. If the demon clan learns that you've all descended the mountain, how could they possibly pass up such a golden opportunity to weaken the Heavenly Palace? He reached the door. Pausing, he glanced back at him. And at that moment, that is when they'll fall into our trap. The words hit him like a thunderclap. Only now did he see how cunning the Heavenly Palace truly was. He blurted out, so that's how it is. But isn't that incredibly dangerous? His master gave him a cold look. The path of cultivation has always been advance or be eliminated. If you can't even face a little danger, what makes you think you can become a true expert? His words made a twisted sort of sense. He fell silent, sweating. He frowned, thinking seriously. The Heavenly Palace really is just weeding out the disciples who aren't strong enough. Seeing his master leaving smugly, he suddenly realized something and yelled, "Wait! If you knew this was so dangerous, why did you still sign me up for it?" So much for the touching bond between master and disciple. Li Tsuehua didn't answer. As he walked out the door, he waved and called back. Don't be late tomorrow morning. Furious, all he could do was curse. Damn it. At midday, in the grand plaza of the Heavenly Palace's main gate, disciples had gathered in swarms, thick as ants. They whispered among themselves, "Look, it's the 3 great elders. I can't believe even they're being mobilized this time." He arrived at the scene. He saw Jin Yao and Li Tsuehua chatting happily. Seeing this, he rushed forward to confront him. "Hey, are you kidding me? She's the one the demon clan is after. And you're still letting her go?" His master pointed a finger toward the 3 figures on the platform. "See those 3 over there? The elders of the 3 schools of Confucianism and Taoism are all here, with them holding down the fort. What is there to be afraid of?" But he wasn't convinced. He rubbed his chin and asked again, "Are they really that strong?" At that moment, Mu Fan walked over to their group. He answered, "Aside from the legendary palace master, they're among the most powerful elders in the Heavenly Palace." He crossed his arms, looking up at the 3. Furthermore, compared to ordinary sects, these 3 houses also hold considerable influence in the mortal world. Mu Fan said with his arms crossed, a hint of mockery in his tone. They also have close ties to the long Tang dynasty. Hearing this, he turned his head. The Long Tongue Dynasty? He turned just in time to see Long Tongue Mu, hands clasped behind his back, chatting and laughing naturally with the elders. Some people really do have all the connections. He smiled and asked, Teacher, Great Master Inyen. It has been a long time. The man standing behind the master also greeted him. Isn't this the young heir, Long Tongue Mu? Li Tsuehua turned to Mu Fan and said smugly, You must be Mu Fan, the one who was defeated by my disciple during the assessment. I hear you became a disciple under that ice cube. Why hasn't she shown up yet? He glanced away and replied, Master said. But before he could finish, Li Tsuehua cut him off with a wave of his hand. Ah, forget it. I can probably guess. She's gone into seclusion again, hasn't she? He even shook his head in exasperation. If it weren't for her ties to the Yunheim mountain villa, she probably wouldn't have even taken a disciple this time. Mu Fan was stunned into silence. He was shaking with anger. He was utterly a loss for words. Lin Mia felt a pang of frustration. He pointed at the group and said, You've got to be kidding me. So all of you are connected to the Heavenly Palace's inner circle. Li Tsuehua patted his shoulder comfortingly. The Heavenly Palace has a long and storied history. The most ancient sects and powers within it are all bound to have some connections. At this time, Elder Lu stepped forward. He looked over the crowd seriously. All right, silence. This hunt for the remnants of the demon clan will be a long and arduous mission. He stood with the other great elders and announced, The heaven and earth calamity is approaching, and our enemies are still plotting in the shadows. It is our duty as cultivators to guide the human race through this tribulation. The three of them, Lin Mia, Jin and Mu Fan, stood listening intently to the elder's speech. After you descend the mountain, remember to follow the arrangements of the elders. The other disciples were also listening attentively. Do not act recklessly. Then he waved his arm and shouted, Board the ships. We depart now. Everyone turned and looked up at the sky in astonishment. Dozens of ships were flying toward them through the air. Everyone gasped in amazement. Whoa, it's the Heavenly Palace's flying dragon ships. I heard they're the pride and joy of the Mo clan. One by one, the ships descended, landing on the ground. Elder Lu walked over to where Lin Mia and Jin were standing. Jin Yao's identity is special. You will come with me. Chun Lin Mia spoke up, Wait. No matter what the Heavenly Palace's plan is. He walked over to her side with a serious expression. I'm staying with her. Elder Lu didn't see a problem with that. He agreed, Very well. You can come along too. The two of them boarded the elder's ship. Elder Lu looked at the other three elders and said, My fellow elders, this young lady is Jin Yao. Lin Mia glanced at the old master. He thought, He looks really scary. Even scarier than the sect master of the sacred sect, Du Zhaoyang, was at first. The Confucian elder asked. The sect master of the sacred sect sealed the devouring desolation into this little girl's body. Master Shi Iren looked at Qian Jiao. He said kindly as he fingered his prayer beads, to be able to suppress the ferocious nature of the devouring desolation. This child must be naturally kind. She has a fate with my Buddha. Child, do you want to take refuge in my Buddha sect? As soon as the old man finished speaking from the side, Lord Xiao Yao stepped forward, pointed at the old man, and shouted, Get lost, you stinking bald head. A little girl like her. Do you want her future to be that a nun? The two of them immediately started arguing. Shi Iren also shouted, Your mom. Today I. And Du Zhaoyang, standing by the side, tried to mediate. Don't argue. If there's anything. The three elders showed no seriousness of their seniority. The sixth elder turned and sighed, saying to Lin Mia, As you have seen, these three elders will be observing her from the shadows from now on. The thing to worry about the most is that the demon race will not be completely annihilated. Lin Mia felt a chill and thought seriously. If each of them is stronger than the sect master of the sacred sect, and there are three of them, theoretically, it should be fine. He turned to ask the sixth elder, So what's our next journey? The old man replied, Not long ago, news came from the Wanwu sect, but they might be attacked by the demon race. The vast majority of the disciples have all gone there to wait for the rabbit to hit the tree. Hearing that, he smiled smugly. With a sly calculation, he said, Wanwu sect. They are old acquaintances indeed. The flying ships soared through the sky. Finally, They landed at their destination. The one who came to welcome them was the sect master of the Wanwu sect, Dao Chongyun. Seeing the few of them, he cheerfully greeted them, sixth elder. Long time no see. He and a few of his disciples clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "This time, our Wanwu sect will have to rely on the heavenly palace." The old sixth elder also clasped his hands and bowed politely. "Brother Dao, you are too kind. Slaying demons and protecting the way, protecting the world, is the duty of the heavenly palace." That Dao Chongyun laughed cheerfully and replied, "Haha. But before that, I must fulfill my duty as a local host." His son behind him looked towards Lin Mia. "Huh." Dao Qingfeng turned to look at Lin Mia and said, "It's you. I thought that after the Qianyuan sect was destroyed, where else could you go? I didn't expect you to become a disciple of the heavenly palace." His eyes were sharp as he mocked him. Could it be that you got in through connections and tricks? He was annoyed and turned to scold him. Can a dog's mouth produce anything good? Just as he was about to teach that guy a lesson, the system popped up a notification. Option 1. Slap Dao Qingfeng in the face. Reward: a low-grade pill. Option 2. Maintain a cold demeanor and ignore him. Reward: a high-grade pill. Option 3. Admit that you relied on tricks. Reward: cheat gazing art. He looked at the 3 options of the system and was so angry he could vomit blood. This damned system just doesn't want to see me do well. He was so angry his body was trembling. He had no choice but to comfort himself. Forget it. With that, he smiled brightly, scratched his head, and admitted, "Aha. I didn't expect you to find out." He even said dramatically, "Oomph." Although the disciples of the heavenly palace are all extraordinary in strength, unfortunately, their brains are not easy to use. I just use a little trick. Of course, I could also blend in." His words were heard by Long Mu Deng, who was standing in the distance. He was so angry he exclaimed, "What?" The group of heavenly palace disciples burned with anger and cursed at him. This bastard, so shameless. Mu Fan also crossed his arms and looked at him without saying anything. He also successfully received the Qi gazing art from the system. That Dao Qingfeng, upon hearing this, gave up. He turned to another direction and said, "I thought that the destruction of the Qianyuan sect would make you a little more mature. Now it seems you haven't changed at all." He turned to ask Qianjiao, "Is a holy maiden also at the heavenly palace now?" She answered sadly, "Yes." The elders were afraid I wouldn't be safe at the sacred sect, so he smiled gently and said, "That's the right thing to do. But I didn't expect the heavenly palace to let you in." He said to Qianjiao, "Perhaps they have some way to protect you." Lin Mia didn't care. He turned and thought, "Let me try this." With that, he put on the reward he had just received, the Qi gazing art. Before his eyes, everything changed. He thought with excitement. This elemental perspective. He looked at everyone around him. I didn't expect to be able to see the intensity of each person's spiritual energy. He just looked from one person to another. It's a bit interesting. A system like this is actually helpful. The more he looked, the more interesting things he thought of using it for. With this move, if I encounter an enemy like this in the future, I can use the Qi gazing art to judge their strength. Not bad, not bad. Thinking that, he turned to Qianjiao. I wonder what the Qi on the holy maiden's body is like. But he was shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He saw the powerful force of the monster inside her. His whole body suddenly swayed. His whole body turned pale. He was sweating profusely. Just then, someone called out to him, "Brother Lin Mia." Qianjiao stood in front of him and called out loudly, "Brother Lin Mia." He was startled back to his senses. She asked with some concern, "What's wrong with you?" She asked him, "Why are you suddenly staring at me without moving?" He smiled, trying to calm down, and pointed in another direction. "It's nothing. Let's go too." He was still in shock, thinking, although I know the devouring desolation is very powerful, but it's truly unbelievable. Dao Zhongyun walked ahead and said, "Elders and prodigies of the heavenly palace, please follow me. The Wanwu sect has prepared a banquet for you." Chun Lin Mia exclaimed in surprise. "Oh." He quickly put his hand on Dao Qingfeng's shoulder and asked, "I say, do you know something, you brat, regarding why the heavenly palace is helping your sect?" He turned back and looked at him coldly, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." He stood closer to him and said in a low voice, "Don't play dumb. It was the sacred sect and you guys who colluded with each other in the first place to cause trouble at our sect. Just now, You said that she would be safe at the Heavenly Palace. You must know something. He brought his face close to his, mysteriously confident. At least, you know that in her body. They're the lovely thing. He still calmly replied. This is not considered a top secret. Many people know. So, he raised a finger. He smiled smugly, having caught them. So, your Manhwa sect also has a lovely thing like that, right? Now he was really panicked. He pushed his hand away and asked, how do you know? He didn't answer. He just smiled lightly and said, that's right. Through the chi-gazing art. He had seen it. Behind this building, in the tower of the Manhwa sect, there was the spiritual power of a monster similar to Qian Jiao's. He smiled lightly and asked him back, how do I know? In the room filled with fragrant scents. This banquet hall is very large. Dao Zhongyun sat at the head of the table and said, elders and prodigies of the Heavenly Palace, to be able to come to my Manhwa sect, it's truly an honor to have you as our guests. He said with a hearty and cheerful laugh. Everyone, please don't be polite. Just eat and drink to your heart's content. Lin Mia looked at the banquet table. The food served was all delicacies. He said, I've long heard that. The Manhwa sect is rich. It's really true. Li Tsuehua picked up a large chicken leg and gnawed on it, saying, you're not wrong about that. The vast majority of cultivators consider themselves to be noble. Most sects also require their inner disciples to cultivate their bodies and minds. He met an apple and heard him say, only this Manhwa sect is a maverick in the cultivation world. Everyone in the sect, from top to bottom, is extraordinary. He pointed at the dancing women and said, look, which sects would let their own female disciples dance for entertainment like this? Thinking of the treasures in jade, the old man continued, of course. It's also because of this ordinariness that the business of the myriad creations sect has expanded. From raising spirit beasts to auctioning treasures, they do whatever makes money. That's why they have so much of it. The old Taoist Chong Yun held a cup of wine and went over to the sixth elder. He said with a smile, old sixth, the last time we met. It seems it was still the last time. He even put his arm around the old man's shoulders and said cheerfully, come, let me toast you. Our myriad creations sect in the future will need more of your care. The old man, uncomfortable, broke out in a sweat and replied, Sect Master Chong Yun, slaying demons and protecting the righteous path is the duty of the Heavenly Palace. You don't need to be so polite. But before he could finish, the guy had already stuck the wine cup in his mouth and forced him to drink. After forcing the old man to drink, he then took the wine cup and poured it into his own mouth. As he drank, he said, how is it? This fairy is delicious, isn't she? He then went over to Long Tongue Moo and said, son, isn't this little Moo CI? Long time no see. The last time, at your father's 200th birthday banquet, I was the one who helped prepare it. He leaned in and hugged Long Tongue Moo's people, saying, the year your second brother got married. It was also a female disciple of our myriad creation sect. Then he had a few girls surround this guy. Cool me. Today, you take a look too. See if there's anyone you like. He was pressed by the girls' full bosoms until his face was red, and he said in embarrassment, wait. Actually, I didn't plan to. But in the end, Long Tongue Moo's nose was bleeding with joy. Lin Mia watched this scene, sweating and wondering, is this guy really the master of a sect? He feels more like a chivalrous man of the martial world. The old Taoist Chong Yun suddenly turned towards Lin Mia. His eyes lit up like stars. He rushed over, making him exclaim in alarm, It turned out he had come before Qing Jiao. He put his hands behind his back, looked at her with a beaming smile, and said, Fairy Qing Jiao, we haven't seen each other for many days. It's good to see you safe now. Then he turned sharply towards Dao Qing Feng and shouted, you damn brat, get over here. He stood next to his father, his face flushed. The old man slapped his son on the back. He said with a cheerful laugh, why don't you greet Fairy Qing Jiao? This is the first time you two have officially met, right? The two of them stood up and looked at each other a little shy. He clasped his hands and looked at her, saying, this humble one is Dao Qing Feng. I've been rude this time. Qing Jiao shyly looked at him and replied, hello. Before she could say anything more, Dao Chongyan pushed his son's back. He was a little impatient. He urged him anxiously, hey, you damn brat you. You have to be friendly with Fairy Qing Jiao. After all, you two are the same age. His face suddenly became serious as he said, moreover, But then he suddenly turned and walked away. He laughed and waved his hand. All right. I won't bother you young people anymore. After he left, the three of them, Lin Mia, Qing Jiao, and Dao Qingfeng, stood in silence, not knowing what to say. Li Tsuehua, sitting at the next table, looked over and wondered. What are these three looking at each other for? Then she also waved her hand and turned to leave. Forget it. It seems there's still a jug of wine over there. This old man shouldn't bother you anymore either. After watching him leave, Dao Qingfeng looked at him and questioned him seriously. You still haven't answered my previous question. He listened silently as he asked. How did you know that our myriad creation sect also sealed a fierce beast? This matter. In theory, only a few elders of the heavenly palace would know, but they probably wouldn't have told you either. He picked up his wine cup. He didn't answer directly, only replied, I naturally have my own ways. But I guess your myriad creation sect also plans to imprison that fierce beast in someone's body. He frowned. He didn't know what to say when he heard Lin Mia's assertion. And that person is you, right? He didn't refute, only replied with a humph in acknowledgement. Qing Jiao's eyes widened as she looked at him with concern. But this is very dangerous. He turned to look at her and smiled. Of course it's dangerous, but the heavenly tribulation is coming soon. You and I both don't have many choices, do we? Lin Mia glanced at him and asked, imprisoning that fierce beast in the body. What's the benefit of that? The Sacred Light sect is already like that. Your myriad creation sect also plans to do the same. Unexpectedly, he put on a superior air with him. Your small Qin Yuan sect naturally wouldn't know. Then he explained to him seriously, the devouring desolation in fairy Qing Jiao's body and the evil beast of our myriad creation sect are both of the 7 ancient beasts. They will exist in this world forever. Therefore, they can only be sealed. Thinking of the benefits of this, he said, and if it is sealed in a person's body, you will gain a portion of its power. He was surprised and remembered the power of the beast on Qing Jiao that he had seen earlier. He frowned and replied, so the Sacred Light sect and you are all the same, all planning to borrow the power of the beast to protect your sections. He glanced at him. Doing this is definitely very dangerous, right? He seemed indifferent and said, if the sealer's will is not strong enough, there is a danger that the fierce beast will escape. At that time, that person will completely become a vessel for the fierce beast. Thinking of the scene of that person being burned by the beast's power, he emphasized each word. In other words, they will die. Lin Mia went to Qing Jiao's side, patted her head, and said, Qing Jiao is kind-hearted. I feel she can definitely suppress the devouring desolation. Then he looked at him. On the other hand, aren't you afraid of losing control? He looked over at the old Taoist Chongyun, who was plying others with wine. Come on, drink, he said. Moreover, would your father bear to do this to a precious son like you? He explained honestly, this is the reason my master invited the Heavenly Palace to provide support. If I fail, the elders of the Heavenly Palace can also salvage the situation. He kindly reminded him, then you must also be extremely careful. Before, the demon clan had targeted Qing Jiao and the devouring desolation in her body. This time, they will certainly target you as well. He placed one hand on the table. He put one hand on his hip and postured. No need to worry. Before the feast, my father had the elders of the Heavenly Palace inspect the sealing formation of the evil beast. Now, your Heavenly Palace and our myriad creation sect have many elders and disciples, all keeping a close watch, waiting for the demon clan to appear. He was full of confidence. It can be said that there are no mistakes at all. But this loudmouth had just finished speaking when the ground suddenly shook violently. Lin Mia jumped up and shouted, Oh my God, be careful. The others also clamored and asked, What's going on? Is the earth dragon turning over? Because of the earthquake, the wine cup in his hand splashed straight onto Dao Qingfeng's face. He laughed, sweating as he looked at him, and said, So sorry. The old Taoist Chongyun also sensed something. He whipped around and exclaimed, What's going on? This aura. Then he immediately flew straight out. Lin Mia and the others all stood up and looked out, asking in alarm, What happened? The few people standing in the courtyard looked towards the tower behind the house. It was emitting a fierce spiritual energy. That is, the old Taoist Chongyun was a little worried. How is this possible? The claws of the devouring desolation reached out. Then it revealed its true form, a gigantic beast clinging to the outside of the tower. It looked extremely terrifying. The group of Long, Tongue Mu, and the others looked on in horror, their eyes wide. They sweated and asked, "What the hell is that? A demon beast? What a terrifying aura!" Dao Qingfeng shouted in fear, "The seal. It's been broken. How can this be?" Obviously, Dao Chongyin immediately turned back and shouted an order to everyone. All disciples of the Myriad Creations sect immediately switched to the highest alert level. Defend against the demon beast attack. He turned to look at the sixth elder. "I hope the Heavenly Palace will help my Myriad Creations sect." The old man looked at him and replied calmly, "Of course. Grandmaster Enian and Lord Xiaoyao have already gone." As he finished, the few of them saw Shi Enian and Lu Zhizi flying towards the monster. Lu Zhizi shouted, "Elder Lu, I'll leave this side to you." Dao Chongyan jumped onto his divine bird. He flew towards Dao Qingfeng and called, "Son, follow me quickly." He rode the bird and flew away. At the same time, he ordered the remaining disciples, "Follow closely." Immediately, the disciples of the Myriad Creations sect flew after him like the wind. Mu Fan went to the old man and asked, "Elder Lu, what about us?" The old man turned and looked at them. "The matter of that fierce beast. You can't interfere." Then he looked at the disciples and ordered, "Find your masters. Prepare to support the Myriad Creations sect in defending against the demon clan's attack." The disciples roared in unison. Lin Mia looked around bewildered and asked, "Where's Tsua?" The old man, with a chicken leg in his mouth and a large wine jug in his hand, came over. "Here, here." He pointed the monster on the tower and shouted in alarm, "Holy crap! What's going on? Why did that thing suddenly appear?" He was so busy eating and drinking that his information was a bit slow, wasn't it? While he was still surprised, an arrow suddenly shot at him from behind. Lin Mia shouted in alarm, "Be careful." Li Tsuehua also turned around sharply. He kicked out, successfully deflecting the arrow. He shouted, "Who's there?" He looked up at the city gate and saw up there a crowd of demon clan members packed together. They looked down at him with sinister smiles. One of them pulled out a spine from his back and said, "Long time no see, huh?" His body was covered in protruding bones. His hair was styled like a rooster's comb. He stood on high, looking down with an amused smile. Lin Mia. All the others immediately looked towards them with caution. The demon clan. Li Tsuehua turned back to look at him and asked, "You know that guy?" Lin Mia frowned, trying to remember. "You are." That guy looked at him and laughed loudly, saying, "Humph. Unexpected, isn't it, that I would appear before you in this state?" But they didn't expect that. He would just scratch his chin and ask, "Who are you?" Seeing that he wasn't even worth remembering, he pointed his finger in anger and cursed, "You bastard. I am Zule of the Golden Light Sect. And you don't remember? That battle of the demon clan invasion. Have you forgotten?" He just put his hands on his hips and looked at him, letting out an "oh." Finally, he remembered and asked, "So it's you. But why did you become a member of the demon clan?" He looked down at his own hand and said, "I was once the star of my clan, until I was defeated by you. It was you who shattered my pride. To defeat you, I endured the 100-demon tribulation, but I never expected that you would be stronger than I thought." Recalling this matter, he went mad with anger again. "You are an inescapable nightmare. Only by defeating a genius like you can I prove myself. And to achieve this goal, I have obtained unimaginable power from the demon clan. Prepare to be enlightened. This guy would be perfect for a demon clan advertisement." Lin Mia, seeing this, even picked his nose to mock him. "Sorry, I really had forgotten about you." He roared, "Today, I will tear you to shreds." He and the other demons charged down together. He shouted. Elder Lu also immediately gave the order, "Engage." The two sides clashed in a life-or-death battle. That Huzi Lei just kept chasing after him, trying to fight. "Lin Mia, fight me." He charged forward with a sinister, triumphant smile. But he was immediately sent flying by someone else's move. It was Long Tongue Mu. He looked at Huzi Lei and provoked him. "Look carefully, you bald head. This young master is the strongest one here. If you want to fight, then fight me." The other guy was furious. He dug his feet into the ground to balance himself and shouted, "You bastard. I'm not interested in you. You have to have some interest in what you do. No interest, no motivation to fight." He stood opposite Long Tongue Mu and cursed, "Get lost." He immediately summoned water to block the two bones shot out by Huzi Lei. Lin Mia raised his hand to protect Qing Jiao. He looked at him angrily. This guy. Just as he was about to jump into the fight to settle the score, the system's choices appeared again. Option 1. Bravely slay the enemy. Option 2. Mingle with the disciples and sit back to reap the benefits. Reward. 1 Mystic Iron Sword. Option 3. The situation is unstable. Retreat quickly. Reward. A 7-star flowing rainbow sword. Looking at these choices, he silently broke out in a sweat and calculated. Well, I'll just choose the one with the best reward. He immediately pulled Qing Jiao and turned to run like the wind. I'm out of here. I'll leave these demon clan members to you. Long Tongue Mu, while fighting, roared and cursed. No way, this kid. Li Tsuehua also widened his eyes and turned to look at him. Hey, where do you think you're going? With a single move, he had already killed several demon clan members. You did the right thing. The 6th elder, while fighting, said, the demon clan's target is most likely Qing Jiao. He fought the demon clan, while thinking of the 2 elders who went to suppress the demon beast, and said, in a situation where Taoist Xiaoyao and Grandmaster Enian are both held up by the monster, staying with them is too conspicuous. The old man watched him pulling Qing Jiao's hand as he ran. Taking advantage of the demon clan's attack on the Sacred Light Sect's Sect Master, they will most likely come directly. It's better to hide Qing Jiao. He pulled Qing Jiao and flew up to the tower where the monster was. We're almost there. Suddenly, he cursed under his breath. He quickly pulled Qing Jiao to the side. He successfully dodged a dagger that was flying towards them. Be careful. The 2 of them stood in the courtyard. In front of them was an empty building. Lin Mia shouted, come out. Stop hiding. He had just finished speaking when a barrage of daggers flew out, aimed straight at the 2 of them. He calmly dodged to the side. He immediately used the Qi observation technique. He could see the other guy's spiritual energy. He looked straight in his direction. Didn't I say? I've already seen you, you sneaky little thing. Finally, he was willing to show his true form and said, you can detect me? How was that possible? The 2-horned, golden-eyed man appeared and provoked him. It's you, so you're not dead yet. He remembered the last time. His eyes darted back and forth as he said, last time, if it wasn't for that little girl behind you, you would have been dead long ago. But this time, that little girl won't be able to save you. He frowned and silently looked at him, thinking, this guy, all of my key magical techniques are ineffective against him. This is a bit troublesome. Qing Jiao, seeing this, stepped forward to reassure him. It's okay, brother Lin Mia. You can't fight the devouring desolation. Just leave it to me. That guy, seeing this, sneered at him. Are you really going to hide behind a woman? He thought of the scene of Qing Jiao unleashing her beastly power and said, I'm afraid you don't know. The person with the sealed, devouring desolation in their body must always suppress the desire to kill within them. Once they make a move, they might not be able to hold back, causing the devouring desolation to completely explode. He said with a sinister smile, after knowing this, are you still going to let her make a move? He was surprised and turned to look at her, quickly asking, is what he said true? But she didn't answer clearly. She just stammered, it's just a little bit. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward. He raised his hand to protect Qing Jiao behind him. If that's the case, this time, I'll deal with you. She was still worried. But, he said firmly, no buts. He whispered in her ear, anyway, let's just fight first. If we can't win, we'll run. The demonic creature didn't wait any longer. He let out a loud snort and charged forward. Lin Mia quickly got into a stance, rushing thunder art. He was not flustered or afraid at all. Fool! I already said that all magical techniques are useless against me. He shouted with a triumphant smile. Disappear from me. The 2 streams of power clashed, creating sparks. He shouted. He looked at him with some surprise. I missed. But before he could even register it, a lightning fist of his had already landed squarely on his arrogant mouth. One punch from him sent him flying into the side of the house. He got up, bitterly wiping away the blood. You little brat. Lin Mia smiled happily and prepared for his next move, saying, as expected, even if magical techniques are useless against you, as long as it's a physical technique, your eyes can't dispel it, right? He was stunned for a moment. Then he threw his head back and let out a long laugh. Huh, a physical technique with us, demon clan? He threw off his outer coat. He was so angry his forehead veins bulged. He said with a sinister smile, "Kid, you've really misjudged others." Lin Mia looked at him in surprise. His hand clenched. His biceps grew larger. "Let me give you a little something." His whole body suddenly became muscular and hard. He grew several times taller and bigger. "When I'm really serious." The three of them looked at each other nervously. He used his chi gazing art to carefully observe him and thought, this guy. His whole body's spiritual energy is erupting, even stronger than before. After transforming, his demonic power has soared. Qian Jiao, standing behind him, said worriedly, "Brother Lin Mia, he doesn't look easy to deal with. Or maybe you should just let me." He turned to look at her and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. He's just an enemy of this level." He was still busy turning his head back to look at her and say, "I will not lose." Then he had already jumped up to launch a sneak attack on him. His foot was about to touch him. He quickly dodged his head. He exclaimed in surprise. So fast. Just one of his moves caused an explosion where the two of them were standing. Qian Jiao called out worriedly, "Brother Lin Mia." He hadn't even lowered his foot yet. He smiled smugly. "That's right. Just trash of this level. I will not lose." Qian Jiao clenched her fists and looked at him. "You." He put both hands on his waist and turned to look at her mockingly. "Want to fight?" Qian Jiao's eyes widened. Her whole body began to burn with demonic energy. He continued, "But this time, I won't be as careless as last time." Suddenly, she turned back in a panic and looked behind her. A large rock was flying straight at him. But he didn't react at all. He stood calmly and looked at the large rock. He even let out an exaggerated "oh." He squinted one eye and said with a smile, "You're still not dead? What a childish trick." But he didn't expect that behind that large rock was Lin Mia. The moment the rock shattered was also the moment he counterattacked. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He smiled smugly. He punched him straight in the face. "Take this punch." He punched him hard in the face. Qian Jiao looked at him happily. "Brother Lin Mia, are you okay?" He turned back in surprise and questioned him. "That kick just now? Even a disciple of the heavenly palace should have had his neck broken by my kick. Why? Are you completely unharmed?" He comfortably rubbed the back of his neck and said, "That massage just now was pretty okay." With that, he beckoned to him with his hand, taunting, "Continue." He thought to himself proudly, "Luckily, I've cultivated the Li Chun Gue Jingong. Coupled with the innate heavenly imperial body, my body's constitution has long surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, that move just now, I really wouldn't have been able to take it." His eyes were bloodshot. Purple veins appeared on his forehead. He growled, "Very good. It seems I have underestimated you once again." He jumped up and charged, shouting threateningly, "But this is as far as you go." He also curled his hand into a fist and charged. Just in time to take you, to test my cultivation." The two fists collided, creating sparks. It created a huge explosion. Neither of them yielded. He frowned and looked at him. He also frowned and looked at him. The two of them, evenly matched, separated. He looked at him and thought to himself, this guy really has no small amount of strength. He didn't stop. He immediately threw out a barrage of dark black magic arrows. "Taste this." He hurriedly dodged, feeling that, as expected of the demon race, famous for their physical strength. He clenched both his hands and held them in front of his mouth. I didn't expect. A protective circle immediately appeared around him. All of his darts were shot out. None of them could touch him. He shouted in surprise, "What?" They all bounced off? He charged towards him again, his fists clenched. He looked up at him, stunned, and thought, "How'd this guy do it? Clearly last time I was—" Before he could finish his thought, his fist had already kissed his cheek. It sent him flying backward in pain. He landed hard on the ground. He flew back several meters. Blood spurted from his mouth. He couldn't believe it. "You bastard. What kind of evil technique has he cultivated?" He looked at him charge up again. Could it be the supreme golden body of the Vajra temple? His powerful fist came flying. He also threw a punch. The two sides fought back and forth fiercely. Neither of them would give up. The more they fought, the more intense it became. This guy was sweating from a fight. He thought in fear, "Is it my illusion?" He looked at him, also tense and sweating, but still punching and kicking nonstop. Why do I feel like this guy is getting harder and harder to fight? He punched him with both hands. He quickly raised both hands to block. He tightly gripped both of his fists. He frowned and sweated as he looked at him. I didn't expect. His next move was actually a headbutt. He slammed his head into his head and shouted, "Fall!" He cried out in pain, "Ah-ah-ah." Blood spurted from his mouth. He gritted his teeth. His feet were firmly planted on the ground. He said angrily, "The one who should fall is..." And he also used his own move. He slammed his forehead into his mouth. "You." He also fell backward, spitting blood from his mouth. Uh-huh. He even lost a tooth from the blow. He cursed in pain and anger, "Bastard." He clenched both his hands and watched him fall to the ground. He stood up and looked at him angrily, questioning, "Who on earth are you?" A cheer-refining cultivator shouldn't have this kind of physique. He smiled smugly and looked at him in silence. "It, created by the innate imperial body, is unexpectedly so strong. It seems the demon race's strong physique can't threaten me." He beckoned to him again. "Continue." He was about to charge up again when unexpectedly, a loud noise from the tower attracted both of them. He looked towards the tower. That is... The monster was bound by a chain. It was being gradually pulled in. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Dao One." He turned to look at this guy and smiled mockingly. "It seems your plan is about to fall apart. Although I don't know how you guys broke the seal, but that guy's about to be locked up again." But he wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile, "Is that so?" He threw his head back and laughed smugly. "So, you think you've won?" "No. The good show has only just begun." Suddenly, Qian Jiao behind him cried out in pain again. Her whole body also erupted with the spiritual energy of the demon beast. She asked worriedly, that is... Lin Mia rushed to her side. "What's wrong?" Her whole body was trembling. She placed her hand on her chest and said, "The devouring desolation in my body. It's moving. It seems something is approaching." All the cultivators were seriously countering. On the other side, everyone was putting all their effort into sealing the beast. Lu Ci shouted, "The seal is about to succeed. Keep it up." He looked at the giant monster before him. "Very good. Dao Nok is about to be locked up again." Lu Ci crossed his arms and thought, "That Du Xiaoyang doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move." He looked towards the distance where Lin Mia was fighting. "I thought the enemy would feign an attack in the east and attack in the west. And sneak attack that missed Qian Jiao. Could it be that the culprit who killed the sect master of the sacred sect this time didn't come?" The two disciples looked in surprise at the direction someone was coming from. One of them shouted, "Who are you?" A horned maiden came without hesitation. Both of them shouted, "Stop." But she didn't react at all, her mouth always saying, "Ah, I'm so hungry." The young man with a knife rushed forward. You can tell at a glance that she's from the demon race. What's the point of talking to her? He jumped up and aimed at her, slashing down. "Capture her." But unexpectedly, from under the cloak, a tail was revealed. She unleashed her small, sharp-boned tail. Everyone was shocked and asked, "What is that?" The three of them rushed forward to fight. "Be careful. Block this thing." That tail pierced into one of them. His spiritual energy was immediately drained away. He shouted, "This is... I didn't expect." This monster just stood there and... Immediately, its tail just sucked away everyone's spiritual energy. "Impossible. My spiritual energy is being drained. What kind of monster is this?" After she finished sucking, she retracted her tail. She even licked her lips in enjoyment. "Delicious. So delicious." A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting her right in the middle. She screamed in pain, "Arg." Lu Zhizi looked at her. He let out an "oh." His eyes looked at it coldly. "You can withstand my divine punishment, Thunder?" The demon raised its head and looked at him. It licked its lips greedily. The old man looked at it and warned, "If that's the case." Then he drew his sword. "Let me give you a taste of my supreme oneness, true thunder." He stuck a talisman on the sword. "Take this." The sword was like an electric gun, shooting out a powerful bolt of lightning. He pointed the sword straight at it. "Turn to dust for me." It was knocked to the ground. He looked down and saw the demon lying on the ground and said with a smile, "That's all you've got." Suddenly, he was startled and realized, wait a minute, on the ground. It wasn't defeated by his lightning bolt, but rather it was absorbing it. This is... I never expected. After absorbing Lu Zhizi's two moves, it revealed its true form, a monster that constantly cried out, "Hungry, so hungry." Below the original girl, there was now a monster with a gaping mouth. Its eyes glowed brightly. So hungry. Its horns and tail were also longer. Its arms were pitch black. Its nails were long. It looked straight at the old man and said, "I want to eat more." He looked at it in astonishment. This is... Master Enian reminded from above. Be careful. That is the host of gluttony. On the other side, Dao Chongyun was seriously concentrating on sealing the monster. He was sweating. He gritted his teeth and worried. Damn it. It's hard for us to escape now. Lu Jitsi raised his head and asked, Gluttony? Wasn't that thing suppressed in the sea of no light by the first palace master thousands of years ago? How could it have found a host? The group immediately rushed forward. Quick, stop it. Everyone rushed forward, shouting, Don't hold back. Attack this monster with all your might. But unexpectedly, the monster opened its mouth wide with delight and sucked in all of everyone's spiritual energy. This is... All the young disciples were stunned. Ow, how is this possible? Our attacks. The group looked at the monster in disbelief. It swallowed them all. The girl stood on the monster's back. Her face showing clear pleasure, she said, Delicious, delicious. Dao Qingfeng frowned and gritted his teeth. Damn it, magic seems to be ineffective against it. He waved his hand. Send in the spirit beasts. Immediately, spirit beasts like white horses and birds charged forward and attacked frantically. But the monster stood still and raised its tail. Instantly, it whipped out and hit all the spirit beasts. The group shouted in horror, How can this be? The monster chewed with its gaping mouth, just by standing in one place and whipping its tail. The group was bewildered and angry. Damn it, still not working. The monkey immediately fled far away, but the monster didn't let it go. It extended its long claws and grabbed the monkey tightly. Just like that, holding it like food, it stuffed it straight into its gaping, toothy mouth. The people watching exclaimed in fear, Oh my God! My ape was eaten. The monster licked its lips in satisfaction, chewing noisily. Sending in the spirit beast was no different from giving it more food. Dao Qingfeng frowned. He was sweating as he said, This monster. Sure Enian landed beside Lu Jitsi and said, Your Taoist arts are not suitable for dealing with this monster. Go help Dao, Chongyun seal Tao Wu. I'll handle it. With that, he stood down before the gluttonous monster and admonished it, Demon, my Buddha is compassionate. He placed his hand on his mouth. His entire body was brimming with spiritual energy. Today, I will deliver you. Dao Chongyun, while sealing Tao Wu, looked down at Sure Enian and thought, Grandmaster Enian's supreme golden body has never been defeated. He glanced down. He sweated and thought, although it's hard for me and the old elder to provide support, but it should be enough to hold out until the minister elder returns. Lin Mia, looking through his chi observation technique. He looked at the abundant spiritual energy covering the tower and exclaimed in astonishment, There's still another one of those monsters. The demon from behind him walked over and said, How do you think we managed to wipe out the sects of the 9 Mystic Sword sect? Chi shouted, This time, the myriad creation sect will be the same. No one will escape. You all have to... But before he could finish, a blinding golden light from the sky shone down on him. He screamed in pain, Arg. He was pinned to the ground by the light, unable to move. He could only scream loudly. Who's sneak attacking me? Then he could do nothing more. His entire body was flattened. He spat out blood. Golden talismans fell from the sky around a few of them. Lin Mia looked on in surprise. It turned out that the old man Du Xiaoyang had appeared. He stood in front of him. He said in surprise, Elder Du. He turned to look at him and said, You've worked hard. Now, you two come with me. We must quickly get to the treasure tower. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment and thought. When did he arrive? The chi observation technique didn't detect him at all. He threw a few talismans at the monster. As for you, later, you will have to confess everything you know without omitting a single word. He was trapped in a formless, weightless space by the talismans. He shouted, You bastard! I will make your magic. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change anything. He could only roar and curse. Damn it! My power! Why? Du Xiaoyang looked at him coldly and said, Foolish. My Confucian righteous path is not an ordinary magical art. It's just a pity that I couldn't lure out the person behind you. I thought he would make a move himself. Lin Mia, standing behind, held Qin Zhao's hand and asked, So, Elder Du was here from the beginning? He turned and replied, I was in the dark the whole time. The enemy had long targeted the devouring desolation in Qin Zhao's body. If they wanted to steal it, they would have to show themselves. Hearing this, he thought with even more bewilderment. So Qing Jiao and I were also bait. The people of the Heavenly Palace are really... Suddenly, Lin Mia saw something and shouted, "Be careful!" A stream of purple demonic energy was attacking towards them. Zhao Yang calmly held out 2 fingers and used a command. Instantly, a large explosion appeared in midair. The purple smoke slowly gathered together. A pair of eyes appeared. It turned out to be the filthy guy who had attacked Lin Mia's group and the Sacred Light Sect's Sect Master before. Seeing him, Lin Mia shouted in anger. He's the one who murdered the Sacred Light Sect's Sect Master. At this moment, Lin Mia was staring intently at him. He frowned and thought, this guy has finally appeared. Suddenly, something behind him made him glance back. Qing Jiao's entire body was now emitting a powerful aura. Her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at him. It's you. It was you who killed my master. Of course it was me, but on the contrary, it's you, little girl, who sealed the devouring desolation. Last time, the Sacred Light Sect's Sect Master gave her life to save you. This time, whose life are you planning to sacrifice to barely survive? Lin Mia broke out in a sweat when he saw the devouring desolation's power growing more and more intense. He stepped forward to calm Qing Jiao. Calm down. This guy's intentionally provoking you. Zhao Yang stepped forward and spoke. This kid is right. The person who can kill the Sacred Light Sect Master is not someone you can deal with right now. You two first. He was in the middle of speaking when the 3 of them were enveloped by the filthy guy's black energy. Zhao Yang glanced at him angrily. You still dare to make a move? In your dreams. Instantly, he immediately reached out his hand. He created a shield that enveloped the 3 of them. The filthy guy's black energy could not penetrate it in any way. Next, 5 spirit energy orbs appeared on his palm. You want to snatch someone from right under my nose? You who hides your head and shows your tail. You're unavoidably too arrogant. With that, he unleashed an extremely powerful blow. Towards him, demon, taste this. The filthy guy was immediately hit by Zhao Yang's move. For a moment, his body exploded into many pieces. Zhao Yang, seeing this, was extremely surprised. What? Is it a clone? Lin Mia looked around. If it's a fake, then where is the enemy's real body? Suddenly, a black smoke appeared next to Lin Mia, making him turn his head in alarm. He was extremely startled. Damn it, this aura is that thing. The filthy guy once again used the demonic eye that had killed the Sacred Light Sect's Sect Master before. The demonic eye immediately focused its energy into a ball in front of it. Zhao Yang immediately created shield. It's fine. My righteous energy is the bane of this evil art. But Lin Mia didn't think so. Not right. That move is completely. Seeing the eye, the demonic one had launched its attack. Lin Mia was terrified. Damn it. There's no more time to explain. He gritted his teeth and used his chi gazing art. I have to see this attack clearly this time. Once he saw the technique, Lin Yi shouted a frantic warning. Zhao Yang, don't block it. You'll die. Zhao Yang, however, was bewildered. He had no idea what Lin Yi meant. What are you talking about? No time to explain. Lin Yi leaped forward and tackled Zhao Yang, dodging the incoming strike. The attack slammed into the ground behind them, creating a massive explosion. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Seeing its destructive power, Zhao Yang broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of technique was that? It was so stealthy, and my righteous aura was completely unable to block its attack. The slovenly man looked at Lin Yi and thought, this kid, he actually managed to pull Zhao Yang out of the way? But how? No one has ever been able to see through this technique before. How the hell could he see it? Meanwhile, Lin Yi was quietly sizing him up. That ocular art is terrifying. It seems this is how the Sacred Serpent's Sect Master was defeated. If I didn't have the chi gazing art, I would have never detected that attack. The slovenly man's eyes glowed red as he snorted coldly. If that's how it is, then... Oh, wait a second. Looks like things over there are almost done. Never mind, then. After speaking, he launched an attack that shattered the seal, imprisoning the other demon. With the seal broken, the demon fell to the ground. His subordinate called out, "My lord." The slovenly man turned and said to him, "You can go. Leave this place to me." The demon hesitated, looking at the man. "But my lord, no more words. Take your men and retreat. I don't want to repeat myself." Terrified, he bowed his head and accepted the order. Before leaving, he glanced back one last time at Lin Ye's group. Then he shot off, deep into the forest. The slovenly man turned back to Lin Mia's group. As for the rest of you, you've probably accepted your fate by now, right? Zhao Yang frowned and asked Lin Yi, kid, that guy's attack just now. How did you manage to detect it? Lin Yi gave a wry smile in response. I'm afraid I can't really explain it right now. But I can see it. A stream of spiritual energy called the essence of the Confucian path emerged from between Zhao Yang's eyebrows. That stream of energy then flowed into the space between Lin Mia's brows. This is the essence of the Confucian path. We will fight as one. While Lin Yu was still dazedly processing the influx of spiritual energy, Zhao Yang spoke. From now on, our minds are linked. I'll take the lead on offense. You'll be in charge of telling me how to dodge his attacks. Hearing this, he smiled and agreed, got it. Zhao Yang channeled spirit energy into his hands. In that case, I should probably get serious too. Using a spiritual energy arrow, Zhao Yang aimed at the slovenly man. The gentleman's 6 arts, rites and music, strike true for me. Zhao Yang released his hand. The arrow flew toward the man at incredible speed. He just snorted coldly. He fired a counterattack from his eerie eye. Just a mere scholar's trick. Zhao Yang's arrow was instantly shattered. Not only that, the man's attack continued hurtling toward Zhao Yang. But this time, with their minds linked and with Lin Mia's warning, Zhao Yang dodged it with ease. Seeing this, the slovenly man let out a sound of surprise. Oh, so it wasn't a fluke after all. He can actually see my attacks. Lin Yi stared intently at him. He smiled inwardly. Good. Compared to before, the power of this attack seems to have dropped. He probably can't just fire them off without any conditions. If we can just drag this out until the other 2 elders arrive to handle this mess, we might. Just then, he turned his head and was shocked to see that Tao Wu had still not been sealed. What the hell? Don't tell me the 2 elders can't handle the trouble over there either. Zhao Yang fired another arrow at the man. At the same time, he warned Lin Yi, hey kid, don't get distracted. By now, he was growing exhausted. Sweat beaded on his face. Damn it. I originally thought the 3 of us would be more than enough to handle this. I never expected it to be this disastrous. The Heavenly Palace really miscalculated this time. While thinking, he spoke to Lin Yi. As things stand, we need to fight our way to the pagoda and retreat. Over there, at least we can regroup with the others first. Hearing this, the slovenly man laughed loudly. Ha ha. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. With that, he commanded his demonic eye to attack the 3 of them again. Great Master Yin Yin, having fought the Taodai for some time, was also running out of steam. Damn it. My supreme golden body is completely unable to stop it. His face was ashen. He stood panting heavily. This wretched demon is the perfect counter to my techniques. Great Master Yin Yin gritted his teeth. Using his supreme golden body, he prepared for a life-or-death battle with the Taotai. Come on, I will never let you get what you want. The girl's eyes were fixed on Great Master Yin Yin. Dark smoke billowed from her mouth. Looking at the dried corpses on the ground, she spoke to the Taotai. The spiritual energy of the others has already been drained. Now, only this old man is left. Taotai! Slowly, it opened its mouth. Thick, disgusting saliva dripped from its maw. Together, she and the Taotai began to absorb the spiritual energy from Great Master Yin Yin. She stuck out her tongue and licked her fingertips with a look of pure satisfaction. Delicious. So delicious. Great Master Yin Yin gritted his teeth and thought. The Northern Light, Taoist arts. To think that even this humble monk's attacks are completely ineffective. Just then, an explosion rocked the tower. The 3 of them, Lin Yi, Jin Yao, and Zhao Yang, had arrived. Thank goodness. We made it in time. The situation isn't completely out of control yet. They landed right in front of the Taotai. As the dust settled, Lin Yi coughed a few times, his eyes squeezed shut. When he opened them, he was stunned by the scene before him. In front of him were the hideous Taotai and the girl, staring right at him. He saw that the slovenly man had also caught up. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. This is bad. With both of them here, how are the elders supposed to fight? Zhao Yang, at his side, spoke up. We absolutely cannot let them advance. The sealing of Tao Wu must be completed. Hearing this, the slovenly man spoke with contempt. You're pretty confident, but I'm not completely unreasonable. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over Tao Wu and Fei Huang, and I will let you leave this place alive. Great Master Yin pointed a furious finger and roared. In your dreams, we will never compromise with a vile demon like you. Zhao Yang sweated as he glanced at Jin Yao behind them, thinking, that's easy for you to say, but Jin Yao is here too. If anything goes wrong. At that moment, Lin Mia looked at the girl and spoke up. And then there's this girl. Is she the Tao Hia's host? What's her story? How can so many people be unable to handle her alone? Hearing this, Daoist Xiao Yao frowned and shot back, you brat. It's easy for you to say. This damn thing. What do you mean none of our attacks or defenses work on her? Invincibility on top of dealing true damage? That's just completely broken, isn't it? Isn't there any other intel? Ever since the Tao Tai was sealed in the Sea of Nothingness by the first Palace Master, it hasn't meddled in worldly affairs. Any information related to it was long forgotten in the river of history. Lin Mia frowned and thought. It feels like a powered-up version of the demonic spirit banner. I wonder if my myriad heaven's true desolate water can handle it. While thinking, he stepped forward. If I can restrain her, can you guys figure something out? You brat. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know that even this old man and great master, Yin couldn't? But Zhao Yang reached out and stopped Daoist Xiao Yao. No, this kid might be able to. He saw through that other guy's attack earlier. You could even say he saved my life. Perhaps we can trust him. Hearing this, the two elders stared at Lin Mia for a long moment without a word. Daoist Xiao Yao turned to Zhao Yang. Old Zhao, are you sure? This is no joking matter. Zhao Yang stepped forward and asked Lin Mia, what do you think? Once we go all out, we might not be able to look out for you. He gritted his teeth, staring at the two monsters before them. I'll give it a try. But on the other hand, how will you defend against that guy's attack? Zhao Yang turned to the other two. Old Lu, your Taoist Gates evasion armor will shield us. As for Great Master Yin, before he could finish, Great Master Yin stepped forward, staff in hand. I'll deal with this one. This humble monk refuses to believe that two people can break my supreme golden body in a single day. You too, support me. Xiao Yao Daoist turned to look at Zhao Yang. If that's the case, then let's go. Lin Mia rushed forward. But he turned his head back to tell Qian Jiao, go into the tower and hide first. If the situation turns unfavorable, don't worry about anything. Think of a way to protect yourself. Then go back to the Heavenly Palace. Lin Mia's words sounded like a farewell to Qian Jiao. She reached out and called out Lin Mia's name loudly. Suddenly, Qing Feng appeared and said, Miss Qian Jiao, calm down. I really want to help too, but there's nothing I can do but watch. Qian Jiao was sad. So what should we do? Lin Mia clenched his fists and rushed towards the monster. I can only do my best not to involve them. Qian Jiao could only clench her fists and look down at the ground. On this side, Master Yin slammed his staff into the ground and used the supreme golden body. Xiao Yao Daoist took out his talismans, used the Daoist armor. He threw the talismans toward Zhao Yang. Immediately, the talismans created a shield that enveloped Zhao Yang. The three elders used all their trump cards to deal with the messy guy in front of them. At this time, Tao Tai rushed in front of Master Yin again. It's you again, you monster. Tao Tai licked his lips and looked at Master Yin as if he were a delicious meal. Without letting Yin react, Tao Tai attacked, but luckily he dodged. Although he dodged the attack, but he opened his mouth wide in fear. Hey, I can't fight this thing. At this moment, Lin Mia rushed in front of Yin. Let me deal with her. He clenched his fists. He unleashed a powerful spiritual energy and shouted, take my thunderous punch. Without a moment's hesitation, he punched straight at her. Lin Mia's powerful fist stopped right at Tao Ye's nose. But she didn't even flinch and even sneered at Lin Mia. His face darkened. How can this be? Master Yin, seeing that Lin Mia was there, turned and rushed towards a messy guy. I'll leave that one to you. I'll go deal with this one. He clenched his fists again. He threw another punch. This time, he used the Qi gazing art to observe. Another powerful punch from Lin Mia landed on Tao Ye's nose. But Lin Mia's attack still had no effect on her. Her face darkened. She growled. Have you had enough fun? After that last blow, Lin Mia had also seen through it. So that's how it is. Tao Tai is not truly invincible, but all the spiritual power of the attack has turned into its food. In the battle on this side, Master Yin continuously attacked the messy guy. With me here, don't you dare be arrogant. He snorted coldly and summoned a demonic eye. Then let's start with you first. As soon as the demonic eye opened, it used its pressure to try and crush Enian. But Enian's body was currently enveloped by the Wuxian golden body, so he was completely unharmed. Lin Mia, watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone who uses the Buddhist golden body for defense. He even blocked a finishing move. There, I've broken his technique. Enian opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Huh, it's so immeasurable. The old man rushed towards the messy guy with his book. Evil demon, raise your hands and surrender. Enian delivered a powerful blow towards him, but he turned into a cloud of black smoke and dodged. The ground below cracked. He slipped behind Enian. He said smugly, "This is why I hate ox noses and bald heads." Lin Mia, on this side, was struggling to dodge Tao Ye's stomps. She leaned forward. She laughed demonically. "You should obediently become my food." Lin Mia's face turned pale. He was sweating bullets. "Oh no, this time I'm really done for." Tao Dai then reached out and grabbed Lin Mia's body. She shoved him straight into her hideous mouth. "Fill my hunger. Become my nourishment." Ha! After swallowing Lin Mia whole, she stood there looking at the tower. Qian Jiao was extremely shocked to see Lin Mia become Tao Ye's food. The battle on this side was still going on intensely between Enian and the messy guy. Enian turned back and said to Zhaoyang, "Is this the reliability you were talking about?" Zhaoyang looked worriedly at Tao Dai. "How can this be?" But Zhaoyang was extremely surprised to see Tao Tai trembling. She didn't understand why and looked down. In the mouth below, Lin Mia was now prying open Tao Ye's mouth and climbing out. "Although all my spiritual power has been drained, but I am an innate imperial body," he shouted angrily. "You want to eat me? Then let's see if your teeth are good enough." Tao Dai shook back and forth, trying to make Lin Mia dizzy. "This despicable person, why can't I swallow him?" Tao Dai shook up and then shook down. He shook left and then shook right. But Lin Mia still held on tight to its teeth. After shaking back and forth for a while, she also got tired and panted. "You should just obediently let me swallow you." Tao Dai tried to close his mouth, but was persistently held open by Lin Mia. "You want to eat me, little master? Wait another 100 years. Qing Feng, watching from the side, was extremely surprised. This Lin Mia guy actually managed to block it. Seeing that Lin Mia was still alive, Qian Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Qing Feng thought to himself, "I didn't expect his body to be this strong." Clearly, our Sect's spiritual pet specializes in wrestling, but they were all swallowed by that monster. The messy guy also paid attention to Lin Mia's struggle with Tao Tai. This kid can actually block Tao Ye's devouring ability? Could he be? While he was thinking, Enian rushed in to attack. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me?" One thought strikes down. But he turned into a cloud of smoke and escaped. An ordinary cultivator is only at the Qi refining stage. Once they lose their spiritual power, they're not much stronger than ordinary people. Tao Ye's teeth can even crush rocks. Could it be that his body is the true, desolate, saintly body? No way. I can't keep this guy around. Thinking, he no longer bothered with Enian and flew up high. He summoned his demonic eye, determined to kill Lin Mia. Despite Tao Dai being there, Lin Mia was extremely pissed. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, seeing someone in danger and taking advantage of the situation. Just then, someone's hand held a thunder talisman and raised it high. Immediately, the sky turned to night. Lightning struck continuously toward the messy guy in his eye. Although he tried to dodge, the lightning was too much and he was hit a few times. He looked around angrily. He screamed at the top of his lungs. "Who is it? I'm so pissed off." Seeing the thunder talisman in the hand of the Taoist from Dao Sect, he flared up and shouted, "You damned dog! You damned ox-nosed bastard!" Xiao Daoist smiled smugly. He thought to himself, as expected, this move is effective against this messy guy. But after all, it's not like Tao Dai can completely disregard my formula. Lin Mia, below, had been struggling with Tao Dai for half a day and was getting pissed. He gritted his teeth. He decided to take a risk. He let go with one hand to make a fist. He turned inward and shouted, "Let me go." Lin Mia aimed straight for Tao Ye's throat and punched. Using all his strength, Lin Mia threw a powerful punch. The pain immediately shot up, making Tao Dai break out in a cold sweat. The host symbiotic with Tao Dai also had to share the pain and covered his mouth, groaning. He has the skills, but he can't take the pain. Tao Dai then spit Lin Mia out along with a bunch of slime. Lin Mia put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. That was close. It's all saliva. How disgusting. Tao Yi's tears were now streaming down her face. At the same time, saliva was constantly drooling. Lin Mia struggled to sit up. He stared at her. After taking a powerful punch from Lin Mia, her face turned pale. I'm going to kill you. With that, she angrily reached out towards Lin Mia, wanting to grab him again. Tao Yi's huge foot also followed her actions. Lin Mia quickly retreated backward to dodge. The ground below shattered. After retreating a few more rounds to maintain distance, Lin Mia continued to provoke her. I've already said it. If you want to eat me, you'll have to wait another 100 years. The messy guy looking down from above was angry and snorted. He actually let him escape. He looked up at the tower again. If this continues, Dao Nok will be completely sealed. It seems I can't gain anything for now. The messy guy then flew forward and said loudly, prepare to retreat. Tao Tai, upon hearing this, hesitated slightly. But I'm still not full. Retreat for now. I'll let you have a big meal later. Now cover for me. As he finished, he once again summoned the demonic eye. Looking at the demonic eye gathering energy, Zhao Yang spoke up. Lin Mia, can you see through his attack this time? Lin Mia didn't answer, but stared intently at him. Seeing that the energy was sufficient, the filthy man waved his hand forward. There's no other way. Don't blame me for this. Lin Mia, seeing through it with his chi observation technique, quickly shouted, not good. This guy wants to destroy the entire tower. But it was too late. Countless attacks rained down on the seal on the tower. Lin Mia's mouth hung open as he saw the seal slowly crack. The sect master of Chongyun sect saw the seal break right before his eyes. He was extremely shocked, seeing Tao Wu struggling violently. He shouted in alarm, danger! It's about to break free from the seal. The words had just left his mouth when the sealing chain on Tao Wu's hand snapped. It continued to struggle to break the remaining chains on its body. Taoist Xiaoyao circled around behind. He gathered his spiritual energy, wanting to strike the filthy man. You despicable demon, go to hell. But at this moment, Tao Tai began to act. It opened its mouth wide and began to suck in Taoist Xiaoyao's spiritual energy. Having his spiritual energy sucked away by Tao Tai, Taoist Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. Damn it, using this move again. All of my spiritual energy is being drained by it. With his spiritual energy depleted, Taoist Xiaoyao had to land. The filthy man looked at Lin Mia and thought to himself, I never expected such a variable. It's truly surprising. Using that move several times in a row has consumed too much energy. This time, I can only stop here. Having achieved his goal, he flew to Tao Tai's side. Then the two of them turned and fled. Taoist Xiaoyao stood watching them leave, unable to do anything. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, they got away again. Zhao Yang shouted from behind. Don't worry about them anymore. The worst thing for us now is how to deal with Tao Wu. At this moment, Tao Wu had broken the chain on his other side. The sect master of Chongyun's sect, as a result, suffered a backlash and vomited blood. Seeing Tao Wu escape the seal, he was extremely terrified. While he was stunned, Tao Wu's hand struck down. He couldn't react in time. The Chongyun sect master immediately took a powerful blow from Tao Wu. His body flew straight down and slammed into the ground. Qing Feng and Taoist Si Jiao worriedly ran over after being hit by the Chongyun sect master. Tao Wu roared with excitement at Zhao Yang. He immediately used a binding technique on Tao Wu. Don't you dare go crazy here. Seal him again for me. But he hadn't held him for long when Zhao Yang's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The previous battle had consumed too much of his power. Both the seal and the formation had been destroyed. He was afraid that at this time, the sixth elder, leading Mu Bing and Mu Shi, rushed over. Seeing the scene before them, the three of them were extremely surprised. What the hell is this? What is this situation? Tao Wu used his strength to shatter the chains that bound him. Taoist Xiaoyao and Grandmaster Enian immediately rushed up. Quick, stop him. The three of them quickly coordinated. It turned out that the chains were suppressing Tao Wu. Taoist Xiaoyao cursed angrily. That filthy man. That bastard. I can't believe he used such a trick. Lin Mia on the side used his chi observation technique to observe the situation. Not good. Tao Wu's aura is still growing stronger. That girl was paying attention to Tao Wu, but couldn't get it. It will also make it impossible for us to seal it again. Zhao Yang turned his head. He shouted at Lin Mia. Kid, don't just stand there. Quick, get everyone out of here. Run as far as you can. Lin Mia also knew the situation was bad. He ran towards the Chongyun Sect Master. The Chongyun Sect Master, in his hand, said to Qing Feng, quick, get all the disciples of your sect to flee. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Qing Feng, hearing this, was a bit hesitant, but Tao Wu hadn't finished speaking when Lin Mia roared, stop caring about whatever damn Tao Wu. You'll lose your life. You'll lose everything. The sixth elder quickly led the disciples to flee. Quick, quick, take the injured and retreat. Everyone split up to help the injured. They had no strength left to run. Tao was now extremely angry. He raised his face to the sky and let out a loud roar. Instantly, he had shattered the chains. He sent the 3 elders flying. Seeing that Tao Wu had escaped, the crowd was terrified. Their elders can't hold on any longer. That thing has escaped. Tao Wu opened his mouth and sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy. Next, he condensed it into a ball of energy. He aimed it at the crowd. The 6th elder and Qing Feng were extremely shocked. What terrifying energy! We can't dodge it. We're dead for sure this time. Musher was about to faint because he had never tasted a girl before, and now he had to die. Zhao Yang quickly shouted at the crowd, stop standing there. Run quickly. Just then, at the last second, a large hand punched Tao Wu in the face. A fierce beast, no smaller than Tao Wu, appeared and attacked. It turned out to be Qing Jiao. She had used the power of the devouring desolation in her body. The young lady was furious, her eyes glowing. She stared intently at one path, trying to harm others. Tao was punched unexpectedly. His head was a little dizzy, but the energy in its mouth still shot out. The unfortunate disciples standing near the explosion were all sent flying. Lin Mia gritted his teeth. He raised his hands to shield himself. Damn it, just a shockwave is this terrifying. Qing Jiao, you must be careful. Seeing Tao Wu harm people right in front of her, Qing Jiao's anger reached its peak. Her eyes had now turned red. Lin Mia, seeing this, was extremely worried. Could it be that the devouring desolation has also lost control? Seeing Lin Mia's worry, the Chongyun Sect Master spoke up. It's not what you think. That girl is controlling the devouring desolation. I never thought she could do it to this extent. Zhao Yang also stepped forward and added, that girl is kind-hearted for saving us. But this time, our trouble is even bigger. Lin Mia, hearing this, his face darkened. He asked Zhao Yang in a low voice, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. Before Zhao Yang could speak, the Chongyun Sect Master spoke up. The sealer releases the power of the fierce beast in their body. To fight, it's not without a price. The personality of each type of fierce beast will affect its host. The personality of Tao Wu is arrogant and cruel. The personality of Tao Tai before represented an eternally insatiable greed. As for the personality of the devouring desolation, it is endless rage. Lin Mia's eyes immediately widened in surprise. He couldn't say a word. In his mind, an image of Qing Jiao, from gentle to fierce, appeared. You mean Qing Jiao will turn into an evil Qing Jiao? This problem isn't that big, is it? Zhao Yang placed his hand on Lin Mia's shoulder and added, it's not that simple. Don't forget that that child is still fighting right now. And she's fighting with another fierce beast. Once she is completely dominated by the rage of the devouring desolation, after her emotions completely lose control, the beast will go completely berserk. Compared to other emotions, rage is the easiest to make people lose control. Even if the little girl's temperament has been kind for a long time, I'm afraid she will also lose control. Lin Mia was immediately struck by lightning. After losing control, what will happen? Can she recover? Zhao Yang stammered and explained. Losing control means the fierce beast will completely merge with its host. At that time, it's too late for any of that. Lin Mia's face darkened. His eyes were ice cold. He glared at Chongyun. Rushing forward, he grabbed the man by the collar and yelled, then hurry up and get Tao Wu sealed away. Sect Master Chongyun shoved Lin Mia aside. I want to believe me, but myself and the other Heavenly Palace elders, we're all at our limit. Most importantly, the entire sealing pagoda has been destroyed. If we're going to seal it, where are we supposed to do it? Lin Yi pointed towards Qing Feng. Him. You called the Heavenly Palace for backup. Wasn't the plan to have your son become the sealer? Before he could finish, Chong Yin shoved it back again. He pointed a furious finger and shouted. That was when we had a complete and stable seal. To force a seal like this now, do you have any idea how enormous the risk is? Then what's supposed to happen to Jin Yao? You don't want to do anything? Are we just supposed to let those two monstrous beasts run wild? Taoist Xiao Yao finally spoke up. The only option now is for us to retreat first. The two beasts are locked in a stalemate. We wait for the palace master to arrive. As long as the palace master makes a move. Before he could finish, Zhao Yang cut him off. Impossible. The palace master will absolutely not leave the heavenly palace. Worried, Lin Yi turned to Chong Yun. The palace master can't leave the heavenly palace? Why is that? He then turned to Taoist Xiao Yao. Then what's the other option? Taoist Xiao Yao was silent for a long moment before speaking. The only other option is, we fight to the death to defend the Fei Huang. Hearing this, Sect Master Chong Yun loudly objected. Absolutely not. We have no idea how long that thing can remain lucid. If it loses control during the sealing process, or if both beasts go berserk in our current state, none of us will be able to escape. Lin Yi was utterly furious. He pointed directly in the old man's face. Screw you and your damn reasoning. Are you just going to let Jin Yao die? Qing Feng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. I side with Lin Yi. Both Lin Yi and Chong Yun were stunned to hear Qing Feng say this. The sect master roared at his son. What the hell are you siding with? Do you have any idea what happens to the sealer if the process goes wrong? Qing Feng looked toward the two battling beasts and said calmly. But that is still better than letting Miss Jin Yao die to save our lives. Father, while we stand here wasting time, Miss Jin Yao is still risking her life for us. I will not choose to run or act like a coward, even if there is only a sliver of hope. I want to be the one to bear that responsibility. Chong Yin stared at his son, gritting his teeth in fury. You damn rebellious son. Zhao Yang and Taoist Xiao Yao stood to the side, waiting in silence. Just then, Mu Fan also stepped forward. I agree. If it weren't for Miss Jin Yao just now, I'm afraid we'd all be dead already. If you want to leave, then go. I'm going to bet it all on this. Hearing this, Lin Yi clenched his fists. That's right. It's just one monstrous beast, isn't it? If we all fight shoulder to shoulder, victory will be ours. Long tongue. Mu and the other disciples echoed the sentiment. Me too. Consider the life I just got back as a debt repaid to Miss Jin Yao. This prince will absolutely not flee. Yeah, let's all go together. All the disciples of the heavenly palace shouted as one. Let's risk it all against that thing. We are men born between heaven and earth. How can we let a young woman risk her life for us? Let's take it head on. But Sect Master Chong Yun roared over them all. Enough. What do any of you understand? All you know is how to throw your lives away. Let me ask you, to seal Tao Wu again, it will take at least 4 hours. Who here can guarantee that girl can hold on for 4 more hours? At his words, everyone fell silent. No one said a word. Great Master Yin Yin stroked his beard and spoke. That child, Jin Yao, has a kind and gentle heart. Perhaps it is possible. It's probably doable. Lin Yi angrily challenged Chong Yun. Then on what grounds do you think she can't do it? Jin Yao, she's... He was cut off mid-sentence as the system interface flashed before his eyes. He stared in shock. Option 1. Firmly believe Jin Yao can create a miracle. Encourage everyone to proceed with the sealing. Reward. A team of pallbearers to dance the cha-cha with your coffin. Option 2. Acknowledge that Jin Yao might lose control. Convince everyone to retreat immediately. Reward. 1 sorrowful commemorative coin. Option 3. Seize the final opportunity. Quickly make a tragic confession of love to Jin Yao. Reward. 10 years of cultivation progress for the Li Chun Hui Jingong. After reading the missions, Lin Yi wanted to curse his head off. What kind of timing is this? You trash system. How could you come up with something like, but suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute. These choices, if I look at them carefully, the system usually messes with me. But at critical moments, it always gives me a real clue. This time, it must mean that if I choose the first option and just go ahead with the sealing, we'll definitely all die. And if I choose the second option, and we all run, Jin Yao will definitely die. In that case, there's no doubt. There's only one real choice. The system has already given me the hint. Getting to Jin Yao's side is the only chance for survival. With his mind made up, he roared, "Listen up. I have a way to guarantee Jin Yao won't lose control. This is our last chance to seal Tao Wu. I don't care if you're coming or not. Either way, I will absolutely not give up on Jin Yao." Everyone watched in shock as Lin Yi threw himself towards the two monstrous beasts. What is that kid trying to do? Sect Master Chong Yun was practically vibrating with rage. This is absolute madness. What kind of plan could he possibly have? Does he intend to charge into the Fei Huang's body and rescue the girl from within? Ignoring the shouts and curses behind him, Lin Yi plunged directly into the body of the Fei Huang. He was immediately enveloped by streams of crimson, flame-like energy. The onlookers stared, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Impossible. A beast's body is formed from the most vicious and foul energy in existence. Even for cultivators like us, touching it is like being doused in aqua regia. How was he able to withstand it? Zhao Yong broke out in a sweat. No, that's not it. If it's that kid, he might actually be able to do it. Lin Yi was fighting against the foul energy of the Fei Huang with all his might. He strained, pushing his way deeper into its body. After a moment of struggle, Lin Yi finally broke through. The intense heat inside made him grit his teeth. He squinted, peering ahead. I can't believe Jin Yao can withstand this molten heat. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw something that made his eyes go wide. It turned out, Jin Yao was currently curled up inside a sphere of what looked like pure fire. She was desperately fighting against the Fei Huang's power, which was trying to devour her. At that moment, she opened her eyes and saw him. Seeing Lin Yi appear here, she was completely stunned. Brother Lin Yi, why are you in here? It's too dangerous. Lin Yi moved closer. He gave her a reassuring smile. Don't be afraid. We're going to get through this together. Seeing Lin Yi risk death to save her, Jin Yao was deeply moved. Suddenly, something made her gasp in terror. Her eyes flew open wide. Sweat poured down her face. She clutched her head in fear and screamed, "No, you can't be here." Jin Yao held her head in her hands and yelled, "You have to run. It's noticed you." Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression grew worried. What do you mean? At that moment, a massive, spectral image of the Fei Huang materialized above Jin Yao's head. He saw it and gritted his teeth in anger. The Fei Huang saw Lin Yi's presence in its domain. It was furious. It opened its maw and blasted a stream of foul energy directly at Lin Yi. The moment he inhaled it, Lin Yi's eyes rolled back in his head. His mouth hung open. All his most painful memories came flooding back at once. The Fei Huang materialized beside Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Foolish mortal, feel the searing passion and endless fury of the crimson." Jin Yao rushed to Lin Yi's side in a panic. "Brother Lin Yi, don't let this rage control you. Calm down." Seeing this, the Fei Huang gloated. Haha, it's useless. He will soon become a puppet controlled by rage. As for you, how much longer can you hold on? It let out a sinister smile. It stared hungrily at Jin Yao. Soon I will. Before it could finish, a hand clapped down on its shoulder. It turned its head to see Lin Yi, his fist clenched and his eyes sharp as daggers. In your dreams. Seeing Lin Yi behind it, the Fei Huang was utterly confused, wondering when he had appeared there. Before it could react, Lin Yi sent a punch straight through it, blowing the spectral form to pieces. Not stopping there, Lin Mia threw another punch at the remaining parts, but he, like a messy guy, turned into a cloud of smoke and dodged. Then, he slowly reappeared next to Qian Jiao, surprising her. He glared at Lin Mia angrily and shouted, "You damn mortal! You will pay for your actions." Seeing Qian Jiao's fear, Lin Mia flew to her side to reassure her. "Don't worry. From now on, I will be by your side to face this damned bastard." Hearing that, the flower snorted coldly. It opened its mouth again. He spewed a cloud of foul air at Qian Jiao and Lin Mia. No one can maintain their sanity forever in front of me. Lin Mia gritted his teeth and resisted his foul air. His bloodshot eyes and the bulging veins on Lin Mia's face were clearly visible. The blood vessels on Lin Mia's body grew larger and larger. Lin Mia raised his hand. He absorbed the air into his body. Is that so? It seems I am that person. Fei Huang was very surprised to see this. This guy actually absorbed. My chi for his own use? How is this possible? Looking at his own bright red arm in front of him, Lin Mia thought to himself. It seems the system that initially rewarded me with the innate, true, desolate body already had the data. This feeling of one's destiny being arranged by others is truly unsettling. But now, Lin Mia turned and said to Qian Jiao, I'll bear the wrath of the devouring desolation, Qian Jiao. You must try to unleash the power of the devouring desolation. Control it and reverse it. We absolutely cannot let that mysterious person's plot succeed. Qian Jiao's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Mia. She hesitated for a moment, but he wouldn't let her finish. Lin Mia smiled. He reached out and patted her head. Trust me, we will get through this difficult time. Qian Jiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Mia. She thought for a long time. Then she smiled. She nodded in agreement with Lin Mia. Being fed dog food, the devouring desolation was extremely angry. How dare you? You dare to look down on me? I will kill you. Even 1,000 times is not enough. Lin Mia was not afraid and roared back. You stinking monster. Come at me. As Lin Mia clenched his fists and rushed towards the devouring desolation. I want you to experience a bit of my wrath. Qian Jiao, from behind, also began to act according to the plan. I trust you, brother Lin Mia, so I will definitely not lose. Her eyes lit up. She began to use the power of the devouring desolation to control and reverse it. At this moment, the devouring desolation's entire body was enveloped in a red aura. The two ferocious beasts began to fight again. Neither of them would give in. Seeing the sudden increase in the devouring desolation's power, the crowd started to whisper, "Oh my God, what on earth is going on?" The devouring desolation's aura suddenly increased. With the boost in power, the devouring desolation quickly gained the upper hand. He punched Dao hard in the face. A powerful punch from the devouring desolation made Dao want to dislocate his jaw. Chongwen, seeing this, was extremely worried. Not good. Could it be that the devouring desolation has completely lost control? Xiaoyao Daoist, seeing something, said, "That's not right. This seems to be the work of that kid and Qian Jiao." While everyone was still bewildered, Qian Jiao, from inside the devouring desolation, said, "Elders, hurry. I'll hold off Dao Yi. You all quickly cast the seal." Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. That kid, he really succeeded. Master Enian, from behind, gasped in amazement. It's truly unbelievable. I thought he had been burned to a crisp by the devouring desolation's evil energy. Zhaoyang turned and said to everyone, since things have come to this, we, as elders of the Heavenly Palace, have no reason to retreat. Let's seal Dao Yi together. Sect Master Chong Yun, upon hearing this, was still worried but dared not say anything. Xiaoyao Daoist and Master Enian said cheerfully, "Haha, very well. That stinking brat and Miss Qian Jiao are already risking their lives. How can I stand by and do nothing? That's right. Even if I have to die here today, I will not retreat." Seeing everyone like this, Sect Master Chong Yun took a deep breath. Then, he turned to look at Xing Feng. "Feng, father, I have long been enlightened." His eyes were full of determination. Xing Feng continued, "For the Wanwu sect, for the cultivation world, let me go." Seeing his son so determined, Sect Master Chong Yun had to sigh. He turned to look at the elders again. "All right then, do as everyone says." The sixth elder led the group of Mu Si and Mu Fan over. "Let's go and help too." All the disciples raised their hands. They shouted in unison, "For the cultivation world, we have no regrets even in death. Charge!" Dao Nok, seeing the whole group rushing towards him, sensed that the situation was not good. He turned to flee, but before he could do anything, he was held back by the devouring desolation. The devouring desolation's power has suddenly increased. Dao Nok has been controlled. Now is the time. The elders joined forces to cast the seal. The chains quickly rushed towards Dao Yi, under the suppression of the devouring desolation. Dao Yi was quickly bound by the chains. It opened its mouth, gathering energy to counterattack. Everyone, seeing this, shouted, "Not good. It wants to use that move again. It's almost impossible. Hold on. We absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste at this moment." Just then, Master Enian flew up to Dao Yi's mouth and shouted, "You dare to eat one of my moves, you beast." Master Enian then used the great heavenly dragon technique and slammed it straight into Dao Nok's face. Mu Di, from below, said to the sixth elder. Let's go up too. As long as it's an attack, it can weaken and consume Dao Yi's evil energy. With that, Mu Si ordered Qing Shui, get him for me. It's just a small Dao Yi. Don't you dare scare this prince. One side also began to act. The sword in his hand radiated black lightning. The disciples behind also began to attack. It's time to risk our lives. Don't be afraid. Let's fight that monster. Everyone charged forward. Countless attacks continuously struck Dao Yi's body. Good. The attacks are effective. Everyone hold on. Victory is right before our eyes. The sixth elder hurriedly turned and reminded Dao Qingfeng, quick. Now is the time. Qingfeng looked at Dao Nok with a determined expression. Qingfeng slowly sat down as the sixth elder shouted loudly. Everyone, pay attention. Starting from now, transfer Dao Nok's power over. Seal into Dao Qingfeng's body. Black streams of qi from Dao Nok's side flew towards Qingfeng. The immense power entering his body made Qingfeng's eyes turn white. He let out a scream. Sect Master Chongyun, seeing his son like this, couldn't help but worry. Feng. Qingfeng's face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. His eyes flashed with a purple light. At the same time, he was panting heavily. He looked at Dao Nok in front of him. Qingfeng thought to himself, so this is the terrifying beast you've always had to endure? Immortal Qinjiao. But I won't lose either. As he thought, he shouted to his father, Father, please continue. Zhongyan looked at his son for a long time, without saying anything. Then he also nodded in agreement. A ghost below asked, shouting, Hey, how long will it take us to complete the seal? I don't have much spiritual energy left. Zhaoyang, from above, answered, This kind of hasty seal will take at least 2 hours. I hope that kid and Qian Jiao can hold on. At this moment, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared in front of the devouring desolation's chest. The devouring desolation inside was panting like a crazy bull. Why haven't his will and body been defeated yet? His body and soul are clearly constantly enduring my evil energy. But why is his will not wavering? Lin Mia, on this side, loud a sigh. Although I almost couldn't get through it. But once you get used to it, it's actually not bad. If so, he smiled. He beckoned with his hand, provoking, Continue. It's a small matter. I can still fight you for a day. Hearing that, the devouring desolation was extremely angry. He then spewed out a stream of qi and attacked Lin Mia. You damn mortal. You must pay the price. Outside, everyone was still trying their best to seal Dao Nok into Qingfeng's body. Feeling himself growing weaker and weaker, Dao, he let out a blood-curdling scream. A moment later, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. We've succeeded. Oh my God. Is it finally over? Mu Fan wiped the sweat from his face. My spiritual energy is completely depleted. Mu Si's face was gloomy. He panted, Oh my God. It's finally over. Seeing that only a small part of Tao Wu remained. Taoist Sheng Jiao spoke up. The final moment. Everyone hold on. Tao Wu's seal is about to be completed. Tao Wu was still struggling at this moment. No, I don't want you despicable human cultivators. Just before being completely sealed, he shouted one last sentence. You just wait for me. I won't end like this. Qingfeng was covered in sweat. He let out a long breath after enduring the bone-chilling pain. Tao Wu had been completely sealed. The Chongyun sect master and the 3 elders also breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Qingfeng's body slowly fall. The Chongyun sect master was extremely worried. Feng, are you all right? Zhaoyang also withdrew his spiritual energy. The seal is finally complete. The Chongyun sect master rushed over to hug Qingfeng. Son, how is your body feeling? Suddenly, Qingfeng's eyes snapped open. He stood up, pushed Chongyun back, and shouted, You impertinent! How rude! I am. But before he could finish, a headache hit him, causing him to clutch his head. Seeing his son like this, a father like Chongyun was extremely worried. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Zhaoyang immediately landed in front of Qingfeng. Calm down a bit. He placed his hand on Qingfeng's forehead. It's all right. Devouring desolation represents rage, while Tao Wu's nature is arrogance. Now that it's just been sealed in his body, it will more or less have some effect on his personality. Grandmaster Enian took the opportunity to step beside Qingfeng. How about we let him follow this old monk to cultivate his character from now on? The great wisdom of my Buddhism is most suitable for guiding the heart. The Chongyun sect master roared in anger, Baldy, are you trying to poach my son right in front of me? The two of them immediately engaged in a verbal battle. Dao Chongyun sneered, very good. You turn your back on me after I help you. Fenger must inherit my myriad creations sect. Stop having designs on him. At this moment, the devouring desolation's body burst into flames and then vanished. Lin Mia, carrying Qing Jiao, slowly landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, Lin Mia asked with concern, it's finally over. How are you feeling now? The young lady asked back worriedly, Lin Mia, I'm fine. On the contrary, you, brother Lin Mia. You absorbed so much of the devouring desolation's turbid chi. Are you all right? The young man rotated his arm, surprising her. I'm fine. I don't feel anything at all. Zhao Yang smiled and stepped forward. Lin Mia. Miss Qing Jiao. This time, we were lucky to have the two of you. Daoist Xiaoyao stepped in front of Lin Mia. I say, kid, what's your background that you can ignore the turbid chi of the devouring desolation? Zhao Yang also added, if I'm not mistaken, he might be the legendary, innate, true, desolate body. Only this type of physique can ignore the turbid chi of a fierce beast. Daoist Xiaoyao stroked his chin. He glanced at Lin Mia. The innate, true, desolate body. Good heavens! This is a physique that is rarely seen even in 1,000 years. No wonder. He cheerfully stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder a few times. Kid, do you have a master? If not, how about considering becoming my direct disciple? What do you say? Grandmaster Enian immediately rushed over to cut in. Don't listen to his nonsense. Taking refuge in my Buddhist gate is the great path. As long as you come, I will teach you both the supreme golden body and the great compassion heavenly dragon. Looking at the two old men growling at each other, Lin Mia thought with frustration, when I was considered D-tier by the heavenly palace, why didn't I see you all coming to take me as a disciple? While thinking, Lin Mia scratched his head. He shyly waved his hand and refused. Actually, I already have a master. It's elderly Tsuehua. The two of them immediately thought of the image of the drunken Tsuehua and were angered. Li Tsuehua, she's really lucky. Her cultivation hasn't budged for so many years. All she knows is how to drink and have fun all day. She's even more unrestrained than me. This time, she's actually picked up a bargain. Speaking of Tsuehua, Lin Mia just remembered. Speaking of which, where's my master? Why don't I see her? Just as he finished, a familiar foot kicked him so hard it left a trail of smoke. The culprit, his face bruised, unrecognizable, was being dragged by the hair by Tsuehua. Her face was flushed, and she was hugging a wine jar. She limped over to the place. I'm here. Seeing all eyes focused on her, she said shyly, are you all done? The sixth elder sighed and asked her, elderly, are you uninjured? She smiled and threw that Z lay forward. Just this kind of trash. How could he possibly injure me? The Chongyun sect master at this time clasped his hands and spoke. This time, my myriad creation sect was lucky to have the desperate help of you all from the heavenly palace. This great favor, after I have cleaned up the sect, I will definitely repay you. Zhao Yang also clasped his hands in return. Lei Lang has now become the sealer of Tao Wu. In the future, I think we really need to talk in detail. Lin Mia at this time could finally let out a sigh of relief. He put his hand on his chin and thought to himself, the matter of the myriad creation sect and Tao Wu can probably be considered over. It's just that the person behind this time, besides that Bei Lu Lazada, we still don't know who the power behind them is. While he was lost in thought, Qing Jiao came over and patted him on the shoulder. The young lady smiled. She hugged Lin Mia's arm tightly against her two peach-like breasts. Suddenly, her whole body trembled. Her face darkened. Brother Lin Mia. Next time, we will definitely catch him. With that, the young lady weakly fell forward. He caught her. Lin Mia was extremely worried. Qing Jiao, what's wrong with you? The scene changes to a certain room inside the myriad creation sect. Tsuehua pushed the door open from inside and came out. Don't worry. It's nothing, because she released the devouring desolation once. It was a great burden on that child. After all, that's the devouring desolation. One of the 7 most difficult fierce beasts to control. At this point, she got angry and flew up. She knocked Lin Mia on the head. You should be glad this time. If it wasn't for you taking on most of the turbid chi for her, she might not have woken up again. But now, she just needs to rest for a period of time, and she will recover. Lin Mia said worriedly. If it's that dangerous, why did the Sacred Light Sect Master seal the devouring desolation in Qin Jiao's body in the first place? Isn't this harming her? Suehua's face darkened. She didn't answer, but stared at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang let out a sigh and explained. Now that things have come to this, sooner or later you'll be qualified for this. It's indeed time to tell you a few things. Do you know the origin of the fierce beasts? Why have they been so hard to destroy since ancient times? Lin Mia, hearing this, swallowed hard. Sweat also dripped down his face. He frowned and looked at Zhao Yang. He said, "Go on. What exactly is it?" "All right, then I will explain it in the simplest way possible, simply to make it easy for you to understand. Perhaps you also know, all living things in this world contain spiritual energy. And to build this world, besides spiritual energy, there's also a type of turbid chi. All fierce beasts, in essence, are the embodiment of turbid chi. So why are there 7 fierce beasts and not thousands or tens of thousands? Because the 7 fierce beasts are formed from the 7 most intense negative emotions of mankind. They're distinguished as wrath, pride, gluttony, envy, sloth, greed, and lust. Whether it's humans or cultivators, they cannot erase these emotions. Therefore, the fierce beasts are immortal and indestructible. They can only be sealed, and when the heavenly tribulation arrives, the turbid chi in this world will increase. Therefore, the strength of the fierce beasts will also increase, no matter what kind of seal it is. Sooner or later they will escape and bring disaster to the world. Lin Mia, hearing this, voiced his speculation. So, you all thought of a way to seal the fierce beasts onto other people? That's right. This is the most stable method. Moreover, as long as the sealers will be strong enough, they can even control the fierce beast. Lin Mia put his hand on his chin and thought. So that's how it is. So, both the sect master of the Sacred Light Sect and Dao Chongyun want their own successors to control the fierce beasts. If so, they can also protect their own sects during the tribulation. Suehua also spoke up at this time. How can it be as simple as you say? The vast majority of sealers came for the tribulation. In the end, they still couldn't stop it. They fell into madness and completely merged with a fierce beast. Then it was forcefully sealed by the Heavenly Palace. This is also the meaning of the Heavenly Palace's existence. Our last resort. From ancient times until now, countless elders of the Immortal Palace, even the sect master, have all sacrificed themselves for this matter. Now, it's our generation's turn. Of course, we cannot refuse. Lin Mia was a little confused again. So what is the purpose of the demon race collecting ferocious beasts? Shuihua picked her ear and answered. It might be to borrow the power of the ferocious beasts, to overthrow the Heavenly Palace, and rule this whole world. Or they're up to some kind of conspiracy, because this is not the first time they have done this. Lin Mia thought to himself. Is that all? No. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Zhao Yang added, no matter what their purpose is. Now, they have captured Tao Dai. That ferocious beast can be said to be the most unique one. Before, it had never escaped from the boundless sea. But this time is different. This matter can only be reported to the sect master first. Let him decide. So the demon clan has now failed in the devouring desolation and Dao Yi. Where are the remaining ferocious beasts? One Tao Dai is already so difficult to deal with. We can't let them take the next one. Trust in the sect master on this matter. He'll make the right decision. Wait until Miss Qian Jiao's condition improves a little. We will escort her and Dao Qingfeng back to the Heavenly Palace. Then the scene changes to the break room. Shuihua kept staring at Lin Mia. He was so nervous he was sweating bullets. Pinching here, poking there. Shuihua was curious. I didn't expect you to actually be an innate, true, desolate body. No wonder Tao Dai couldn't chew you. The devouring desolation couldn't do anything to you either. Lin Mia held his cheek and said, Master, you've been studying your disciple for half an hour already. On the contrary, tell me what's so special about this innate, true, desolate body. I will explain it in a simple way so you can understand. Cultivators in this world are divided into 2 types, body refinement and chi refinement. But no matter which type, there are limits that differ due to aptitude. But you, my boy, are different from everyone else. You can rely on the innate, true, desolate body to continuously improve your talent and the limits of your aptitude. Hearing this, Lin Mia's eyes lit up. So how can this disciple quickly level up? Hua smiled until her eyes crinkled. He cracked his knuckles. It's simple. You just need to take a beating instead of eating. He was startled and scared when he heard that. Are you joking with your disciple? Becoming stronger by taking a beating? What kind of logic is that? Hey, I'm really not lying to you. Can't you feel it yourself? After returning from this trip to the Wanwu Sect, your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Moreover, you have also become more resilient to beatings. This is because the evil energy of the devouring desolation is constantly hurting you. On the contrary, it helps you take another step in refining your physique. Lin Mia placed his hand on his chest and felt it. It seems so. Master is right. I can still feel a power swimming inside my body. Perhaps it's the evil energy of the devouring desolation that hasn't been completely digested. While he was in a daze, Hua called out to him. I heard you have some kind of special technique. Even Du Xiaoyang and the others' attacks couldn't be seen through. But you were able to predict it? Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Except when I'm drunk. What is that trick? Who taught you that? Lin Mia scratched his head and smiled shyly. Actually, it's... Before he could finish, Qian Jiao and the sixth elder pushed open the door and entered. Seeing him, the girl immediately pounced on him, ignoring the angry Hua behind her. Sister Qian Jiao, are you okay? How is your body feeling now? I'm fine. The elders have already checked me with their medical skills. It just needs to rest for a while, and there will be no more problems. Hearing that, Lin Mia let out a sigh of relief. That's great. The sixth elder also spoke up. Lin Mia, and Elder Li and Elder Du Xiaoyang. The 12 of you, join me for a meeting. Lin Mia asked the old man with a puzzled expression. What's the matter specifically? The sixth elder said with a serious expression. We might have found a trace of Tao Dai. The scene changes to the main hall. Everyone had already gathered here. At this time, someone's feet slowly walked in. Mu Fan and Long Tongue. Mu Si also paid attention to that person. Dao Qingfeng also followed that person's footsteps with his eyes. And that person was none other than our Lin Mia. He thought as he walked, no way. I've just dealt with Dao Yi. It seems there's another big plan. All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin. A purple-haired girl with a quiet demeanor stepped out from the crowd and replied, Yes, Elder. She walked to the center of the main hall. She then channeled her spiritual energy into the spirit stones. An LCD guide phone screen was projected. This is the star projection stone that I created. Now you all see it. In front of you are the mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles of the Wanwu Sect. After the battle of the Wanwu Sect, the Heavenly Palace and various sects have been tracking the whereabouts of Tao Dai and that mysterious person. Although there are no clues about the mysterious person, but we have successfully found the remaining parts of Tao Dai. Hua crossed her arms. She asked with a puzzled expression. The demon clan is all in hiding. How do we find them? Tao Tai is the most special ferocious beast. It also doesn't secrete evil. The air outside. Zhu Quan took out a brand new tablet. It's like this. We discovered that the spiritual energy near the Wanwu Sect is a little weaker than in other places. She then pointed to the screen. Therefore, according to my speculation, this could possibly be caused by Tao Dai. I have distributed the spiritual energy concentration detection tools to the tracking cultivators. The news inside will eventually be reported to me. Finally, we were able to find this clear and unusual trace. This is probably Tao Ye's whereabouts. After hearing this, Hua was excited and clenched her fists. Truly amazing. The crowd also nodded repeatedly in admiration. I didn't expect there to be such a way. This time, we can finally catch that monster's tail. Xiao Yao Daoist clapped his hands and praised. Very good. But this time, we will immediately launch a surprise attack on that monster. To avenge the last time, Zhaoyang from behind said, No hurry, if we have found the trace. It's not too late to make full preparations before we strike. He then pointed towards Lin Mia. Don't forget that in our place, the only one who can truly fight against Tao Tai is Lin Xiaotian. He has the innate, true, desolate body. The surrounding whispers made Lin Mia's face darken. Lin Mia what? Isn't he already rated as crazy? Why does he suddenly have an innate, true, desolate body? I heard he seems to have rejected the Heavenly Palace's cultivation method. The elders are not mistaken. Are they? He then walked up to Lin Mia. Lin shouted on. This time, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you. The two disciples, seeing this, said to each other, to have so many team elders. This kid really has a lot of face. It's really hard to believe. Long Dengmu Di cursed in frustration. All the fame has been snatched by this kid. Lin Mia remembered the scene of wrestling with Tao Tai, and his eyes went blank. Damn it, why does this hard work have to be done by me? Qingfeng also spoke up at this time. This time's action. What do I and immortal Qian Jiao need to do? Miss Qian Jiao has not fully recovered yet. You have also just sealed Daonok. You two, stay here and remain inactive. Seeing this, Lin Mia smiled and patted Qian Jiao's head. Don't worry, sis. You know the thing can't hurt me. Just stay home and rest, and wait for me to come back. The scene changes to a certain forest. Two demon clan members were talking to each other. What's the point of sending us out to guard? That monster can fight a whole group. If a cultivator really came, it wouldn't be our turn to go up. Who says it isn't? If we need protection, she should be protecting us. Why do we have to do it? While the two were talking, Mu Di appeared behind them. Without a word, Mu Si swung his sword and finished them both off. Their screams echoed throughout the forest. In another place, Mu Fan had also dealt with two demon clan members. He said warily, I really hope everyone else is doing well. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Di dragged two demon clan members over. Mu Fan, I'm done here. Zhu Quan led Lin Mia by following the coordinates. How are the others doing? The plan is going smoothly. Looking at the tablet, Zhu Quan reported, everything's going according to plan. All the demons in the surrounding area have been dealt with. The spiritual energy up ahead is also getting thinner and thinner. After moving for a while, the two of them stopped on a cliff edge. Looking down at the Tao Tai lying below, Lin Yi spoke. Just as we predicted. She's here. The Tao Tai was still sleeping soundly, unaware of the approaching danger. Both of them broke into a sweat as they looked down at the creature. Just getting close, you could feel your spiritual power draining away. The pair cautiously approached where she was sleeping. Zhu Quan looked at her screen and exclaimed, unbelievable. She's absorbing all the spiritual energy around her. With such a massive amount of spirit energy, theoretically, nothing should be able to withstand it. Worthy of being the most unique of all the monstrous beasts. Just then, the Tao Ye's eyes fluttered open. The moment she saw the two of them, her eyes shot open in alarm. She hastily threw aside her cloak and launched herself into the air. The ground beneath her shattered, shifting into her Tao Tai form. She glared at Lin Yi and roared, you nasty, bad-tasting thing. Why is it you again? At that moment, the three elders appeared above her. Immediately, the three of them surrounded the Tao Tai, cutting off her escape. Begin the operation to suppress the Tao Tai. The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Yi shot towards her. This made her suddenly recall the scene from a few hours prior. Everyone was gathered, discussing the plan. Suehua spoke up. Wait a minute. Even if we find the Tao Tai, how are we supposed to defeat it? Relying on Lin Yi alone seems a bit much. She angrily pointed a finger right in Zhao Yang's face. Don't you dare lead my disciple to his death just because you find him useful. Zhao Yang quickly waved his hands, explaining. Of course not. The current plan is based on the fact that the Tao Tai can absorb all spiritual energy. Therefore, normal attacks will not only fail to harm it, they will actually make it stronger. Zhu Quan then chimed in. There's a reason the concentration of spiritual energy drops the closer you get to the Tao Ye's location. She is constantly absorbing spiritual energy every second of every day, like a bottomless pit. So, we have to do the exact opposite, outside the Tao Ye's immediate vicinity. We will set up several spirit-absorbing arrays beforehand to lower the ambient spiritual energy in the area. At the same time, we must absolutely not attack the Tao Tai to prevent her from gaining any supplemental energy. After that, she'll be powerless. However, the risk is enormous. Without spiritual energy, we cultivators are also in great danger. Furthermore, the Tao Tai isn't an idiot who will just stand there and do nothing. You all can't possibly be counting on me. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you're planning to have me keep her busy all by myself? Zhu Quan's expression was a classic, oh crap. You guessed it, buddy. She beamed, her eyes crinkling. Placing a hand on Lin Ya's shoulder, she said, we have no choice. Who else but the legendary owner of the primal desolate physique? Back to the fight. Lin Yi was facing the Tao Tai alone. Zhao Yang shouted from behind. Stick to the plan. We will each provide power to Lin Yi. With that, he formed a hand seal like a true ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. He used the Righteous Cloud Force, Divine Aegis, to channel power into Lin Yi. Daoist Xiao Yao also slapped a talisman onto Lin Yi's back. Thousand-petal movement technique. Great Master Yin also used the Great Luodermic Seal to buff him with more power. Receiving these streams of power, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the three Great Elders techniques. This feeling is incredible, like nothing I've ever felt before. The Tao Tai raised its massive paw. Get lost. You're spoiled food. The giant paw swiped at Lin Yi. With his current strength, Lin Yi easily blocked the attack. The ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered. He smirked and looked at her. I'm not inviting you to dinner. No sooner had he spoken than the Tao Tai opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. Lin Yi used his old trick of prying her mouth open. Hey, if you already know, I taste bad. Why do you keep using this move? She roared in frustration. Let go, you nasty thing. I'll bite you to pieces. She began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, increasing her power, determined to bite Lin Yi to death. Mu Fan and Mu Yi's group stood far away, but they weren't unaffected. Looking at his palm, Mu Yi said, What the hell? Even from this far away, I can feel my spiritual power being drained. Mu Fan was sweating profusely. He stared intently at the Tao Tai. Meanwhile, the Tao Tai was utterly baffled. A million questions raced through her mind. Why was Lin Yi completely unharmed? She roared, Why can't I eat you? Zhu Quan observed the situation from the side. Just as I thought, the plan is a success. The primal desolate physique can even absorb and assimilate foul energy. So the enhancement spells from the three elders on Lin Yi are no problem at all. Moreover, unlike normal techniques, they aren't being devoured by the Tao Tai. This is now enough to go toe-to-toe with a monstrous beast like the Tao Tai. The surrounding spirit-absorbing arrays have also been activated. Now let's see if this kid can actually defeat his opponent. Lin Yi smiled. He clenched one hand into a tight fist. You want to eat me that badly? Then how about you eat one of my fists first? Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat. She remembered Lin Yi's punch back at the 10,000 Beast Sect. Terrified, she thrashed her head back and forth, flinging Lin Yi from her mouth. Then, she whipped her sharp tail towards him. You despicable pest. The tail lashed forward with incredible force. A powerful strike shattered the ground. Dust and debris filled the air. The dust slowly settled. A huge crater was left in the ground below. Seeing no sign of Lin Yi, she smirked triumphantly. Mu Yi said worriedly, He's dead meat. There's no way that Lin Yi could have survived an attack like that, right? Don't worry. His body is special. He can swim in foul energy. The Tao Tai turned to the group in front of her and roared. Next up, I'll take care of the rest of you. As she was about to pounce, she felt something was wrong. Annoyed, she turned her head to look behind her. It turned out Lin Yi had grabbed her tail. Hey, not so fast. We're not finished yet. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He pulled her backward with all his might. The Tao Tai tried to dig its claws in to resist, but it was useless. Lin Yi then swung her powerfully forward. Her body slammed hard against the ground. She quickly scrambled back to her feet, staring daggers at Lin Yi. She was so angry that blood vessels bulged on her face. You nasty thing. I'm going to eat you. I swear I'm going to eat you. She lunged at him again, trying to bite him. Lin Yi calmly blocked her. Zhu Quan looked towards Lin Yi. She thought to herself, Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Just as expected, although the Tao Yi's spiritual power-devouring ability is incredibly difficult to deal with. The demon girl who serves as its vessel has the mind of a child, and Lin Yi has thoroughly provoked her. Her attention is now completely fixated on him. She's completely unaware that the surrounding spiritual energy is rapidly diminishing. The spirit-absorbing array I personally designed is sufficient to drain this entire area of spiritual energy in a short amount of time. The Tao Yi's power to devour spirit energy, while being her most terrifying trait, is also her greatest weakness, because maintaining that massive body requires an immense amount of energy. Therefore, the Tao Tai must absorb spiritual energy every single second. But once the energy she takes in is insufficient, she's finished. Lin Yi and the Tao Tai now stood staring each other down. After wrestling with her for a while, Lin Yi was also growing tired. But she wasn't in much better shape. Her face was covered in sweat. She stood there, panting heavily. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled to himself. Just as I thought, her strength and speed are nothing like they were before. If this keeps up, I can win. Xiao Yao turned to Zhao Yang. It's just as Zhu Quan predicted. With only expenditure and no replenishment of spiritual energy, the Tao Hia's combat effectiveness has begun to plummet. This war of attrition tactic is working. This strategy could only be effective with Lin Yi. With his primal desolate physique, he's the only one who can make it work. Otherwise, even if the three of us faced the Tao Tai, our attacks would only serve to replenish the enemy's spirit energy. The ability to absorb any spiritual attack. That trait of the Tao Tai is simply too terrifying for ordinary cultivators. No wonder the first palace master sealed this monster away in the sea of nothingness back then. Not far away, the subordinate demon spoke up. My lord, are we still not going to intervene? If this continues, those cultivators are going to capture the Tao Tai. The slovenly man snorted coldly. No need to rush. Those fools from the heavenly palace think they have victory in the palm of their hands. But they will never understand the Tao Yi's true strength and determination, because they are so high and mighty. They have never understood the suffering she has endured. At the feet of the demon clan member were the corpses of several heavenly palace disciples. It turned out they had reached the spirit absorption formation. They killed everyone and destroyed the formation. Remembering the past of the gluttony host, she was a frail and skinny girl. She only drank water instead of eating. But no matter how much water she drank, the feeling of hunger was constantly gnawing at her. Her face was sunken. There was only skin and bones left. She was emaciated like an anorexic. She looked up at the sky. She roared loudly. She resented her parents. Why did you abandon me? It was the hunger and resentment that turned the poor girl into the monster she is today. Back to the present. She looked at her hands in a panic. Why? My body can't use its power. Zhu Quan looked at the iPad and smiled triumphantly. All right, the next part will have to rely on Lin Mia. Keep attacking. She will soon revert to her human form. Lin Mia said loudly to her, All right, you don't have the upper hand. As long as you behave, we won't hurt you. At most, we'll just seal you. Hearing the word seal, she shook her head angrily. Seal? No, I don't want to be sealed. She and Tao Tai raised their heads to the sky and let out a loud roar. Then, Tao Tai put its hands in its mouth. With a chomp, Tao Tai bit off its own hands. Seeing the blood spurt out, Lin Mia was extremely surprised. Tao Tai chewed on its own hands with relish. Lin Mia was stunned. His eyes widened as he watched the scene before him. Zhu Quan's hands trembled as he looked at the iPad. She can even devour herself, using her own body to restore her spent energy. After a mouthful of blood, Tao Tai glanced at Lin Mia. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. A purple aura enveloped her body. A black vortex engulfed her and Tao Tai. Lin Mia and Zhu Quan were sweating profusely. They stared intently ahead. After devouring herself, she had also transformed into her human form. Lin Mia immediately used his chi observation technique to look at her. There's even a way like this? Damn it. It seems we're in for a tough fight. But he was extremely startled when he saw her continuously absorbing spiritual energy. What's going on? Why is there still spiritual energy for her to absorb? Didn't you tell everyone in the back about the surrounding spirit formation? How does she have spiritual energy to absorb? What on earth is going on? Lin Mia turned his head and looked towards the formation, as if he had realized something. He immediately said to Zhu Quan, Not good. Something's wrong with the spirit absorption formation. Quick, send someone to check. Zhu Quan, upon hearing this, was sweating like a pig. His whole body was trembling. What? This is impossible. The data display is still normal. How can this be? The gluttony host was also looking in the direction of the formation at this moment. She smiled. She wrapped her cloak around herself, drooling. Her eyes were fixed on the formation. There's a lot of spiritual energy over there. Her body slowly became blurry. In a flash, she shot off, shattering the ground. With an excited expression, she flew quickly towards the formation, shouting. Lin Mia, seeing her about to escape, shouted, Not good. Stop her. Without hesitation, he rushed towards her. Very quickly, Lin Mia had grabbed onto her body. Try to run? Stay here. Being held by Lin Mia. She shrieked in anger. Let go of me, you disgusting thing. Seeing that Lin Mia wouldn't let go, she bit down on his hand. Being bitten by her, Lin Mia screamed in pain, Hey, are you Tao Tai or a dog? Why are you biting people? She pinned Lin Mia to the ground. You disgusting thing. I'll bite you to death. Seeing her open her mouth to bite again, afraid of getting rabies, Lin Mia immediately used his hand to block her head. He gritted his teeth. He was sweating as he thought to himself, this guy in human form is even stronger. Mu-E, seeing that the situation was not good, wanted to draw his sword and charge forward. Not good. If this continues, that kid will end up like Mu-Fan. One side again spoke up to stop him. No, don't go. Whether it's my 9 heavens mystic thunder or your sword intent, it will only be devoured by Tao Tai. Just trust him. Save some spiritual energy for later. Ague, upon hearing this, fell silent. He continued to observe the situation, being held by Lin Mia with both hands on her head. She then attacked with her legs. He tilted his head to the side to dodge. Lin Mia shouted, Quick, go check the spirit absorption formation. Zhu Quan's hands flew across the keyboard. Someone's messing with it over there. The 3 elders have already gone. She looked worriedly at the screen in front of her. How is this possible? Someone has changed the data on my magical artifact. The scene shifts to the side of the formation. The 3 elders had arrived, at the spot where the 7 of them were. Zhao Yang frowned and stared at him. Inian, Xiaoyao, let's do it. Inian immediately rushed forward in anger. Supreme Golden Body, Demon, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and you still dare to watch here. My great compassion, Heavenly Dragon, is here. Xiaoyao also took out his talismans. Last time, you sneak attacked me. This time with such a trick. Don't even think about hurting the 3 of us. The filthy guy, with 1,000 people, let out a cold snort. What a bunch of old fools. He unleashed his move. Tentacles broke through the ground and shot up. You are destined to be eliminated by the new era. Lin Mia, on this side, was still struggling. He wrestled with the girl. Hey, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Zhu Quan, after a flurry of typing, had finally completed the final step. The iPad screen beeped a few times and then automatically reconnected. Zhu Quan smiled. She let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's restored. Let me see. But she widened her eyes. She was surprised when she saw something. On the side of the battle between the filthy guy and the 3 elders, Daoist Xiaoyao frowned and looked ahead. Why isn't this guy using his demonic eye technique? Could it be that he's stalling for time? After thinking this, his mouth fell open in surprise. Zhu Quan quickly said to Mu Shi and Mu Fan, Quick, go stop that guy. He's about to come over here. Mu Shi, after hearing this, didn't understand. He asked back, Who's coming over? Tao Tai and Lin Mia were still wrestling fiercely. Sensing something, she raised her head and looked at Lin Mia. He didn't understand what was going on. He looked over his shoulder. He saw something that surprised him greatly. A demon clan member, holding something, was rushing towards them. It turned out he was holding a spirit stone and running towards Tao Tai. Zhu Quan, seeing this, couldn't help but worry. Not good. Don't let Tao Tai get the spirit stone. Otherwise, it'll be a total disaster. Mu Fan quickly drew the sword from his back. He immediately used the 9 heavens mystic thunder to attack him. You damn demon clan. Don't even think about getting over there. The divine Mu, he finally understood the situation at this point. He clapped his hands. He immediately summoned a clear water prison to block the demon clan member. Tao Tai looked at the demon clan member being surrounded by the 2 of them. She didn't care about Lin Mia anymore and threw him aside. She stood up. She wanted to run towards the demon clan member to absorb the spirit stone. After taking a few steps, she froze. She turned her head to look behind her and saw Lin Mia had grabbed her tail and was pulling her back continuously, being held back by Lin Mia. She was extremely angry. You disgusting thing. Let go of me. Qing Shui and Mu Fan on this side were continuously attacking the demon clan member. He was struck in the face by Qing Shui's attack. It made him vomit blood. His body was covered in wounds. He roared in anger. You despicable cultivators. You really don't know your own limits. With that, he gritted his teeth. He held the spirit stone out behind him. He flexed his butt muscles. He flexed his glutes. He threw the spirit stone towards Tao Tai. seeing the spirit stone in front of her. She decisively cut off her own tail. Lin Mia's jaw dropped when he saw her flying towards the spirit stone. Damn it! Can you even play like this? Zhu Quan, Mu Di, and Mu Fan were terrified when they saw it. If Tao Dai gets the spirit stone, then we're all doomed. But Tao Tai had already touched the spirit stone. Replenished with energy, she then transformed into a monster. Lin Mia could only stand there and watch in silence. Tao Dai has transformed. She looked at the two of them, Mu Di and Mu Fan. She said angrily, "Now it's my turn." Zhu Quan threw away his computer. He held his head with both hands. "Let's go. The suppression tactic has failed. Let's retreat quickly." She snorted coldly at that. "You still want to leave now? It's too late." She opened her huge mouth. She began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. "You will pay for what you have just done." Mu Feng slammed his sword into the ground and said loudly, "Not good." The spiritual power is being continuously drained away. The demon clan member, seeing this, laughed smugly. "Ha! You regret it now, don't you, Lord Tao Tai? Devour all these cultivators." Tao Tai flew to the front of Mu Si. It made him panic. In a critical moment, Qing Shui rushed to push Mu Si back, but he himself was sucked in by Tao Tai. Mu Si, seeing this, screamed Qing Shui's name. In just a flash, Qing Shui was reduced to a pile of yellow liquid. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips with satisfaction. The taste is a bit strange, but very delicious. She stared at Mu Si again and said, "So, you next." Tao Tai opened its huge mouth and lunged at Mu Si. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes in fear. "Oh no, I'm done for. I'm really dead this time." After a while, seeing no movement, Mu Si opened his eyes to take a look. Lin Mia had appeared in front of him, shielding Mu Si. He was trying to use both his hands to push back Tao Ye's chin, preventing it from attacking Mu Si. At this moment, he was using all his strength to resist the weight of that Tao Tai. And Mu Si, on this side, was still in a daze, sitting on the ground. He was stunned and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Lin Mia thought to himself, "Not good. The power of the three elders on me is about to run out." He saw him say loudly to Mu Si behind him, "Why don't you leave? Are you staying here to die one by one?" McSee struggled to stand up with his wounded body. He held his sword firmly and hesitated. "But what about you?" Someone's hand then grabbed Mu Si's shirt. It turned out to be Mu Fan, who pulled Mu Si away and said, "Do you want to follow in the footsteps of the Swordsman of the Star? Let's go. If we stay here, we'll only be a burden to him." With that, they both ran away right in front of Tao Dai. She looked at Lin Mia angrily and shouted, "You keep stopping me. You really deserve to die." Then Tao Ye's huge foot kicked Lin Mia far away. "Get out of my way." After taking a rather painful blow, Lin Mia spat out blood and thought to himself, "This guy, after absorbing the power of the Spirit Stone, has completely recovered. Indeed, I can't underestimate her." Tao Dai then charged towards Lin Mia at an incredible speed and said, "What do you think you are in front of me? You can't do anything. You can only become my food." Tao Ye's 2 feet pounced towards Lin Mia. Tao Dai thought he had Lin Mia in the palm of his foot, but in the end, he didn't see Lin Mia anywhere. A appeared around him. A red aura made her scared. What's going on? This familiar aura, that familiar aura. Lin Mia had already grabbed Tao Ye's 2 legs. She angrily questioned Lin Mia. "What's going on here? Why?" Lin Mia's whole body radiated a red aura, his 2 eyes. He looked at her coldly. He didn't say a word. Back to the battle of the 3 elders. Master Ishian said loudly, "You guys go first. I'll think of a way to stop that demon." Suddenly, Xiaoyang sensed something. This breath. Lu Zip. You can feel it too, right? This is the devouring desolation, right? This is impossible. Immortal Qin Jiao is at the Heavenly Palace now. The only remaining possibility is no. Impossible. Are you talking about that kid? Zhu Quan on this side was extremely surprised. How? Can it be like this? That's evil. The chi of the devouring desolation remaining in Lin Mia's body. How can he manipulate it? It's too perverted. This is also hard to avoid. Lin Mia clenched Tao Ye's ankle and said, "Is your attack over? Then it's my turn now. Do you have any objections?" Hearing that, even Tao Tai had to break out in a cold sweat. But before Tao Tai could say anything, Lin Mia had already raised his hand. It turned into a huge fist. "Now, eat my punch." With that, he threw a punch and sent Tao Tai flying backward. After taking a punch from Lin Mia, she clutched her chest in pain. Tao Dai was also drooling nonstop. He was spitting blood from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. It hurt so much. She glared at Lin Mia. Her hand was covering her mouth, which was still stained with blood. Her eyes showed hatred and a hint of tears after taking a rather painful blow from him, but Tao Tai was still very stubborn at this time, saying, "You vile thing. What? How can it be?" As Lin Mia continued to gather his fist and charge towards her, he jumped high into the air. "There's no. Why anything? Right now, I just want to beat you up." Lin Mia was soloing with Tao Tai. He showed no mercy and, like a mad demon, launched direct attacks. He accurately aimed at Tao Tai, and she could only try her best to defend herself. The two of them fought very fiercely. Seeing that scene, the two of them couldn't help but be surprised. How can this be? A cultivator can actually use. Even if it's the innate, true, desolate body, I've never heard of it. At this time, the two of them also came here together. Looking at Lin Mia, he thought to himself, the devouring desolation left evil energy in his body. Not only did it not hurt him, it even became a source of help. You really brought me a surprise. Lin Mia, the situation at hand cannot continue to let this guy ruin the plan time and time again. Of myself, it seems. I can only deal with him here. The guy in a green shirt with a trigram hat on his head saw that the situation was not good and shouted, "Be careful. The spiritual energy on that guy's body is constantly increasing." Lin Mia was engrossed in punching Tao Dai when the system board lit up again. Beep, beep. He was a little surprised to see the system giving him a choice right now. Option 1. Completely release the residual power of the devouring desolation to fight Tao Tai. Reward. A top-grade spirit wood coffin. Option 2. Realize the situation is not good. Ignore everyone and quickly run away, abandoning many people. Strategic advancement. Reward. Wind walk and gentle flow technique. Option 3. Pretend to be backfired by the residual power of the devouring desolation. Pretend to lose and be taken prisoner. Reward. 10 years of cultivation from the Li Chun Guizhen Gong. After reading the mission, Lin Mia was very confused. What's the situation now? I'm clearly in the lead right now, but the choices are very wrong. He glanced. He saw the messy guy gathering demonic energy in the back. Then Lin Mia's face turned pale with fear. This is bad. Is this guy preparing a big move? And it's aimed at me. Lin Mia looked at the system's options again. He kept calculating in his head to come up with the best plan. Finally, he made a decision. Option 3. Immediately after, he held his head and screamed, "Ouch! My head hurts so much." It made the group of elders and Tao Tai bewildered. Lin Mia decided to choose Mission 3 and pretend to be affected by the residual power. The devouring desolation backfired. He acted like a professional actor, shouting "no, no," then fell to the ground and fainted. While fighting intensely, his opponent fainted. Tao Tai was bewildered. Huh? What's wrong? What did I do? Are you trying to frame me or something? The three elders stared at Lin Mia with wide eyes. They didn't know what he was doing. Why would you go to sleep in the middle of a fight? Lin Mia acted like a top-tier actor. His face was covered in sweat, and his tongue was hanging out to one side. The three elders, seeing this, gasped in amazement. Not good. That kid seems to have been backfired by the power of the devouring desolation. I told you. How can a cultivator manipulate evil energy? What are you standing there for? Go and save that kid. The messy guy, seeing this, was just as bewildered. What's going on? Force. Did the desolation in his body lose control? Clearly, he still hasn't. While he was thinking, the bald old master had already launched a powerful heavenly dragon attack. He glanced over. He used black smoke to block Master Enian's attack. He then used black smoke to hold Master Enian back. Then he turned and ran. If so, then I can't miss this opportunity. He rushed towards Lin Mia, who was pretending to be unconscious in front of them. The other two, seeing this, panicked and cursed, "Bastard. We can't let him attack Lin Mia." Then the two of them attacked that messy guy in unison. The guy in the green shirt with the trigram hat said, "Don't you dare touch that kid. Stop right there." Two attacks aimed straight at the messy guy. But at this moment, Tao Tai rushed out and devoured both of their attacks, helping the messy guy. Tao Tai licked his lips. So delicious. So delicious. Give me more. Seeing their attacks being neutralized, the two of them were extremely angry. Damn it. This is troublesome. This damned evil creature. At this moment, the messy guy said to Tao Tai, I'll block the rear. You take that guy and the demon lord and retreat first. She looked annoyed at that. That vile thing. I have to eat him. The messy guy then hit her on the head. Stop messing around. Let's go. Master Enian also broke through the messy guy's black smoke at this time. He held his staff and rushed forward. You damned evil demon. You're not getting away today. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. When he saw something, it turned out to be Tao Tai. When she saw Enian, her eyes lit up as if he were delicious food, having his spiritual energy sucked by Tao Tai. Grandmaster Enian cursed in frustration. Damn it. Why is it you damn demon again? The filthy man also began to attack at this moment. The other two, seeing this, shouted in fear, It's that move again. Grandmaster Enian dodged quickly, with the two of them warning him. Grandmaster Enian managed to dodge the filthy man's seven-colored move. Tao Tai took the opportunity to grab Lin Mia's body in its mouth. The cold demon ran over and shouted, Lord Tao Tai, please come with me. Then the two of them took Lin Mia and fled, leaving the filthy man behind. All the way, Tao Tai's drool was dripping onto Lin Mia's face. When Lin Mia opened his eyes and saw this, he wanted to find his sister Hui and thought to himself, does she really have to hold me in her mouth? The scene changes to the heavenly dragon flying ships returning to the heavenly palace. Qing Jiao was watering the flowers when she saw the flying ships. Are the flying dragon ships returning? Thinking of Lin Mia returning, Qing Jiao quickly ran out to see the situation. When she arrived, everyone had already gathered, discussing, why are they back so soon? I heard this mission didn't go so well. Clearly, the three elders went together. There probably aren't any injuries, right? Qing Jiao saw the two of them get off the ship with sad expressions. She was worried and quickly ran up to them, asking Elder Lu, where is Brother Lin Mia? Did he leave a message? But he awkwardly scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. Well, Lin Mia, he had a little accident. He might be delayed a bit. It will just be a little late. Suddenly, the divine Chongyin stuck his head out and said loudly, Hey, Old Lu, what's going on? I heard there was a mistake in suppressing Tao Tai. Even that kid Lin Mia was captured. Qing Jiao, upon hearing this, was struck by lightning, her face turning pale. Elder Lu stammered and explained, Don't worry. We just came back a step ahead. Zhao Yang and Li Tsuhua are all out searching for traces of Tao Tai and the demon clan. They might have already found that kid by now. But Qing Jiao was so shocked that her body went limp and she fell. The brown-haired young lady quickly caught her and comforted her. Hey, don't get agitated. You are the host of the devouring desolation. If you go, want to be a one-way trip? Elder Lu angrily grabbed Chongyun's collar. Are you doing this on purpose? No, I didn't mean it. I was just in a hurry, wasn't I? Qing Jiao, with tears streaming down her face, wailed, Lin Mia. Brother, what am I supposed to do now? I can't do anything, she said as she cried bitterly. The scene changes to the demon clan's territory, deep within the mountains. Lin Mia said to Tao Tai, I say, where is that mysterious person? After half a day of trying to catch me, you must have some purpose, right? Are you just going to leave me here like this? Tao Tai looked at Lin Mia with an annoyed expression. I don't talk to disgusting things. Master told me to watch you. If you run, I'll break your legs. Master, that mysterious person is your master? You're just the sealer of Tao Tai, right? Do you know that your master is just using you? The girl angrily turned back and shouted, No, Master saved me. Following Master, I won't go hungry. Lin Mia gave a sinister smile and said to her, Is that so? But Tao Tai is clearly insatiable. Didn't your master tell you that? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, surprising Lin Mia. Tricking a little girl? You're no gentleman. The person who came was the traitor. Zhuge Gong, seeing Lin Mia locked in a cage, said smugly, Long time no see, huh? Seeing him, Lin Mia was extremely confused. Zhuge Gong, why are you here? Wait a minute, could it be that you too? Before Lin Mia could finish, he had already cut him off. That's right, it's just as you thought. Lin Mia, on the other hand, asked him, Don't tell me you were also captured by the demon clan? Zhuge Gong feigned anger and shouted, Captured? My ass, how could that be? I willingly submitted to them. Lin Mia, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and asked, Submitted to the demon clan? Then what about their master? Where are they now? Zhuge Gong said, Don't get excited. Calm down. Although our sect has been destroyed, But Master had already taken everyone and fled long ago. Lin Mia's face darkened as he remembered crying his eyes out when he saw the sect destroyed. Then he showed an expression of extreme anger and said, "Damn it, that damn old man. He ran. Something so big. Couldn't he send someone to tell me?" Zhuge Gong showed a sinister expression and said to Lin Mia, "Wrong. It is precisely because you are at the heavenly palace that you absolutely cannot know that our sect has not yet been destroyed." Lin Mia angrily grabbed the wooden bars of the cage and asked Zhuge Gong, "What do you mean by that? Are you worried about the news leaking or being discovered by the demon clan?" That Zhuge Gong, upon hearing this, laughed loudly. "Huh? The demon clan? Wrong, Lin Mia. The demon clan is not our enemy at all. What Master is afraid of is not the demon clan, but the heavenly palace." Lin Mia, at first, was a little surprised after hearing this. But then he regained his composure and said to him, "What crazy things are you talking about? Destroying so many sects. Wasn't it the demon clan?" Seeing this, Zhuge Gong pointed at him and said, Lin Mia, you don't understand anything at all. All of this is..." Just then, the mysterious person appeared. "Let me tell him about this." Seeing the mysterious person, Zhuge Gong quickly clasped his hands in respect. "Greetings, my lord." The mysterious person ordered Zhuge Gong, "Open the cage. I have something to say to him." Hearing this, Zhuge Gong quickly obeyed and opened the cage door. Watching Zhuge Gong slowly open the door, Lin Mia thought to himself, what kind of scheme does that mysterious person have? At the same time, the system presented him with a mission. Option 1. This kind of sneaking around, he dares to look down on me. Attack immediately. Reward: a grand funeral with 3,988 white chrysanthemums. Option 2. Seize the opportunity and think of a way to escape. Reward: a pair of bone splints. Option 3. Adapt to the situation. Reward: 10 years of skill from the Li Chun Hui Gong. After reading, Lin Mia's face darkened. Is this system hinting that if I make a move, I'll die? And if I run, I'll get my legs broken? Stepping out of the cage, Lin Mia asked him, "What is your purpose?" The mysterious person also replied, "I hate beating around the bush. So, I'll be direct. I'm very pleased with you." Hearing him say that, Lin Mia immediately covered his chest. "You want my body too?" Zhuge Gong, upon hearing this, was speechless. "You idiot. That's not what he meant." As for Tao Tai, her eyes burned with a furious flame. "You disgusting thing, I'll eat you." The scene changes to outside. The mysterious person led Lin Mia to a certain place. He questioned him, "What is your scheme? What do you want to do?" He pointed to the ground and said to Lin Mia, "What do you think of the scenery here?" Lin Mia was bewildered and didn't understand what he was saying. Scenery? He looked down at his feet again. It was just rough, patchy ground. Then he looked around at the dilapidated, ruined houses. He frowned and said with suspicion, "What are you talking about? There's nothing here." Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked annoyed. "This really is a place where even birds won't shit. Do you demon clan people all like to live in places like this?" The mysterious person, upon hearing this, glanced at Lin Mia. "If I told you that 1,000 years ago this was once a land of great wealth, where countless people lived and worked in peace, and that even a few decades ago it hadn't become like this." He then pointed toward the girl. "And this child is the last survivor I picked up from that village below. Only then did she become the host of Tao Tai." Lin Mia asked him with confusion, "So what's the point? What are you trying to say?" The mysterious person replied, "I won't say much to you. You probably wouldn't understand anyway. Let me show you." A stream of light immediately entered Lin Mia's head. It made him gasp, only able to exclaim. The mysterious person stepped forward and said to Lin Mia, "Don't be nervous." At this moment, his eyes became blurry, his consciousness fading, only hearing the voice of the mysterious person. "I'm just showing you a few of my inner memories." When Lin Mia opened his eyes again, he had appeared in a different space. He still hadn't gotten rid of the question in his mind. Memories? What on earth does he want to do? At this moment, the image of the girl appeared in front of Lin Mia. A thin, weak body was sitting by the well. This was that girl before. She lived like this? At this moment, Lin Mia saw something approaching the girl. Lin Mia was extremely surprised and quickly shouted, "Not good. It's a rabid dog." The dog's eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the girl. The girl, frightened, reached out her hand to pick up the piece of wood next to her for self-defense. Her whole body was trembling as she used the piece of wood to shoo the rabid dog away. Go away, go away. But that only made the dog more frenzied. It immediately pounced on the girl and bit her. Although she had the piece of wood, with her weak body, the girl was pushed to the ground. Looking at the rabid dog drooling, the girl cried in fear. Lin Mia, on the side, couldn't bear the scene and rushed forward to intervene. Get away from her. Get away. You deserve to die. But no matter what he did, he couldn't touch the dog. At this moment, Lin Mia suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. Didn't that guy say this was a memory? Which means this has already happened, and I can't do anything about it. The girl, frightened, with her face covered in tears, shouted, Help! Father! Mother! Someone save me! At this moment, the dog had bitten and broken the piece of wood in the girl's hand. Then it bit the girl's neck. It made her scream in pain. The scene before him, along with the girl's piercing screams, made Lin Mia tremble, his face beaded with sweat. Lin Mia could only stand there and watch, unable to do anything. The girl gritted her teeth and endured every bite of the rabid dog. She clenched the piece of wood in her hand, tried to raise it, using all her strength. Then she stabbed the piece of wood hard into the dog's body. It vomited a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. The girl was panting heavily. She stared at herself. She decided to pick up the piece of wood and fight the dog to the death. After being seriously injured in a fight, the dog had also died at the girl's hands. The girl, covered in wounds, sat down exhausted next to the dog's corpse. The girl looked up at the sky, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. So hungry. Am I about to die? Witnessing the scene before him, Lin Mia couldn't help but feel heartbroken. If this is a memory, why is she here all alone? At this moment, the girl turned her head to look at the dog's corpse beside her. She said, Is it dead? Then the girl dragged herself, her weak body, closer to the dog. Just like that, she sat there looking at the dog's corpse, a battle raging in her mind. I'm so hungry. She tried her best to control herself, to fight against the hunger, but her stomach couldn't take it anymore. Just like that, she began to ravenously chew on the meat, regardless of whether it was raw or cooked. Looking at the pitiful girl in front of him, Lin Mia was extremely sad. Just then, the mysterious man appeared before the little girl. It startled her, and she let out a few screams. When he saw the girl, the mysterious man couldn't help but be surprised. There's a child here? I thought no one could have survived in this place. The mysterious man then looked at the dog, whose belly had been eaten by the girl. Then he understood everything. So that's how it is. At this moment, the mysterious man transferred a stream of power into the girl. Follow me. Your parents won't be coming back. Follow me. I will take care of you. At least I can let you live on. The girl didn't care about life or death in the future. She asked the mysterious man, If I follow you, can I eat until I'm full? He looked at the girl and said one word, Yes. After hearing that, the girl struggled to stand up. Good. Then I will follow you. At the same time, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. It made Lin Mia blink in a panic. His consciousness had returned to the real world. With a compassionate gaze, Lin Mia glanced at the girl. He then angrily questioned the mysterious man. What do you want to tell me by showing me this? The mysterious man replied, As you have seen, decades ago, the land here had become completely uncultivable. The villagers couldn't survive, so they packed up and left. But she, because she was a child, was seen as a burden by her parents, and left behind here. Lin Mia replied, So what? Even so, what does this have to do with you leading the demon race around, destroying sects and clans? The mysterious man explained, You are wrong. It has a lot to do with it, because the total amount of spiritual energy in this world is limited. As cultivators continuously cultivate and gather spiritual energy, the remaining spiritual energy on earth will become less and less. This is also the heaven and earth tribulation that the heavenly palace mentioned. After hearing this, Lin Mia was somewhat skeptical. The total amount of spiritual energy is limited, but for this theory, do you have any basis? The girl stepped out and said, Basis. The basis is, of course, the reduction of spiritual energy. More and more land will become desolate. She placed her hand on her stomach. Tao Tai can feel that in this world, more and more, people are starting to go hungry. Hearing that, he gasped in surprise. How can that be? The mysterious man behind him spoke up. You don't believe it, do you? I think since you were born, You've never experienced the feeling of being hungry, have you? Before Lin Mia could explain, the mysterious man continued, I understand. It's not just you. The high and mighty cultivators have never cared about the hard lives of the common people below. All sects are built on spiritual veins, on the densest spiritual energy. The depletion of spiritual energy will only be at the very last moment, can only be revealed on these spiritual veins. Of course you can't feel it. Lin Mia replied, perhaps what you say is true, but even so, what are you doing all this for? The mysterious man angrily held up 5 fingers. Of course, it's to break this unfair fate. The Heavenly Palace and those stubborn old sects, they all know the truth. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. But they know it and won't say it. With the Heavenly Palace at the head, the strongest cultivators and sects will create a set of rules. Every time the tribulation comes, it will cause a great war. Eliminate a large portion of cultivators and sects to balance and restore the spiritual energy in the world. This is the heaven and earth tribulation. And they, the ones who set up this play, they will never be eliminated because the rules are made by them. Lin Mia silently recalled the things he had just experienced. He raised his hand and stroked his chin. So my master, he knew this, which is why he took the whole sect and hid. The mysterious man continued to manipulate Lin Mia's mind. Your master is a smart man. He knows that his sect cannot possibly be at peace in the chaotic world to come. Therefore, even if it means giving up the spiritual veins on the path of cultivation and not advancing or retreating, he will also try to let his disciples continue to survive. Disguising it as the demon race destroying the sect was the smartest move he made. And of course, I will not expose him. Lin Mia was silent for a long time, thinking about something. After a while of thinking, he also said, but according to this logic, you guys, your extermination of sects and clans is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause, right? At most, you're just replacing the Heavenly Palace. To let everything start over. The mysterious man replied, simply killing cultivators. Replacing the Heavenly Palace is, of course, treating the symptoms, not getting to the root of the problem. But we have a greater goal than the Heavenly Palace. Those old stubborn fools. They just need to suspect something and they'll stop us from achieving our goal. You have the innate, true, desolate body. If you join us, we will be able to grasp victory. We will bring a better future for everyone. Lin Mia pointed at his own face. He asked with a puzzled expression, you want to recruit me? Just based on those words just now, do you think I will believe you? Do you think I'm stupid? The mysterious man wagged his finger. Of course, I don't expect to convince you, but I can give you another chance. A chance for you to verify it for yourself. Lin Mia frowned at him because he didn't understand what he was saying. His face darkened. He asked him, a chance to verify? What do you mean? The mysterious man leaned his face close. He said to Lin Mia, what I mean is, I can let you go back. Then you can go and find out for yourself. Is what I said true or not? Hearing that, Lin Mia couldn't believe his ears. What? Let me go. He then turned to leave and said goodbye. He's so nice. That's great. I'll go and find out more about what you said. Then I won't bother you anymore. But after a few steps, the girl blocked Lin Mia's path. The mysterious man came and placed his hand on Lin Mia's shoulder. Don't be in a hurry. Before you go, I have a gift for you. He took out a disgusting worm and held it in his hand. This is the soul-devouring goo worm. It wasn't easy to find. Just eat it and I'll let you go. Looking at it squirming in front of him, Lin Mia's face turned pale. What will happen to me after I swallow this thing? It's normal, it's fine. But if you have any plans to get rid of it, or if you disobey my orders, you will wish you were dead. This ancestor's schemes are really something. At this time, the system presented Lin Mia with another mission choice. Option 1. Again, dare to use a goo worm to control me? Immediately launch a sneak attack. Reward. A feng shui burial place. So far, no bad reviews, no lawsuits. Option 2. A true man. Does not suffer immediate losses. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Reward. A top-tier martial arts technique. A broken piece of pottery covered in dirt. Option 3. The protein in insects is 4 times that of beef. Eating it is like eating 4 times the beef. Eat it. Reward. Li Chunhua Hong Art. A subsidiary technique of the Li Chun Gue Jingong. After cultivating it, you can slowly dissolve foreign objects in your body. Mission 3. After cultivating it, You can slowly dissolve foreign objects in your body? The boy's tears streamed down his face as he cried in his heart. System, I knew you were unreliable at critical moments, but there was no other way. Lin Mia swallowed the goo worm with tears in his eyes. Seeing Lin Mia choose to swallow the goo worm, the mysterious man thought to himself, Lin Mia, don't blame me. Who asked you to have the innate, true, desolate body, and to also possess such special talents? Originally, you wouldn't have been able to enjoy this kind of goo worm. After swallowing it, Lin Mia said to him, all right, now my life is in your hands. What do you want from me? He cursed inwardly. You bastard. You damn dog. Wait until I've digested this damned goo worm. At that time, I will definitely give you a big surprise. At this time, the mysterious man also spoke up. The Heavenly Palace has now controlled 2 ferocious beasts. Not long after, they will go and plot for the 3rd one. And the ferocious beasts are also a necessary element for our plan. This time, you pretend to have escaped. After you go back, don't reveal what happened today. I will send someone to contact you. Hearing this, Lin Mia was a little surprised. You have a spy in the Heavenly Palace? It's no wonder I've never heard of this guy's goo worm. Under the threat of death, someone was forced. It's not strange to betray. In the past, the Heavenly Palace's plans were repeatedly thwarted. I'm afraid it's also because of that spy. But who is it? It seems I must be careful before I figure out the situation. He shook off his thoughts, scratched his head, and smiled foolishly, pointing in one direction. I'm going back. So can I go now? The mysterious man replied. Go. Remember us. We are not the enemy. The demon race is not entirely evil. We just want to break this unfair world. After he was let go, Lin Mia didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and said, Right. I'm going. Whatever you say is right. Before leaving, the mysterious man deliberately said, I know you don't believe my words now, but even for the sake of that little girl who sealed her father, I'll also give you a piece of advice. Don't trust the Heavenly Palace too much. Their attitude towards the sealer is not what it seems on the surface. Hearing that, Lin Mia hurriedly turned back and asked him, Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? The mysterious man and the girl turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Take care of yourself, Lin Mia. The scene changes back to the Heavenly Palace. As soon as the group of people, including Zhu Quan, got off the boat, Qian Zhao had been waiting there for a long time. She shyly stepped forward and asked, Senior Zhu Quan, are there any clues about Brother Lin Mia this time? For now, there are still no clues. Tao Tai won't absorb spiritual energy at will, and my detectors can't find its whereabouts. Hearing that there was no trace of her future husband, the girl was sad and her eyes filled with tears. Seeing that, Quan hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Don't worry. The others are still looking for Li Suehua. The elder is even crazier and has been searching everywhere without rest. We should be able to find him soon. Mu Fan, who was behind him, spoke up. All right, don't worry. That Lin Yi guy, I think he's pretty sharp. Even if he was captured, he'll probably find a way to escape. Qing Feng added, It's just a shame the Heavenly Palace and my father won't let me go out as I please. Otherwise, if I had been there for that battle, maybe nothing would have happened to him. What? You're worried about Lin Yi? I heard you two had some kind of conflict. Qing Feng replied, That's right. I don't deny that, but during the battle to seal Tao Wu, myself and the 10,000 Beasts sect, we both owe him one. Oh yeah, where's that noisy guy who was always with you? You mean Long Tung Mu? His sword attendant was devoured by the Tao Tai. He was completely devastated. He was recalled to the Long Tong dynasty not long ago. Qing Feng raised a hand, looking thoughtful. The Long Tong dynasty. Now that you mention it, if I remember correctly, they were also, as he was speaking, Lin Ye's voice cut him off. What about the Long Tong dynasty? The two of them jumped at the sound of his voice and whipped their heads around. Their jaws dropped when they saw Lin Yi standing right in front of them. Lin Yi, is that you? How are you? Wait, are you a ghost or a person? Hearing Qing Feng's question, Lin Yi crossed his arms, looking displeased. Hey, I'm alive and well. The demon clan locked me up, but I just found a chance to escape, that's all. Qing Feng still couldn't believe it and yelled, You're kidding me, right? It was that simple. Are all the demons? Before he could finish, Jin Yao rushed forward and threw her arms around Lin Yi. The sudden embrace took him by surprise. Then he smiled and gently patted her head. It's okay. I'm back. Witnessing this tender scene, an old elder cut in. Lin Yi, it's good that you've returned. But before we celebrate, I need you to come with me. Inside a room, Lin Yi sat quietly while Zhu Quan examined him. She said, "It's fine. I've checked his body thoroughly. There's nothing unusual, no curses or anything from the demon clan. He's perfectly healthy." The elder replied, "That's a relief. The demon clan is cunning and treacherous. I was afraid they might have done something insidious." Hearing this, Jin Yao was overjoyed. "Brother Lin Yi, I'm so glad you're okay." Lin Yi puffed out his chest. He pointed a thumb at himself confidently. "I told you, I just took the opportunity to escape. I'm totally fine." He said that, but inside he was thinking, the soul-devouring goo worm in my body hasn't been refined by the Li Chun Hua Hong art yet. Is it just hidden too well for Zhu Quan to find? Or did her scanner also not detect anything unusual? Could she be the mole? No, forget it. Now isn't the time for baseless suspicions. Just then, Zhao Yang walked in. If there's nothing wrong, then that's excellent news. Couldn't be better. "Now, come with me, Lin Yi." Lin Yi asked, a little confused, "What is it, Zhao Yang?" Zhao Yang looked at him and replied, "It's nothing much. The palace master just asked me to bring you to see him." And so, Lin Yi followed Zhao Yang. As they walked, he wondered, I wonder what the heavenly palace's master is like. A long staircase connected to a grand palace gate that seemed to be built upon the clouds. Lin Yi thought to himself, each generation's palace master personally chooses their successor before they pass on. But the specific method of selection is a complete mystery. Although it's been a very long time since anyone in the world has seen the heavenly palace's master in action, if you were to rank all the cultivators in the world by their strength, then the palace master of the heavenly palace would undoubtedly be recognized as the strongest. And he's also the one who knows the most truths about the heaven and earth calamity. The palace master had been waiting for Lin Yi for some time. Just looking at his back made Lin Yi break out in a sweat. Zhao Yang clasped his hands respectfully. "Palace master, I have brought Lin Yi." "Thank you for your trouble," the palace master replied. "Now, allow me to speak with him alone. You may leave us." Hearing that the palace master wanted to speak with him privately made Lin Yi extremely nervous. He spoke cautiously. "I wonder this time, why did the palace master summon me?" But before he could finish, the palace master smiled and cut him off. "I know who you are, Lin Yi. The elders have told me a great deal about you, including your battles with Tao Wu and the Tao Tai, and about your rare primal desolate physique, not seen in 1,000 years. You can even use the foul energy that the monstrous beasts left inside your body, can't you?" Faced with this question from the palace master, Lin Yi answered honestly, "Yes, I can." But his tension and vigilance did not lessen in the slightest. A cold sweat poured down his back. Upon receiving Lin Ye's answer, the palace master continued, "I also heard that after the mysterious figure captured you, you managed to escape on your own." Those words struck Lin Yi like a bolt from the blue. His face went pale as he replied fearfully, "Yes, that's right." Hearing his answer, the palace master simply stared at Lin Yi in silence. It scared him so badly he almost wet his pants. After a tense moment, the palace master smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Is that so? How interesting. Then I'd like to ask why you were captured." As he spoke, a blue aura emanated from the palace master's eyes. "Did that mysterious person say anything to you?" Lin Yi recalled the mysterious man's words. "You can find out for yourself whether what I said is true or not." After a moment of thought, Lin Yi spoke up. "The mysterious person?" He scratched his head and gave a foolish laugh. "No, I was guarded by that Tao Tai girl the whole time. The mysterious figure never once appeared before me. On the outside, he appeared innocent and harmless, but inside, Lin Yi was terrified to the point of losing control. Cold sweat was pouring off his body. Hearing this answer, the palace master raised a hand to his chin, looking at Lin Yi with a skeptical expression. But then he smiled. "Is that so? In that case, would you be interested in becoming my direct disciple?" The question was so unexpected that the young man's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Me? What do you mean by direct disciple?" Hearing Lin Ye's confusion, the palace master slowly explained. "In other words, are you interested in becoming the next palace master of the heavenly palace?" The air in the room suddenly grew still. Lin Yi fell silent after hearing the offer. The palace master also waited quietly for Lin Ye's answer. Lin Yi still couldn't believe his ears. The palace master wanted to make him his successor, the next master of the heavenly palace. The scene shifts to the main plaza outside. Suehua had also returned to the Heavenly Palace, landing right in front of Jin Yao. Seeing Suehua, Jin Yao said happily, "Master, you're back." Suehua sighed dramatically. "Humph. I risked life and limb searching everywhere for traces of the demon clan. And it turns out that brat just came back on his own." Hearing Suehua's complaint, Jin Yao could only offer a helpless smile. Suehua turned to leave, looking annoyed. "Where's that rotten kid? I've been running all over the place looking for him. If there's no merit, at least there was hard work. And if not hard work, it was at least hiring." Jin Yao began to explain. "Not long ago, Elder Zhao Yang took Lin Yi to see the palace master on his orders." Hearing this news, the expression on Suehua's face involuntarily soured. She asked in surprise, "What? This matter reached the palace master? It wasn't that serious, was it?" Suddenly, the three great elders appeared. "Ah, Suehua, congratulations on taking such a promising disciple." Suehua said haughtily, "Hey, what are you talking about, old man? Let me tell you, flattery won't work. Lin Yi is my disciple. Don't even think about poaching him." Hearing this, Elder Lu burst out laughing. "Huh, we might not be able to poach him, but it seems the palace master has taken quite a liking to him. That kid, I mean." At these words, Suehua's eyes went wide with surprise. What are you talking about? I almost forgot you just got back. You don't know yet, do you? You should tell her." The elder in the octagonal hat began to explain to Suehua. The palace master met with Lin Yi. He has been saying for a while now that with the heaven and earth calamity approaching, it's time to arrange for the next palace master. I believe the palace master intends to take Lin Yi as his direct disciple. After the heaven and earth calamity ends, the arrangements will be made. Hearing this news made Jin Yao incredibly happy. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "That's wonderful, as expected of brother Lin Yi." Then she turned cheerfully to Suehua. Senior Suehua, but the expression on Suehua's face had become extremely grave. Her face darkened. "Do you have any idea what this means?" she asked. "Is this certain?" The elder in the octagonal hat replied, "It's just an intention. But as things stand, he is indeed the best candidate of this generation." Hearing this, the look on Suehua's face grew even darker. Elder Lu said, "Suehua, don't look like that. The matter of succession in the heavenly palace has been like this for countless years. Besides, it's not a bad thing for the kid." Seeing the atmosphere, Jin Yao thought to herself, "What's going on? Why is the mood among the elders so heavy? Isn't brother Lin Yi being chosen as the successor a good thing?" Suddenly, Suehua smiled, a dangerous look on her face. "Oomph, don't worry. I, on the other hand, feel that with that kid's unpredictable and rebellious personality, he might not necessarily covet that position." Then she turned and walked away. "Jin Yao, let's go. Don't mind these stuffy old geezers. You'll start to feel uncomfortable if you hang around them for too long." Back in the main hall, the atmosphere between Lin Yi and the palace master was more tense than ever. After hearing the proposal, he still couldn't believe his ears. He thought blankly, what is this situation? So, Lin Yi asked, sweating, "Does this mean that the heavenly palaces next palace master will be me?" The palace master smiled and nodded. "That's right." Lin Yi looked puzzled. "But I don't quite understand. Why choose me so suddenly?" The palace master replied, half joking, "Perhaps I just like the look of you. But, for better or worse, you possess the primal desolate physique. And the most dangerous enemy the heavenly palace currently faces is the monstrous beasts. Therefore, your physique has already destined you to be the most suitable successor. So, have you thought it over? When you have, tell me your decision." At crucial moments like this, the system's appearance was indispensable. Mission 1. Agree to become the successor. No reward. Mission 2. State that you need to think about it. No reward. Choice 3. Refuse to become the successor. No reward. Seeing this, he was stunned. What's going on? No matter which option I choose, there's no reward. This kind of situation has never happened before, although he had always been deceiving himself before. But lately the system had clearly given him some hints. Could it be that this time the system also couldn't give him a definite opinion? The current situation is truly becoming more and more unbelievable. Lin Mia, after a long while, scratched his head and replied to make his mission choice. He scratched his head and said shyly, "This matter is too important. I feel I need to think about it for a bit." The palace master, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Mia for a long time. He also replied cheerfully, "Countless people in the world long to receive my inheritance and legacy, to become the strongest cultivator. But you say you need to think about it? Interesting. Could it be that?" The palace master's expression began to turn suspicious as he asked, "Do you have some other backing? Something that makes you feel that even with it, the Heavenly Palace's inheritance is just so?" Lin Mia didn't know how to answer. After a moment of deliberation, he finally replied, "No, it's just that I am a disciple of the Qian Yuan sect, and moreover, I already have a master. Although he's just a fat old man." Before Lin Mia could finish, the palace master interrupted. "So you're being sentimental?" Then he turned his head and said, "Forget it. If that's the case, I won't force you. If you change your mind at any time, you can always come find me." Lin Mia hurriedly clasped his hands in a salute. "Then, Palace Master, I will take my leave first." But he was stopped by him. "Wait a minute. Since you don't want to become my disciple, then I have a mission I want to assign to you." Lin Mia was extremely surprised to hear this news. When he heard him give him a mission, a moment later, he rushed back to everyone. Damn it, something happened again." Seeing this, Qing Jiao worriedly called his name, Brother Lin Mia. But Suehua asked immediately, "What's up? What's the hot gossip? Did you finally agree to become the palace master's direct disciple or not?" Lin Mia replied, "That matter. I still haven't agreed with the palace master." Suehua, upon hearing this, laughed excitedly. "I knew it, you little brat." But before she could celebrate, Lin Mia cut her off. "That's not the important point. The important point is something has happened to the Long Tang dynasty. The royal family is now in a civil war. The beast that the Long Tang royal family is responsible for suppressing is at risk of breaking its seal." Upon receiving this news, everyone quickly boarded the flying ship to go to the Long Tang dynasty. Lin Mia, Qing Jiao, and Suehua all looked down below, and everyone was extremely surprised. Lin Mia exclaimed, "This is..." And Mu Fan, with some confusion, said, "Is this really the capital of the Long Tang dynasty? This is unavoidably too desolate." The buildings were all in ruins. The tragic scene was unbelievable. No one could have imagined that this was the capital of a powerful and prosperous dynasty. After the Civil War, only a pile of ruins like this remained. Zhu Quan also spoke up. "The power of war is truly terrifying. This was originally a huge city with nearly 1 million people. Now, the number of survivors, I'm afraid, is less than 1/10. Mu Fan couldn't help but be surprised. The news reached the Heavenly Palace less than 2 days ago. How could it have been fought to this state already? The elder wearing the 8 trigram hat spoke up. "I heard that more than half of the cultivators who are loyal to the royal family have all rebelled under the command of that rebellious royal uncle." The two sides fought fiercely around the imperial city. In the end, this capital was fought to this state. Zhu Quan felt that this was truly a case of immortals fighting and mortals suffering. Lin Mia, at this time, was still paying attention to Zhu Quan's expression. He remembered the mysterious person's words. "It's not just you. The high and mighty cultivators have never cared about the mortals below." The flying ship traveled for a while. Then, in front of them, a group of soldiers riding flying beasts appeared, blocking their way. A general said loudly, "Are you the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace? We are under the orders of His Highness the Prince to welcome our guests." Seeing this, the elder wearing the 8 trigram hat was quite surprised and said, "Has Long Tongue Mu already known that we were coming? Just let them lead the way." The scene changes to the soldiers leading everyone to the flying islands. Lin Mia and Zhu Quan both exclaimed in surprise when they saw them. "This is the mobile palace of the Long Tongue royal family." Zhu Quan, with his vast knowledge, immediately began to explain. Back then, they spent a great price to have the disciples of the Mo family build it. I also participated in a part of the design. The elder wearing the 8 trigram hat concluded, "It seems that after the capital was destroyed, the Long Tongue royal family has temporarily moved here to stay." After a while, the flying ship had also landed on the large courtyard on the island. Lin Mia looked down below to observe the situation. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. It seems there are still commoners below. A large crowd of commoners in ragged clothes had gathered below. These people were originally the citizens living in the imperial city before the rebellion. An old man, leading a child, went to the soldiers and said, Please be lenient, sir. The child hasn't eaten in 2 days. But he didn't care about what the old woman said. He immediately ordered someone to push the old woman away. Hurry up. The masters above have kind hearts and can't bear to see people suffer. So quickly chase them away. Seeing that scene, Lin Mia was furious. Is this how the Long Tong royal family treats its own people? Qing Jiao, witnessing this scene, was also bewildered, her heart filled with compassion. Lin Mia was filled with anger. He pointed down below and said to Zhao Yang, "Why aren't you going to help them?" Zhao Yang let out a sigh. The emperor's dragon thrown under his but is about to break. Where would he find the time to care for these mortals? What about us? Is the heavenly palace also not doing anything? Zhao Yang replied, "The duty of our heavenly palace is..." Before he could finish, Musher appeared and said loudly, "Finally, you've all arrived, Elder Du. My father has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." Then, Musher led everyone into the main hall to meet the emperor. Musher clasped his hands and reported, "Father, the people of the heavenly palace have all arrived." The emperor, upon hearing this, smiled and slowly stood up, saying, "Welcome." He spread his arms and said loudly to everyone that the heavenly palace could come to help the Long Tong dynasty. In this time of crisis, I'm extremely grateful. Zhao Yang immediately clasped his hands in return. "Your Majesty is too kind. The heavenly palace and the Long Tong dynasty have always had an alliance. Now that the 9 infants are stirring, it is only natural that we should do our best to help." Lin Mia, in the back, thought to himself, the Long Tong dynasty. Its history is almost as old as the heavenly palaces. But in comparison, the sects are very few. Relying on the mortal world, the ancestors of the Long Tong royal family, with a single mind for cultivation, chose to remain in the mortal world for thousands of hundreds of years, their bloodline never broken. The important thing is the 9 infants. It is one of the beasts that the Long Tong royal family has suppressed for generations. The emperor at this time continued, "Elder Du, you've come from afar. Please, let me be the host. We'll sit down and talk slowly." He glanced down at the eunuch below. "Why aren't you going to prepare a feast to welcome our esteemed guests?" Tables and chairs were brought up, and the seating was also arranged according to rank. As soon as a fairy maiden brought up the wine, Sule had already caught a whiff. "This smells like good wine." She immediately poured herself a glass and gulped it down. "I'll go ahead and drink first. You all, please help yourselves." Looking at the feast before him, Lin Mia thought to himself, now is clearly not the time to be so leisurely. He turned his head and saw the emperor smiling. He was talking to Zhao Yang. Lin Mia, in a fit of anger, slammed the table and stood up, saying, "The 3 of us elders, since we are already here, please let the Long Tong royal family tell us what the situation with the 9 infants is right now." Elder Zhao Yang was extremely startled when he saw Lin Mia's attitude. The emperor, angry, with a sharp gaze, stared at Lin Mia and said, "What's wrong with this day? Elder Du, are all the disciples of the heavenly palace so ill-mannered? Don't you see I'm still discussing important matters with the 3 elders?" Lin Mia was not afraid and retorted directly at him. "What is more important than the 9 infants? The sooner we resolve it, the less suffering the people below will have." Hearing these words from Lin Mia, the emperor of Long Tong couldn't help but fly into a rage and scold. "Insolent junior! You don't know your place, and you speak so arrogantly. You think the 9 infants are so easy to deal with. Besides, who are you to speak here?" Musher at this time coughed a few times, ahem. It caught the emperor's attention. "Father, this is the Lin Mia who saved my life that I told you about. The innate, true, desolate body, who has fought against fierce beasts several times before. He was the one who turned the tide." Hearing these words from Musher completely stunned the emperor of Long Tong. He said, "Is that so? He is that innate, true, desolate body. Even so, it's still unavoidable that he is not too polite. Someone who relies on their own talent will not go far." Suehua, after listening in silence for a while, was also unhappy and spoke up. "I say, old man, you cursing my disciple like that. I can't pretend I didn't hear." Then she used her dead fish eyes to stare at the emperor. The emperor, seeing Suehua speak up, was furious. But he couldn't do anything. Zhu Quan leaned close to Lin Mia and whispered, "The Long Tong royal family and your master had a conflict a long time ago. Moreover, there's no benefit to it. Zhao Yang at this time immediately stepped in to resolve the awkward situation. He put his hand to his mouth, coughed a few times, and then said, "Right now, the demon clan is still hiding in the dark. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Why don't we, Your Majesty?" But just as he was speaking, Zhao Yang was interrupted by the brain-dead emperor. "The situation is very simple. The power of the 9 infants has now been half-seized by my younger brother. At the same time, he has also bewitched a large number of relatives of the royal family. Long Tongue, before the shameful rebellion, caused the living beings to now be in misery. Even the imperial city has been destroyed by him. You all from the heavenly palace, if you want to end the chaos of the 9 infants, it's very simple. Help me with my rebellious brother, that uncle of mine. Capture him and take back the power of the 9 infants." Lin Mia, after hearing this, was somewhat surprised. The power of a fierce beast can also be separated? Qing Jiao on the side explained this. "I remember my master once told me, the 9 infants are the most unique among all the fierce beasts. Strictly speaking, it is composed of 9 fierce beasts." Zhu Quan also added, "The first palace master of the heavenly palace back then beheaded all of its heads and then sealed them. He entrusted them to the long-tongue royal family to suppress for generations. Because the 9 infants only has 1 head, its strength is not stronger than other fierce beasts. Therefore, the side effects on the sealer are also much smaller. If compared to the devouring desolation, it is much safer. And the long-tongue royal family, because of this, is equivalent to holding the power of a fierce beast. And in these thousands of miles, they have firmly established their rule, becoming the ruling cultivator family of the mortal world. So, which is to say, this guy is also thinking of this. He immediately used his chi observation technique to look at him. The heads of the fierce beasts immediately appeared in front of Lin Mia. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. 5 heads. This guy's gathered 5 heads in his own body. One of the fierce beast heads at this time also noticed that Lin Mia was looking at them. That fierce beast head then said to the other heads, "He sees us. Innate true emperor body. It's really the innate emperor body. That's great. He can't wait to swallow him whole. Quick, swallow him whole." Hearing the ferocious beast's words, Lin Mia broke out in a cold sweat. That emperor also cast a deadly gaze towards Lin Mia. The young boy felt as if a pair of huge eyes were staring at him, like a delicious piece of prey. At this moment, the old emperor spoke up. "Rebellious ministers and traitors. Everyone wants to kill me. I have recruited talented people from all over the world, plus cultivators from everywhere. Still loyal to the royal family, they also came here. Not long after, a large army could be assembled. Of course, if there is also support from the heavenly palace, I believe we can definitely resolve this matter faster. Especially the innate, true, desolate body, which is just right, to deal with the power of ferocious beasts, isn't it?" Lin Mia was stunned when he heard that. And Zhu Quan, beside him, hearing this, pursed his lips and whistled merrily. "It's like it has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yang looked at the emperor and said, "Of course, there's no need to say more. Lin Mia, with his extraordinary talent, has tried to turn the tide countless times before. The Sect master has intended to make him his direct disciple." Those who were sitting there looked at Lin Mia with a fierce expression, which scared the young boy. The girls covered their mouths and giggled. In other words, if we can keep this young boy as the heir of the heavenly palace's Sect master, if it's true, we absolutely cannot let this go. The young boy was noticed by the girls. Then his face turned red. Qian Jiao, who was sitting next to him, had noticed Lin Mia's expression. Seeing that, her eyes widened in surprise. Her wife was sitting right there, and he dares to eye other girls? "You're dead when we get home." The emperor, upon hearing what Zhao Yang said, was somewhat amused. "Is that so? I understand." And Mu Si's jaw dropped in surprise. "You're the heir of the Sect master? The biggest shock of the year. Tell me, since when? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Mia told the truth, which shocked the whole group. No, I refused." Mu Si was so angry that steam came out of his head. "You refused? Is there something wrong with your head? That's the inheritance of the heavenly palace's Sect master." Lin Mia just smiled foolishly to brush it off, not wanting to explain much. So Chui Hua slammed the table and shouted, "What's so surprising? This kid, when he first joined the heavenly palace, didn't learn the heavenly palace's inherited techniques. Now Not bowing to the sect master as his master is nothing strange. Maybe the sect master appreciates this arrogant side of his. Who knows? Unexpectedly, this dense moose sea actually thought it was true. Oomph. He looked as if he had figured out the problem. He even gave Lin Mia a thumbs up, showing that his nonchalance was the deadliest. I thought I was arrogant enough. I didn't expect you to be the real master in this field. And Lin Mia and Qian Jiao, sitting next to each other, were speechless at Mu Si's expression. Xiaoyang spoke up, returning to the main topic. In short, the situation is as it is. As for Jiuying, when the critical moment comes, the Heavenly Palace will definitely step in to help. The old emperor, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang. A critical moment? He sneered. His expression was dangerous as he said, so that's how it is. I understand the Heavenly Palace's sect master's intentions. My long-tongue royal family will definitely cooperate with the Heavenly Palace. Hearing the two of them talk, Lin Mia didn't understand a single thing. Wait a minute. What is the meaning of their conversation? The old emperor stood up and continued. If there's nothing else, Long Dengmu, please entertain the guests from the Heavenly Palace on my behalf. I still have things to do. Mu Si hurriedly stood up and clasped his hands. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Mia watched the old emperor's retreating back, thinking about something. He turned and said to Mu Si, Long Dengmu, come with me for a moment. The two of them then moved to a certain room. Inside the palace, Lin Mia grabbed Mu Si by the collar, startling him. You brat, quickly explain to me why Jiuying lost control this time. Did that father of yours intentionally release it? Lin Mia's hand pushed him away. Hey, why are you slandering someone's innocence as soon as you arrive? Without any basis like that. How can my father do such a thing? Lin Mia asked again. Then why does he have the head of the five-headed Jiuying? Explain that to me. Hearing this, Mu Si was very surprised and asked Lin Mia, Oh, how do you know about this? Lin Mia replied, Don't mind how I know. Tell me the truth, quick. Mu Si said loudly, Of course this is to prevent my second uncle from snatching it away. The remaining 4 avatars of Jiuying are all with my second uncle. Moreover, he has been confirmed to be in cahoots with the demon race. Hearing this, Lin Mia's eyes widened in shock. Speaking of the demon clan, then he immediately thought of the mysterious man and the girl Tao Tai. The two of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't know Xiaoyang was watching everything. He stood silently in a corner, staring at the two of them with a very thoughtful expression. The scene changes to a certain airship parked in the courtyard. Zhu Quan stroked his chin and said, Is this the airship of the Wanwu sect? Lin Mia, why did you call us here? Li Han from the ship said down, Azo. Brother Lin Mia, the items on your list have all been delivered. Lin Mia smiled and walked over to ask Li Han, Is anything missing? This is a matter of life and death. Li Hang smiled and replied, Look at you. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng has already told us about this matter and personally instructed us. Cui Hua was puzzled, not knowing what Lin Mia wanted to do. She then boarded the ship to take a look. As soon as she got on, she saw many large chests on board. She curiously opened one to see, and inside were countless abstinence pills. Lin Mia walked over and explained, I sent a message to Dao Qingfeng. I entrusted him to quickly deliver these high-energy foods. Now it can save countless people. Qian Jiao said cheerfully, That's right. This kind of abstinence pill, one pill is equivalent to several days' worth of food for an ordinary person. Quan was a little surprised. Seeing this, Zhu Quan immediately said, You, on the contrary, have many ways. So many abstinence pills. That's a lot of money. Lin Mia stuck his nose in the air and replied, Money is just a worldly possession. Besides, the Wanwu sect owes us a favor. The long-tongue royal family doesn't care about the lives of the common people. We see it, and we have to save them. Then Lin Mia took out a yang abstinence pill and said, Let's go. Distribute these abstinence pills to everyone below. Very quickly, the chests of abstinence pills were transported down and distributed to the common people. Lin Mia shouted loudly for many people to hear, Everyone! Line up properly. Everyone will get a share. No need to push. The old man who came up to receive the abstinence pill had trembling hands. His whole body was trembling. The old man burst into tears. Thank you, you kind immortal. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared at the place where the abstinence pills were being distributed. One of them sneered and said, Are these people still distributing abstinence pills? And so many of them. How much money is this? How many spirit stones would it take to buy this much? He stared at the chests of abstinence pills in front of him, and they're just giving them to these poor people. TSK, what a waste. His eyes were fixed on Lin Mia, who was doing charity work in front. Then he stepped out and pointed his finger. Stop for me. Who told you to distribute things here? Lin Mia frowned at him. What kind of spring onion are you? It's none of your damn business that I'm distributing my own things. He smugly put both hands behind his back. You are the cultivators who came to help us suppress the rebellion, right? Now that the royal family has been destroyed, the military force is insufficient. I, on behalf of the royal family, am requisitioning these abstinence pills of yours. And so, without waiting for Lin Mia's agreement, he ordered his soldiers to move the items. Go, don't leave a single one behind. Seeing this, Qian Jiao rushed out to stop them. No, these refugees have been cut off from food for a long time. You can't do this. He angrily raised his hand. Who cares about those poor people? Get out of my way. With that, he was about to make a move on Qian Jiao, but before he could touch her, his face had already been slapped to one side. The one who did it was none other than Lin Mia. He said angrily, "How dare you rob in broad daylight?" He held up his blood-stained fist towards him, with a sharp gaze. And who gave you the guts to touch her? The soldiers, seeing this, ran over to help him up. They asked in a panic, "Your Highness?" The general held his swollen face. He shouted, "How dare you hit me? I am a relative of the long-tongue royal family." "You're dead for sure." Shuihua walked up to him. "A relative of the long-tongue royal family? How impressive." Then she made a demonic face. Shuihua cracked her knuckles. "Your royal family, in those years, were all beaten by me." Hearing this, he was extremely scared. Sweat dripped down his face, and he could only manage a grunt. Shuihua turned back and said to Lin Mia, "Continue hitting him for me. If anything happens, I'll take the blame for you. Don't be afraid." Lin Mia smiled with delight. He thought to himself, "That's right. Not to mention Li Suihua. Outsiders see me as the heir of the heavenly palace." Seeing Lin Mia roll up his sleeves and walk towards him, then he backed away in fear. Don't you come over here." Zhu Quan, seeing that Lin Mia was really going to beat him up, hurriedly stopped him. "Lin Mia, calm down a little. Don't be like your master." Mu Si also appeared at this time and said, "Lin Mia, what's wrong with you guys?" Seeing Mu Si, the guy hurriedly crawled over and hugged his thigh, crying, "Your Highness, quickly send someone to punish these wicked people. They're truly lawless." Mu Si, who didn't understand what was going on. "What are you talking about?" Mu Si then turned to look at Lin Mia's group and saw that everyone was staring at that guy. About 10 minutes later, the guy was lying in a heap, with 2 goose eggs on his head. Mu Si laughed and said, "Don't mind this guy. I'll arrange for people to help distribute the abstinence pills. This kind of situation will definitely not happen again." Lin Mia asked with a puzzled expression, "Mu Si, does your long-tongue royal family not care about the common people like this?" Mu Si could only scratch his head in embarrassment. "This matter, it's a bit complicated to explain." Mu Si then changed the subject. "Let's go first. The cultivators summoned by the royal family, and even a few representatives from the major sects have arrived. They are prepared to start an attack on the rebel army. Our heavenly palace cannot be absent." Lin Mia said, "Complicated? How so? What's so complicated about this situation?" Zhu Quan then explained to Lin Mia, "You forgot? All beasts represent negative emotions and desires. The Sila will be affected, like the wrath of the devouring flower, the arrogance of Dao Nok, and the gluttony of Tao Tai." Hearing this, Lin Mia asked, "So what does Jiao Ying represent?" Mu Si then told Lin Mia, "That is greed, power, money. The one who sealed Jiao Ying is disappointed in and controls everything. This is also one of the indirect reasons that made the long-tongue royal family finally choosing to become the rulers of the human world for thousands of years. For hundreds of years, Jiao Ying's influence on the long-tongue royal family has not been deep. Of 10 emperors, 9 ended up being exploitative. They thought of ways to rob the common people of their wealth." Zhu Quan chimed in, "But where there's smoke, there's fire. Your long-tongue royal family's reputation among the common people is not good at all." Hearing this, Mu Si could only sigh in frustration. "I know that. After all, it is the fault of our long-tongue royal family. There's nothing to hide." Hearing this, Lin Mia also understood to some extent. "So that's how it is. But why do I feel that you, on the contrary, don't have the slightest air of the long-tongued royal family. On the contrary, you're like a foolish landlord. Hearing that, Musi became angry and said, Hey, I just lived outside the royal family since I was young. I only came back when I grew up, so I'm much more normal than my relatives. While he was talking animatedly, Musi suddenly stopped. Musi looked towards the city gate. He spoke up, they have arrived. In a flash, a group of people appeared, staring at Lin Mia. One of them said contemptuously, that brat is the future master of the Heavenly Palace. The crowd also whispered, is the Heavenly Palace master's judgment that bad? It looks just ordinary. Seeing this, Lin Mia was speechless. He didn't understand why everyone knew he was noticed by the master of the Heavenly Palace. Did it spread that quickly? Qian Jiao, who was following Lin Mia, also became worried when she saw all eyes on him. Lin Mia thought to himself, the number of people is indeed not small. The vast majority are rogue cultivators, but there are also a few small sects. With this number, defeating the rebel army should not be a problem. Xiaoyang stepped out at this moment and said, you have arrived. Now that all the cultivators have come to help, the time to launch an all-out attack on the rebellion has come. Lin Mia turned to Xiaoyang and asked, Elder Du, why? Do I feel that among these cultivators, there are quite a few from the 3 religions and 9 schools of thought? The Long Tang dynasty is recruiting soldiers. The rebels have announced that they will open the royal family's treasury. They are using all kinds of rare treasures, medicinal pills, and magic weapons accumulated over the years as rewards. Of course, there are not a few people who are interested. After hearing this, Lin Mia was very surprised. So as long as they can deal with the demon clan, it doesn't matter who comes. At this moment, the emperor walked step by step. When the crowd saw him, they all smiled sinisterly. Standing above, the old emperor said loudly, everyone, I won't say any more unnecessary words. In short, I won't say any more. In short, as long as you can bring the generals of the rebel army, or the heads of the demon clan back here, the long-tongued royal family will have a great reward. We will definitely not let you suffer any losses. After hearing this, the crowd cheered excitedly. Your Majesty, please rest assured. We guarantee that we will beat the rebel army until they're crying for their parents. With Your Majesty's words, we are relieved. Seeing this, the old emperor sneered. He smiled smugly. He continued to spread his arms and say to everyone, then, I wish you all great military success. Return in triumph. While everyone was cheering happily and excitedly. Then Lin Mia shouted, wait, a moment. A battle like this, without a unified commander? Isn't that a leaderless army? The emperor, seeing Lin Mia speak up, his face darkened, showing his displeasure. A man from behind put his hand on Lin Mia's shoulder and said, hey kid, who are you calling a leaderless army? Another one also chimed in, that's right. How powerful can someone from the Heavenly Palace be? Who are you looking down on? The old emperor also spoke up at this time. The long-tongued royal family is not inferior to the Heavenly Palace. We do not have the right to command you cultivators. A night raid to harass the rebel army is the best strategy. The enemy, tired of dealing with long-term attacks, will surely be defeated. Lin Mia pointed straight at the old man's face. Are you kidding me? Will the demon clan and the rebel army be afraid of your surprise attacks and harassment? In this aspect, they are the professionals. This kind of headless strategy, like you guys, is just handing your heads to others to chop off. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaoyang hurriedly said, all right, Lin Mia, even the Heavenly Palace does not have the right to unconditionally demand that the various sects must obey orders. Don't forget that we are only here to help the long-tongued royal family. The few cultivators, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. The words of the Heavenly Palace's elder still make sense. I heard that he is the heir of the Heavenly Palace. Isn't it normal for him to look down on us? After all, he's just a brat. Can this kind of person even be an heir? But then he chose to remain silent. He didn't bother to argue with them. At this moment, Lin Mia recalled what the mysterious man had said. So that's how it is. That guy really didn't lie to me. The Heavenly Palace is now borrowing the war of the long-tongued royal family to reduce the number of cultivators. And the long-tongued royal family is also fully cooperating with the Heavenly Palace. In Lin Mia's mind, the image of the girl, the host of Tao Tai, appeared. Lin Mia's fist trembled. This is definitely not the first time they have cooperated like this. It has happened countless times. Is this the so-called way of the Heavenly Palace? After the discussion, the group of cultivators also began to go out. They happily discussed with each other. Let's get the heads early. Get the reward early. Does anyone want to team up with me? Lin Mia, inside, asked Xiaoyang, the elder of the long-tongued royal family. Since things are like this, shouldn't our Heavenly Palace go and turn the tide this time? Xiaoyang shook his head and replied, No, this time is different from before. Whether it's the long-tongued royal family or the rebel army, the two sides involved in the battle are too many. The identity of our Heavenly Palace is very sensitive. The first goal is to protect His Majesty of Long Tongue. Ensure that the demon race cannot completely snatch away Jiaoying. So, it's basically leaving them to their own devices, right? Lin Mia asked. Seeing this, Xiaoyang replied, You can think of it that way. Lin Mia let out a contemptuous smile. Just like that. Can you still be called the protectors of all living things? Zhu Quan from behind heard this and said in surprise, I say, you brat today? Why are you like you've eaten explosives? Lin Mia turned and walked away. If that's the case, you guys can stay here. I will use my own way to resolve this matter. Qian Jiao worriedly chased after him. Brother Lin Mia, calm down a little. Zhu Quan shouted to stop him. Are you crazy? You are now a thorn in the demon race's side. You still want to act alone? Cui Hua smiled until her eyes crinkled and waved her hand. Don't worry, go ahead with courage. Good disciple, a young person should have courage. Don't be like some stubborn old men. Xiaoyang glanced at Cui Hua. Are you really not afraid of them going out on their own after this? Will they be captured by the demon clan? You have to know that it's not just Lin Mia. The devouring desolation is also there. Cui Hua crossed her arms and replied, I think the Sect master is scared, right? This time you three, only you came alone. Isn't that too obvious? Xiaoyang's face was as cold as ice as he replied. The Sect master's arrangement must have a deeper meaning. Zhu Quan, who was standing in the middle, said with a bewildered expression, What are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand anything? The scene changes to Lin Mia flying away. He did things his own way, ignoring Qian Jiao, who was chasing after him. The girl from behind said, Lin Mia, what should we do now? Lin Mia said, Let's go and confirm the so-called rebel army. Are they really in cahoots with the demon clan or not? And are they also actors in this play? Hearing this, Qian Jiao was bewildered. What play? What actors? What does that mean, Brother Lin Mia? Lin Mia coughed a few times and then patiently explained to her. Simply put, I suspect that this Jiaoying rebellion is basically the long-tongued royal family putting on a show. Maybe that rebellious relative of the royal family is basically on the same side as that Long Huang Li. Speaking of which, Lin Mia gritted his teeth in anger. They're making a fool of everyone. Seeing that, Qian Jiao was puzzled. But the entire imperial city has been destroyed. Is this really possible? I also thought it was impossible at first. But now, while the two were talking, a group of cultivators appeared and surrounded them. A one-eyed man crossed his arms and said, Jose, isn't this the heir of the Heavenly Palace? Why did you bring a little girl here to fish? Lin Mia then stood in front of Qian Jiao to protect her. He looked at the group and asked, Are you the rogue cultivators who were just called by the long-tongued royal family? The one-eyed man sneered at Lin Mia. You were so arrogant just now, and yet you dare to call us a leaderless army. And you even said we were going to our deaths. Lin Mia thought to himself. As expected, the long-tongued royal family, in order to recruit a dozen or so pieces of trash. All sorts of people from the 3 religions and 9 schools of thought have come. These rogue cultivators have probably done a lot of killing and robbing. He shook off his thoughts, and his face darkened as he explained, Don't misunderstand. Actually, I didn't mean it that way. Seeing Lin Mia like this, the one-eyed man was smug and contemptuous. Are you scared now? It's too late. Hand over all the secret techniques of the Heavenly Palace that you've learned. And also, give me any spirit pills, precious medicines, and magic weapons you have. The few men behind him also took advantage of the situation. They echoed, If not, don't blame us for doing something bad to you. And the little girl next to you. Don't even think about resisting. We are also considered to have some reputation in the cultivation world. I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. Lin Mia sneered. What I mean is to call you a leaderless army is to praise you too much. You're nothing but a bunch of rabble. Hearing this, the one-eyed man angrily pointed his finger and shouted, You still dare to be stubborn? You brat, don't think that you are. But before he could finish, Lin Mia had already rushed in front of the other two and with two thwacks. In an instant, Lin Mia had dealt with his two companions. With a cold gaze, he stared at him. The one-eyed man, before he could react, was punched straight in the face. The powerful punch made his eyes turn white and blood spurted from his mouth. Qian Jiao, who was beside him, saw this scene and thought to herself, "It seems Brother Lin Mia is really angry this time." A few minutes later, the group of people had been beaten unconscious by Lin Mia. The one-eyed man was being held up by the neck by him. It made him have difficulty breathing and his whole body trembled. His face bruised. He begged in fear, "Big brother, we were wrong. We were blind. Please spare us, big brother." Lin Mia growled, "You know you're wrong now?" The one-eyed man was still stubborn and cursed. "Could it be? You still want to kill people? You are the heir of the heavenly palace. How can you be so cruel?" Lin Mia then replied, "It's not impossible to spare your lives, as long as you obediently follow my arrangements." Their bodies were bruised. He asked Lin Mia with a puzzled expression, "What do you want us to do?" Lin Mia smiled demonically and said to them, "I need you to go with me and get someone's head." And so the one-eyed man, scared, led the way for Lin Mia. "Big brother, continue forward. It's the rebel cultivators' territory." Lin Mia then spoke up, "I know. So the rebel army is really in cahoots with the demon clan?" Lin Mia thought to himself, "That's not right. The demon clan is indeed on the same side as the mysterious person. They are definitely the enemies of the heavenly palace. In other words, this rebellion is likely a self-directed play by the heavenly palace and the Long Tong dynasty." Suddenly, something made Lin Mia's eyes widen. From the forest below, countless specks of light appeared and rushed towards Lin Mia. When he looked closer, he saw hundreds of arrows aimed at everyone and rushing towards them. Because of the surprise attack, Lin Mia and Qian Jiao were extremely panicked. But luckily, both of them were agile and managed to dodge all the arrows. Then he quickly landed on a nearby cliff. Qian Jiao asked with concern, "Brother Lin Mia, are you okay?" Lin Mia replied, "I'm fine." But the one-eyed rat and his gang were not as lucky as these two. "Hey, we're in trouble over here." It turned out the one-eyed man had been hit by a demon clan arrow. He was dying and calling for Lin Mia's help. At this moment, a winged monster appeared and said, Oh, are you the running dogs of the Long-Tongue royal family?" In front of Lin Mia and Qian Jiao were 4 bird legs slowly descending. The 3 birdmen looked at Lin Mia angrily and shouted, "Immediately, raise your hands and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy." The one-eyed man and his gang, upon hearing this, looked at each other, sweating bullets. Lang Thin didn't know how to handle this and could only look at Lin Mia for help. Seeing this, Lin Mia spoke up, "What are you still standing there for? Get on with it." The one-eyed man and his gang, looking at the demon clan in front of them, were a little hesitant. Their bodies were so scared that cold sweat poured out like a river. But they still mustered up all their courage and shouted, "Demon clan, die! I will fight you to the death. I can't beat this guy, but I can't beat you trashy clan members either." He talked a big game, but it wasn't long before the one-eyed man was beaten to a pulp by the demon clan. His face was swollen like a bee sting. He and his 2 companions were beaten by the demon clan until they were crying for their parents. "Great hero, please spare our lives." Lin Mia, watching from the side, could only hold his head and sigh. "Fake drama. To call you a disorganized mob is to praise you too much." A demon clan member looked at Lin Mia and shouted, "You too. Do you want to suffer or will you surrender?" Without hesitation, Lin Mia raised his hands in surrender. "You guys are too strong. We can't beat you. We choose to surrender." The demon clan member, upon hearing this, laughed loudly. "Ha! Very good. Next, just follow us obediently. If you try any clever tricks, then don't blame us for being impolite." Following them, Lin Mia whispered to Qian Jiao, "We have to check first. If the situation changes, we'll fight our way out." Looking down, Lin Mia was a little surprised. Is this the rebel army rebuilding the imperial capital? Below, a group of people were cleaning up and repairing the houses together. Among them were also prisoners of war being escorted away. The demon clan member said to Lin Mia's group, "This is the place. You go and follow the squad from that side." Lin Mia also obediently did as he was told, blending in with a group of prisoners. While being escorted, a man behind Lin Mia spoke up. "It hasn't been long, and yet so many people have been taken prisoner. I told you The cultivators the long-tongued royal family found are just cannon fodder. The man in front turned back and shouted angrily, "Aren't you also a prisoner of war?" But when he saw Lin Mia, he was very surprised. "Wait a minute. Is the heir of the heavenly palace also here?" Hearing this, the prisoners were very excited. They all surrounded Lin Mia and mocked him. Aya. Even you were captured as a prisoner of war? What a waste that you're the heir of the heavenly palace." The whole group was noisy. Then someone noticed, "What's going on? Why are you all gathered in a group gossiping?" And so he turned back and shouted angrily, "Are these people all from the heavenly palace?" Lin Mia looked around and thought to himself, "Are all the people from the heavenly palace here? Is their reputation that bad?" He frowned at them. They really do know something. He shook off his thoughts and raised his hand. "Before we fight, can I meet your leader? I have something to ask him." The leader of the group, upon hearing this, shouted, "How can you meet His Highness just because you want to? These two must be spies sent by the heavenly palace. It's very likely that they are plotting to assassinate His Highness. First, take them." A few cultivators, seeing this, smiled smugly. "Ha, this is great. The heir of the heavenly palace has been taken prisoner. What's the point of watching the show anymore? Wait for them to get injured, and we'll think of a way to see if we can take advantage of the chaos. To escape or not." Seeing the leader leading his men towards him, Lin Mia could only sigh in frustration. Can't these people talk properly? Why do they always have to fight? They rushed towards Lin Mia with their weapons, wanting to capture him. But with just one thunderous punch, the whole group was sent flying. The crowd, seeing this, gasped. What? Just one punch? With this kind of fighting power, how could he have been taken prisoner? Lin Mia didn't want to fight, but he also didn't know what else to do. This is bad. Oh no, the opponents I've been fighting have always been ferocious beasts like Tao Tai. I'm used to strong enemies, so I didn't hold back. A man in the crowd shouted, "Quick, a chance to escape. The heir of the heavenly palace has come to rescue us. Brothers, let's charge out together." He even gave Lin Mia a thumbs up with a grin. "Big brother, no need to thank me. Please hold them off a little longer for us." And Lin Mia was stunned. Why has this turned into a prison break? And so, a chaotic scene unfolded. The ball man hurriedly shouted, "Quick, quick, sound the alarm. A master from the heavenly palace has come to raid the camp." Lin Mia was still bewildered at this moment. Hey, wait. I'm not here to raid the camp. I'm really just here to—" Before he could finish, a spear slammed into the ground. It startled the young boy. The cultivator next to him, looking at the spear, didn't know where it came from and wondered, where did this thing come from? With a thud, someone landed where the spear was. It created an explosion that sent the crowd flying. A cultivator said angrily, "You stinking woman! Where did you come from? Don't you dare stop us from escaping." The whole group rushed forward. "Quick, deal with her. Let's go. Don't waste any more time." With just a flick of her hand, then the whole group was sent flying like a broken kite. Sensing that the newcomer's aura was very strong, Qian Jiao said with some concern, "Brother Lin Mia, this breath is—" Lin Mia let out a gasp. Then he immediately used the Qi gazing art. Looking at her, this is— He was stunned when he saw one of Jiu Ying's heads appeared in the body of this newcomer. Seeing the girl appear, the soldiers cheered. "The martial princess has arrived." "That's great. With the princess here, this traitor will surely be defeated by the princess." Hearing the soldiers call her princess, Lin Mia was a little surprised. She spoke up and asked Lin Mia, "Are you the one who raided the camp?" Lin Mia, hearing this, panicked. "I told you I'm not here to raid the camp. We're not even enemies." The soldier next to him said angrily, "Princess, don't believe him. This man is from the heavenly palace. I heard he's the heir chosen by the Sect master." She let out an "oh" and stroked her chin. "So, you're the heir of the heavenly palace?" Then she reached out and took the long spear. She continued, "If so, capturing you will surely be of great use." As soon as the long spear was lifted, it radiated blue lightning, very bloodthirsty. She held the spear firmly with both hands and looked at Lin Mia in a fighting stance. Seeing this, he held his head and sighed in frustration. All right. It seems we'll have to fight before we can talk." Lin Mia then extended his hand, ready to fight, and also said to Qian Jiao, "I'll go and fight her for a few rounds. You just protect yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear tip came thrusting, but he leaned over and dodged. She attacked continuously, forcing Lin Mia to retreat to dodge. With his agile movements, Lin Mia dodged all of her attacks. Seeing that Lin Mia only knew how to dodge, she became more and more aggressive. Suddenly, Lin Mia jumped high into the air, surprising her. Immediately, Lin Mia had already pinned her spear to the ground. Seeing Lin Mia easily suppress her weapon, her eyes widened in surprise. The ground below couldn't withstand the strength of both of them and shattered. Lin Mia said to her, "I'll give you one last chance. But no, don't blame me for being impolite." The princess was a little surprised by Lin Mia's strength, but she still refused to give up. She said, "It's a little interesting." Then she let go of her long spear. Her whole body radiated a green aura. "It's a little interesting. It seems the warm-up is over." One of Jiu Ying's heads then appeared behind her. She said, although it's not fair to win using Jiu Ying's power, but she rushed to attack Lin Mia with the power of Jiu Ying. "Who asked you to be from the Heavenly Palace?" Her fists and kicks were like Jiu Ying's head opening its mouth and pouncing on Lin Mia. Immediately, a huge explosion appeared and the shock waves spread out. It made the crowd run in all directions. Thinking that the heir of the Heavenly Palace had been defeated by her, the girl smiled smugly. But not 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Lin Mia gently blocked her punch, which carried the power of Jiu Ying. She broke out in a sweat and said, "How can this be? On what basis can you block this punch?" The power in Lin Mia's body turned into a golden flame that engulfed her arm. Lin Mia replied, "It's just a ferocious beast. Besides, it's only 1/9 of an illusion." And again, speaking of which, suddenly, one appeared behind Lin Mia. And again, this kind of power is not something only you have. Seeing this scene, her face was filled with fear, and her teeth were clenched together. Lin Mia then flicked his hand lightly, sending her flying backward. The illusion of Jiu Ying on her body also dissipated. With just a gentle flick from Lin Mia, she was pushed back several tens of meters. Lin Mia frowned and said to her, "I've already said it. I'm not the enemy. Can we talk properly now?" But she continued to charge with her long spear. "The power of the devouring desolation? Could it be that you are?" Lin Mia smiled and said, "That's right, I am." But she cut off Lin Mia's words. "Dao Qing Feng of the Wanwu Sect. Why do you think I'm him? If it's not Dao Qing Feng, then you must be." Lin Mia said with a smug expression, "That's right, I am." Then he was interrupted by the princess again. "Dao Qing Feng of the Wanwu Sect." Seeing that he had been mistaken, Lin Mia was stunned and his jaw dropped. "How can that be?" Seeing that, the princess continued, "It's not Dao Qing Feng. Then you must be Lin Mia, who has the legendary innate true desolate body. The intelligence says you can use the power of ferocious beasts, just like a sealer. It seems it's true. Then the little girl next to you is probably the one who sealed the devouring desolation, right? An innate true desolate can restrain ferocious beasts. A sealer can perfectly control the devouring desolation. Speaking of which, she erupted with her own aura. No wonder you two dare to charge in here alone. You two are really brave." Lin Mia thought of the mysterious god and sighed in frustration. "The most terrifying person right now thinks he has me under control. He won't attack me, so of course I have to be brave." Lin Mia then said, "I've already said it. This time, I'm not representing the Heavenly Palace or the long-tongue royal family to fight for Jiu Ying. Can we talk properly?" Lin Mia still had the chi on his supersized fist. He smiled and looked at her. "Or should we continue to fight?" Looking at the golden aura enveloping Lin Mia's body, the people nearby gasped in fear. The girl, who had just lowered her voice, asked Lin Mia, "So what do you want to say?" Lin Mia withdrew his aura and stepped in front of her. With a sky-high killing intent, Lin Mia asked her, "Tell me the truth about the heaven and earth tongue and how to stop the Heavenly Palace." The princess, upon hearing this, said loudly, "Do you want to betray the Heavenly Palace? Impossible. On what basis can I believe you?" Lin Mia showed a frustrated expression. "Then there's nothing more to say to you." Suddenly, someone called out her name. Ugh. At this time, a man carrying the body of a leader and riding a cloud flew over and said, Let me talk to him." He walked step by step towards Lin Mia, despite his daughter's attempts to stop him. The girl, Qian Jiao, timidly saw him and hid behind Lin Mia in fear. He smiled and said, "How about, let's find another place to talk. For the sake of this young friend Lin Yi, and for Miss Jean Yao as well." Lin Yi frowned, looking at the man. "You seem to know I was coming." "That's right. The guy told me he would send someone to find me." The man heard this and nodded in agreement. Correct. I'm the person you're thinking of. A moment later, Lin Yi and Jin Yao had followed him to another location. The girl stood behind Lin Yi, lost in thought. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was using his chi-gazing art to observe the man. 3 of the heads, plus Long Tongue Yu. The other 4 are all here. His thoughts racing, he finally spoke. So, you really did make a deal with that mysterious figure? Did he tell you I was coming here? Something like that. He assumed that you would want to see the whole picture without the Heavenly Palace's interference. Therefore, you would come seeking the truth. Lin Yi voiced his confusion. Aren't you afraid of the Fox Demon Mountain? They led the demon clan to wipe out several sects. The commander replied, the sects he destroyed. If you look into the details, you'll find that most of them were sects that held no goodwill towards mortals. Besides, he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Lin Yi asked in surprise, an offer you couldn't refuse? Are you trying to usurp the 9-headed Hydra and replace your brother as the new emperor of the Long-Tongue dynasty? The man let out a laugh. Ha! Wrong. What I want is to completely free my Long-Tongue clan from the Hydra's grasp. Lin Yi was stunned by his words. What? Free yourselves from the 9-headed Hydra? The commander nodded. That's right. You must find it strange, but if you understood the history of the Long-Tongue royal family, you would no longer doubt me. The 9-headed Hydra is greedy by nature. If the Taotai craves spiritual energy, then the Hydra is filled with a lust for wealth and power. Anyone who becomes its host will eventually turn into a despicable, greedy tyrant. I imagine you've probably heard of this before. Lin Yi broke into a sweat. I have heard something like that. But what's your reason for doing this? The commander then asked Lin Yi. You've met my elder brother, haven't you? What do you think of his character? Lin Yi thought of the emperor's grotesque appearance. He doesn't seem like a good person. At a glance, you can tell he's a cruel monarch. Seeing this, the commander said, what if I told you that when he was young, he was a good man, one who aspired to be a benevolent and model king? The young man was skeptical. Are you serious? Him. The commander continued. I'm not joking. Long Tongue Ling and I back then, when we were princes, we saw how insatiably greedy our father was. He took every last bit of the common people's wealth and spent it like water, forcing rebellions to break out everywhere, and then he would suppress them with bloody force. We once swore an oath to change all of that, but as you've already seen, no matter how strong-willed a person is, under the influence of a 9-headed Hydra, after a few decades on the throne, everything goes right back to where it started. Lin Yi seemed to understand. So that's why you're rebelling? To put an end to this. The commander replied, correct. I want to free the Long-Tongue royal family from that monster. I want to sever the greedy bloodline that flows through our clan's veins. And that is also the reason I sought out that mysterious figure from the demon clan to cooperate. And now, I need your help. Why should I trust you and help you? Just because of what you've told me. I'm supposed to help you? Is that it? The old man pointed towards Jin Yao. For the sake of a young lady behind you. She is the host of the Fei Huang, is she not? In the eyes of the Heavenly Palace, what do you think she is? What do you think she is? She's just a disposable pawn. A tool, and nothing more. Just like how the Heavenly Palace is using this civil war to reduce the number of cultivators. If she couldn't control the Fei Huang, they would have dealt with her long ago. Don't you understand yet? Until enough people die, the fighting will never stop. The monstrous beasts are the chess pieces they use to achieve this goal. If you don't step off the board, how can you guarantee you'll always be able to protect her? Lin Ye's face darkened as he fell into silent thought. After a moment of contemplation, he asked the man, so, what do you need me to do to help you? The commander replied, stop this meaningless war. I have my people within the Imperial City's army. I will create an opportunity for you. An opportunity to take all the remaining heads of the 9-headed Hydra from Long Tongue Ling's body. This is something only you, with your primal desolate physique, can accomplish. Lin Yu was stunned. What are you talking about? You want me to, just based on a few words from you? But before he could finish, the system chime sounded. Option 1. Capture Long Tongue Xia and return to the Heavenly Palace to claim credit. Reward. 5 years' worth of cultivation in the Li Chun Gui Jingong. Mission 2. Refuse Long Tongue Xia's offer. Reward. 10 years' worth of not getting the Li Chun Gui Jingong. Mission 3. Temporarily agree. Adapt to the situation. Reward. 20 years' worth of cultivation in the Li Chun Gui Jingong. Lin Yu looked baffled. Mission 3 is to adapt to the situation? He placed a hand on the man's shoulder and cleared his throat. All right, I accept your offer. Hearing Lin Ye's answer, Commander Long Tong Xia couldn't hide his surprise. But Lin Yi continued with his own conditions. But there's one thing you have to tell me. That mysterious figure, the leader of the demon clan, who is he exactly? He's hiding in the heavenly palace, isn't he? After a moment of thought, Long Tong Xia agreed. Very well. I will tell you. That person is... Seeing him hesitate, Lin Yi grew impatient. Who is it? Spit it out. Long Tong Xia looked innocent. Ah, well, who is it? I don't actually know. Lin Yi and Jin Yao were both speechless. Lin Yi angrily grabbed Long Tong Xia's robes. Are you messing with me? Tell me now. The commander looked flustered. No, it's not that. I really don't know. He's always used a secret art to conceal his appearance. There's only one thing I can be sure of. He definitely knows me. He knows many people, and is even quite familiar with them. That's why he's afraid of being recognized. This explanation only made Lin Yi angrier. He snapped, Isn't that just stating the obvious? I also know that person is hiding in the heavenly palace. Saying that is the same as saying nothing at all. The old man shook Lin Ye's hand off. All right. I actually have a rough idea of who he is. But there's something I won't tell you. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. So you two made a pact? Long Tong Xia shook his head. No. I just have a feeling that you'll uncover his identity sooner or later. But knowing too much right now would be bad for you. After speaking with him, the two of them set off back to Long Tong. Jin Yao asked with a puzzled expression, Brother Lin Yi, are you really going to cooperate with them? And about the heavenly palace, what exactly did you learn from that mysterious person? After hearing Jin Yao's question, Lin Yi replied, I'm not sure myself right now. But in short, we'll find a way to stop this war. For the rest, we can only take it one step at a time. Lin Ye's mind was in turmoil. He thought, who exactly is my enemy? I'm starting to get confused. I have to find a way to stop this war, and fast. As they were flying, they saw a large number of airships below. The sight of them startled the two of them. Huh, is that? Jin Yao spoke up. Is that the Long Tong royal fleet? The two of them stood and watched as the royal fleet advanced towards the rebel army. Lin Ye's expression was grave. All the floating islands of the Long Tong royal family and their airships have been mobilized. The army is in full combat readiness. Could it be that they've launched an all-out offensive against the rebel army? At that moment, a few soldiers on flying beasts approached them. One of them shouted, Which lord's jurisdiction do you cultivators belong to? How dare you interfere with the waterway? Lin Yi didn't answer, instead asking, Where are you all headed? The soldier replied, To quell the remnants of the rebellion, of course. Our scouts have returned with information about the enemy, including their defensive weaknesses. Now is the perfect time to attack. Jin Yao was shocked. So that's it. You deliberately used those rogue cultivators as cannon fodder? He pointed his spear at the two of them. Are you two rogue cultivators who fled back here? You fled in the face of the enemy, which is another crime. Surrender immediately. You will be interrogated by us. Lin Yi couldn't stand it any longer and challenged him loudly. Interrogate us? Interrogate us about what? The soldier's eyes were fixed on Jin Yao. Naturally, to determine if you were spies intentionally released by those rebels. Hearing him say this, Jin Yao grew a little worried. Could he have already figured it out? He pointed a finger right at Jin Yao's face and shouted, Especially you little girl. You're very suspicious. Come with me immediately. Before he could finish, Lin Yi punched him so hard his face contorted. His body flew straight down onto the airship below. He clutched his face and screamed, How dare you defy the Long Tong royal family? I am the commander of the Imperial Guard, personally appointed by His Majesty. Looking at him, Lin Yi thought to himself, Why do I keep running into relatives of the Long Tong royal family like this? Every single one of them is so greedy and stupid. It seems the influence of the nine-headed Hydra on the royal family over the past 1,000 years has been truly significant. The commander pointed at the two of them. He ordered his subordinates, Seize them for me. The soldiers received the order and drew their bows, aiming at the pair. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. You royal relatives are scum. I was trying to be nice. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll just have to beat you up first. I'll beat the answers out of you. As he spoke, Lin Yi raised his hand to attack the Imperial Guard commander, the relative of the Long Tong Emperor. How dare you insult the Long Tong royal family? This is not just any rebellion. The commander roared in fury. He barked an order. Fire the arrows. Several beast-riding soldiers, armed with lances, charged towards Lin Yi. He instructed Jin Yao. You go to the side for now. Let me handle these idiots. At that moment, the dragon-riding soldier was closing in on them at lightning speed. In an instant, Lin Yi easily snatched the lance from his hands. He used the man's own lance to knock him off his mount. He didn't stop there. Lin Yi grabbed the beast's leg. He swung around a few times and then threw it straight at the soldier, sending him to meet his ancestors. The commander's jaw dropped in fear. How is this possible? Lin Yi then landed on the airship opposite the commander. The soldiers, now terrified, began to shout, "Take him down." The other soldiers, seeing this, called out, "The divine crossbows are useless. Bring up the black dragon cannon." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was effortlessly dealing with the few soldiers on the ship. Still want to fight? Suddenly, he was surprised by something he saw on the deck. A soldier was aiming a cannon directly at him. Lin Yi still couldn't quite make out what the man was holding. He could only squint and mutter, "This is..." Taking advantage of Lin Ye's unguarded moment, he immediately pulled the trigger and shot straight at Lin Mia. In just a flash, the powerful warhead had reached him. A huge explosion appeared. Thick smoke filled the boat. Seeing this, they laughed smugly. "Got him, huh? This is what you call, no matter how high your cultivation is, you still have to fear our Xianlong cannon." But they never expected that Lin Mia would charge out of the explosion. He was completely unscathed. With a wave of his hand, he sent the soldiers flying off the ship. He said nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, the power is not bad, but it's still a bit lacking compared to me." Then, he picked up the Xianlong cannon. "The power is indeed not bad. An ordinary cultivator probably couldn't take a few shots. Luckily, my physique is superior. Could this be a training weapon researched and developed by the Long-Tongue royal family?" Lin Mia examined the cannon. Lost in thought, he slung the cannon over his shoulder. Lin Mia smiled until his eyes crinkled as he looked at the remaining soldiers and asked, "So? Still want to fight?" The commander was lying on the ground, but he still threatened, "You. The Long-Tongue royal family will not let you go." Just then, Mu Di flew over and shouted, "All of you stop." Mu Di gently stepped onto the boat. He stood in front of Lin Mia and said, "This is an honored guest to the royal family, my fellow disciple and savior. Which bastard did this good deed?" The commander, upon hearing this, was so scared that he stammered, "Your Highness." Before he could finish, Mu Di had already kicked him in the face with his dragon shadow kick. "Look at the good thing you've done, you son of a bitch." Then Mu Di put his hands on his hips and ordered all the surrounding warships, "All of you disperse from me. All of you, return to your posts for this prince. Man, drag this guy down. Deal with him according to military law for this prince." Mu Di didn't forget the leopard print commander who was rolling on the floor. "Wait for him to come here, and he's dead." Lin Mia also spoke up at this time. "Couldn't you have come a little earlier?" Mu Di's face broke into a wide smile as he replied, "Hey, I came here as soon as I heard the news that you were back." "On the contrary, it's you. Where have you been for the past 2 days?" Lin Mia stammered and explained, "I was just investigating the uprising. I want to check on the situation of the rebel army." Before he could finish, at this moment, Lin Mia suddenly noticed something was wrong with Mu Di. He then used the Qi gazing art to scan his body. Seeing Jiao-ing, Lin Mia couldn't help but wonder and immediately asked, "Why is there a Jiao-ing in your body?" Mu Di also enthusiastically said, "My father gave it to me. He said that this prince will sooner or later replace him in the future. Of course, I need to adapt to the power of Jiao-ing early on." Hearing that, Lin Mia thought to himself, strange. It is said that the host of Jiao-ing will inevitably be infected by Jiao-ying's greed, although he is his own son. But Long Deng-ling actually separated the Jiao-ing in his own body? Lin Mia spoke up and asked Mu Di, "So how does it feel to be the host of Jiao-ing? For example, do you hear any nonsense in your ear? Or do you want everything?" Seeing Lin Mia's despicable expression, Mu Di replied with frustration, "The side effects of Jiao-ing don't happen that fast. This is all a subtle transformation. My cousin, a few years ago, was also the host of Jiao-ing. Isn't she also normal?" Mu Di explained with some confusion. A naive Qian Jiao spoke up, "Your cousin. Could it be that Long Deng-yu?" Speaking of which, she just realized she had misspoken. She quickly covered her mouth. Seeing this, Mu Di was suspicious. Hey, this time you went to investigate. You didn't meet her, did you?" Lin Mia scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Well, it's something like that. Unfortunately, I still haven't caught her. Huh? Moody was a bit speechless and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. My cousin has been better at fighting than me since we were young. If she were easily caught by you, I would find it strange. All right, let's go. Just as the two of them turned back, the general attack was just about to begin. At this moment, Lin Mia pulled out the cannon and asked Moody, "That's right. Where did this thing come from? Did you guys research it?" Moody also gently explained, "Of course not. It was my father who entrusted the Mo family to research and create a secret weapon for our royal family many years ago. A batch was just delivered not long ago. It was quickly put to use." Mooney let out a frustrated sigh. Unfortunately, the current quantity is still not much. It can only be used by the elite troops. After hearing this, Lin Mia fell into deep thought. So, the Mo family is still hiding a magic weapon that can change the course of a war? Clearly, they didn't take it out when dealing with the demon race before. Once this thing is used on a large scale, the intensity of the war will increase by several levels in an instant. I must quickly think of a way to stop this war. Otherwise, who knows how many more people will die meaninglessly. Lin Mia seriously considered. The royal family's airship had already reached the rebel army's location and began to attack. Large stone bombs were dropped from above. It made the rebel army flee in all directions. The Shenlong cannons were also lined up neatly at this time. The dragon-riding commander gave the order loudly, "Fire! Fire! Destroy these rebels!" The rebel wing, seeing the Shenlong cannon, gasped in fear. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt from the sky struck the soldiers holding the cannons on the warship. The ship's deck shattered. The smoke and dust everywhere made the soldiers panic. They didn't understand what had just happened. The smoke and dust cleared. A majestic female figure gradually appeared. Dengyu appeared with her long spear. She held the long spear. She rushed forward. She didn't forget to shout, "Don't you dare block my path." The soldier in the lead was hit by a slash from Dengyu. He died instantly. The one next to him still hadn't reacted when he saw that his armor had been shattered. He didn't even have time to gasp. Dengyu single-handedly charged in and out. She beat the soldiers until they couldn't fight back. Then she stomped her foot hard on the ship's deck. She flew up, seeing the intense lightning. The soldiers shouted one after another, "Run! The ship is about to explode." As soon as the words were out, a royal family's airship was blown up by Dengyu. The rebel wing, seeing this, was extremely surprised. So powerful, as expected of our princess. The scene changes to the palace of the Long-Tongue royal family. The group of people were standing in front of the screen, observing the battle situation from the outside. A soldier hurriedly ran in and called out, "Your Majesty? Not good." He knelt down and reported with clasped hands. The left-wing army's attack has failed. It has been confirmed that the enemy general is Your Majesty's niece, Long Dengyu. She has at least a portion of Jiu Ying's power. Hearing the soldier's report, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What a bunch of trash." The soldier added, "Your Majesty, although our troops are elite, the attack failed, and the casualties were quite high. Currently, they are all retreating." The old emperor looked at him and shouted loudly, "You clearly know that the troop strength is 80,000 against 60,000. The advantage is on our side, and you still fight like that in battle? What use are you to me?" The soldier, after hearing the reprimand, could only grit his teeth and reflect on himself. He didn't say anything more. Moody stepped out at this moment and said, "Father, perhaps I can go in your place." But the old emperor continued to question the soldier. "I don't want to hear the casualty numbers. I just need to capture that rebellious brother. Tell me, where is he now?" Hearing this, the soldier was startled and scared. He stammered and reported, "This matter, the lower prince has not shown his face since the battle of the imperial capital. For now, his whereabouts are still unknown." Cui Hua, Qian Jiao, and Lin Mia were also here at this time. Their serious faces listened to the conversation between the two. Lin Mia thought to himself, "This guy, the Long-Tongue royal family's military power is clearly superior in all aspects. But he's manipulating things in various ways, forcibly disrupting the war situation. He doesn't care how many people die. He is just coordinating with the will of the heavenly palace." At this moment, another soldier hurriedly ran in to report, "Your Majesty, there's news from the front lines that needs to be reported." He immediately knelt down and said, "The lower prince has appeared in front of the central army. The demon clan also appeared from both sides of the central army. The central army's attack is facing difficulties. Currently, Before he could finish, Mu Di cut him off loudly. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. The soldier gritted his teeth for a moment to gather his courage and said. Then he immediately reported, currently, the entire Central Army has been defeated. After the soldier finished his report, everyone in the hall began to whisper among themselves. How can this be? After all, the lower prince has 3 parts of Jiu Ying's power. It's only natural that a normal army would find it difficult to fight him head-on. That's right. And there's the damn demon race, too. Zhu Quan whispered to Zhao Yang, hey. Although this is part of the plan, but if this battle continues like this, it's not good. If Long Dengling is completely defeated, it's indeed a bit troublesome. If it really doesn't go according to plan, we can only... Suddenly, the emperor burst into laughter. Haha, excellent. He stood up excitedly and clenched his fists. My brother, who's been hiding his head and showing his tail, finally dares to show his face. Relay my orders. All reserve troops and surrounding troops, and the rogue cultivators, all of you, gather at the Central Army and capture the rebel party in one go. The soldier below said worriedly, Your Majesty, we still don't know the enemy's true strength. To gamble the entire army like this is a bit. The old man shouted angrily, What? Are you still doubting my orders? The soldier on the surface immediately fell silent and endured it, but in his heart, he was cursing. What does he know about the enemy's internal affairs? And he's commanding the army at the most critical moment. The battle of the Central Army, this time, is doomed. The old man then turned his attention to Lin Mia and Zhao Yang's group. What's there to be surprised about? Don't forget that we have the support of the Heavenly Palace. How can the Heavenly Palace stand by and watch us lose? Gong clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace only promised that Jiu Ying's power would not be taken by the demon race. We will not interfere with you. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. Those rebels have already joined forces with the demon race. Besides, if we continue to fight like this, I'm also cooperating with the Heavenly Palace, am I not? Cooperating with your Heavenly Palace. The officials, upon hearing this, began to whisper to each other. What plan is that? I don't know. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace has a plan? Zhu Quan, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly said to Zhao Yang, Don't let that guy continue talking. There was no other way. Zhao Yang also had to agree with the old man. All right, this time I will go to the front lines to support the Central Army. If the war situation is not good, I will take action. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the old emperor smiled sinisterly. That's good. Thank you all for your trouble. He then glanced at Lin Mia below. Looking at the old man, Lin Mia couldn't help but wonder, what kind of crazy idea is this old man up to? The scene changes to the outside. Zhao Yang said to Lin Mia, For this trip, just me and elderly Tsuehua will be enough. Just preventing the Central Army from collapsing is not a problem. On the contrary, it's your side. This Long Dengling person. These years, he has changed a lot compared to my memory of him a few decades ago. You just have to keep an eye on him. Lin Mia nodded in agreement. No problem. You can rest assured and go. And so, everyone said their goodbyes. The warship carrying Zhao Yang and elderly Tsuehua to the front lines gradually departed. Lin Mia said with a serious expression, The critical moment has arrived. Now, we must be decisive. Qian Jiao on one side asked worriedly, Brother Lin Mia, are we really going to do this? The days that we hesitated. Several more cities have been destroyed in the war. Now that things have come to this, it can only be this way. But, no matter which side, I don't believe either of them. So, before Lin Yu could finish his words at this moment, a boat suddenly docked. Deng Yu and the soldiers stepped off the boat. You have made the right choice. Jiu Ying brings disaster to the royal family. Long tongue, and this land will end here. She waved her hand and ordered the soldiers behind her, Go, cooperate with our inside man. Silently take over this palace. Lin Mia at this time reached out to stop her. Next, I will cooperate with you. But I have one condition. At a critical moment, raising the price is not good. Forget it. What condition? Just say it. Deng Yu said with a serious face. After this is over, I want to be the host of Jiuing, not you. Lin Mia stated his condition. The soldiers, upon hearing this, were extremely angry. You're dreaming. Her Highness will absolutely not agree to this kind of person. She was silent for a long time, then asked Lin Mia back, What's your reason for doing this? Lin Mia replied calmly, The Heavenly Palace has its own calculations. just like that mysterious person who leads the demon race. He also hides a lot. I don't trust anyone. If you win, in the end, Jioing will definitely fall into that person's hands. So I want to be the host of Jioing. Lin Mia whispered in her ear, if your goal is truly to end the crime of Jioing in the royal family, then giving it to me is fine, right? She smiled and replied to Lin Mia, your words and actions are truly like someone with ambition. But it's possible. Hearing this, Lin Mia was quite surprised. He asked her back, so you agree? Deng Yu laughed loudly and replied, haha, in fact, my father predicted that you might bring this up before I left. He told me it was okay. Lin Mia nodded and replied, then that's good. If so, then we... Suddenly, a soldier reported loudly, His Highness Long Deng, Prince Long Dengmu is on his way here. Lin Mia and Deng Yu, upon hearing this, gasped in amazement. What? Deng Yu turned and questioned Lin Mia. Did you betray me again? Without saying much, Lin Mia pulled her into the bushes to hide before Mu Di arrived. Mu Di was looking for him at this time. He called out loudly, Lin Mia, where are you? A moment later, Lin Mia also followed Mu Di to a certain room. As soon as he stepped inside, the large door behind him closed. The old emperor had been waiting here for a long time. Lin Mia was sweating as he thought to himself, this guy, what on earth does he want to do? Mu Di clasped his hands and said, Father, I have brought Lin Mia. Then I'll be leaving now. The old man smiled and stroked his beard. You stay too. This matter requires you. Hearing this, Mu Di was very surprised. This matter has something to do with me? The old man looked at Lin Mia and continued. I think you are valued by the Sect Master of the Heavenly Palace. You probably already know a part of the truth, right? Lin Mia also did not hide it and replied, that's right. So, when the uprising just started, the avatars of those Jioing, did you intentionally let Long Deng Ha take them? Next to him, Mu Di still didn't understand what was going on. The old emperor also calmly admitted, that's right. This can also be considered the tacit understanding between the long-tongue royal family and the heavenly palace for thousands of years. Even without that naive brother of mine, I will also hand over part Jioing. Everything is for the sake of the heavenly palace's play. Hearing the two of them talk, Mu Si didn't understand anything and said, wait a minute, what on earth are you two talking about? Lin Mia didn't pay attention to him and asked the old emperor, so why did you call me here? The old man stood up and laughed heartily. I heard you fought against Dao Nok and the devouring desolation. Then you probably know a little about the abilities of ferocious beasts. Do many people know? What is Jiao Ying's talent? The old man began to use the power of Jiao Ying within him. Let me tell you, that is to plunder the innate divine abilities and physique of others. Jiao Ying can take and use them for itself. The name of the innate, true, desolate body has not appeared for 100 years. If I have your talent, perhaps I can manipulate the complete power of Jiao Ying. At this time, the three heads of Jiao Ying appear behind him, roaring. Therefore, that innate, true, desolate body of yours, I want it. Lin Mia sneered. No wonder your initial gaze at me was one of hatred, as if you wanted to swallow me whole. So you're after my body? But aren't you afraid of turning against the heavenly palace by doing this? The long-tongue royal family has held Jiao Ying for the heavenly palace for thousands of years. So what if I take a little interest now? The thick-skinned emperor said, if the heavenly palace isn't afraid of me really spreading the truth, they can come and cause trouble for me. As I predicted, they don't have the guts. Mu Di stared at his old father, not knowing what to say. He could only stammer, Father. Lin Mia was not afraid and used the evil chi of the devouring desolation on himself. He then replied, very interesting. It seems you really don't know how many ferocious beasts I've fought. With that damn Jiao Ying, who gave you that kind of courage? With that, the two of them, carrying the two streams of evil chi from the two ferocious beasts, walked towards each other. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mu Di rushed between the two to stop them. Wait a minute. What on earth is going on? I don't get it all. Why are you two fighting? Lin Mia glanced at Mu Yi, his voice laced with frustration. I can't explain it all right now. Just know that your father means me no good. Now get out of my way. Long-tongue Mu Yi. Lin Mia walked up and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I promise I'll just rough your father up a bit. His life won't be in any danger. Suddenly, Mu Yi attacked Lin Mia, catching him by surprise. But with his quick reflexes, Lin Mia managed to leap back and dodge the blow. Lin Mia shouted, Mu Yi, have you lost your mind? But Mu Yi was now completely under the old emperor's control. The two heads of the Jiao-ing appeared as well, staring at the old emperor. Lin Mia snorted coldly. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub. What have you done to him? He gave a sinister laugh. Just temporarily manipulating my son's body, that's all. It's just a small application of the Jiao-ying's power. Don't you worry. By the time he wakes up, it will all be over. Lin Mia's hand transformed into the hand of Taowu. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. With the hand of Taowu, Lin Mia charged forward to clash with the old emperor's Jiao-ing. The two sides met in a fierce confrontation. In the end, Lin Mia had the upper hand. He sent the old man sliding back a considerable distance. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the old man stared at Lin Mia and spoke. Worthy of the innate, true, desolate body. A wielder of a fiend beast power is no less formidable than a sealer like us. Lin Mia threatened with a clenched fist. If you know what's good for you, then give up now. Hand over the Jiao-ying's power. Hearing this, the old man burst out laughing. Huh, it seems the Taowu's power has made you arrogant. Did you really think I'd face you without making any preparations? The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked away. Startled, Lin Mia uttered, "This feeling, it's..." The old man declared triumphantly. "I've laid a spirit-devouring formation all around this grand hall. Even with the remnant power of the Taowu inside you, without any spiritual energy to support it, I'll drain you dry in no time. Meanwhile, the power of my Jiao-ing will only continue to grow. Lin Mia, you're destined to lose." As he was gloating, his own spiritual energy suddenly began to dissipate. The old emperor cried out in shock, "Wait, what's going on?" Looking down, he saw Lin Mia absorbing his spiritual energy from below. He was utterly stunned. Lin Mia smiled, stood up, and said to him, "Sorry to keep you waiting. It took a little time to adapt to the power of the Shi Huang." The old man's face twisted in disbelief. "You? How? How is this possible?" Lin Mia's two arms had now switched from the Taowu to the Shi Huang. Lin Mia smiled and raised a fist toward the old man. "I knew you'd have something prepared. That's why I borrowed a little of the Shi Huang's power from Qin Jiao this morning." Lin Mia broke into a sweat as he recalled the scene from that morning. Although he had obtained the power, the Shi Huang hadn't seemed too happy about it. The old emperor gritted his teeth in fury. "Could it be that you predicted this from the start?" Taking back his words, the old man gathered power in his palm and charged at Lin Mia. "Forget it. So what if you did? In the end, you're still not a true sealer." Unafraid, Lin Mia met his attack with a punch of his own. "Even if it's just a fraction of the Shi Huang's power, it's more than enough to deal with you now." A fist and a palm strike collided. Phantoms of the two fiend beasts appeared behind each of them. When Lin Mia attacked, the old man defended. When the old man struck back, Lin Mia dodged. The two exchanged blows, neither giving an inch. The old man thought to himself, "How can this kid use turbid qi so fluently? What a monster! I can't let this go on." The old man turned to Mu Yi and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over here and help me." Hearing this, the two heads of the Jiao-ing raised their faces to the sky and roared. Then, they shot out of Mu Yi's body and entered the old emperor. Lin Mia was taken aback by the sight. You can even forcibly control his heads. With the power of 5 Jiao-ing heads, the old man spoke with smug contempt. "You fool. The Jiao-ing was always a single entity. Your innate, true, desolate body is something the Jiao-ing itself craves. So how could it possibly resist my will?" With that, the old emperor lunged at Lin Mia. Lin Mia took a ready stance. The two streams of turbid qi clashed violently. A shockwave radiated in all directions. Against the old man's new power, Lin Mia was at a slight disadvantage. Still, it's not a complete fiend beast after all. I can hold on. Just then, Tung Yu and her people kicked the door in and stormed the hall. Tung Yu yelled, "Long Tung Li, we have the palace surrounded. Surrender now." Her arrival only made Lin Mia more anxious. This is bad. The will of the Jiao-ing and Long Tung Li have completely joined forces for this evil purpose. At that moment, the old man saw Tung Yu and broke into a wide grin. "Huh, I can't believe my dear niece would deliver the remaining power right to my doorstep." Looking at the scene before her, a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Long Tung Yu couldn't help but be surprised. But before she could make a move, Long Tung Yu's eyes flew wide open. The The turbid chi inside her erupted uncontrollably. It seemed the old emperor had done something. Long Tongue screamed in agony. The three-headed Jiao Ying appeared behind her, roaring. The soldiers beside her were horrified, not understanding what was happening to their princess. At the same time, a terrified Long Tongue clutched her face and said, I can't believe it. The Jiao Ying inside me is returning to that old man, even while still fighting Lin Mia. The old emperor's expression grew triumphant. Seeing the three Jiao Ying heads, Lin Mia yelled, Long Tongue, I thought you only had the power of one Jiao Ying head. How did the rest of them end up with you? But Long Tongue had no idea that the old emperor possessed a secret art to absorb the power of the other Jiao Ying heads. Straining to support herself with her spear, she explained. Without unleashing the fiend beast's full power, how could I ever hope to defeat that old monster? Tongue couldn't hold on any longer. She collapsed to the floor, looking bitterly at the Jiao Ying behind the old emperor. Damn it, why? Why does the Jiao Ying's power obey you so completely? As if waiting for that very question, the old emperor laughed loudly. He didn't hesitate to explain. Do you want to know why? It's because you refuse to listen to your heart. You won't satisfy the Jiao Ying's true nature. Greedy desire is the law of the heavens. As he spoke, one of Tongue Yu's Jiao Ying heads shot toward the old emperor. But this didn't seem to frighten him in the least. On the contrary, he grinned wider. Satisfy your own desires. Without slaughter, how can hatred ever be stopped? Without indulging your lust, aren't you just missing out on all the pleasures of this world? At his words, another Jiao Ying head broke free from Tongue Yu. Its eyes filled with avarice. It lunged unhesitatingly toward Lin Mia. He barely managed to throw up his arm to block it. Damn it! Lin Mia was pushed back. The old emperor continued. The original power of the Jiao Ying is desire itself. He gloated, as there were now 8 Jiao Ying heads behind him. Only by accepting and assimilating the fiend beast's nature can you truly control the Jiao Ying. You refuse to accept it, yet you still dream of perfectly wielding its power? Lin Mia's gaze hardened as he thought. This old man's aura is getting stronger and stronger. If he manages to gather all 9 heads, how the hell am I supposed to fight him? He glanced over at Long Tongue. She was struggling to resist the last Jiao Ying head trying to escape her body. You're insane, uncle. Every member of the Long Tongue imperial family who ever tried to merge all the Jiao Ying's power ended up becoming a mindless vessel for the Jiao Ying. They lost themselves. Do you want to end up like that too? Paying no mind to Tung Yu's words, the old emperor's eyes glinted with ever-increasing greed. Exactly. That's why I absolutely must have your innate, true, desolate body, boy. If it weren't for his appearance, I'm not sure I ever would have found the resolve to go through with this. Lin Mia was also startled by this plan. That's actually a pretty clever scheme. Watching the old emperor with his 8 Jiao Ying heads preparing to absorb the final one, Lin Mia's mind raced. No matter what, I have to stop him from merging with it. With that thought, Lin Mia shot toward the old emperor and attacked. The old emperor immediately took notice. He turned his gaze on the boy. Without hesitation, he commanded 5 of the Jiao Ying heads to attack Lin Mia. He roared mockingly, an egg trying to smash a rock. Where he attacked Lin Mia, dust and smoke billowed up, completely obscuring the view. The dust settled. The old emperor strode out arrogantly. He grinned from ear to ear, thinking his last attack had finished Lin Mia off for good. He declared confidently, the 1,000-year cycle of the Long Tongue dynasty will end today by my hand. But no. Suddenly, the old man's eyes shot open. Not only was Lin Mia unharmed, he was also continuously healing Long Tongue. The young man's sharp, confident gaze met the old emperor's. That's right. My innate, true, desolate body is perfect for suppressing fiend beasts. The emperor bellowed, stop. The Jiao Ying's power belongs to me and me alone. How dare you act so recklessly? Lin Yi, holding Tongue Yu in his arms, flew into the air. Tongue Yu, mustering what little strength she had, said, we have to stop my uncle, quickly. Lin Yi flew out with Tongue Yu in his arms. The surrounding landscape was already a scene of devastation. The soldiers immediately swarmed around, asking, Your Highness, what do we do now? Tongue Yu pointed forward and shouted, Go, gather all the warships here. We absolutely cannot abandon this place. The words had barely left her mouth. when Lin Yi suddenly whipped his head around. He seemed to have sensed something. Lin Yi roared, "Watch out." A powerful attack was hurtling straight towards him. It turned out to be the Emperor, who had chased him out. Tung Yu and the soldiers were stunned. That thing, could it be that it has? Tung Yu immediately tensed. This is bad. We're a step too late. The nine-headed Hydra has almost fully awakened. Its dominant will is no longer my uncle's. Lin Yi glanced at Tung Yu. What's there to be afraid of? Then we'll just do what the first palace master did. Chop off its heads and seal it again. Lin Yi placed a hand on Tung Yu's back and continued. You go and lead the others. While you're at it, see if that idiot Long Tongue Mu is still alive. The battle here is about to escalate beyond what ordinary cultivators can handle. Tung Yu slapped Lin Yi's hand away and snapped. Are you kidding me? You want to face that thing alone? Lin Yi pulled his hand back, his resolve firm. His eyes were steady. I guess so. After all, it doesn't seem to be the first time I've faced a monstrous beast alone. Tung Yu asked, still disbelieving. Are you sure? Then she continued. Try to hold on for a bit. With something this big happening, there's no way your people from the Heavenly Palace haven't noticed. Reinforcements are probably on their way. Just as she finished speaking, a voice echoed from a distance. Brother Lin Yi. Jin Yao rushed over. She immediately informed Lin Yi. The elders already know about this. Great Master Yin Yin and the female elder are also on their way. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, good thing I managed to get the word out first. Now all I have to do is hold him off. Jin Yao approached Lin Yi and said, this time, please let me fight alongside you. Lin Yi shook his head vehemently. You're more important than me. Don't worry. This time will be just like the last. Jin Yao was not discouraged. She pleaded desperately, but I also want to. Lin Yi gently tapped her on the head. Later, if the foul energy in my body runs out, I'll need you to have the Fei Huang help me recharge. Furthermore, I also need you to hold the line for me. Jin Yao was still worried. Hold the line, but isn't our only enemy now the nine-headed Hydra? Lin Yi turned towards the Emperor and said, I hope so too. Lin Yi began to walk forward, step by step. His stride was confident and powerful. No matter what, I have to defeat this guy first. Lin Yi, with his Fei Huang arm, advanced on the nine-headed Hydra. Here I come. One of the heads spoke. That primal desolate physique is mine. With their words exchanged, the two immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Tung Yu and her soldiers watched from a distance. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed up. It was impossible to see anything. Tung Yu gave a serious order to her soldiers. Quickly, bring those black dragon cannons over here. We need to. Before she could finish her sentence, something caught her attention, making her turn her head. Zhao Yang, now standing behind Tung Yu, spoke. The nine-headed Hydra is out of control. Has Long Tung Ling gone mad? Seeing him, Tung Yu demanded angrily. Why did only you come? Long Tung Ling has lost his mind to the nine-headed Hydra's greed. His only goal is to steal Lin Ye's primal desolate physique. What do we do now? Zhao Yang replied calmly, don't be afraid. The nine-headed Hydra is not yet in its complete form. You know the sealing art, don't you? Coordinate with me. Tung Yu immediately clasped her hands in obedience. The two of them began to perform the sealing art. Instantly, thousands of chains wrapped tightly around the nine-headed Hydra. The Hydra roared, You of the Heavenly Palace, how dare you go back on your word? Tung Yu spoke up. Even if we seal the nine-headed Hydra, it still needs a host. I can bear 1/3 of its power. Who will take the rest? Lin Yi, while fighting fiercely, replied, Leave it to me. Seal the entire nine-headed Hydra into my body. Tung Yu, clutching the sealing chains, yelled, Are you insane? You already have the power of the Fei Huang and Tao Wu in your body. Adding the nine-headed Hydra. Do you want to explode and die? Or do you want to become the next Long Tung Ling? Lin Yi, striking one of the Hydra's heads, retorted, I told you, just leave it to me. The skill menu then displayed option 3. Fortune favors the bold. Seal the nine-headed Hydra within yourself. I want it all. Reward. Upgrade primal desolate physique to ancient desolate sacred body. Lin Ye's hands showed his determination. Ancient desolate sacred body. Even the Heavenly Palace's records have no mention of this. System, you've outdone yourself. At that moment, Tung Yu looked at Zhao Yang doubtfully and asked, Are you sure we should listen to him? Zhao Yang thought for a moment, then spoke. Listen to him. Lin Yi has created miracles several times now. I trust him. Tung Yu replied, What the hell? You people from the Heavenly Palace are all fine. Forget it. Then get ready. Zhao Yang, gripping the ceiling chains, shouted, "Seal for me." Zhao Yang looked towards Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, now's the time." Lin Yi grabbed the Hydra's heads and commanded, "Come to me." You. He used his hand to begin absorbing the Hydra's heads. The Hydra seemed to be successfully merging into Lin Yi's body. Seeing Lin Yi successfully merge with the Hydra, Zhao Yang exclaimed happily, "It worked." Tung Yu was exhausted, drenched in sweat. The power of 3 monstrous beasts, all gathered in one body. Since ancient times, this has never happened before. It was hard not to be in disbelief. Lin Yi watched the notification panel as it distributed the reward. Choice completed. Lin Yi clenched his arm, which was radiating a powerful aura. So this is the ancient, desolate, sacred body, even stronger than the primal desolate physique? It's incredible. I can feel the chaotic power of the monstrous beasts in my body instantly settling down. He looked at the 9-headed Hydra, now bound by the ceiling chains, and exclaimed, "If that's the case." Lin Yi flew towards the Hydra and roared. "Then I won't hold back anymore." Lin Yi swung his fist at one of the Hydra's heads. "Eat this." Foul intent. Annihilation fist. A devastating punch landed on the Hydra's body in an instant. The Hydra, struck by the blow, let out a helpless cry of pain. Lin Yi then grabbed the Hydra's neck. He immediately followed up with another blow. Smash! The Hydra's body was lifted into the air and slammed hard onto the ground. Tung Yu, watching this, warned Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, rein it in a little." Lin Yi, brimming with power, replied, "I'll deal with it right away." He reached for the 3 remaining Hydra heads and shouted, "Long Tongling, time to wake up." With that, Lin Yi flew towards the Hydra's body. "Turn to dust and disappear for me." Immediately, a deafening explosion startled Tung Yu and Zhao Yang. Hey, the ceiling art is... The power was so immense that Zhao Yang had to shield his face with his hand. It's no longer needed. Lin Yi, radiating a powerful aura, shouted, "It's over." The old emperor collapsed to the ground. The 9-headed Hydra watched helplessly as its host body was destroyed. Lin Yi, now holding 2 of the Hydra's heads, threatened them. "Behave. Let me seal you obediently. Otherwise, I'll just have to beat you again." The 2 Hydra heads now began to tremble in submission. Tung Yu couldn't help but exclaim in trembling shock. The monstrous beast actually submitted to him. Am I dreaming? Lin Yi, having finished integrating with the Hydra, spoke up. "It's finally over." Just as he said this, a purple aura began to radiate from around him. As if realizing something, Lin Yi turned around in surprise. This presence is... Zhao Yang and Tung Yu also recognized it. It's that guy again. A cloud of strange black smoke appeared, with 2 glowing red eyes. The cloud of smoke then spoke. "Although it wasn't what I expected. You did well, Lin Yi. You surprised me once again." Zhao Yang approached Lin Yi and asked Lin Yi, "What does he mean by that?" The black smoke replied, "It means you can all leave now. You old fossils. The 9-headed Hydra will be mine this time." Jin Yao suddenly appeared and said, "In your dreams. We won't let you get what you want." The black mist replied, "So, are we going to have another fight? And what about you? I don't think you'd be so short-sighted as to go back on our promise." Hearing these words, the soldiers behind Tung Yu immediately began to stir. "Your Highness." Tung Yu stood before her soldiers. She ordered them to be silent. Tung Yu said sternly, "From now on, the Long Tong royal family will withdraw. The 9-headed Hydra has nothing to do with us anymore." Zhao Yang, from behind, shouted, "Long Tung Yu, you." Tung Yu cut him off. "This is the decision of the Long Tong royal family." Tung Yu turned sharply and said loudly, "Look at Long Tongling. We have suffered enough from the curse upon us." The black mist looked at the 2 of them and said, "Very good. That is a wise decision." They turned to Lin Yi. "And you? I don't think you plan on becoming my enemy, do you?" It pointed a misty tendril at Lin Yi. "After all, your little life is still in my hands." Jin Yao moved closer to Lin Yi. "What? Was it that time you were taken by the Fei Huang?" "Brother Lin Yi?" Lin Yi asked thoughtfully. "And if I don't listen, are you really going to kill me?" The black mist let out a sigh. Humans only learn deep regret when they feel pain to their very bones. So, with that, it swung its arm. Lin Yi and Jin Yao immediately took a defensive stance. The black mist threw a punch towards the 2 of them, roaring, "Don't you dare dodge me." Lin Yi clutched his stomach, screaming in pain. "Ack, it hurts." The pain is killing me. Jin Yao worriedly supported Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi. A moment later, Lin Yi stood up, smiling as if nothing had happened. You were hoping to see that reaction from me, weren't you? The black mist, having been seen through, flinched. Lin Yi gave a cold smile. His eyes were resolute. But I'm sorry. That little bug you gave me has already been digested. The black mist form gaped in astonishment. Digested? What are you talking about? How is that possible? Clearly, the soul-devouring goo worm went extinct long ago. Even the current palace master of the Heavenly Palace doesn't have one. How did you know? Lin Yi's eyes were firm as he pointed at the black mist. The current palace master of the Heavenly Palace has never even seen one. Does that mean you know him very well? The black mist form seemed to frown as it fell silent for a moment. Lin Yi calmly stated his thoughts. Last time, you revealed to me that there was a spy in the Heavenly Palace. After that, I kept thinking, is it possible that you yourself have been hiding in the Heavenly Palace all this time? That's why every move we made played right into the Demon Clan's hands. Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to recount. I suspected many people. In the end, after thinking it over and over, every time the mysterious figure appeared, there was only one person who wasn't at the scene. Lin Yi pointed a finger at the black mist, his voice certain. And that person is my master. Lin Yi approached the black mist and enunciated each syllable. Li Cui. Hua. Lin Yi asked again. It's you, isn't it, Li Cui Hua? Jin Yao worried spoke up. Elderly. But Zhu Quan, from behind, offered a counterpoint. How can that be? Elderly just hasn't returned yet. She's still at the front lines right now. How could she be? Lin Yi continued. It's come to this. There's no need to keep up the pretense, is there? The flame replied. Humph. That's right. Then it transformed into a young girl. Her eyes calmly surveyed the people around her. Everyone who saw her was completely stunned. Only Zhao Yang's brow furrowed in a deep scowl. Li Cuihua looked at Lin Yi, curious. I'm very curious. How did you guess it was me? Lin Yi then explained, too many things. Breaking Tao Wu's seal. Tampering with Lan Quan's information. I thought about it over and over. Only the few elders who participated in the entire operation planning process could have done it. And you were the only one who was never present when the mysterious figure appeared. He pointed at Li Cuihua and continued. The thing that made me most suspicious was that everyone said that during the time I was captured by the mysterious figure, you were always busy searching for me everywhere. Until after I returned. You were slow to return to the sect. That's a bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Li Cuihua chuckled in response. That's truly heartbreaking. And here I thought my acting was quite good. I never expected my dear disciple to have no sympathy at all, and to suspect me instead. She placed a hand on her chest and continued. I was originally planning to lie low in the Heavenly Palace for a while longer, but since things have come to this, there's nothing more to be said. So, back to the main point. Li Cuihua clenched her fists, her voice firm and challenging. Are you going to obediently hand over the 9-headed Hydra to me? Or do we have to fight? Zhu Quan suddenly shouted, Wait! Li Cuihua, aren't you going to explain? Why are you doing this? Li Cuihua walked step by step towards where Lin Yi was standing. What's the point of explaining? She challenged Lin Yi. Lin Yi, let's get right to it. Let this master see how much you've improved. Suddenly, Lin Yi waved a hand. Images of dragons appeared, swirling around him as his power manifested. As it happens, I had the same idea. Jin Yao suddenly put a hand out, blocking Lin Yi, surprising him. Brother Lin Yi, wait a moment. Then she approached Li Cuihua and said, Elderly, if you were behind all of this, then why did you want to harm my master? You and she were close friends for many years, weren't you? Li Cuihua replied coldly. The sacred serpent's sex master. It's a pity. I can only say, it was nothing personal between her and me. Jin Yao bowed her head in disappointment. Is that so? Suddenly, streams of fiery red energy enveloped Jin Yao. She continued. Then it's the same for me. Power swirled around her from behind. Jin Yao then launched her power at Li Cuihua. She frowned in response. I understand your anger, but forget it. Our paths are different. She raised 2 fingers to her eyes, unleashing her power. Li Cuihua said loudly, There's no point in talking anymore. Immediately, Li Cuihua's eyes unleashed an immense power. It pulled her into the air. Lin Yi immediately intervened. He used his body to shield Jin Yao. In your dreams, Lin Yi's power and Li Cuihua's power clashed instantly. The two were evenly matched. Li Tsuehua now looked a little tense. To be able to do this just after absorbing the nine-headed Hydra's power. Lin Yi brat. Zhu Quan, seeing this, shouted, "Hey, hey! Why did you let the Fei Huang unleash its power without a word? If it loses control, we're all screwed." Zhao Yang suddenly gave an order. "Never mind all that. Now that it's come to this, we must capture Li Tsuehua." Suddenly, something shot down from the sky. The Tao Tai appeared in a cloud of smoke. "We meet again. You just keep hiding in the shadows and using your tricks." Zhu Quan had already noticed the ships hovering in the sky. "Look up at the sky." A cloaked subordinate gave an order. "Quickly, go and assist our lord." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was rushing towards Li Tsuehua, preparing for a finishing blow. The blow was blocked before it could land. Li Tsuehua said softly, "Perhaps you understand that everything I do is for the sake of all living beings in this world. But you still want to stop me?" Lin Yi immediately pulled his hand back and replied, "I don't doubt your motives, but I cannot condone your methods. I will not hand the nine-headed Hydra over to you." Li Tsuehua's face darkened. "I originally thought you would be able to understand me. If you won't give it to me," the image of an all-powerful eye appeared. A powerful aura surged forth. "Then this master will take it herself." Lin Yi tried to calmly think of a way to deal with her. "I must figure out her attacks." He began to observe every single move in how Li Tsuehua deployed her power. "I see it. The direction of the attack." Immediately, he launched his own power towards Li Tsuehua. "Now's the time." Li Tsuehua's arrows also shot back. They collided with Lin Ye's nine-headed Hydra, creating an explosion. After blocking the attack, Lin Yi used the nine-headed Hydra to fire thousands of energy beams into the sky, counterattacking. The two sides clashed, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Li Tsuehua grew angry. "This damn brat," she thought to herself. "Even if he can see through my attacks." Lin Yi was already preparing to charge at Li Tsuehua. She continued to calculate. "But to block me like that is one thing." Suddenly, a massive hand slammed down, startling her. The hand pinned Lin Mia to the ground. Lin Mia struggled up, gritting his teeth. "You again." Tao Tai shoved her face close to Lin Mia's, speaking angrily. "You wretched thing. I should have just eaten you sooner." The monster form of Tao Tai opened its mouth as if to swallow Lin Mia whole. Lin Mia shouted, "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating." He blocked the monster's jaws with one hand. "You can't. You could devour not only spiritual energy, but turbid chi too?" Lin Mia was shocked. Tao Tai declared with confidence, "Why do you think they call me the Tao Tai?" Suddenly, Qin Jiao stepped forward. "Your opponent is me." Her power instantly blasted Tao Ye's monster form away from Lin Mia. Qin Jiao turned back to him. "Brother Lin Mia, with the Shi Huang's endless wrath fire, I'm not afraid of her devouring my turbid chi. Not anymore. Leave this one to me." Lin Mia replied with a confident nod. Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. A giant black sphere had appeared behind him at some point. Lin Mia focused his power to see what it was. This is such a powerful energy reaction. The sphere was pulling in thousands of streams of spiritual energy toward it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang, who was fighting other opponents, saw the black sphere and was equally stunned. How is this possible? How does she know that technique?" Zhu Quan asked impatiently. What technique? Now is not the time to be so mysterious." The black sphere let out a deafening roar. Zhao Yang was forced to use a talisman to block the powerful spiritual energy erupting all around. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared in astonishment at what was happening. A girl with long black hair stepped out. Her aura was boundless. Seeing her, Lin Mia stammered, "You've..." Before he could finish, the girl cut him off. Her voice was laced with provocation. "It's been a long time since I've had to get this serious, Lin Mia." She laughed and declared, "Next. Don't you dare die so easily." Lin Mia watched her carefully. Her energy is incredible. It's almost on par with a fiend beast. She began to summon her power, putting Lin Mia on high alert. "This is bad. Not good." He instantly dodged to a new position. The spot where he had just been standing was pierced by a gaping black hole created by her power. Lin Mia tensed up, seeing its destructive force. Moreover, the energy on her body isn't spiritual energy, and it's not turbid chi either. What in the world is this technique? Zhao Yang ran up to him, shouting, "Lin Mia, Don't fight her. That's a forbidden art created by the previous master of the Heavenly Palace. It was originally meant for. He didn't finish his sentence. He glanced away. Never mind. That's not important. Right now, you need to get Qin Jiao and retreat immediately. Hearing this, Qin Jiao flared up. Retreat? How can we possibly retreat? We're surrounded by their people. Zhao Yang's face was grim and serious. I'll hold her off, even if it costs me my life. The Shi Huang and the Jiao Ying absolutely cannot fall into her hands. We can hold back Tao Dai and the other demon clans. Li Cuihua shouted, hold me back? Du Xiaoyong. Of the three old fossils, I despise you the most. You sanctimonious, self-righteous hypocrite. She angrily unleashed her power. Now, I'd like to see just how you're going to stop me. The other onlookers cried out in shock. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Lin Mia stepped forward, wanting to intervene, but unable to. All he could say, helplessly, was don't. There's absolutely no way to dodge that. We have to. Before he could finish, a world-shaking explosion erupted. Elsewhere, a subordinate asked Teng Yu, Your Highness, what are our next orders? Are we just going to watch them fight like this? Teng Yu immediately gave the command. Summon the fleet. Then await my signal. The subordinate replied, As you command, Your Highness. The scene shifts. Back in the battle, Qin Jiao cried out in alarm. Brother Lin Mia, an elder Du. Tao Tai suddenly appeared in front of Qin Jiao. Hey, not so fast. I haven't had my fill yet. Lin Mia, now heavily wounded from the blast, coughed a few times. He said, I actually managed to block it just now. But that power is not to be underestimated. The Jiao Ying replied in his mind. It was we who helped you block that attack a moment ago. If not for us, even with your innate desolate body, you'd be crippled if not dead. Lin Mia turned his head. Jiao Ying, you. The Jiao Ying continued. But how many more of those can you withstand? If you keep fighting this enemy, you are destined to fail. Lin Mia wiped the blood from his mouth. What are you trying to say? As if waiting for that exact question, the Jiao Ying immediately answered. Stop suppressing us. Unleash us completely. Let's help you defeat him. All of the Jiao Ying's glowing purple eyes stared expectantly at Lin Mia, awaiting his answer. Meanwhile, where Tao Tai and Qin Jiao were fighting, Tao Tai was just about to grab Qin Jiao. Lin Mia realized with a start. Has time stopped? The Jiao Ying explained, no. We have merely accelerated your thoughts. To make a deal, the Jiao Ying continued its pitch. You've seen Long Tongling's power. Combine your innate, true, desolate body with our power, and you will have no equal in this world. No one will ever be able to seal us away again. Lin Mia replied with a wry smile. And then what? I'll become your vessel, just like Long Tongling. Lose myself completely. The Jiao Ying pressed on. Do you have any other choice? That person is not someone you could defeat right now. Think about what will happen if you lose. Think about the people and things you hold dear. An image of his sect master appeared. The Jiao Ying said, Don't you want to find your master? To tell him he doesn't have to run anymore? That you can protect the sect now. The Jiao Ying's gaze shifted to Qin Jiao and Tao Ye's fight. Don't you want to protect that little girl who's risking her life for you? I fear you don't know what history says about what eventually happens to those who repeatedly use the Shi Huang's power. The Jiao Ying coiled around Lin Mia, continuing its tempting offer. Or perhaps you don't want to save all the souls in this world to change this damned, endless cycle of reincarnation. After hearing it all, Lin Mia answered, It's not that I can't do it. I can't lose myself. The Jiao Ying replied, You misunderstand. We are the embodiment of greed. But greed is merely an emotion. Your desires will command the source of our power. Therefore, we promise you, we will accomplish it for you. We will find the source of everything you seek. And you will become someone who no longer hides his true desires. The Jiao Ying continued, This is your last chance. Decide. We don't have much time. Lin Mia replied quietly. What do I have to do? Seizing the opportunity, the Jiao Ying revealed its true nature. Release us completely. Give your body over to our control. Lin Mia answered without hesitation. Then let's do it. As if its wish had been granted, the Jiao Ying burst into triumphant laughter. The innate, true, desolate body is ours. We will be the first fiend beast to possess such a body. What in this world can possibly stop us now? What could possibly? Just then, Lin Mia grabbed one of the Jiao Ying's heads. Time resumed, and Li Tsuehua snapped back to reality with a jolt. After that moment of frozen time, she looked at Lin Mia in confusion. His body was radiating a different kind of energy. What has happened? Zhu Quan stared at Lin Mia. What's going on? He wondered. For a second there, it seemed like the Jiao on Lin Mia went completely out of control. Lin Mia, holding one of the Jiao Ying's heads, spoke. No wonder Long Tongue Ling, who was clearly an upright ruler in his youth, was twisted into what he became by you. Decades of temptation like that. I doubt anyone could have withstood it. The Jiao Ying said aggressively. How are you still conscious? Why? Our turbid qi should have destroyed your personality. And your consciousness. Even if you are an innate, true, desolate. This is impossible. Lin Mia replied. Is it possible that? My constitution isn't the innate, true, desolate body, but the ancient, desolate, sacred body? The Jiao Ying said in shock. The ancient, desolate, sacred body. Lin Mia placed a hand on the Jiao Ying's head, threatening it. Now, be a good boy and become my power. I'll deal with all of you when I get back. Then, he gripped the Jiao Ying. It shrieked this. No, this is wrong. This is impossible. No, wait a minute. No. Lin Yi then put the 9-headed hydra in his mouth. Then he looked up at Li Tsuehua and said, All right, now, let's finish what's between us. Li Tsuehua asked Lin Yi, Are you really you, or are you? Lin Yi frowned and covered his face with one hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm still me. It's not the 9-headed hydra's consciousness that has taken over. He broke into a nervous sweat and muttered to himself. Although that guy does have some influence on me. Another subordinate asked Li Tsuehua, My lord, this guy. She just raised a hand, signaling them to ignore him. She probed Lin Yi. You said just now that you are an ancient, desolate, sacred body? Lin Yi, his power surging, challenged her back. What do you think? Li Tsuehua replied. There is indeed a great secret about you. I've investigated you before you entered the heavenly palace. Although you had innate talent, that was all there was to it. But then, you suddenly became a primal desolate physique and were able to strangely dispel my goo worm. And now you become an ancient desolate sacred body. At this point, she hesitated for a moment. I really am. Her power began to manifest. Impressed. Then, all her power was directed at him in a single, killing blow. Lin Yi was immediately affected by that power. It impacted him directly. Li Tsuehua seemed to realize something. The Lin Yi in front of her had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Lin Yi appeared behind her. Only then did Li Tsuehua realize it was an afterimage. Lin Yi launched himself on the ground, shouting, Try this one on for size, master. The subordinates turned around in alarm. My lord, you bastard, you vile thing. Where Lin Ye's attack passed, the very earth was torn up. From the ground, a hand emerged. Li Tsuehua slowly sat up. She thought to herself, this guy, he used the 9-headed hydra's power as propulsion to achieve a speed I couldn't even react to. Lin Yi thought excitedly to himself, I actually did it. To perfectly control the power of a monstrous beast with a mortal body. Lin Yi dove down towards Li Tsuehua to continue his assault. If that's how it is, unwilling to lose, she stood up and blocked Lin Ye's attack. The force of their clash made the very ground tremble. Zhu Quan and Zhao Yang were also startled. At that moment, Lin Yi was a little surprised. After that last blow, Li Tsuehua had transformed into a more powerful form. She smiled and said, Don't underestimate your master. It wasn't easy to unlock this form. You'd better give me a good fight. Lin Yi replied with equal enthusiasm. That's exactly what I was thinking. She launched a flurry of attacks at Lin Yi. Take this, Lin Yi. This is the first lesson your master will teach you. Lin Yi countered with the same technique. Is that all you've got, master? The two of them fought. Their power laid waste to the ground around them. It shattered into countless pieces. On the cliffside, the battle raged. Dust and sand filled the air. Rocks flew out. The commotion was immense. Nearby, Zhu Quan's group was also hastily retreating. She shouted, Go. Hurry up. This is not a fight we can get involved in. Zhao Yang looked hesitantly towards the secondary battlefield. He looked at the powerful Tao Tai over there. He asked, What about Jin Yao? At a time like this, can't you read the situation and make a decision? Zhu Quan asked impatiently. Does she look like she needs you to worry about her? Hurry up and retreat. On the main battlefield, it wasn't just Li Tsuehua who was amazed by Lin Yi. Even Zhao Yang was no different. Fundamentally, this ancient, desolate, sacred body was just too extraordinary. In the midst of the chaotic battle between Li Tsuehua and Lin Yi, several large, leaf-like appendages sprouted from Li Tsuehua's back, like a peacock's tail. She looked at Lin Yi and exclaimed, not bad at all, Lin Yi. You're the first person who's been able to fight me like this after I've entered this state. Li Tsuehua suddenly closed the distance, getting right next to Lin Yi. She smiled and said, because of you, I've had to bring out all my trump cards. This is truly an unprecedented surprise. Before she had even finished speaking, Li Tsuehua raised her leg. She kicked Lin Yi hard in the chest. Lin Yi stumbled back slightly. He was still covered in a layer of spiritual energy, so he wasn't too badly injured. However, Lin Yi was a little confused. His energy clearly came from the nine-headed hydra, but Li Tsuehua was using such high-intensity attacks. How long could she keep it up? Would he run out of energy first? Or would she? Another purple light shot towards him. Lin Yi clicked his tongue. He tilted his head to the side, dodging it. His expression was grave. During the battle at the 10,000 Beasts Sect, Li Tsuehua clearly retreated due to insufficient strength and spiritual energy. If she truly had her current level of strength back then, she could have completely turned the tables. Lin Yi really didn't understand. Why was Li Tsuehua only revealing this now? At that moment, Li Tsuehua suddenly gathered her spiritual energy for an attack. And Lin Yi also raised his hand. Fist against fist. Purple light and blue light clashed, like two opposing poles. On a distant airship, Zhu Quan looked towards the floating island where Lin Yi and Li Tsuehua were fighting and thought. To think that the floating palace, built with countless spirit stones, would end up like this. Up on a palace, Lin Yi and Li Tsuehua had separated. Both of them looked weary and exhausted. This only served to confirm Lin Yi's suspicions. Li Tsuehua's energy consumption was immense. If they continued to fight, the winner would definitely be him. But why on earth was she still choosing to fight him here? An idea suddenly popped into Lin Yi's head. He shivered involuntarily. Lin Yi quickly turned to where Jin Yao was fighting the Tao Tai and shouted, Jin Yao, get out of here quickly. Don't get tangled up with the Tao Tai anymore. On the other side, Li Tsuehua, who was panting for breath, suddenly burst out laughing. Her tone was filled with the joy of a victor. You've only just realized? Too late. Little Tao, make your move. The Tao Tai let out a roar and suddenly bit down on Jin Yao's arm. Jin Yao swung her massive arm back, sending the Tao Tai flying towards Li Tsuehua. More accurately, the Tao Tai actively returned to Li Tsuehua's side. As soon as the Tao Tai returned, behind them, an endless stream of spiritual energy flowed out. Lin Yi frowned, watching. He was filled with an intense anger and regret. He had miscalculated. The Fei Huang's endless rage was indeed not afraid of the Tao Yi's absorption, but that also meant providing a massive amount of energy to the Tao Tai. But if the Tao Tai could only absorb, it would have been easy. But this was completely unforeseen. Li Tsuehua was standing there. Suddenly, the Tao Tai embraced her from behind. It nibbled on her neck for a moment. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed into her body. In an instant, the feeling of fatigue was washed away. Li Tsuehua steadied her breathing. She patted the Tao Yi's head and smiled. There. She looked at Lin Yi. She laughed and asked, still want to continue? My dear disciple. Lin Yi frowned at the terrifying duo before him. With the Tao Tai here, it was equivalent to Li Tsuehua having an infinite supply of spiritual energy, unless he could find a way to deal with the Tao Tai first. But that presented another major problem. With Li Tsuehua here, how could that be easy? The two of them together were an unsolvable problem. At that moment, Zhao Yang saw a fleet of warships approaching. Flags fluttered in the sky. On board were countless soldiers. Zhao Yang immediately jumped into the air. He flew towards the leader of the fleet, someone they knew, and pleaded, Your Highness Long Tongue Yu, please order your fleet to assist Lin Yi immediately. In a situation where both spiritual and foul energy attacks are ineffective, to weaken the Tao Tai, only the fleet of the Long Tongue royal family can do it. However, Zhao Yang was a little worried. This doesn't seem like it will be that easy. After all, there are still some deep-seated complications. Would Her Highness Long Tongue Yu even help? A soldier on the ship approached Long Tongue Yu. He hesitated, asking for her orders. Your Highness, Li Tsuehua, from below, looked up. She smirked mockingly. What's wrong? The long-tongued royal family had a hard enough time escaping the disaster of the nine-headed Hydra. Are you really going to get involved in this again? If I were you, long-tongue you, I would leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible, not get involved in it. For the sake of our past alliance, I won't make things difficult for you. She may have looked calm, but Li Tsuehua knew that if long-tongue you really joined the fight, their victory would be far from guaranteed. Zhao Yang, from below, shouted desperately. Long-tongue you, don't be afraid of her. The Heavenly Palace's reinforcements will be here soon. If we work together, we can still stop all of this. Time slowly ticked by. Long-tongue you was silent for a moment. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she shouted, rallying her soldiers. All troops, hear my command. Use live ammunition and attack the Tao Tai. Provide cover for the people of the Heavenly Palace. Hearing that, Li Tsuehua went berserk. She roared, Long-tongue you. You and your father both wanted to break the fate of the long-tongued imperial family. And in the end, you still bowed down to the Heavenly Palace? Long-tongue you held her spear at the ready. She looked down at Li Tsuehua below. She declared frankly, I'm not afraid of the Heavenly Palace. It's just that, compared to someone who hides their true intentions from start to finish, I trust Lin Mia more. But if they lose, then it's all over. Right now, long-tongue you was desperately hoping her father's gamble was the right one. Seeing that her side had yet to make a move, long-tongue you turned to the men preparing the cannons and ordered, What are you all standing around for? Open fire. The soldiers finally snapped out of their daze. They had to fight Li Tsuehua's group after all. In any case, an order was an order. The cannons began to fire. Once again, another round of battle began. Lin Mia charged toward Li Tsuehua. Powerful spiritual energy surged around both of them. Meanwhile, Tao Dai resumed her fight with Qin Jiao. The two massive beasts clashed violently. With the support of the long-tongued royal family, Lin Mia shouted as he engaged Li Tsuehua in close combat. It's not too late to stop now, master. You plan to break the cycle of the two realms' calamity, but you don't have to do it this way. And you certainly don't need to stain your hands with the blood of the innocent. Li Tsuehua completely ignored his sanctimonious words. She roared in fury, Save your breath. If you want to stop me, then defeat me. Make me yield the way. Prove that you're more fit to save this world than I am. The two of them continued to brawl. Lin Mia was at a slight disadvantage. He recoiled slightly, falling back to observe Li Tsuehua and find an opening to attack. Ru Pang came up behind Li Tsuehua and yelled, My lady, leave the long-tongued fleet to us. We'll give it our all to defeat them. Li Tsuehua shook her head. It's too late. Her gaze fell upon a group of people flying in from the distance. Li Tsuehua let out a bitter laugh. Looking at the approaching figures, she said, What a cunning little girl. The forces of the Heavenly Palace were finally rushing in as reinforcements. It was obvious who had won. Li Tsuehua walked over to Tao Dai. She clapped her on the shoulder and said, Looks like this is as far as we go today. Retreat. Tao Dai retracted her massive, bull-like form. She immediately withdrew from the battle. Qin Jiao didn't even have time to react. Li Tsuehua grabbed the hem of Tao Ya's cloak. She pulled her up into the air. But before leaving, she didn't forget to issue a challenge to Lin Mia. Lin Mia, you may have won this round, but this is all just the beginning. Aboard Long-Tongue Yu's ship, LP looked toward the crumbling island in the distance and remarked, So much happened while I was unconscious. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't accept it. Elderly Tsuehua, is that mysterious person? I must be dreaming. Long-Tongue Yu came up behind him. She frowned and said, That's the situation. Let's go. What a pain. The main force is still behind us. The two of them left immediately. Long-Tongue Yu led the way. As they walked, she said, Without the Jiuying, the long-tongued imperial family will probably cease to exist. I'm no longer a princess, and you're no longer a prince. LP let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That's actually for the best. To be honest, if I had to inherit the throne, that would have been truly terrifying. Thinking back on it now, when my father sent me to live in the palace, he must have been in his right mind at the time. He didn't want me to follow in his footsteps. Inside the grand hall, almost everyone had gathered. It seemed they were only waiting for the two from the long-tongued imperial family to arrive. On the other side, Du Xiaoyang and Lin Mia were talking. It seemed the conversation was not a pleasant one. Du Xiaoyang frowned. Your thinking is too naive, Lin Mia. The reason the Heavenly Palace maintains the lie of the two realms calamity is because it's the best solution. It has been this way for thousands of years. The old abbot also stepped forward, shaking his head. Perhaps you find us cold and heartless, but Du Xiaoyang continued. This is to maintain the balance of this world. We have to do it. On the other side, Dao Zhongyan nodded in agreement with them. Perhaps you feel that we ignored the long-Tang imperial family, leading to countless tragic wars, but you don't understand. You don't know the darkness the world was in before this system of the two realms was established. In comparison, the sacrifices brought about by the two realms calamity aren't even worth mentioning. Of course, Lin Mia understood every word they said. He nodded. You're right about that, but he still felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing that Lin Mia seemed to be yielding, Du Xiaoyang happily stepped forward and smiled. In that case, then first, we shall. But Lin Mia immediately cut him off. But I don't accept your ways. I have my own principles and my own honor. Dao Zhongyan scowled and pointed at Lin Mia, criticizing him. Lin Mia, I know your talent is outstanding, but do you really think you can solve the problem of dwindling spiritual energy with an ever-increasing number of cultivators? For thousands of years, no one has been able to solve it. What makes you so arrogant? Because of the main character plot armor, of course. Lin Mia smiled. It's because I am the ancient, desolate, sacred body, something that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. It's because I can perfectly wield the power of the fiend beasts. How's that for an answer? Is that satisfying enough for you? Just then, someone in full armor appeared at the door. It seemed he had been listening to their conversation for a while. Now he laughed and praised loudly. Ha! Well said. This person was none other than the emperor of the long Tang imperial family, a very familiar figure. The old emperor stepped into the hall. The aura of a ruler was still with him. He smiled at Lin Mia and said, although the long Tang imperial family has suffered greatly after this battle, for the sake of all living beings, we are willing to support you, little brother Lin Mia. LP's jaw dropped in astonishment, seeing the old emperor appear here. That old man. Is he betting everything on Lin Mia? Even if Lin Mia has the once-in-a-millennium ancient desolate sacred body, this is still an incredible risk. With the old man voicing his support, Lin Mia didn't pay it much mind. He turned to the three elders and said, I invite the three of you to return. Unless you are willing to tell me the final secret that the Heavenly Palace is guarding. Otherwise, from now on, I will use my own methods to try and save as many people as I can, whether they are cultivators or mortals. The old men were utterly frustrated with his stubbornness. Cheng Pu was about to argue back, but Du Xiaoyang raised a hand to stop him. It seems your mind is made up. In that case, I won't try to persuade you any further. However, Qin Jiao. Lin Mia immediately raised his arm, shielding Qin Jiao behind him. He looked at them coldly and said, she won't be going with you either. You've hidden things from me, and I don't trust you. Besides, she's much safer with me right now. Qin Jiao, hiding behind Lin Mia, peeked her head out. For the first time, she declared firmly, that's right. Cheng Pu was already furious. He looked ready to charge forward and start a fight, but from beginning to end, Du Xiaoyang remained calm and stopped him. He then arranged matters. The old man looked at Lin Mia and said, very well, but I hope you understand. The Heavenly Palace is not your enemy. From the very beginning, we have always acted for the sake of all living beings in this world. Lin Mia found this a bit amusing. All living beings, you say? But I'm guessing that doesn't include the common people who died because of this war. Old Du Xiaoyang didn't say any more. He left with a parting shot. You are still too young, but you will understand one day, and turned to leave. Your power has its limits. If you try to save everyone, you might end up saving no one at all. After they left, the system screen appeared with a choice. Lin Mia looked at the third option. They all lose completed. Reward. Ancient desolate sacred body, upgraded to the minor completion realm. He frowned, staring at what had just appeared. He thought to himself, that's not necessarily a sure thing. Who says he's the main character, anyway? With everyone from the Heavenly Palace gone, LP was at a loss. He looked from his father to Lin Mia and asked, so what do we do next? Lin Mia smiled. Naturally, we continue searching for the remaining fiend beasts. The Heavenly Palace controls them. They'll just continue to use the fiend beasts to provoke disputes among cultivators. reducing the number of cultivators to achieve their goal of balancing spiritual energy. And if Li Tsuehua gets her hands on the remaining fiend beasts, she will definitely pursue some unknown agenda. The fiend beasts are clearly the necessary means for her to achieve her goals. However, Lin Mia had a few concerns. He turned to the people from the long-tongued imperial family and asked, "You were allied with her for so long. Don't you know even a little about her background?" At this, the old emperor looked troubled. He shook his head and sighed. "Speaking of Li Tsuehua, I'm actually more surprised than you are. Who would have thought that an elder of the Heavenly Palace was that mysterious person? Back then, she was just like you. She was also a disciple of the previous palace master." Lin Mia stroked his chin and frowned. "There's more to the story? So you're saying she almost became the master of the Heavenly Palace?" The old emperor nodded affirmatively. "Correct. The previous palace master took in 2 disciples as his successors. As you've seen, one of them is the current palace master. But Li Tsuehua was not chosen, so she could only stay in the Heavenly Palace and serve as an elder." Long Dengyu then had an idea. She looked at Lin Mia and asked, could it be that she initially held a grudge because she wasn't chosen to be the Sect master? And that's why she's acting like this today? Lin Mia shook his head and said, "That's probably not possible. Her desire seems to be to break the reincarnation of the heaven and earth tribulation. Let's put this matter aside for now. I still have more important things to do." Lon frowned and said, "All right. Now, the ferocious beasts that we know of have already appeared, for in total. The devouring desolation is in Qian Jiao's body. Jiaoying is in Lin Mia's body. As for the rest, at elderly Tsuehua's place, there's Tao Tai. The Heavenly Palace has Dao Qing Feng." LP scratched his head and sighed. "It seems we have a slight advantage." After hearing that, Lone turned to look at Lin Mia and asked, "The key is, how will you solve the most fundamental problem?" Li Tsuehua's words are not false. According to the Long Tong royal family statistics, the spiritual energy of this world is indeed gradually depleting. Like the originally fertile land, is slowly becoming barren, even desolate. Cultivators who are used to using spiritual energy may not notice for the time being, but if this continues, this whole world will face an undesirable outcome. That is, the depletion of spiritual energy. It's irreversible. If you just want to use the power of the ferocious beast to fight against the Heavenly Palace or Li Tsuehua, then I'm afraid nothing will change in the end. You must find a solution." Lin Mia thought for a moment and then said, "I know one person who might know the truth behind this and tell us. What should we do next?" In a region of green mountains and blue waters, everywhere was filled with spiritual energy. It makes cultivators salivate. The civil servant lay on a long chair. He gently fanned himself with a round fan. Looking at the sky, at the floating clouds, he sighed. "I wonder how things are outside now. Especially that disciple who makes me worry." He was a little bored and had nothing to do. Li Xuanma then stood up. He went to check on the spiritual herbs he had planted. This person is the sect master of the Guiyuan sect, Li Xuanma. The old man looked at the withered tree trunks. A female disciple ran over and called out urgently, "Master!" Worry was evident on her face. She stammered, "The spiritual Tao that was sown has bloomed, but it doesn't feel very good. It looks like it's about to get sick." Li Xuanma muttered to himself, as if asking himself a question. The old man looked up at the sky. He looked towards the distance and sighed. "Has it started already? I didn't expect this desolate spiritual vein to also be affected." Li Xuanma clasped his hands behind his back. He turned to look at T and shook his head, saying, "Harvest what you can. In the future, I'm afraid we'll only be able to grow ordinary rice." He nodded and then said, "Also, master, 2 days ago, the senior brother who went out to gather information has returned. He said that it's chaotic outside now. The various sects are fighting endlessly. The demon clan is running rampant everywhere. Even the largest long-tongued royal family has had a civil war." Li Xuanma bowed his head slightly. He nodded and said, "That's right. It will only get more chaotic in the future. Luckily, our place is desolate and remote. No one can see us. For the time being, we won't attract any attention. The sect master really admires my own brilliant ability to find things." But as soon as he finished speaking, the old man's disciple came running in a panic, shouting, "Master! Something's happened. A floating warship is approaching. It seems to be heading for us." Li Xuanma heard it like a clap of thunder. "How come something found us as soon as I said it?" The old man hurriedly exclaimed in shock. Impossible. The spiritual vein here. Sects with a bit of strength don't even look at us. Why is a floating warship coming here? Hurry, hurry. Quickly get all the disciples to prepare for battle. Not long after they had gathered, the floating warship slowly approached. The hearts of the disciples were filled with vigilance and a little anxiety. If a newcomer doesn't come with friendly intentions, then we're done for. From above, that floating warship, Lin Mia jumped down alone. The few of them were startled and shouted, "Who is it?" Only T. She seemed to find this person very familiar. She was flustered. Then she was startled and shouted, "Wait, this is the senior brother. Why is he back?" After confirming that the newcomer probably didn't have any ill intentions and was an acquaintance, everyone's hearts were relieved. Li Xuanma stepped forward. He asked Lin Mia, "Is it really you?" Lin Yu tilted his head and called out, "Master." Li Xuanma emotionally ran towards Lin Mia and shouted, "Lin Mia, my good disciple. Finally, you're—" Lin Mia also stepped forward. He called out emotionally, "Master." Li Xuanma, being older, seemed to cry more easily. Tears flew in the air as he called out, "Lin Mia." Lin Mia looked at the old man. Tears also welled up in the corners of his eyes. He called out emotionally, "Master, your disciple is finally—" He jumped up. He shot forward like an arrow and angrily slammed into Li Xuanma's fat belly, shouting, "I'm finally back." The senior brother, upon his return, slammed their master into a tree. Then he even pointed his finger at his own master's face and shouted, "You damned old man." Li Xuanma coughed a few times. He forced a smile and looked at Lin Mia, who was walking towards him in a rage. Lin Mia reached out. He grabbed the old man by the lapels. Then he vented all the frustration he had been bottling up inside for so long. "And I thought you were really dead. You made me sad for so long. And you're here living happily. I'd like to see how you explain yourself." Li Xuanma smiled. He coughed a few times and then said with a sincere expression, "Lin Mia, I know you're very angry, but—" The wind blew. Lin Mia looked blankly at Li Xuanma. His heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Li Xuanma smiled at him. Like looking at a child he had raised himself, he said slowly, "It's good that you returned safely." This one sentence from Li Xuanma made all the anger in Lin Mia's body disappear. After all, he was just worried about this old man. Lin Mia then let go of the old man's lapels. He let out a sigh and said with a smile, "As you can see, I'm back, master." After the touching reunion between master and disciple. Now for the main story. Lin Mia and Li Xuanma went out to the cliff and looked into the distance. He recounted everything to his old master. Li Xuanma pondered for a moment. Finally, he sighed. "I didn't expect that while Lin Mia was away, so many things would happen in the world." Lin Mia frowned and nodded. "That's right. Daonok's seal was broken. Tao Dai has appeared. Long Tongue is in a civil war. Now, your disciple has even become Jiu Ying's host." Thinking of this, Lin Mia suddenly felt annoyed again. He turned sharply to look at his old master. He stared at the old man until he was sweating bullets, then asked, "Your good disciple is risking his life outside, and you're here enjoying your retirement. If it weren't for your disciple having the Long Tongue royal family send people to search everywhere, I'm afraid you wouldn't have wanted to show your face even once, right?" Li Xuanma was a little no. There was a lot of guilt in his heart. The old man forced a laugh and said, "That's not it." Lin Yu then said, "More importantly, Li Tsuehua and her true intentions have also been exposed. Regarding Li Tsuehua, you and the sect master of the sacred sect, and her, you're all old friends. Master, do you know anything about her?" After hearing this, Li Xuanma laughed and said, "Although I'm very surprised that the mysterious person is Li Tsuehua, but if it's her, I can understand. Disciple, do you feel that the name Li Tsuehua is rather rustic?" Lin Mia looked at his master with some doubt, but he still nodded honestly and said, "A little. But does that have anything to do with it? How can it not be related?" Li Xuanma said, "Because Li Tsuehua's parents were not cultivators, but ordinary mortals. When she was young, she was accepted into the Changtian sect. The sect master saw that she had extraordinary talent and wanted to change her name, but she said her name was given by her parents and didn't want to change it. Of course, the sect master did not force her." Lin Mia leaned closer to Li Xuanma and asked in a low voice, "Changtian sect? Why have I never heard of this sect's name? It's only natural that you've never heard of it." Li Xuanma said the Changtian sect was already destroyed in the last heaven and earth tribulation. Lin Mia was startled when he heard this. He suddenly remembered, wasn't the last heaven and earth tribulation hundreds of years ago. This, although it's hard to believe, it's indeed the case. And the Chantian sect was not a sect with a great foundation. In that great war, it was wiped out just like that. And Li Tsuehua had great feelings for the sect master and the Chantian sect that had raised her. But at that time, she still didn't know the truth of the heaven and earth tone. She tried her best, but still couldn't protect her sect. Lin Mia was a little stunned. That feeling of helplessness. If it were him, he wouldn't want to go through it either. Li Xuanma continued. I heard she was the brightest rising star of our era. Her innate talent was said to be a rarity, seen only once in 1,000 years. The previous palace master had long intended to make her his successor. Afterward, he chose to tell her the truth. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, I'm guessing. She must have been furious. Li Xuanma nodded, affirming Lin Ye's statement. It wasn't just fury. She nearly came to blows with the previous palace master. The palace master, already feeling guilty, decided not to pursue the matter. But thinking back on it now, that was the moment she became determined to break the cycle, no matter the cost. Hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood. So, after that, she refused the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace's master. On the surface, it looked like she was just taking on an ordinary elder position, but in reality, Lin Yi didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood what he was implying. Li Xuanma nodded. It seems that's how it was. Lin Yi turned around. He looked at Li Xuanma and asked, I generally understand the situation now, but I still have one question. How is Li Tsuehua planning to use the power of the monstrous beast to break the cycle? If her plan is viable, why hasn't anyone succeeded in 1,000 years? Li Xuanma was silent for a moment. He gazed into the distance. It was a long time before he spoke, his voice heavy. That matter is related to the deepest secret hidden by the Heavenly Palace. He asked Lin Yi, do you know what the highest realm of cultivation for a cultivator is? Lin Yi looked at Li Xuanma, confused. Isn't it the Great Ascension realm? I heard the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace is the only one to have reached the Great Ascension realm. Li Xuanma nodded. In our world, yes. That's correct. Another hidden truth was about to be revealed. The word struck Lin Yi like a thunderclap. He asked, alarmed, What do you mean, our world? Li Xuanma shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. But I can confirm one thing. Above the Great Ascension, there are even higher realms. However, that level of cultivation cannot be contained by this world. Therefore, one must undergo ascension, step onto the heaven-connecting path, and leave this world behind. But an ascender takes with them a massive amount of the spiritual energy our world has accumulated. Over time, the spiritual energy in this world will only dwindle, and it's an irreversible process. Therefore, the heavenly path was quickly sealed, and all related records were completely erased. Hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood. There was only one thing that caught his attention. How did his master know this secret? Li Xuanma sighed heavily. He said, Your master was not an ordinary person in his youth. Naturally, he learned of many things. The only other thing I can confirm is that the heavenly path is likely located within the heavenly palace, and the method to open it is a secret known only to the successive palace masters. The 7 great monstrous beasts are probably a key factor in unlocking it. Lin Yi rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that Li Tsuehua wants to attack the heavenly palace and force her way onto the heaven-connecting path? Li Xuanma shook his head. I don't know for sure, but once the heavenly path is opened, if all cultivators learn that there are higher realms and a wider world, I'm afraid they won't be able to resist the desire to ascend. For the ordinary people of this world, that would be a catastrophe. Once the spiritual energy reaches its limit, the entire world will slowly die. Fertile land will turn to desert sand. The remaining people, whether they be cultivators or not, will constantly engage in even more brutal slaughter over the dwindling resources. In Lin Ye's mind, Li Xuanma's words painted a brutal picture. This is too tragic. He quickly asked, Master, Li Tsuehua's true intentions are unclear, and no one knows what consequences her actions will bring. As for the heavenly palace, their practice of sacrificing innocent disciples is unacceptable. What should I do? He had come back this time specifically to ask for Li Xuanma's advice. But after hearing him out, Li Xuanma said, The you of today is not the same as before. In truth, there is nothing left for me to teach you. I can only tell you what you wish to know. Go and do what you believe you must. But before you do, you must think it through very carefully. Lin Mia asked again, think carefully? About the future? Li Shuanma simply said, I can only tell you this. You need to think about more than just what's in front of you. Lin Mia nodded. He asked no more questions. After getting the answers he wanted, Lin Mia returned to the ship with Jin Yao. The moment he was back on board, Long Tongue Mu rushed over to question him. Did you find your master? Did you get any useful information? Lin Yi smirked. You could say that. Long Tongue Yu didn't press further. She got straight to the point. She looked at Lin Yi and asked, so what's our next move? My master told me that we should do our best to assist you. Lin Yi looked at the two of them. After a moment, he asked, if you were Li Suehua, which monstrous beast would you go after next? The two of them fell into deep thought. Long Tongue Mu said, let's see. Xiangqi is sealed at the Jin Gang Temple. That's great master Yin Yin's sect. Li Suehua probably wouldn't go so far as to attack them. Hundun at the Xinshao sect is also not easy to deal with, which leaves the Bashi of the Xianshuang sect. Long Tongue Yu continued. The Xianshuang sect was founded after the last heaven and earth calamity. Their foundation isn't very strong. If Li Suehua is going to make a move, it's most likely the Xianshuang sect. After hearing them out, Lin Yi made an immediate decision. Set a course for the Xianshuang sect. We can't delay any longer. The Xianshuang sect was located on a mountain covered in ice and snow. When Lin Ye's group arrived, it was still snowing. Landing below, they saw several plumes of white smoke. So this is the Xianshuang sect. The feeling of cold is intense. Long Tongue Mu, at his side, said, I hear the Xianshuang sect specialty is ice-based cultivation techniques. Training in a place like this can only be beneficial for the cultivators of the Xianshuang sect. The large ship descended. The people of the Xianshuang sect were already at the gate. A person in the lead stepped forward and said, Honored guests, please halt. Long Tongue Yu stepped forward proactively. She clasped her hands in greeting and said, The Long Tongue royal family has come this time. My apologies for the intrusion. Behind Long Tongue Yu, Long Tongue Mu was shivering, hugging himself. He looked at the plainly dressed girls. He was a little curious. Are they really not cold? The person looked at Lin Ye's group for a moment, then said, You carry the aura of the Bashi. You two must be Jin Yao, the host of the Fei Huang, and Lin Yi, the ancient desolate sacred body, and the new host of the nine-headed Hydra. You made quite a name for yourselves recently. It seems the Long Tongue royal family is truly betting everything on you this time, just like they bet on the Heavenly Palace 1,000 years ago. Long Tongue Mu looked at Long Tongue Yu confused. Bet? What bet? Long Tongue Yu was also silent and contemplative. Her expression was a little grim. The elder, hearing this, explained. News of what happened to the Long Tongue royal family has already spread throughout the entire cultivation world. I know why you've come, but please return. The Xianshuang sect can handle the matter of a monstrous beast on its own. We do not require your assistance. But Lin Yi said, Xianshuang sect master, forgive my impertinence. The sealing process for Tao Wu and the nine-headed Hydra were both repeatedly attacked by the demon clan, led by Li Tsawa. She will definitely be back this time. Relying on the Xianshuang sect alone, I'm afraid. However, the Xianshuang sect master was extremely resolute. She requested coldly, I've already said, honored guests, please return. Although we are not a great sect with a long heritage and deep foundation, we have our own ways of dealing with Li Tsuehua and the rabble under her command. Long Tongue Mu had heard enough. He snapped, Hey. The rabble you speak of has thrown the entire cultivation world into chaos. An elderly Tsuehua also has the Fei Huang, one of the monstrous beasts. Where do you get your confidence? Even the Heavenly Palace isn't certain they can deal with them. Lin Yi stepped forward to explain. If the sect master is worried about me taking the Bashi, there's no need. I just don't want to see another monstrous beast fall into Li Tsuehua's hands. As soon as the sealing is complete, I will leave immediately. Long Tongue Mu, at his side, nodded in agreement. That's right. We'll just provide support for you. After you finish sealing the beast, you can send the sealer to the Heavenly Palace. Wouldn't that work? The sect master allowed a cold smile. That's why I said you can leave. Because the sealing of the Bashi is already complete. Long Tongue Mu frowned and grumbled. Hey. Don't go bragging now. Sealing a monstrous beast isn't that easy. Only Lin Yi, at his side, had a sudden thought. He used his chi gazing art and looked inside the Xianshuang sect. Indeed, He really couldn't sense the massive aura of a monstrous beast here. But he saw something else. Jin Yao also looked in the direction Lin Yu was looking. From within the sect, a girl with hair as white as snow stepped out. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The elder smiled cheerfully. Let me introduce you. The youngest elder of the Heavenly Palace, and also the current host of the Bashi. My daughter, Bing Anmeng. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. The powerful aura of a fiend beast emanated from her. The Xian Shuang sect master gestured toward her daughter. Her voice was filled with unconcealed pride as she introduced her. The current host of the Ba, she is my daughter, Bing Anmeng. The girl was beautiful beyond compare. After being introduced by her mother, she turned to look at the strangers. Long Tung Yu and Long Tung Mu's hearts immediately began to pound in their chests. This girl, she's kind of adorable. Even Xin Jiao blushed, staring blankly. There was only a single thought in her mind. This girl is truly beautiful. And even Lin Mia, who usually had such strong composure, found his face flushing slightly. It was a strange, indescribable feeling. Seeing their stunned expressions, the sect master chuckled and asked, "It's like love at first sight, isn't it? This is just the most insignificant of the Bashi's powers. It can make anyone who sees the host develop a favorable impression. They might even fall hopelessly in love with her." Long Tung Yu snapped back to her senses. She immediately slapped Long Tung Mu on the back of the head, telling him to wake up too. Long Tung Yu looked at the sect master and said, "The Bashi, its legendary power is the manipulation of human hearts. It also represents the flames of desire, but surely you aren't expecting to win based on this alone?" The sect master let out a cold laugh. She spoke to Long Tung Yu with open contempt. "You all know far too little about the Bashi. I have my own ways of dealing with Li Tsuehua. As long as she dares to come to the Xian Shuang sect, I will ensure she returns in defeat." For now, Lin Mia had regained his composure. He used his qi observation technique again, looking at Bing Anmeng to check. Indeed, the seal on this girl was incredibly stable. However, the Jiaoying and Lin Mia's head began to grumble. Ugh, the Bashi's power is so damn annoying. How about we just take it? Let my brothers and sisters get a little taste of your power, too. Lin Mia was irritated. He roared in his mind. Shut up. Your constant yapping is getting on my nerves. After dealing with a noisy chatter in his head, a small wisp of spiritual energy was still leaking from Lin Mia. He turned to the Xian Shuang sect master and said, "Let me remind you, the more you use a fiend beast's power, sect master, the more easily the sealer will be influenced. You've already seen the fate of the Long Tongue Emperor. Abusing a fiend beast power comes at a price." This sect master was incredibly arrogant. She probably didn't hear a single word. The moment Lin Mia finished speaking, she laughed and retorted, "You are the host of the Jiaoying. Do you have any right to say that? Besides, my daughter is not like you all. She has practiced suppressing her emotions since she was a child. Unlike you sealers who started halfway through. The fiend beast's influence on her is minimal. In other words, she can unleash 100% of the Bashi's power." Lin Mia asked coolly, "So you don't trust this one bit, do you?" While Lin Mia and the others were trying to remain calm, Long Tung Mu, who was standing behind them, couldn't take it anymore. He angrily pushed his way to the front and yelled, "I've had enough of this. You're completely unreasonable. You won't listen to a damn thing. Lin Mia, you tell me, what do we do now? Do we fight or what?" A layer of spiritual energy swirled around the Xian Shuang sect master. She smiled arrogantly. "You can try." At that moment, the man who had come out with Bing Anmeng suddenly approached them and said, "Lin Mia, we meet again. Is this a convenient time to talk?" Lin Mia looked at the somewhat estranged old acquaintance before him and asked with a frown, "Are you representing the Heavenly Palace? Or are you just here as a friend?" Mo Feng nodded. "Both. But I'd much rather be here as a friend." Lin Mia asked, "So, the Heavenly Palace didn't send the 3 elders this time?" Mo Feng replied, "I only came with my master." Lin Mia looked around. He gave Mo Feng a questioning look. Then he glanced at Bing Anmeng. Uncertain, he looked back at Mo Feng and asked, "She is your master?" At that moment, Long Ting Mu also had a sudden realization. It's not impossible. I heard that Elder Bing Anmeng was always called an ice block in the Heavenly Palace. But I never expected her to become the sealer for the Bashi. Lin Mia didn't pay it much mind and continued his questions. Is this the Heavenly Palace's intention? Or, Mo Feng immediately denied it. No, this was most likely the Xian Shuang sect master's plan from the start. My master has cultivated the dustless heart technique since she was young, so the side effects of the Ba she have almost no effect on her. Lin Mia frowned in thought. It's just like how the Shi Huang needs someone with a kind heart like Qin Jiao to be its sealer. It seems the Xian Shuang sect master, just like the Sheng Jiao sect master, had prepared a candidate to be the fiend beast sealer long ago. Suddenly, another group of people, dressed in Taoist robes, arrived. There seemed to be a great many of them. Lin Mia looked at them and asked with a frown, "Who are all these people?" Mo Feng let out a helpless sigh. "You'll find out in a second." Just then, one of them looked toward Lin Mia and seemed to recognize him immediately. And Lin Mia recognized him too. The person who had just appeared was also an acquaintance of his. "Old Wang, what are you doing here?" Old Wang frowned, looking around. "Who is it?" The moment he saw them, a wide, friendly grin spread across his face as he walked over. "Lin Mia, you're here too. And Fairy Qin Jiao. This is great. With you here, we can definitely take care of that bastard, Li Suihua." Lin Mia held up a hand to stop him. "Wait a second. Are you here representing the Heavenly Palace? Also, the people who came with you this time, are they all?" Hearing this, Old Wang became furious. "They're all just like me. We're all survivors from the sects that were attacked by the demon clans led by Li Suihua. We received an invitation from the Xian Shuang sect master. We've come to join forces and bring that bastard Li Suihua to justice." Mo Feng added from the side. "It's not just them. Several other sects have also arrived. For example, my master brought the cultivators from the Yunhai mountain villa here earlier. The remaining sects are all terrified of being defeated by the demon clans one by one. So, many sects have responded to the call this time." A moment later, more people arrived. The chatter grew lively. Long Tingmu looked at them and remarked, "So, there's actually quite a lot of people." But there was still something Long Tingmu didn't understand. With such a golden opportunity, why didn't the Heavenly Palace send more people? Long Tingmu asked coolly, "Do you even need to ask?" "The Heavenly Palace is hoping that more people die fighting here. After all, it reduces the burden of the two realms' calamity." Long Tingmu scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. "Is that so? Huh?" Qin Jiao had been silent the entire time. Now, she finally spoke up. "The Heavenly Palace's attitude towards Li Suihua. I mean, how can they be so calm about Li Suihua? What if the Ba she is taken from its host?" Lin Mia looked over at Bing Aming's group and said, "Either the Heavenly Palace still has an ace up its sleeve, or Li Suihua has been plotting for so long. She has far too many tricks up her sleeve. I have a bad feeling about this." At the Heavenly Palace, the two elders were in a conference room with the current palace master. Du Xiaoyang looked at him and asked, "Bing Aming has successfully become the sealer of the Ba Shi. Lin Mia and Qin Jiao have also arrived at the Xian Shuang sect. Are we just going to watch from the sidelines?" Without turning around, the palace master asked grimly. His tone seemed displeased. "Word that Li Suihua is a traitor to the Heavenly Palace has already spread. The Xian Shuang sect invited her own daughter instead of us, which proves she no longer trusts us. Why must we be so insistent?" Du Xiaoyang was somewhat unconvinced. After all, Li Suihua was an unstable element that threatened their secret. But before he could finish voicing his concerns, the palace master stopped him. "Whether Li Suihua wins or loses, it will not affect our final outcome. Besides, perhaps that boy Lin Mia might just create some kind of miracle." Despite his words, Du Xiaoyang didn't feel at ease in the slightest. He said worriedly, "But what if the situation gets out of control? What if Li Suihua manages to control both the Tao Tai and the Ba Shi?" The palace master let out a sigh. He said sadly, "If she could truly change something, that might not be so bad. In fact, if I weren't the palace master, I might even agree with her way of thinking. But it's a pity." The palace master shook his head slightly. His voice was tinged with a hint of sorrow. The two elders looked at each other. They remained silent. A single glance was enough to understand each other's feelings and the palace master's. Back at the Xian Shuang sect, a disciple of the Xian Shuang sect entered the main hall. He reported to the Xian Shuang sect master, "All the invited sects have arrived. These people have made the atmosphere in the sect so suffocating these past few days. It's truly annoying. We are now awaiting your command. The Xianshuang sect master frowned and asked, what about Li Suehua? Also, what have the demon clans been up to lately? The disciple cupped his hands and replied, only a few demon race scouts were found near the sect. After hearing that, Wai asked again, what about the sealers of Jiu Ying and Fei Huang? The other disciple then replied, they're still waiting there. They seem unwilling to leave. Sect Master, do you want me to send someone to chase them away? Sect Master Xianyang thought for a moment and then said, it's fine. I was just worried that they would ruin my good plan. But if they don't interfere, then what could be better? Go and gather everyone. The time has come. The other disciple, upon hearing this, showed his excitement. He smiled cheerfully and said, I'll go right away. Outside the main hall, several cultivators from various sects were gathered here, chatting idly. One person said, in the beginning, the Wanwu sect was just one sect, plus a few elders from Heavenly Palace. They have already repelled Li Suehua. Now we have so many people from our sect. What's there to be afraid of? Not far away. Mo Feng's master was observing the few people below. Then he instructed Wai that if the battle became unfavorable, he should immediately seek the protection of those few friends. He was referring to Lin Mia's group. Mo Feng looked at the old man and asked worriedly, Master, do you mean you don't think highly of them anymore? Of course not. It's just that the rogue cultivators are used to it. Except for that guy, and Li Suehua. There are also demon clans with deep-seated hatred. The rest is because the Heavenly Palace did not act. Fearing the destruction of their sect, they gathered here. Not for anything else. I just hope that more people will increase their courage. If you really let them risk their lives, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. And the demon clan has always lived in desolate and harsh areas. Risking their lives is just normal for them. This kind of comparison of high and low cultivation levels. Can a number of people really have any effect? Mo Feng asked again, so Master, what should we do next? At this time, Sect Master Xin Shuang and Bing and Meng have already appeared. Sect Master Xian Yang said slowly, everyone, don't be impatient. Listen to me for a moment. On the boat, Lin Mia's group was calmly observing from below. Long Dengmu looked down and asked curiously, what are these people trying to do now? Lin Mia shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's just keep watching. Anyway, their goal is only one, to stop the person they need to stop. Down below, as soon as those cultivators saw Sect Master Xian Shuang appear, they came forward, clasped their hands, and asked Sect Master Xian Shuang, we have been gathered here for a few days now. The traitor Li Suehua of the Heavenly Palace has yet to arrive. What should we do? The other cultivators also said arrogantly with a smile. Perhaps she doesn't dare to come because she sees that we have many people. As I see it, we should take the initiative to attack. Old Wang also nodded and shouted, we have Elder Bing. Lin Mia and Immortal Qin Jiao will also help us. We have 3 ferocious beasts. What does that Li Suehua have to stop us? The other cultivators also echoed Old Wang's words. Almost half of the ferocious beasts are with them. What are you still afraid of? Sect Master Xian Shuang looked at them and said with a smile, if you are all in such a hurry, all right then. Then let's do it. Mo Feng, who was beside him, asked in surprise, do it. What does that mean? Bing and Meng lowered her eyes slightly. Her beautiful figure was dazzling. Her gentle voice spoke up. Then, an energy from within her body radiated outwards. Then everyone, please offer everything you have to me. The will of the 3 sects surged. Most of those cultivators were unable to control themselves. All of them lost consciousness. They willingly offered everything to Bing and Meng, losing their minds. Mo Feng turned to look at his master standing beside him. He asked worriedly. Bing and Meng still radiated a strange energy that fascinated people's minds. Sect Master Xian Shuang, beside him, laughed excitedly and asked, are you willing to serve my daughter? For our Xian Shuang sect? The more Mo Feng looked, the more he didn't understand. He looked down anxiously, then looked at his master and asked, what is this trick? But even Mo Feng's master has been controlled. Along with the others, they clasped their hands and shouted in unison, we pledge our lives and loyalty. If everyone follows one person, but there is a straggler, they will quickly be discovered. Sect Master Xian Shuang looked at Bing and Meng coldly and asked, why is there still one person left? Because he is your disciple? And Mo Feng was so anxious that he had already taken out all his own weapons. He glared at Sect Master Xian Shuang and asked. Lin Mia's group could no longer stand by and watch from above. Lin Mia directly jumped off the boat. Along with the Xian Shuang Sect Master, they were brought to justice. Sect Master Xian Shuang. What do you mean by this? He used his divine ability. He checked the few cultivators. This is, in their minds, they could all see the energy of the three snakes manipulating their minds. This is taking away people's minds. Sect Master Xian Shuang calmly looked at Lin Mia and asked with a smile, "Why are you so angry, Lin Mia? All I'm doing is trying to deal with Li Suihua. This is not something a disorganized mob can do, so I can only do it myself." Qian Jiao had also jumped down from above at this time. She scolded angrily. "This is about taking away people's will. Please stop this behavior immediately." What a kind-hearted person. Sect Master Xian Yang frowned. As soon as Liang Qianjiao jumped down, the smile on his face also disappeared. Only coldness remained. "Everything I do is for the sake of justice. I don't expect you to understand me, but at least don't get in my way." Qian Jiao questioned sharply, "And you still call yourself righteous? What kind of logic is this?" Sect Master Xian Zong asked irritably. "What's the difference? Didn't the Heavenly Palace also let the ferocious beasts run rampant to reduce the number of cultivators? If you really count. Now, I'm still working according to the will of the Heavenly Palace. Even if your Sect Master came here, he couldn't stop me. This person is truly beyond cure." There was no way to refute him. But before Qian Jiao could say anything more, Lin Mia had already stepped forward and stopped her. Then he shouted straight at Sect Master Xian Shuang's face, "Quickly release the control on them. Otherwise," Jiao Ying's power was mobilized. Lin Mia shouted, "I will immediately make a move on you. I'm so scared of you." Sect Master Xian Shuang laughed and said, "If you want to fight, I'll indulge you." The two controlled cultivators walked over. They held their spirit swords and rushed towards Lin Mia. Sect Master Xian Yang said with a smile, "Now, every one of them is willing to jump into a sea of fire for me. If so, what will you do, Lin Mia? Kill them?" And Mo Feng was looking and about to strike. Facing the product, he stepped forward to stop him. His heart was in extreme turmoil. He didn't know whether to fight or retreat. The gaffer's master shouted, "Rice is cooked, temperature is right. To be able to serve His Highness Bing and Meng is an honor for our Cloud Sea Mountain Villa. Why don't you come over here?" Sect Master Xian Shuang, seeing this scene, his heart was filled with even more joy. He kept laughing and saying, "Good, good. As expected of my daughter. So far, no one has been able to unleash the power of the three snakes to this extent. With this kind of power, let alone one Li Suihua, even the entire Heavenly Palace can do nothing." These words of Sect Master Xian Shuang, how can they sound like the words of a righteous person? He frowned and said in a low voice to Qian Jiao beside him, "I can't take it anymore. I will go and subdue that elder being. You subdue the others. Try not to hurt them." Old Wang suddenly stepped forward. "Originally, we were close brothers and friends. Now they're saying harsh words to each other. Lin Mia, you are truly an ungrateful person. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You clearly have such great power, yet you are so ungrateful. Go to hell for me." With that, he took his sword and charged towards Lin Mia. "Only, if you want to fight, you have to choose your opponent." Lin Mia saw that this guy was the ungrateful one. He was annoyed and sent Old Wang flying with a single punch, then shouted, "Damn it. I've been putting up with a fool like you for a long time." The other cultivators also rushed over and surrounded Lin Mia. "Don't let him get near Bing and Meng." Bing and Meng. And on the other side, Mo Feng had also switched to a normal weapon to stop his master. Is there really no way to save this person? Things have really gone too far. Lin Mia stomped his foot hard on the ground. From his body, the energy of the ferocious beast, Jiao Ying, surged out. His body was like it was on fire. "Since so many people want to stop me, then I'll just have to use that move." As soon as the pressure appeared, those small cultivators could no longer bear it and knelt on the ground. The owner of this blood pressure is the ferocious beast in Qian Jiao's body. Those few cultivators had no way to move at all. Faced with such a powerful aura, resisting is also a problem. Lin Mia looked at Bing and Meng, who was exuding a charming fragrance. The one being manipulated, but the key is still on the three snakes. Thinking that, Lin Mia then stepped forward. He channeled spiritual energy into his fist and lunged at Bing Aming. "First, I have to attack her to release the others from her control." Bing Aming's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. She slowly tilted her head and looked at Lin Yi. The Xian Shuang Sect Master, however, grew even more frenzied. She laughed loudly and asked, "Still won't give up, Lin Yi?" Such a waste. Lin Yi raised his hand. "First, I'll use the nine-headed Hydra's power to control her and break her hold on the others. I'm afraid I'll have to offend you this time." The nine-headed Hydra slowly materialized. Its claws enveloped Lin Ye's fist. Bing Aming watched the fist fly towards her. Her expression didn't change in the slightest. She was completely calm, but she had already vanished the moment Lin Ye's fist arrived. Like a ghost, Bing Aming appeared behind him. Her speed was just too fast. However, Lin Yi didn't give up and continued to attack Bing Aming, but this time was just like the last. Bing Aming vanished just before Lin Yi could land a hit. Her body reappeared behind him. Jin Yao looked over at Lin Ye's side, startled. "What on earth is going on? I'm already fighting someone else, and now I have to split my focus to figure out a way to deal with this too." Lin Yi stopped. He retreated and observed her carefully. What was that just now? Some kind of illusion art? If you look closely, you can see a thin wisp of smoke, like frost, emanating from below Bing Aming's body. Lin Yi frowned. An illusion art couldn't possibly do this. My chi-gazing art shows that this person is real. It's not an illusion. Could it be some kind of ability from Abashi? Bing Aming looked at Lin Yi and said slowly, "I can sense that you hold no ill will towards me. I do not wish to fight you either. Please, leave this place. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but in this situation, if they didn't intervene, their consciences would eat at them." Jin Yao stepped forward and said, "Elder Bing, please stop. To arbitrarily take away another's will, no matter the reason, it should not be done." The Xian Shuang Sect master, at the side, let out a cold laugh. "If it weren't for the fact that you too carry the power of monstrous beasts, you would have already become servants to my daughter and me. It's not your place to be so insolent. Among, make your move. Finish them." Since the Xian Shuang Sect master had spoken, Bing Aming no longer held back. The expression on her face changed. From thin air, she materialized a sword made of ice. Lin Yi, meanwhile, was focusing all his attention on Bing Aming. "This time, I have to see her movements clearly." Bing Aming raised her sword. She charged at Lin Yi. Her momentum was unstoppable. Lin Yi could still see clearly. The sword was coming straight for him. But just as it was about to touch his body, it vanished. Lin Yi frowned and quickly looked around. Again, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. What is this, really? In Lin Ye's blind spot, Bing Aming attacked. The moment the sword pierced him, it created a massive explosion. There was absolutely no way to know where the attack was coming from. From this angle, Jin Yao and Mo Feng, watching from the outside, were worried sick. How can anyone move that fast in this world? Mo Feng frowned and said, "I don't know. I couldn't see it at all." As for Lin Yi, after that last attack, he was of course not dead. If he had been, it would have been a disgrace to the title of a monstrous beast host. However, the damage was considerable. He had a splitting headache. That move, it completely teleports to a different location in an instant. The foul energy of the Ba, she was also contained within Bing Aming's attack. Lin Yi could feel it. Although it wasn't as tyrannical as the Fei Huang's, it was enough to shatter his own defenses. This is tough to deal with. Lin Yi touched the spot where Bing Aming had struck him. The claw marks there healed instantly. As expected, none of the people in this world who have sealed a monstrous beast are simple. On the ship high above, to avoid having their minds controlled, the two long-tongued siblings did not join the fight. They were currently observing the battle, but they couldn't make sense of it. From their angle, they could see very clearly. There were two Bing Amings attacking Lin Yi. One in front, one behind. It was as if he was just standing there, letting them hit him. Suddenly, Long Tongue, you realized something was wrong. It wasn't that Lin Yi couldn't react in time. It was because his perception of time had been paused. So, from his perspective, the opponent seemed to be moving in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't the case. Long Tongue Mu, upon hearing the explanation, didn't bother with any other concerns. He immediately dove down, saying, "I'll go wake him up." Long Tongue Mu didn't even care that he himself might be controlled. He jumped down, shouting, "Long Tongue Mu, your consciousness has been interfered with again." She could stop her thoughts. Seeing him rushing down, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Worry flooded his heart. As expected, Bing Aming immediately turned to look at Long Tongue Mu. "Didn't I tell you not to come over here? Why did this have to happen?" Lin Yi didn't have the heart to fight his own people. He quickly rushed forward and attacked Bing Aming, interrupting the opponent's attack. But even though he had been warned by Long Tongue Mu, Lin Yi still struck Bing Aming's afterimage. In a flash, she had already retreated a great distance. Her position was right where Long Tung Mu had jumped down. In just a moment, everything became clear. Long Tung Mu had been controlled. No one knew where he had gotten a rose, which he now held in his mouth. He looked dashing as he said with a smile, "Elder Bing, I am Prince Long Tung Mu of the Long Tang dynasty. It would be my pleasure to serve you." Lin Yi face-palmed. His face was as black as thunder, just as I thought. The reason only the two of them came down was because they were afraid these two would be affected. On the ship, Long Tung Yu also face-palmed and sighed. That idiot is such an embarrassment to the Long Tung royal family. The Xianshuang sect master nodded in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Although Long Tung Mu of the royal family doesn't have the nine-headed hydra, he is still, for better or worse, the premier royalty in the world. Having him serve me will be of some benefit. If I can't get the daughter, I'll just take the most annoying chatterbox. Lin Yi immediately turned to the Xianshuang sect master and roared, "You bastard! Make your daughter stop right now." Who would have thought? Long Tung Mu would suddenly jump in front of Lin Yi, blocking his path. He even started to lecture him. "Lin Yi, stop right there. I've thought it through. We should just cooperate with Elder Bing and fight Li Suihua together. The power of the three great monstrous beasts united. What's not to like about that?" The Xianshuang sect master, from behind, nodded in praise. "Well said, Lin Yi. If you switch sides now, take off your armor and surrender. I can still overlook what happened before." At first, Lin Yi might have been able to ignore it, but now, there was no way he was going to let this woman get her way. Lin Yi roared in anger. "In your dreams. This kind of behavior, using others as chess pieces, how is it any different from Li Suihua?" With that, he turned to Bing Aming and shouted, "Elder, don't help a tyrant do evil. This is the wrong path." Mo Feng also quickly shouted his plea. "Master, stop, quickly. Although I haven't been your disciple for long, I know that you are not this kind of person. If you chose not to brainwash me like the others, it proves you know this is wrong." Seeing Lin Yi and the others talking so much, the Xianshuang sect master cut them off impatiently. "Don't waste your breath. I've said it before. My daughter has cultivated the dustless heart method since she was a child. Her personality is cold and detached. Aside from my words, her mother's, she won't listen to anyone. What makes you think that just a few words from you can make her go against my will?" Lin Yi looked at her and asked, "So, not only do you use others as chess pieces, but you even turn your own daughter into a pawn to be controlled? You're truly heartless." The Xianshuang sect master's face immediately turned as black as if she had stepped in something unpleasant. People tend to get angry when others point out the truth about their wrongdoings. She roared in fury. "What do you understand? This is her destiny." With that, she hastily ordered Anmeng to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed at her words. "So hasty. You must have a guilty conscience to be so afraid," he said with a smile. "Admit it. You're just using your daughter as a chess piece. Otherwise, what mother in the world would watch her daughter turn into a block of ice?" The more he spoke, the more he hit a nerve, making her even angrier. The Xianshuang sect master roared, "You bastard, shut up." Then she formed an ice arrow and shot it at Lin Yi. The ice shattered against Lin Ye's body. Instantly, it broke into countless pieces. This level of defense wasn't something just anyone could break. Lin Yi looked at the Xianshuang sect master and asked arrogantly with a smile, "Is that all? Didn't you eat?" The Xianshuang sect master's face darkened. She had 1,000 curses she wanted to throw at Lin Yi, but in the end, she held her tongue because of her position. Lin Yi grew even more annoying. "Oh, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Your strength and your ambition are fundamentally mismatched. Therefore, you can only sacrifice your daughter to satisfy your ambition." Every word he said hit the mark, as expected of someone with keen observation skills. The more the Xianshuang sect master spoke, the more her evil nature was revealed. "Do you think everyone is like you? To be lucky enough to obtain the ancient desolate sacred body? The heaven and earth calamity is approaching. The monstrous beasts are the only power I can rely on. A blessed person like you, who doesn't have to work for anything, what right do you have to criticize me? You only look at others' glamorous appearances and deny their efforts." Before Lin Mia could even argue, Qin Jiao, standing beside him, snapped in frustration, "That's not true." She had been by Lin Mia's side for so long. She understood his character and his efforts better than anyone. Brother Lin Mia got to where he is today through his own willpower and perseverance. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he fights without fear until the very end. Lin Mia scratched his cheek, giving a forced smile as he thought to himself. Honestly, it's mostly thanks to the system's boosts and its prompts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Thinking of this, Lin Mia suddenly felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Then again, I've been here for a while today, and the system hasn't reacted at all. Usually, it would have given me a prompt by now, for better or worse. Speak of the devil. A mission choice immediately popped up. Mission 1. Recognize the situation is bad and retreat immediately. Reward. Demonic dog's crying howl technique. Mission 2. Admit defeat and agree to cooperate with the Xian Shuang Sect Master. Reward. Fierce tiger's groveling prostration. And the third mission was to challenge Bing Onmeng to a duel of sword skills. Reward. Synchronized heart technique. Of course, the missions arrived as soon as I thought of it, but Lin Mia was a bit confused. What do these 3 techniques even do? The system should at least provide an explanation. Ask, and you shall receive. The explanation appeared. Demonic dog's crying howl technique doubles retreat speed. Deliver a threatening parting shot before leaving. Extremely high chance of evading pursuit. Fierce tiger's groveling prostration. Use the aura of a mighty tiger hitting the dirt to surrender to the enemy. Extremely high chance of shocking the opponent. Lin Mia shouted in frustration. Isn't this just running away and surrendering? Why give them such intimidating names? Without a second thought, Lin Mia immediately chose the third option. He then turned to Mo Fan and said, "Let me borrow your sword." Without hesitation, Mo Fan tossed his sword to Lin Mia. With the sword in hand, Lin Mia smiled at the Xian Shuang Sect Master. I've heard that Elder Bing has studied the way of the sword since childhood. She's called the strongest sword cultivator of the Heavenly Palace in recent years. In that case, I want to challenge you to a duel of skill. If I win, you have to stop what you're doing. Even while under control, Long Tongue Mu was still incredibly annoying and loudmouthed. Seeing the weapon in Lin Mia's hand, he said, "But that's a saber in your hand. How can you have a duel of sword skills?" The Xian Shuang Sect Master angrily smacked Long Tongue Mu. "Who's dueling you? Onmeng. Finish him, quickly. You're not to show any mercy." That's an order. But this time, it seemed Bing Onmeng wasn't going to listen to her mother. She looked at Lin Mia and asked, "A duel of swords? And what if you lose?" Lin Mia replied, "Then I will be at your disposal." Bing Onmeng immediately agreed. She ignored the Xian Shuang Sect Master, who was shouting beside her, "Onmeng, who gave you permission to make your own decisions? You will not." But Bing Onmeng stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look at her mother. This defiant child was a far cry from the obedient girl she used to be. The Xian Shuang Sect Master was furious, but in terms of sheer power, she was no match for the fiend beast wielders present. Mo Fan was beginning to understand. His master had cultivated the dustless heart technique since she was young, ignoring worldly affairs. The only thing she ever pursued was the way of the sword. Is Lin Mia planning to use that as his opening? His sharp intuition and thinking are truly impressive. But there was something that worried Mo Fan. As far as he knew, the current situation was not optimistic. This guy, Lin Mia, has always relied on his fists. He has no technique, just a strong body. He has absolutely no sword skills to speak of. And he's decided to face a sword master like Bing Onmeng. Worse, she has the power of the Ba Shi, which can interfere with his thoughts. Mo Fan really couldn't see any way for him to win. Knowing she couldn't stop Bing Onmeng, the Xian Shuang Sect Master could only offer some tough words of reluctant acceptance. Fine. You think you could defeat the power of the Jiaoying just because you have the ancient desolate's sacred body? It's all right, Onmeng. Since it has come to this, just defeat him decisively. Bing Onmeng slowly walked toward Lin Mia. She looked at him and said, "If this is a duel of the sword, I will temporarily refrain from using the Ba Shi's power, but I will not show any mercy either. Your guidance, please, Lin Mia." Looking like a complete novice, Lin Mia raised the saber in his hand and said, "Bring it on." The mission was instantly completed. The reward Lin Mia received this time was the effect of the synchronized heart technique. It allowed him to perceive an enemy's attack intentions to a certain degree. Now, this is a useful item. Bing Onmeng made her move. Her figure shot toward Lin Mia. She's incredibly fast. But as long as she doesn't use the Bashi's power, I can see her movements clearly. Lin Mia raised his sword, blocking Bing Aming's powerful, frost-infused attack. However, her strength was immense. Coupled with her exquisite technique, it was difficult for Lin Mia to even parry. Bing Aming's face darkened. She launched a flurry of attacks at Lin Mia. Her expression was one of pure anger. This man has only a sliver of real skill. When it comes to the sword, he's a complete amateur. You are useless. Not a single one of your movements is proper. And with this, you dare to challenge me to a duel of swords. Bing Aming's words were not wrong at all. Just by defending, Lin Mia already looked like he was being pushed into an extremely difficult situation. And Mo Fan, watching from the side, was worried sick. As I thought, Lin Mia is a complete novice with a blade. There's no way he can win against someone like my master, who has trained for years. The situation grew more and more perilous. Lin Mia was forced back several steps. Bing Aming raised her sword, delivering a final blow toward Lin Mia. But this time, just before the sword could pierce him, Lin Mia leaned to the side and dodged. Bing Aming frowned. How'd he dodge that? Was that a coincidence, or? Meanwhile, Lin Mia, having just dodged the attack, was ecstatic. I can finally see it. This woman is truly a sword master. Her movements are incredibly fast. If I didn't have the synchronized heart technique helping me perceive her attack motions, I wouldn't stand a chance. This thing is like having foresight. With this in hand, Lin Mia's confidence grew immensely. He grunted. Come on, let's continue. Bing Aming frowned. Her beautiful, icy face was now filled with annoyance and contempt. She attacked again. Her movements were even faster than before, but just like that last finishing blow, Lin Mia leaned to the side, successfully dodging it. Once could be a fluke, but this was the second time. Could it really be such a coincidence? A vague sense of unease and doubt began to creep into Bing Aming's heart. It was as if Lin Mia could suddenly see clearly, or even predict her movements. Bing Aming gritted her teeth. She continued to attack, but this time, Lin Mia was able to parry. And Mo Fan at the side had no idea what was going on. How was he able to block that? With a new trick up his sleeve, Lin Mia became much more arrogant. After dodging and parrying Bing Aming's sword a few more times, he finally found a right moment to counterattack. Bing Aming, still thinking of Lin Mia as a novice, was caught by surprise. Before she could even prepare, Lin Mia raised the saber, executed a few basic swings, and struck at her. Bing Aming hastily dodged to the side, but the blade still grazed her shoulder, drawing blood. Bing Aming's face darkened as she looked at the wound on her arm. The feeling was very real, but it came from Lin Mia. She couldn't believe it. Clutching her wounded shoulder, Bing Aming asked, "How did you do that?" Of course, Lin Mia wasn't about to explain. He just smiled enigmatically and asked, "Maybe I'm just a once-in-a-millennium sword genius?" He was really laying it on thick. Bing Aming absolutely did not believe he was a once-in-a-millennium sword genius. Instead, she leaned toward the theory that Lin Mia possessed some kind of secret art that allowed him to see through her attack intentions. However, Bing Aming had never heard of such an ability before, as expected of a true master. Her assessment was spot on. Long Tongue Mu, from the side, started shouting again to add to the chaos. "All right, Lin Mia. I knew you were always hiding your true strength, playing dumb to get the upper hand. How many times have you pulled this now?" The Xinshuang Sect master walked up to Long Tongue Mu, pushed him aside, and said, "Anmeng, use the Bashi's power and finish him now." Bing Aming hesitated, but the Xinshuang Sect master was in such a hurry that she didn't even bother to hide her intention of using her own daughter. She said urgently, "This is an order. Do you want to defy your mother's command?" Bing Aming fell silent. Then, she began to use the Bashi's power to fight. If she keeps resigning herself to her fate like this, she's bound to rebel eventually. Lin Mia faced the power of the Bashi, but this time with his cheat skill, he could see Bing Aming's attack coming. And so, he saw clearly. Two Bing Amings were attacking him at the same time. Both of them carried the power of the Bashi. However, one of them was a feint. Lin Mia smiled. He closed his eyes. He calmly sensed the air around him. Bing Aming was equally shocked to see Lin Mia's reaction. Her steps faltered. Then, before stabbing Lin Mia, her body vanished. At the same time, another Bing and Meng appeared behind Lin Mia. She attacked him with a sword in her hand. Lin Mia raised his saber again. He didn't even bother to look. He just blocked Bing and Ming's attack, while before his waist was completely unable to resist. A bad premonition appeared in Bing and Ming's heart. This move was blocked. If this is a coincidence, it's just too much. Lin Mia swung the saber in his hand. Bing and Ming's figure vanished again, and then she reappeared behind him. Mu Fan, who was beside him, exclaimed in admiration. He blocked it again. Has Lin Mia found a way to counter the power of the three snakes? How'd he do it? On this side, Lin Mia smiled faintly. He looked at Bing and Ming, standing behind him, and said, As expected, you're not like what Long Ding you guessed. You can completely block our thoughts, but you slow down our consciousness. From there, it causes us to have a visual afterimage. Therefore, if you just look with your eyes, you look like you can move in a flash. Therefore, Lin Mia also decisively closed his eyes. He's been exposed. Bing and Ming hadn't even reacted yet, but Sect Master Xian Shuang was already extremely scared and panicked. This shouldn't have been discovered like this. This move is indeed impossible for ordinary cultivators to solve. If you don't want to be disturbed, you can't look at the person. But if you can't look at the person, how can you deal with a prodigy of the Sword Dao like you? Lin Mia boasted without any shame. He said arrogantly with a smile, Unfortunately, you ran into me. Bing and Ming was silent. She stared at Lin Mia. Then, she sighed and said, It seems I have indeed lost. Sect Master Xian Shuang, who was beside her, was stubborn and completely unwilling to accept this result. She shouted in anger, What? No, it's not over yet. Then, she then held her sword to Long Deng Mu's neck. She played a very dirty trick called using a hostage to force others. Lin Mia, you don't want anything to happen to your friend, do you? Let's end this here. Leave immediately. I will remove the control on your friend later, but I will not allow you to interfere in my and Xian Shuang's sex affairs anymore. Playing dirty when you can't win. What a low, despicable, and dirty trick. Do you think this can threaten me? Even if you can use this to threaten me. So what about Li Suehua? Sect Master Xian Yang still said stubbornly, Li Suehua. I have my own ways with Li Suehua. Now you get out of here for me. If not, I will tell Meng to make everyone here commit suicide. Qian Jiao had had enough. Her kind nature couldn't bear to see the evil and wicked things this woman had done. Flames of anger erupted. These people, you're not touching them either. The power of the ferocious beast inside Qian Jiao's body was unleashed. She looked at Lin Mia and shouted, Brother Lin Mia, do it. Subdue them. Lin Mia was startled. A thought flashed through his mind. Thanks to that suggestion from Qian Jiao, he knew what he should do. Suddenly, Lin Mia stepped forward. He stood in front of Qian Jiao and Mu Fan and shouted, Be careful! On the roof in the distance. Li Suehua had appeared at some point, happily watching the good show, and Tao Dai was standing by her side. She sneered, Don't let me interrupt your play. At this moment, Sect Master Xian Shuang's group felt uneasy. She even went to hide behind her daughter and thought to herself, Damn it, when did this guy arrive? And he had to choose this moment. Before, she was so bold, but now that she's met him, she immediately retreats. On the warship, Long Deng Yu's subordinate also rushed over to report, Your Highness. A large number of demon rays are approaching. What should we do? Long Deng Yu frowned with worry. Elderly has finally appeared. This time, the situation has become even more complicated. But at this moment, we absolutely cannot just stand here in a daze. Long Deng Yu quickly thought, and then ordered his subordinate, Prepare for battle. Wait for Lin Mia to give us the signal. That person immediately went to look back to the battlefield below. At this moment, Li Suehua was in the form of a child. She looked at Lin Mia below and said with a smile, My disciple. You don't even want to call me master anymore? Lin Mia also didn't pay attention to her and turned to look at Bing and Ming, hurriedly saying, Elder Bing. Sect Master Xian Shuang. Now is our last chance to unite. Li Suehua is very dangerous. You can't deal with her alone. Don't hesitate anymore. In the sky, Li Suehua's demonic subordinates also appeared one by her side. Mo looked at Li Suehua and asked, My lord, let's capture these people. And the three of them too. At this time, Sect Master Xian Shuang still didn't know the true strength of her opponent. After hearing that, she arrogantly shouted, Capture the three of them. This is ridiculous. And Meng, do it. Now is the time. Bing and Ming immediately followed the orders of Sect Master Xian Shuang. She immediately used the power of the three snakes on Li Suehua's group. Only, if these people were so easily manipulated, then the matter would not have dragged on until now. Of course, there were still a few who were manipulated. They were infatuated with this beauty of Bing and Meng. Lin Mia looked at them and was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. These demon clan members were controlled just like that? Even Mo has started to persuade Li Tsuehua to just surrender. But Li Tsuehua is far from surrendering. Those demon clan soldiers were now eagerly demanding to defeat Li Tsuehua. Sect Master Xian Shuang, watching this scene from below, was extremely happy. Perhaps she had been blinded by desire, her mortal eyes unable to see the world clearly anymore. She asked arrogantly with a smile, Lin Mia, do you see? This is the power of the three snakes that we have controlled. Li Tsuehua smiled coldly. She let out a soft snort. As expected, those who are afraid of death are not very sensible. Sect Master Xian Shuang, who was initially scared, now dared to point her sword at Li Tsuehua and shout, Li Tsuehua, all the people under you have now submitted to my daughter. What do you have to fight me with? Being a villain who is stupid and stubborn is just too much. Li Tsuehua scratched her head, sighed, and said with a smile, That's right. I don't have the talent of that kid Lin something. Occasionally, a few divine abilities might pop up. It seems there really is no way to break your daughter's ability. Sect Master Xianzong sneered. He smiled and said, It seems you know your place. Now, surrender to me immediately. If you don't do as I say, then don't blame me for being impolite. After hearing that, Tao Tai was angry and spat, Pa, you're dreaming. Wait until I've drained all of your spiritual energy. Then he jumped down, attacked those few people. What an arrogant fool. Sect Master Xianzong, from beginning to end, still thought that since he held the power to control others, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those few demon clan members came over one by one and stood by her side. She smiled and said, But you have to get past them first. The demon clan seems to use demonic energy, right? Tao Tai actually had some difficulty. He didn't know how to deal with these people. She can only absorb demonic energy. And Lin Mia, below, had understood Li Tsuehua for a long time. He really didn't believe that Li Tsuehua was so easily tricked. Something's wrong. But what is this person's intention? Lin Mia really had no way of knowing. Suddenly, in standing beside Li Tsuehua, he trembled slightly as if he had just experienced something very painful. The green veins were almost popping out on his face. But his state seemed to still be under control. Suddenly, those who were controlled by the power of the three snakes fell to the ground one by one, trembling in pain. Extremely strange. Mu Fan hurriedly stepped forward. He supported his old master. What on earth is going on? On the other side, Long Dangmu didn't know where he got a sword from. He was brandishing the sword in his hand and shouting, No! This prince must cultivate the most domineering and powerful sword Dao. Old Wang, on the other side, was also furious. He shouted, Revenge! I must revive the sect. The sect. The few demon clan members wanted to make the human race pay the price. And the other cultivators, some wanted revenge, some want spirit stones. The atmosphere was extremely strange and filled with desire. Lin Mia used his divine ability. He observed them. Qian Jiao, at the side, looked at him worriedly. If at first it was only a little, from the control of the three snakes, but now, the controlling force of the three snakes on them is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to be a little out of control. Sect Master Xian Shuang was still stubbornly walking over to Bing and Meng, who was so tired she was about to faint. She grabbed her shoulders and shouted, and Meng, what's wrong with you? Why don't you do something? Suddenly, the power of the three snakes appeared. It automatically attacked Sect Master Xian Shuang. It knocked her backward. But Sect Master Xian Shuang was completely unaware that she had been attacked by her own daughter. It was also from her own greed. She fell to the ground and still cursed at others. Suddenly, the power of the three snakes slowly seeped into her mind. Sect Master Xian Shuang was suddenly transported to another place. The few elders of the heavenly palace were all facing her. They clasped their hands and respectfully said, Sect Master. Sect Master Xian Shuang asked blankly, What on earth is going on? But immediately after, she was instantly brainwashed. She readily accepted the fact that she had become a supreme being. She stood in the middle of the heavenly palace. She proclaimed arrogantly, I have become the palace master. This world will belong to me and my daughter. Mu Fan, who was nearby and still unaffected, saw that the Xian Shuang sect master had completely lost her mind. He was extremely worried. The Bashi's power was fundamentally causing these people to become consumed by their own desires. Suddenly, a hand landed on Mu Fan's shoulder. Lin Yi stood behind him. Looking utterly exhausted, he said in a low voice, "I lost, Mu Fan. When it comes to the way of the sword, you are indeed a cut above me." Mu Fan couldn't help but smile. "No, I'm just—" But before the words could leave his mouth, Mu Fan felt that something was very wrong. The weak-looking Lin Yi suddenly said, "This is an illusion. It seems that if you can figure out that something is wrong, you can break free from the illusion." Mu Fan quickly raised his hand. He slapped himself hard across the face. Sure enough, after returning to reality, he could see the current situation clearly. That was indeed an illusion. And on the current battlefield, it seemed to be only Lin Yi, Jin Yao, along with Li Tsuehua and the Tao Tai, preparing to fight. Lin Yi had been watching the scene unfold before him. Anming was still shrouded in a thick, purple aura. He felt that this was not normal at all. He asked Li Tsuehua in a strained voice, "Was all of this part of your plan?" Tsuehua answered without any attempt to hide the truth. "Pretty much." The Xinzhuang sect master thought that, by having her daughter cultivate the dustless heart method since she was a child, she could completely control the Bashi. But she never considered, if the power of a monstrous beast was so easy to control, why would the Heavenly Palace, since ancient times, have gone to such great lengths? To seal them away? In the end, Li Tsuehua concluded with certainty. So, this is her fate. I know her too well. That woman's ambition is equal to her ability. When she first brought Bing Anmeng to the Heavenly Palace, to cultivate the dustless heart method, I knew her intentions. Lin Yi frowned, pointing out his opponent's crime. So, this was you turning their plan against them. Tsuehua's eyes were filled with glee. Every word she spoke was filled with confidence. The dustless heart method can indeed suppress emotions and restrain the Bashi's power. But what she didn't know was, the more people Bing Anmeng controlled, the more power the Bashi would absorb from their desires, making it even harder for Anmeng to control. In the midst of this chaos, Tsuehua gave the protagonist a hint. "Lin Yi, I know you have an ocular art that can see through foul energy. Why don't you take a look? See what's really happening right now?" Tsuehua's suggestion was quickly accepted by our hero. He used his chi-gazing art to observe. Through his observation, Lin Yi noticed that this Bashi energy was still very dense. It was burrowing deeper and deeper into everyone's bodies, especially Anmeng's body. Her entire being was being assaulted by the Bashi. The protagonist felt that the current situation was really not good. He could no longer remain calm and shouted, "The Bashi is absorbing everyone's desires and converting them into its own power. If this continues, it will lose control." Mu Fan, standing behind him, asked in confusion, "What should we do?" Lin Yi spoke, directing their next course of action. "We need to interrupt her. Find a way to wake Bing Anmeng up." However, at this critical moment, Li Tsuehua was preparing to transform. She declared, "Thinking about it is a nice thought. A pity." Her small body quickly returned to its original form. With a determined look on her face, she said loudly, "I won't allow it." She got into a ready stance to fight. Our hero, seeing the situation, prepared to receive the attack. The two sides faced off, the tension palpable. The energies of purple and red clashed violently in the sky. Jin Yao, watching the fiery confrontation from below, thought to herself, "In that case, I'll also—" However, at that moment, she was interrupted by the Tao Tai, who had moved closer. It whispered in her ear, "Don't even think about it." Jin Yao looked at his disgusting face and shouted, "It's you again, you despicable thing. Get out of my way." Despite Jin Yao's dislike, the Tao Tai continued to move closer. It taunted her. "I, on the other hand, quite like you. You're a meal that never runs out." In the distance, two people were observing the entire fiery battle. The soldier spoke. "Your Highness, Long Tung Yu instructed her subordinate. Crew, prepare that secret weapon. Wait for my signal. The rest of you, come with me to rescue that idiot, Long Tung Mu. For the others, save as many as you can." As soon as Long Tung Yu arrived at the chaotic scene, she shouted a signal to the protagonist. "Lin Yi, we're here to help." Our hero was in the center of the battle. His hair was a mess as he shouted, "Hurry up, Long Tung Yu. See if you can think of a way to wake Bing Anmeng up. If not, the Bashi will lose control." Tung Yu, having assessed the situation, reassured him. "All right, although it looks a bit difficult. Tung Yu was only standing opposite Aming from a distance, but he could already feel an incredibly intense pressure. And Tung Yu thought to himself, damn it, this is the complete power of a monstrous beast. Fundamentally, his words were quickly cut off by Aming. She warned her opponent, don't get in my way. As expected, one could not trifle with Bang Aming's current power. The fierce aura sent Long Tung Yu staggering backward. His whole body swayed. He exclaimed in surprise, impossible. I can't even get close. Lin Yi felt that the underlying problem was still unresolved. He said with a contemplative expression, then you should find a way to either wake those people up or move them away. The Bashi is still absorbing their desires. Tung Yu replied, understood. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to scold Long Tung Mu. You idiot. You fool. Wake up. Despite the words around him, Tung Mu was still muttering to himself, the way of the sword is... I'm strongest, hee hee. The soldier behind him asked, bewildered, Your Highness. Hitting him like this doesn't seem to be working. If we keep hitting him, he's going to turn into a pig's head. Think of something else. Heeding the soldier's reminder, Long Tung Yu made a decision. Then move them away first. Hurry up, the soldier replied. Yes, Your Highness. In the process of moving the people, the soldier was constantly subjected to the nonsensical ramblings of the hallucinating crowd. Hee Elder Bing. The soldier placed his hand on the person's shoulder. Fear began to creep in as he asked, What is this? Mu Fan, seeing this, warned him, Don't touch them. The Bashi's power is surrounding their bodies. The soldier said fearfully, expressing his disbelief. Is that even possible? But why isn't Her Highness affected? Long Tung Yu herself felt it was a bit strange. The Bashi's power, but why don't I feel it? He speculated. Could it be because I was once the host of the nine-headed Hydra? So I've naturally developed a resistance to the power of monstrous beasts? In that very instant, Long Tung Yu had an idea and reminded the protagonist. Lin Yi, we have to use the power of a monstrous beast to fight a monstrous beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop it. Accepting the suggestion from his opponent, our hero fell into deep thought. A monstrous beast against a monstrous beast? While fighting Tsuehua, the protagonist was constantly distracted. His face showed his worry. A thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. Right now, just controlling Li Tsuehua is my limit. Li Tsuehua seized the opportunity and gloated. She said haughtily, It's not good to be distracted during a fight. My dear disciple. Li Tsuehua fought with great vigor. She thought to herself, Take a few more of my blows, Lin Yi. The protagonist faced her with a serious expression. He was gradually beginning to feel that her strength seemed to be even greater than before. This is even more unbelievable than my ancient, desolate, sacred body. The situation was becoming more and more critical. Our hero changed his way of thinking. This won't do. If I continue to fight a losing battle, I'll never win. Strange movements appeared. Li Tsuehua moved closer to Waming's position. A loud voice sounded out at the same time. If you've had enough sleep, then hurry up and wake up. The Bashi is talking to me. The Bashi glared and let out a low growl. Bang Aming still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her eyes were wide open. Her entire body was frozen stiff. The only difference was that the purple aura around her body was gradually fading. The same was happening to everyone else. All of their auras seemed to weaken. Long Tung Yu asked in confusion, What's going on now? Hey. Qin Jiao observed from a distance. Muttering her thoughts aloud, the Bashi's power is disappearing. No sooner had she spoken than Tao Dai refuted her. Ha-ha-rong. Completely the opposite. Aming's hands clawed at the ground. Her whole body was slumped on the floor. An oppressive purple aura began to radiate from her. Even our hero couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. He uttered, What in the world is this? He couldn't let this go on. Lin Mia used his observation technique. Bing Aming had woken up. She stretched languidly. Her words were filled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've been awake. Standing behind them, a bewildered Mo fan asked Lin Mia, What's happening, Master? Our hero replied with certainty. That is not your master. What's standing there now is the Bashi itself. The moment the Bashi took over Aming's body, its voice was already dripping with arrogance. I can understand the Shi Huang and the Jiaoying being here. But to think that even the Tao Tai is out and about. This is quite the party. Long time no see. The Bashi glided past Tsuehua and asked little Tsuehua, Is this all you're doing? Could it be that you really... Our hero was curious about the conversation. He muttered a question to himself. They know each other? Right. After all, Li Tsuehua is someone who has experienced the two realms calamity. Li Tsuehua replied to the Ba Shi's earlier question. Her tone was a bit sharp. The proposal I made to you before you were sealed. You haven't forgotten it, have you? I agreed to it. Let's cooperate. The Ba Shi's demeanor was always casual. It continued with a carefree laugh. See? I knew it. Humans only feel regret after they've lost something. The Ba Shi's hand landed heavily on little Tsuehua's shoulder. It whispered in her ear. It hasn't been easy for you to persevere until now, has it? Right now, I'm very curious to try and see what your dreams and desires are. The Ba Shi's thoughtful gaze reminded Tsuehua. But we should finish the main business first. These people, are they the ones who want to stand in our way? The Ba Shi's eyes glowed, staring directly at our hero. Even from a distance, Qin Jiao could feel the gravity of the situation. She let out a frightened gasp. This is really bad. Little Mo Fan, standing behind, also began to feel scared. He assessed the situation aloud. Two fiend beasts. Blues Liquiwa. Our hero quickly reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. The Ba Shi's power hasn't fully recovered. Elder Bing's consciousness is still there. It's just being suppressed. The best plan our hero could come up with was to wake her up. We can still win this. Lin Mia gave Long Tung Yu a meaningful look. Tung Yu replied, we have to use that. I understand. Understanding the hero's intention, Long Tung Yu quickly moved to the required position. On the other side, Li Tsuehua began a charge. She yelled, this brat has the ancient desolate sacred body. Our hero paid no attention to the nonsense around him. He focused on reminding Anming, your power still hasn't fully recovered. Support me. The Ba Shi glanced at our hero. Its voice was mocking. The ancient desolate sacred body. No wonder that Jiao Ying is so obedient. At that moment, both the Ba Shi and Li Tsuehua charged forward. The Ba Shi didn't forget to taunt and incite little Hua. A prize like this, and you haven't got him in your grasp, Li Tsuehua. Our hero had to face two opponents alone. Both of their auras were overwhelmingly powerful. Their fighting spirit was fierce and determined. From a distance, Qin Jiao declared angrily, as long as I'm here, you won't get your way. Mo Fan watched the battle from afar. He said with a sense of weariness, a fight like this is not something we can participate in. He changed his course of action. Mo Fan helped the others up. He urged the soldiers, quickly, get everyone out of here. They're no longer under the Ba Shi's influence. After moving for a while, Long Tung Yu reached her destination. She shouted breathlessly, activate that thing. Target Tao Dai. Hurry. Receiving the order, the soldiers quickly sprang into action. A black box opened. A dazzling golden light began to emerge from it. A soldier reported, charging now, Your Highness. The brilliant golden light was gradually catching Li Tsuehua's attention. She uttered in confusion, that's. The battle was at a tense moment. But she quickly broke away. She yelled in frustration. Is that another one of Zhu Quan's contraptions? Damn it. The moment her opponent turned to leave, our hero seized the opportunity to catch her leg. He declared firmly, you're not going anywhere. Li Tsuehua looked at her ally in confusion. She asked Ba Shi, what are you doing? The Ba Shi replied, this kid is a bit strange. He can predict my attacks. Besides, the little bit of dream and desire you prepared for me is nowhere near enough for me to recover. Tsuehua looked into the distance and urgently shouted, Little Tao. Receiving the danger signal, Tao Tai swiftly dodged a punch from a fiery red fist. As soon as she was out of danger, Tao Tai changed direction and rushed toward the Ba Shi. She gradually opened her massive mouth, preparing to bite its neck. She bit down hard on its neck. Ameng felt the sharp pain. She thought to herself, so they're using this method to replenish my qi. Lin Mia was momentarily stunned by this action. Tao Tai was still very pleased with her bite. That's more like it. After receiving the boost of spiritual power, the Ba Shi's voice became much more confident and arrogant. Forget it. Now, let me open your eyes to the true power of the Ba Shi. The Ba Shi screamed, unleashing its power. Let me show you the true power of the Ba Shi. Deep within the Ba Shi's eyes, an image of our hero appeared, deep and strange. Lin Mia's mind began to race. Is this an illusion technique? Or something else? To be honest, this strange force was binding his body. Even moving was difficult. Many strange scenes were unfolding. No matter what, Lin Mia couldn't understand what was happening. He roared, "This is..." The Bashi's true form was revealed. It whispered savagely, "This is your life." It's quite interesting, isn't it? Our hero was annoyed with this albino snake. He glared and retorted, "Are you reading my memories?" Lin Mia tried to move his hands, but had to admit helplessly, "I can't use the Jiuying's power anymore." The Bashi spoke with great satisfaction and confidence. "Don't waste your energy. I have brought my own consciousness into your mental space. Here, not even your ancient, desolate, sacred body, or the Jiuying, can help you." The Bashi wouldn't stop its rambling, giving our hero a headache. But I have to admit, seeing an ancient, desolate, sacred body in this era truly surprises me. With you, little Tsuewa's plan might actually have a chance of succeeding. Our hero's frustration boiled over. He demanded, "What do you ultimately want?" The Bashi answered this question with a haughty tone. "Simple. It's not just little Tsuewa. I've also had enough of these days where I only get a chance to come out for a breath of fresh air every few hundred years. So, I want you to help us." However, our hero isn't one to give in so easily. He shot back, "You say help, and you think I'll just help? You've got another thing coming." Right after he said that, the Bashi tapped a point of red light onto our hero's forehead. It said with certainty, "Oh, you will help, even though you are the ancient, desolate, sacred body. And simple fascination won't work on you. I can change your memories." Our hero's body quickly froze in place. The red shards pierced through his head. Lin Mia's memories began to be altered. The process of change was constantly being disrupted by the noisy voice of the three snakes. "Don't worry. In this aspect, I am a professional. I guarantee that I will change your memories without any flaws." This process of changing memories also caused the male protagonist to feel great pain. After a while, the three snakes stopped their actions and then reminded Lin Mia in his subconscious, "When you wake up again, little Chui Hua will still be the master you trust the most. And I am the one you can entrust your life to." The process of changing memories caused the male protagonist's system to signal, "A mission choice has been issued. Mission 1. Oh no, run. It's very difficult to solve. Immediately implement a strategic retreat. Reward. The demonic hound's crying technique." My head hurt so much. His body was writhing. The three snakes were also a little surprised and exclaimed, What is this?" The golden chi around the male protagonist grew stronger, making the three snakes unable to resist. Its whole body returned to its form inside Meng's body. The words hadn't even left his lips when he was in a state of bewilderment. How can this be? What is that thing? Why? After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Mia also woke up. He asked with a skeptical expression, "What has happened?" The three snakes touched the memories related to the system in my head. Then, Chui Hua, seeing the three snakes being thrown out, ran over and asked insistently, "What happened? Did you not succeed?" The three snakes covered half of their faces with their hands. He said wearily, "Not good. The child, she's about to wake up. So our house has been updated with the favorable situation." He said loudly, "Qian Jiao, seize the opportunity. Now is the time." Qian Jiao received the signal from the male protagonist. Her whole body leaned forward. Her face showed a determined fighting spirit. Understood. She controlled the ferocious monster and went straight to the location of the iron basin. A bold declaration of war. The collisions all made the opponent scared. The arrogant and confident Thiat Tao completely changed his attitude from before. His face contorted. He exclaimed, "Damn it!" The iron basin's monster was completely crushed. Its face was distorted. The situation at this time seemed quite unfavorable for Thiat Tao. She kept saying, unable to speak, "You." Witnessing the situation turning right before his eyes, Li Tsuehua panicked and determined, "This is bad. That warship is attacking with live ammunition." Seeing that disaster was about to strike, she changed direction very quickly. But just as she was about to leave, she was blocked by our man. He said, reminding her, "We're not done fighting yet, master." Li Tsuehua was stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened with resentment. Feeling that she couldn't escape, Xiao Hua risked her life and charged forward to face the male protagonist. The punches were thrown continuously. On the other side, Long Deng was focusing on giving orders. Now was the time. Fire. The firepower began to appear, shining brightly. The speed, along with the power of the firepower, was aimed straight at the target. It was getting closer and closer to the location of the iron basin. Li Tsuehua stood in the distance. She could only cry out helplessly, "Be careful!" No matter how much she screamed, it was too late. That monster had been hit by the fire. The emaciated body of the iron basin was bleeding nonstop. In an instant, the monster turned black. The firepower was so heavy that the monster vanished in an instant. The two-horned monster was approaching the location of the iron basin. He opened his mouth and growled, gritting his teeth. In that moment of crisis, our man changed his course of action and reminded Qianjiao, "Don't hit her. Go and wake up Elder Bing and Meng. Go." The male protagonist's words were quickly received by Qianjiao. Her action stopped immediately. Using the moves made, Qianjiao's head hurt a little. She put her hand on her head and frowned. The image of Thiet, the falling, seemed to give Qianjiao more motivation to move to the next mission objective. In a flash, she was right in front of En Meng's position. Bing and Meng's head was in extreme pain. The two wolves inside were fighting fiercely. Qianjiao asked curiously, "But how can we awaken Elder Bing's consciousness?" Qianjiao's gaze suddenly froze. Fear appeared on her face. She slowly placed her hand on Bing and Meng's body and said softly, "Elder Bing, my apologies." The only way Qianjiao could think of right now was to give her a hard headbutt. As expected, this headbutt was so strong that a red mark appeared on Bing and Meng's forehead. Her body swayed and she leaned back. This strange action really made both Li Tsuehua and the male protagonist not understand what Qianjiao was doing. A thick purple appeared. Elder Bing felt herself being bound by chains. Her body was weak and dejected. Although she tried her best to move her arms, they were still held tight. Meng could no longer hold it in. She kept saying, "3 snakes. Get back inside my body. Go." A powerful energy radiated from Bing and Meng's body. It made both Qianjiao and Mu Fan turn their heads in surprise. The power that was swirling outwards was truly terrifying. Mu Fan had to use all his strength to steady himself. And Qianjiao still couldn't believe her eyes. She kept asking, "Did it work? Or is it?" Suddenly, Bing and Meng stopped moving. The space also became quiet. Her hand swirled, creating a layer of blue ice. A sword also seemed to appear right in front of her. Lin Mia looked at Elder Bing's body. A doubt appeared in his mind. Is it the 3 snakes, or is it Bing and Meng? Li Tsuehua saw the 3 snakes still standing by her side. She huffily scolded the male protagonist. "I told you already, that Meng girl is not good." Suddenly, Meng changed direction and teleported away. This made Shui Hua's face turn pale. Bing and Meng seems to have returned. She used the saber in her hand to point straight at Shui Hua, which made her father's face turn pale with fear. And Meng even went so far as to injure that little flower. "Painful!" Shui Hua screamed in frustration. "You." And Meng, after waking up, her attitude was harsh. She retorted to the other party, "Let's end it here, elderly. Considering the time you spent taking care of me, now surrender. If not." Before she could finish, Li Tsuehua interrupted her. "Damn it. As expected, I still underestimated you, and Meng. Or should I say, you really didn't disappoint me." The others also began to wake up from their illusion. The bewildered questions kept coming. "What happened?" His words were very noisy. "You demon race." After waking up, Li Tsuehua's servant approached and asked, "What happened? I was unconscious just now. What on earth happened?" Everyone still couldn't escape their state of surprise and panic after waking up. The questions kept echoing. "What happened? That's Li Tsuehua. Why did the demon race suddenly appear? Are you going to make a move?" Shui Hua, witnessing the scene before her, couldn't hide her anger. She nodded her head and declared, "It seems. Today can only end here. This round, you win." The kind Qianjiao suddenly interrogated him fiercely. "You want to leave now? You think it's that easy?" As soon as Qianjiao made her move, our man reminded her. Qianjiao, just like that. The power of the 3 snakes did not lose control, and it wasn't taken away. Our goal has been achieved. Moreover, Lin Mia's words were interrupted by Mu Fan shouting, "Master! Master!" As soon as he saw his disciple, Elder Bing spoke to reassure him. "It's fine. It's just the after effects of the power of the 3 snakes." While moving with Li Tsuehua, the demon clan members kept chattering noisily. "My lord, is it that despicable Lin Mia again? That guy. Phil has ruined our plans many times. We have to find a way to deal with him. Moreover, Bing and Ming has now probably completely controlled the three snakes. She will definitely join them. Our bad situation has worsened. However, Li Tsuehua's attitude was a bit strange. She laughed with joy. She said with certainty, "The three snakes are suppressed by Bing and Ming. That's great, although there is a discrepancy, but it's all within my plan." The group of people looked at each other in confusion. Xiaohua thought to herself, "Now, the one who should be worried is you." The scene changes to the heavenly palace. A question was asked. "Is that so?" Then came the affirmation, a nod. "Yes, I understand." The story is still unfolding in a very unpredictable way. The scene inside the council hall appeared. Elder Bing spoke to everyone present. "That my mother is... She has admitted to the mistakes she has made. From now on, the Xianshuang sect will be under my temporary management, and I will support you all unconditionally. Whether you want to fight against Li Tsuehua or against the Heavenly Palace." Our hero was quick to offer a rebuttal. "We currently have no intention of making an enemy of the Heavenly Palace. But if we have Elder Bing's support, we would of course welcome it." Long Tung Mu from the side chimed in. "I say, didn't we just win? Why is everyone so serious? Look at this. Now, with Elder Bing, we have the power of 3 monstrous beasts. Li Tsuehua only has the Tao Tai. 3 against 1. The advantage is on our side." Long Tung Yu disagreed. She reminded him, "This isn't a simple numbers game. The key now is... There are too many unanswered questions." Lin Mia completely agreed with Long Tung Yu's opinion. He expressed, "That's right. Li Tsuehua and the Bashi know each other. What exactly is this cooperation they speak of? And then there's the Heavenly Palace. This time, they haven't done anything. None of this is normal." The protagonist felt a sense of doubt. He turned and asked Elder Bing, "The cooperation between the Bashi and Li Tsuehua, what do you know about it?" However, Bing Ameng could only shake her head wearily. "I know nothing at all." The answer made the protagonist and Long Tung Mu look at each other in confusion. Elder Bing continued, "But perhaps we can ask it directly." Hearing this, Jin Yao had an idea. "Wait, Elder Bing. What do you mean?" Bing Ameng's eyes were timid. She resolved herself to action. "I can temporarily remove the effects of the Dustless Heart method, allowing the Bashi's will, which I've been suppressing, to recover, as long as you all make thorough preparations." Everyone was extremely surprised. Tung Mu's eyes widened as he stammered. "This..." Her disciple, Mu Fan, worriedly reminded her. "Isn't the risk a little too high?" Long Tung Yu looked towards our hero's position and sought his opinion. "What do you think?" The protagonist replied, "It's a risk worth taking." The scene slowly shifts down to the basement level. All arrangements and preparations are complete. Mu Fan ran up to report to Lin Mia. The array to obstruct it is in place. Everything is normal. The situation was tense, but Ting Yu and Tung Mu were still bickering. "All right, hurry up and go. If not, you'll turn into an idiot again later." "Can you blame me for that?" The protagonist, standing outside, called out to Onming's position. "Elder Bing, we're ready." Onming, receiving the signal, sat down in a formal position. In her eyes, a strange golden fleck slowly appeared. She seemed to be very surprised about something. She exclaimed, "Interesting. It seems little Tsuehua has been temporarily defeated by you all." The protagonist looked into the array. His voice lowered as he reminded her. "The obstructing array here. Don't even think about manipulating anyone else's mind." Jin Yao added her own criticism. "Talk to us properly, Bashi. Unless you want to fight 2 against 1. The Bashi still had a haughty air. It raised a hand and asserted, "I have no such intention. Among all the monstrous beasts, my combat prowess can be said to be second-rate at best. I can't compare to the 2 on your bodies." Suddenly, Lin Mia knelt down. His voice rose at the same time. "Then tell us. You and Li Tsuehua, what are you plotting? If you don't cooperate..." Jin Yao finished the protagonist's sentence with an annoyed tone. "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The Bashi was being very arrogant and reliant. It taunted them. "This body belongs to Bing Ameng. Can you really bring yourselves to attack?" After a heated moment, the Bashi dismissed the issue. "Fine. How about this? I can answer a few of your questions. In return, you must also answer one of my questions." The protagonist answered without hesitation. "Then speak. What offer did you make to Li Tsuehua?" The Bashi didn't answer immediately, instead posing a question back to Lin Mia. Asking this, "I will ask you first. In this world, who is the strongest?" The protagonist answered with conviction. "Naturally, It's the successive palace masters of the Heavenly Palace. The Bashi asked curiously. Then why are they the strongest? And not someone else? Jin Yao and the protagonist kept offering answers. Because the cultivation methods he practices are the strongest. Because the palace master of the Heavenly Palace has all the inheritances of the Heavenly Palace. These answers all fell on deaf ears. The Bashi dismissed them. Short-sighted. I will tell you. A long, long time ago, power levels like the palace masters had a unified classification. It was called the nascent soul stage. And that is also the limit of the power that this world can bear. Both Jin Yao and our hero didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning. Nascent soul. What does that mean? The Bashi continued to explain. It means, naturally, that besides our world, there are many other worlds. And only when one's power reaches a certain level can they cross the world barrier and enter a wider world, a higher existence, a higher limit to power. The Bashi's words from before were still making Jin Yao doubtful. I feel like you're still trying to trick us. If that's really the case, why didn't the palace master ascend to another world? The Bashi turned the question back on her. You guess. What's the reason? Lin Mia was starting to understand the problem. He speculated, because the total amount of spiritual energy. The answer was quickly acknowledged by the Bashi. Correct. A cultivator's spiritual power comes from this world. If every cultivator who reaches the limit of their power chooses to ascend over time, what do you think will happen to this world? The protagonist understood the outcome. The entire world will slowly die from a lack of spiritual energy. The Bashi corrected him. No, to be precise, the spiritual energy will be completely depleted, and then this world will be completely overrun by foul energy. Therefore, the first palace master of the Heavenly Palace, out of his ridiculous sense of compassion, or perhaps just wanting to be the supreme ruler of this world, after his power reached the limit, he did not choose to ascend. Instead, he chose to build the Heavenly Palace, to suppress this world. After that is the false history you are all familiar with. The first palace master nearly eliminated all who opposed him, and created the so-called lie of the heaven and earth calamity. Those who knew the truth died, and the Heavenly Palace said, and it became fact. There was no longer any doubt. Although Jin Yao didn't want to believe it, she still had to ask, is this the truth? The protagonist nodded in agreement. As expected, the protagonist, curious, pressed the Bashi for more information. These things, did you tell all of this to Li Suehua? The Bashi answered affirmatively. Of course. Otherwise, why would she have the idea of rebelling against the Heavenly Palace to end the cycle? Jin Yao, based on the situation, made an assessment. But even if she succeeds, this problem still won't be solved. It might even be that after someone learns the truth and chooses to ascend, it would actually accelerate the decline of this world. The Bashi shook its head wearily. That I do not know. After all, my consciousness was born quite late. There isn't much that I know. The protagonist was still a little curious. He asked further, wait a moment. What do you mean, consciousness born quite late? The Bashi stretched and explained. Monstrous beasts like us, evolved from foul energy, don't have much of a consciousness from the beginning. We're almost entirely instinct. But after living with successive sealers, we become more or less like humans. The Bashi pointed and continued. Except for that Fei Huang. That one is forever consumed by rage. And it also looks down on humans. Therefore, it's almost impossible to communicate with it. After the Bashi's words, suddenly, Jin Yao looked at the protagonist, as if to say something. The Bashi, after answering for a while, seemed a little tired and dismissed them. All right, you've all asked your questions. Now it's my turn. The Bashi was genuinely curious about the protagonist. It asked, kid, what was that thing I saw in your memories? How could it cut me off from changing your memories? I've never seen anything like this since I was born. Suddenly, the three snakes pushed themselves up with their hands. His whole body stood up. It accused the male protagonist, or rather, were you hiding in your body? The system reminder board lit up again. The content was option 1. Be honest about the system's existence. Option 2. Give the three snakes a little lesson. The male protagonist quickly chose option 2. He pushed himself up and turned to stand. He said hesitantly, if you've already asked like that, then Lin Mia's arm suddenly grabbed the three snakes. He called out to Qian Jiao, hurry up, grasping the situation. Qian Jiao replied, understood. She ran over quickly. It made the three snakes not understand the problem. What are you doing? Just like last time, Qian Jiao delivered a powerful headbutt. Before fainting, Ba Sa didn't forget to reprimand. You didn't keep your word. After the three snakes fainted, the male protagonist and Qian Jiao observed in silence. After a long while, a Meng also came to. The male protagonist called out worriedly, Bing and Meng. Elder Bing, who had just woken up, held her head in pain. She suggested, next time, can we use a different way to wake me up? The situation is basically like this. The three societies are definitely hiding something from us. But she did tell us a few things. Next, we have to find a way to clarify the real situation from the other culprits. Why don't you ask Jiuying and Fei Huang? Don't those two know anything? Actually, after knocking out the three of them, Qin Jiao and I both asked. But Jiuying has always been suppressed by the long-tongue royal family, because every time, it has to cooperate with the Heavenly Palace's script. So it doesn't understand these things very well. As for Fei Huang, that guy is basically impossible to communicate with. If so, excluding Tao Tai. The rest is Dao Mu, but he and Dao Qingfeng are currently at the Heavenly Palace. I will go and investigate the relationship of all things. The Sect and the long-tongue royal family were very good before. I will secretly go and meet my old brother, Dao Qingfeng. Ask him if he knows anything from Dao Yi. I'll leave this matter to you. So the rest are Qiongqi and Hundun. The situation of these two guys is a bit troublesome. The last record of Hundun in history was before the three heaven and earth calamities. After that, it never appeared again. No one knows where it is or what its state is. As for Qiongqi, that guy is probably locked up deep in the territory of the Sea Tribe. The guy on the side asked with a puzzled expression, the Sea Tribe? Actually, they're the demon race that lives in the borderlands. It's just that they have no conflict with humans. So it has always been peaceful. The long-tongue royal family even holds a trade fair with them every year. There's a give and take. Wait a minute. If you think about it, it seems to be around this time every year. So our next target is to go find the Sea Tribe? But they're the demon race after all. Is it dangerous or not? Probably not very. The demon race on the continent, and when Li Tsuehua was wreaking havoc everywhere. I have not heard that the Sea Tribe also participated. To be precise, the relationship between the Sea Tribe and human cultivators is not bad. They lack various resources on the continent, and cultivators also really need the various rare treasures in the sea. This is also the reason why the Heavenly Palace, which is controlled by a ferocious beast, has no objections, right? Then let's go. Let's go and check the situation first. Anyway, if we don't go, Li Tsuehua will also go. Okay, let's go. Let's go. The place to go. The territory of the Sea Tribe. A moment later, the group of people finally arrived at the Sea Tribe's trade fair. Is this it? The Sea Tribe's annual trade fair. That's right. It is this West Lone City on the southwestern border. The Sea Tribe holds a trade fair at this time every year. The merchants will sell special vegetables to the Sea Tribe on the mainland and buy specialties from the sea, such as coral and pearls, dried beef, and abalone. As for the cultivators, if they have good things in their hands, they will also exchange them for some natural treasures from the sea with the Sea Tribe. There are indeed a lot of people. But the Sea Tribe also came here by boat? Of course not. The Sea Tribe originally lives in the sea. At most, there are a few sea beasts under their command. When does the trade fair officially start? How much longer do we have to wait? It seems it's already here. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder. The sea also became rough. This commotion, this time sea market. The Merman King is also here. The main character is like a jungle person. He asks about everything. Who the hell is the Merman King? The minister asked, and he also answered. The Sea Tribe is not like the demon race on the mainland. They also have their own king. Among them, the bloodline of the Merman tribe is the noblest. Therefore, the Merman Kings of all generations will rule over the entire Sea Tribe. The relationship between the Sea Tribe and the long-tongue royal family is not bad. I even met the other party when I was young. Wait for the warship to dock, and then go down. Just as it docked, two old men came out to greet them. Greetings, princess. I wonder, your highness Wu, why have you suddenly come to this place? He asked the civil servant. I have some important business to attend to. Then he turned back and said to the man, wait a moment. I have to go and deal with the local officials. Go. I'll wait for you to come back. Suddenly, from a distance, he heard two people talking. I wonder what good things I can get from the Sea Tribe this time. This time, the people from the Manhwa Sect haven't arrived yet. We might be able to get a lot of good stuff. Now the whole world is not at peace. I think. Maybe we should. Suddenly, the waves grew stronger. The main character, Galing, reminded him. Be careful, it's breaking. Looking ahead, he saw a strange phenomenon. The commotion of this wave is a bit too big. I heard that when the Merman King travels, there will be wind and waves accompanying him. There probably won't be any problem, right? Something's not right. The three of them are very sensitive to emotional waves. I can vaguely feel it. There is a huge killing intent coming. Killing intent. Where's the killing intent coming from? Wait a minute. With that, he used his skill, the chi gazing art, and his face turned purple. He saw a young lady sitting on a silver shark. She was holding a pig slaughtering knife. And it wasn't just one person, but a whole team. The newcomers were not friendly. It doesn't look like they're here to trade with the locals. Prepare for battle. Seeing the other merchants' boats almost capsized by the waves. You should step in and help. This is bad. The vast majority of people here are mortals. We must stop the Sea Tribe. He immediately teleported to Long Dengyu's location. Long Dengyu, quickly get the mortals out of here. Isn't the Sea Tribe here to trade? Long Dengyu also didn't know why. The Merman King and the Long-Tongue royal family have had a good relationship for generations. Why suddenly? I can't worry about that much anymore. Let's go and block the Sea Tribe's vanguard first. Qin Jiao, let's go. I also want to go and help. I'll leave this place to you. Okay, you guys go first. Your Highness, I was about to ask you guys. What on earth is this? The Sea Tribe has never actively invaded human territory. Didn't you notice anything? This young man could only cry, Your Highness. We don't know either. Quickly organize all the cultivators and protect the civilians as they leave here. I'll go and help Lin Mia and the others. I hope nothing major happens this time. The scene changes to the three of them, Lin Mia. The waves are so big. Everyone, be careful. After flying for a while, he met the young lady with the spear. All of you stop. One more step forward. Don't blame me for being impolite. Then from somewhere, another very aggressive Sea Tribe member appeared. Just 3 small human cultivators. Crush them. Throw them directly into the harbor. The main character is pissed. I've already given you face and you don't want it. Then don't blame me. The main character is ready. A rocket in the butt, it shot out. His mouth still threatened. Retreat immediately. Otherwise, I won't hold back. The Sea Tribe guy was pissed. What the hell? You dare? Do you know who my father is? The Sea Tribe guy immediately summoned a silver shark, attacking him head on. But the silver shark was massive. It immediately dragged him down into the sea. The Sea Tribe guy gloated. You dare to fight us in the sea? You fool. But they messed with the wrong guy. Our hero emerged from the sea in some seriously cool red armor. It seems you really want to fight me. The Sea Tribe guy nearly pissed his pants. That's the power of a fiend beast. A member of the Long-Tongue Imperial family? We'll handle this one first. Let the Haikuin. Before he could finish, he turned and saw another massive fiend beast. It was lifting up a silver shark and threw it at the Sea Tribe guy. And just like that, the Sea Tribe guy was crushed flat by the silver shark. The Sea Tribe army was scattered. Facing 2 incredibly powerful fiend beasts, the army was completely helpless. The Sea Tribe guy surfaced, still talking tough. Don't be afraid. They're just fiend beasts. Talks too damn much. Our hero immediately punched the Sea Tribe guy right in the jaw. Have you caused enough trouble? Seeing how overpowered the main character was, the Sea Tribe troops could only flee. Quick retreat. Report back to the elders. And so, the army immediately retreated, leaving behind the silver shark. Long Tongue, you recognized it at a glance. This is the Jiaorin King's mount. It was causing the waves and the storm. Is the Jiaorin King declaring war on the Long Tongue Imperial family? I'm not sure, but this guy probably knows something. If I remember correctly, you're one of the Jiaorin King's royal guards, aren't you? Why did you lead an army to attack the human port? Spit it out or else. The Sea Tribe guy was as stubborn as they come. You want me to betray the Sea Tribe? In your dreams. Ah, so he won't talk until things get rough. Fine. You don't want to do this the easy way. You want to do it the hard way, right? Zhao, bro. Don't be so crude. When dealing with the Sea Tribe, I actually have a simpler way. A while later, the main character tied the Sea Tribe guy up and left him out in the sun. The guy immediately started to dry out like jerky. He started shouting, "I'm dying. Give me water. I'm so thirsty. Let me go back in the water. I need my fix." Long Tongue Yu explained to our hero. The sea tribe is accustomed to an aquatic environment. If they're out of the water for too long, they end up like this. So there's no need for interrogation. Just let them bake in the sun for a while, and they'll spill everything. Start talking now. Why did you invade the human port? If you don't talk, you can wait until you've turned into fish jerky. Okay, spare me. I don't know the details. The mission to attack the port was a unanimous decision by the Sea Tribe elders. I was just following orders. What about the Jiao Ren King? Doesn't your whole Sea Tribe listen to her? Since when could the elders declare war on their own? The Sea Tribe guy continued to explain the Jiao Ren King. The Jiaoren clan's word doesn't count anymore. Everyone listens to the elders now. In other words, you've had a coup. But what does that have to do with attacking the port? You're not land-dwelling demons. You can't live here even if you occupy it. Unless. This has something to do with the Cheonchi. This time, is this Li Tsuehua's scheme again? The Sea Tribe guy had no idea who Li Tsuehua was. Don't play dumb. When has anything involving the fiend beasts not been related to Li Tsuehua? If you don't start talking sense, I'll leave you here to beg for a few more hours. Send you home in a bag. The guy really didn't know. This person you're talking about, I really don't know them. He might not be lying. The Sea Tribe only opens their markets to humans once a year. The rest of the time, they live their own lives deep in the sea. Perhaps Li Tsuehua hasn't had time to get involved in this yet. So what do we do next? What else can we do? We go find the Jiao Ren King. If this really is a coup, we might be able to save the situation if we rescue the Jiao Ren King. There's still a chance to fix things. You mean we go straight to the bottom of the sea? Just charge right in? That's not necessarily a bad idea. After all, we have 3 sealers. With the protective power of the fiend beasts, we can probably handle the deep sea. The Cheonchi can't be any harder to deal with than Li Tsuehua and the Taotai combined. That's not necessary. We can find a way to infiltrate. Can you still use the Bashi's power? If I'm careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Then let's do that. The scene shifts to an underwater city. At this moment, the silver shark has also descended. Hey, isn't that Haigu? Weren't they defeated by human cultivators and their fiend beasts? Looks like it swam back after getting injured. Take it to the Dragon Palace, and then report to the elders. After the guards leave, the Haigu opens its mouth. Lin Mia and the others climb out. So this is the Sea Tribe's city. It's really something else. Our hero turned to Long Tongue Yu and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm okay. After all, I could handle the Jiao Ying's power before. What about you? You gave me 3 of the Jiao Ying's heads. Your own power has dropped a level. Will you be all right? My strength doesn't just come from the fiend beasts, so I'll be fine. The Jiao Ying, on the other hand, this guy, once it leaves my body, I'm afraid it won't behave. If it doesn't listen to you, or it gives you any trouble, you just tell me. I'll teach it a lesson." "No problem. Let's get going. Where to next?" Our hero used his chi observation technique and looked at the city. Strange. I can't detect the Cheonchi's aura at all. Then let's check the Dragon Palace first. The Jiaoren King has been the leader of the Sea Tribe since ancient times. She's probably just being held captive right now. If we find her, we can probably figure out what's really going on. A while later, the group arrived at the city gate. Long Tongue Yu was surprised. Are these the Sea Beast Tribe? They shouldn't be here. Our hero was surprised again. What? Aren't they all part of the Sea Tribe? Long Tongue Yu continued her explanation. They're different. As you can see, the Sea Beast Tribe is more bestial. Their intelligence isn't high, but they're savage and warlike. Some of them even disobey the orders of the Jiao Ren clan and attack human ships. The Jiao Ren we met before are more like humans. They're also more intelligent and live longer than the Sea Beast Tribe. Plus, they excel at magic. That's why they have the highest status in the Sea Tribe. So this really must be a coup. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over the palace guard duty to the Sea Beast Tribe soldiers. So you're saying, we just need to find the Jiao Ren King and help them defeat these sea beasts to solve the problem? Not so fast, honey. Don't be so naive. I doubt it's that simple. Let's just get inside first. The young lady suddenly stepped forward. Leave it to me. She casually appeared before the sea beast guards. Then she used some kind of special move, and her eyes shone like headlights. The 2 sea beast guys' eyes turned into hearts. They were completely smitten. And just like that, it's done. She signaled for everyone. Let's go. Once inside, she didn't know the way. How should we search now? Obviously, we head for the rear palace chambers. Based on common tropes, there's always a dungeon there. It's highly likely the Jiaoren king is locked up there. The scene shifts to a meeting room. 3 Sea Tribe elders were in discussion. The plan to raid the human port was a complete failure. The Jiaoren who retreated all said they ran into 2 fiend bee sealers before they even got close to the port. It seems the humans were expecting us. The problem now is, how much of our plan do they know? It's probably just a coincidence. This is an internal matter of our Sea Tribe. There's no reason the humans would know. Suddenly, the beastly Sea Tribe member slammed the table. Coincidence, my ass. Are you kidding me? There are only 2 people who have sealed a monstrous beast. Could we really have run into them by coincidence? This clearly means our plan was exposed long ago. What are we still hesitating for? Immediately, dispatch all our soldiers. Go to all the human ports we can reach. Launch an attack. Capture all the humans there and bring them here. But Her Highness has refused to cooperate with us from the very beginning. Furthermore, she's now... Suddenly, a man burst in, kicking the door open. Quickly, hide inside first. There's so many patrol guards here. Wang Tengyu rushed in. Don't push. Let me in to see if there's... Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 sides stared at each other intently. The man and Wang Tengyu's mouths dropped open. The old Sea Tribe elder shouted, "Human cultivator assassins. Guard, come quickly." The beastly Sea Tribe member was spoiling for a fight. He picked up a lance, ready to attack. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Humans have infiltrated. Guards, come quickly. The man grabbed the lance. He quickly warned his homies to run. But it was too late. The guards had already assembled. Quickly, protect the elders. It's an intruder. So these guys are the elders. No other choice then. We'll have to capture them first. How arrogant. To think you can capture us in our own territory. You really are. Suddenly, a massive fist appeared. It punched a hole through the roof of the city, attracting the attention of all the Sea Tribe members. What's happening? Is there an enemy in the royal palace? Back to Lin Mia's side. The elders were now lying face down on the ground. The beastly Sea Tribe member was embedded in the wall. This is a bit too much, Jin Yao. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away for a moment and couldn't hold back. It seems the Fei Huang's rage is finally starting to affect her. Another day, I'll have her follow me and practice the dustless heart method. It should be able to suppress the influence of the monstrous beasts to some extent. We could talk about that later. Our infiltration has been a complete failure. If I had known, I would have just fought my way in. What do we do now? This guy had a few ideas. Aren't there hostages right here? Let's go. With these guys here, they probably won't dare to make a move. The man held the elder hostage. Don't move. Your elder is in my hands. Wang Teng put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Isn't this just kidnapping? Why are we acting like bandits? What's the next step? First, let's stabilize the situation and then we'll figure it out. We're not afraid of them, but there's no need to cause casualties. Members of the Sea Tribe, we are not intruders. You have been deceived by your elders. They have imprisoned your king and launched an attack on the ports of our people. We are only here to resolve this matter. We do not wish to go to war with the Sea Tribe. Please stand down first. I do not wish to cause any innocent casualties. Let's resolve this matter peacefully. Despite what he said, not a single one of them had any intention of backing down. Wang Tengyu felt that something was wrong. It seems they already knew that the Mermaid King was imprisoned and the elders had seized power. The elder laughed heartily. You think we are the usurpers? No, you know nothing at all. What are you trying to say? You have the support of everyone? Elders like you. What are you plotting? You people of the continent. You know nothing. Do you think what you've taken from us is of any use? No. Everyone listen. Don't worry about us. Full-scale attack. The future of our tribe must not be lost again. Hearing the elders' righteous words, the Sea Tribe members were even more determined. Then they threw all their lances at Lin Mia's group. Are they really doing it? These people are crazy. The young lady, Jin Yao, suddenly stepped forward. Brother Lin Yi, let me. Fei Huang, your power. Reveal yourself. Immediately after, the form of the Fei Huang appeared. Seeing such a terrifying presence, the Sea Tribe members were a little intimidated. This is a sealer who has completely mastered the power of a monstrous beast. All the attacks have been blocked. Brother Lin Yi, should we just... Suddenly, the young lady, Jin Yao, seemed to be in a daze. No, I can't. Using the power of a monstrous beast too many times will do this. The Fei Huang is the most unreasonable one. We need to make a decision, quickly. He glanced at the elder. These people who won't listen to reason. Let's knock them out first and then figure it out. This guy knows the most. We'll take him with us. Later, can you use the Bashi's power to investigate his memories? With you guys here, it won't be a problem. Go. Before we figure out what's really going on, we don't need to go on a killing spree here. This is the biggest difference between us, Li Suehua, and the Heavenly Palace. Retreat. How do we retreat? The Sea Tribe soldiers are surrounding us more and more. You guys take this guy and go first. I'll cover the rear. Jin Yao, recall the Fei Huang. Leave the rest to me. With that, he transformed into a beast. The scene shifts to when the elder wakes up. Tui, I won't reveal a single word. If you have the guts, then kill me. Seeing that this guy was a tough nut to crack, how about we take him up to the surface and let him bake in the sun for a few hours? The man shook his head. His mouth is as hard as a rock. I'm afraid even if he bakes into a dried fish, it'll be useless. Looks like there's no other way. Let's have a Bashi give a try. You all get ready. I'm going to let her out. With that, the young lady transformed into the Bashi. Immediately after, the Bashi grabbed the man's shirt and complained. You shameless liar. You only call me out when I'm useful. When I'm useless, you lock me away. What do you take me for? Hey. There are some things I don't let you know for your own good. You understand the situation now, don't you? Of course. Although that little girl, Bing Anming, suppressed me. Everything she knows. I see it all. You want me to read this guy's memories, right? The memories of a different race. I've never tried that before. And I'm really curious about what that Cheonchi guy is up to. Fine. Let's just say it's to satisfy my own curiosity. Let me see what this guy is planning. Immediately after, the Bashi used its skill to read the elder's head like a book. The man was impatient and asked, well, what did you see? The Bashi suddenly laughed heartily. So that's how it is. No wonder Li Suehua didn't show any signs of interfering this time. The man's head was full of question marks. What do you mean? What did you see in his memories? You want to know? A pity. I'm not going to tell you. What are you going to do about it? This is the prize for tricking me last time. Immediately after, the Bashi returned the body to the young lady. The Bashi retreated on her own, and she refuses to come out. The man was furious. He clenched his fists. No other choice then. She knows that as long as she hides in Bing Aming's body, we can't do anything to her. But it's not like I didn't find out anything. When the Bashi first started searching the Sea Tribe elders' memories, I saw that they were imprisoned. No, to be more precise, it was probably the place where the Mermaid King sealed himself away. The scene then shifts to a certain heavily guarded location. The Mermaid King was imprisoned here. This place looks like it was once very prosperous, but now it's completely abandoned. According to the memories, this seems to be the old capital of the Sea Tribe, but I don't know why it was abandoned. The Merman King is on that tall tower. What is that protective screen? Perhaps it's the treasure of the Merman tribe, the Sea Calming Pearl. It can manipulate the powerful magic of the sea. It seems the Merman King is relying on it to not be completely sealed away. From his memories, he saw that the ones in charge of supervising these sea beast tribes here were the most ferocious tribes. Even the elders of the sea beast tribes could not control them. I have heard of these sea tribes. The ships lost at sea, 8 or 9 out of 10 were caused by these guys. They even attacked small coastal villages and looted them clean. If you're not a good person, just go up there. Rescue the Merman King. We can clarify the situation. Immediately, all 4 of them acted. They jumped out and stood in front of the Sea Beast tribes. The Sea Beast tribe immediately recognized them. It's those few who sealed the culprit. Hurry up and call. Quick, go and call His Highness. The main character let these guys go and call for reinforcements. Wang Deng, you notice something. Wait a minute. Something's not right. The seawater has become thick. Did someone just dump something into the sea? The main character immediately used his skill, the Qi gazing art. From afar, something was sparkling. An arrow shot like a rocket towards Xianjiao. The main character quickly pulled her back. Who is it? Looking ahead, there was a young lady standing in front of him. This young lady looks very strange. She has 3 eyes. I wonder if Erlang Shun dumped something into the sea. The main character was drooling. What's going on? This guy. Is she a merman or a sea beast? Long time no see, Long Deng you. When was the last time we met? Wang Dengyu was surprised. How can this be? You are Ngao Chanzeo. The man on the side was puzzled. You two know each other? She is the biological sister of a merman king. How high? We once represented the Long Deng royal family, and the merman king tried to meet and discuss the matter of the sea market, but how could she turn into this form? I only saw that this young lady's face was very dangerous.